Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Naruto start Rinnegan become God of Ninja World first. Chapter 1 Indra Attributes. Rinnegan, God level sign in system. Lu Chuan from the Blue Planet traveled through time, and his first stop was actually the Hokage world. He is the son of the Uchiha clan leader, the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, and the older brother of Sasuke. Uchiha Rukawa. The worst thing is, the timeline he traveled through was very embarrassing. Because it won't be long before the Uchiha clan will face the night of extermination. Then, oh boy, it would have been nice to have Sasuke to face it together. But 3 years ago, Sasuke went out to practice with a mysterious masked man and never came back. Face the butcher knife of Uchiha Itachi. This is really hard to deal with. Just when Rukawa was feeling depressed about himself, a system sound suddenly rang in his mind. Open black lens bracket byte, close black lens bracket. Binding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God level sign in system. Host successfully crossed over and was awarded a sign in opportunity. Would host like to sign in? Rukawa couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this. Sure enough, when God closes a door for you, he will open a window for you. Although I have traveled through time and space to the body of the tragic character Rukawa, but with the help of the system, everything will be fine. Without hesitation, Rukawa quickly said in his mind. Tongzi, sign in immediately. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Indra attribute during the undefeated period. Awesome. Indra attributes during the all-victory period. Rukawa was completely excited. Directly obtain the power of Indra in the fully victorious period, and the night of genocide is nothing in his eyes. What about Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito? There are also Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo who are hiding behind and trying to take advantage of the situation. He can suppress it with just a flip of his hand. At this time, the mechanical sound of the system sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the Indra attribute fusion during the all-victory period is complete. As soon as he finished speaking, Rukawa clearly felt a wave of heat surging through his body. Especially his eyes, which were instantly infused with a very terrifying power and directly underwent a transformation. The left eye is a 6 Magatama Rinnegan. The right eye is the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, Rukawa did not expose these two eyes, and still maintained the appearance of normal eyes. After all, if it is exposed now, how can we give surprises to third generation and Danzo? In short, at this moment, Rukawa's little body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Strong. Too strong. Is this the power of Indra in his perfect stage? Rukawa was amazed in his heart. At the same time, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising, and he was overjoyed. Rukawa, Uchiha Rukawa, what are you laughing at? Didn't you hear me asking you to fight? Iruka's face turned a little dark. This guy Rukawa refused to play even after being called many times. In his heart, Iruka couldn't help but feel a little unhappy with Rukawa. Iruka-sensei, I'm sorry, I just thought of something funny, I didn't mean to offend you. Rukawa stopped smiling. The incident happened suddenly, and he first traveled through time inexplicably. He almost forgot about going through the system sign-in again. The first ninja school sparring is currently underway. At this moment, it was his turn to engage in a ninja battle with a Hyuga tribe member named Hyuga Shiki. Advertisement. Well, since there's nothing wrong, let's go on stage and don't keep Hyuga Shiki-kun waiting. Seeing that Uchiha finally responded to him, Iruka urged helplessly. I'm sorry, Mr. Iruka, I'm suddenly feeling unwell, so please allow me to take a leave and go home to recuperate. After a pause, Rukawa said indifferently, as for the battle, forget it. Just consider him the winner. The plot of the night of genocide will be staged in the next few days or so. Time is running out, and Rukawa has no intention of staying in the ninja school and playing ninja house. It would be better to return to the tribe and prepare in advance for the upcoming genocide. With that, Rukawa turned and walked away, not caring at all whether Iruka approved or not. It was said to be a request for leave from Iruka, but it was more like a notification. Whether Iruka agreed or not, it didn't mean anything. Tisk tisk tisk. A sneer came from behind him. Some people can't even make excuses. You were obviously afraid that you were no match for your Uncle Jishu, so you were just making up an excuse. He even said he was not feeling well, it was so funny. Ha ha ha. Is this the son of the Uchiha clan leader? With your cowardly behavior, Uchiha is not worthy of being compared with my Hyuga clan. As expected, my Hyuga clan is the largest clan in Konoha. The Uchiha are shit. Rukawa paused and turned back suddenly, just in time to see Hyuga Shiki's face full of mockery and contempt. Do you really want to be beaten? Rukawa turned around and spoke in a cold tone. He didn't care how the other party ridiculed Uchiha. After all, he had just traveled through time and he didn't have much sense of belonging to Uchiha. But he couldn't tolerate the other party mocking him and calling him a coward. Even if the other party was just a little kid of 7 or 8 years old, Rukawa was going to teach him a lesson. However, before Rukawa could make a move, an angry voice came from the side. Hey, what's wrong with you? Didn't you hear Rukawa-kun just say he wasn't feeling well? Rukawa-kun is already like this, and you still want to force him to play. What is your intention? Are you planning to take this opportunity to kill Rukawa-kun? The one who spoke was little Sakura. At this moment, the pink-haired little loli was glaring at Hyuga Shiki with an angry look on her face. That's right, Hyuga Shiki-kun, you're going too far. Rukawa said you won, but you still kept chasing me. You must have ulterior motives. This is too much. Yamanaka Ino on the other side echoed. That's right, Hyuga Shiki, you're going too far. Hyuga Shiki, you are disgusting. The other girls in the class surrounded Rukawa, chattering and criticizing Hyuga Shiki. Rukawa looked at the little lawless around him and felt speechless. I didn't expect the original body to be so charming. If he had such charm in his previous life, why would he have been single for more than 20 years? He would have been single long ago. When the other boys in the class saw this, they gritted their teeth in hatred. Damn it, isn't Rukawa just a little bit handsome? Why are there so many girls around him? Ah, it seems like I am taking his place. Hyuga Shiki on the opposite side had a completely dark complexion and was gritting his teeth in anger. He was just trying to provoke Rukawa and force him to come back for a duel. How did I inexplicably become the public enemy of girls? Uchiha Rukawa, are you just a loser who likes to hide behind women? Do you dare to come out and fight me head-on? Hyuga Shiki roars in grief and anger. Uchiha Rukawa, come out and fight Shiki head-on. Advertisement, Uchiha Rukawa, you are such a coward, you can only hide behind your head like a turtle. The boys who usually disliked Rukawa also spoke up in agreement. Rukawa-kun, ignore them. Don't try to be stubborn if you're not feeling well. Come, Rukawa-kun, I'll take you home. Little Sakura's voice was filled with concern, and her face was filled with worry. However, little Sakura had already burst into laughter in her heart. Ha ha ha. I finally got the chance. As long as I can successfully send Rukawa home, it will be easy for me to join the Uchiha family in the future. Over there, Hyuga Shiki was still shouting. Uchiha Rukawa, you are a loser who can only hide behind a woman, why don't you come out and die? The worse a person is, the more he likes to yell. Rukawa said this expressionlessly, and then pulled his arm out of little Sakura's arms. Pushing aside the little loli standing in front of him, he walked a few steps to the center of the sparring ground and stood opposite Hyuga Shiki. Humph! You finally come out? I'm going to beat you to a pulp later. Let them see that you are good for nothing except a pretty face. Hyuga Shiki licked his lips, looking eager to try. His face was full of excitement, as if he had seen Rukawa being beaten to his knees and begging for mercy. Rukawa ignored it and turned his head to look at Iruka, the referee, and said calmly. Iruka-sensei, can we start now? I'm in a hurry. Iruka glanced at Rukawa and said nothing more. Both parties take to the field, Uchiha Rukawa versus Hyuga Shiki. Both parties make the seal of opposition, and the match begins. After he finished speaking, Hyuga Shiki quickly formed a seal of opposition with his hands. A pair of white eyes were fixed on Rukawa opposite him. Rukawa put his hands in his pockets, too lazy to make any opposition seal. Rukawa, according to the rules of ninja competition, you should make the seal of opposition. This is a sign of respect for your opponent. Iruka saw this and frowned. Make no mistake, this kind of loser is not worthy of being my opponent. Rukawa heard this, still with his hands in his pockets, and spoke calmly. Uchiha Rukawa, you. Iruka was a little annoyed. This guy Rukawa didn't give him face time and time again, which was really annoying. But before he could say anything, an angry voice came. You damn pretty boy. How dare you look down on me? I'll show you how powerful a cold eye can be. White eyes, open. As soon as he finished speaking, veins started to pop out on both sides of Hyuga Shiki's cheeks. But it was Hyuga Shiki who opened his Byakugan, although awakening the Byakugan is much easier than the Sharingan. But awakening the Byakugan at such a young age is enough to be considered a genius. This is also the reason why Hyuga Shiki dared to shout like crazy. He just doesn't believe that Rukawa can awaken the Sharingan at this age. One person awakened the bloodline limit and the other did not. So with this strength decreasing, he will definitely be able to pin Uchiha Rukawa to the ground. Just as Hyuga Shiki was thinking this, Rukawa's figure disappeared from his sight. Where are the people? As soon as this question popped up in my mind, I felt a sharp pain on the left side of my cheek. It felt like someone had torn a piece of flesh off my face. Bang! Loud slapping sounds echoed throughout the sparring square. Hyuga Shiki's cheeks deformed and he flew out horizontally. With a bang! It crashed into a giant tree more than 10 meters away and stopped. A dozen bloody teeth flew out of the air. Chapter 2 Rukawa's Strength. Since the other party said he would beat Rukawa to a pulp. Then Rukawa doesn't mind helping the other party realize this wish. Rukawa shook his palms, secretly shocked. He didn't expect his strength to be so great. He didn't even use 1% of his strength just now, but he blew the man away more than 10 meters. If he used his full strength, I'm afraid all the people would be killed. Hyuga Shiki was leaning against the tree trunk, his head tilted and his mouth full of blood. Obviously he had fainted. Of course, no one cared about his condition. At this moment, Iruka's eyes were as big as bull's eyes. His mouth was half open, as if something was blocking it and he couldn't close it at all. Quick. Too fast. The speed that Rukawa just displayed was so fast that even a chunin like him couldn't catch up with him. I was completely shocked by the speed shown by Rukawa. If he were in Hyuga Shiki's position, he would also end up being slapped away. Iruka was surprised by the sudden idea that came to his mind. Could it be that Uchiha Rukawa's strength has surpassed Chunin? Iruka looked at Rukawa with his hands in his pockets, and suddenly he couldn't understand this boy anymore. A sneak attack. You must have sneak attacked Hyuga Shiki, you despicable guy. Is this Uchiha? I didn't expect that he wouldn't even dare to fight in a fair duel and needs to rely on sneak attacks to win. I am so disappointed, Uchiha Rukawa. You are such a disgrace to the Uchiha family. Those little brats who couldn't stand Rukawa started yelling again. Advertisement, they don't have Iruka's insight. In their eyes, it was just a moment of dizziness, and then Hyuga Shiki inexplicably crashed into a giant tree. Such a result was obviously beyond their understanding. As for whether Rukawa killed the opponent instantly with one move, sorry, they never thought about it at all. In their perception, isn't a ninja fight just a fight with fists? How is it possible to kill the opponent instantly with one move? Therefore, they all thought that Rukawa had succeeded in the sneak attack and continued to shout in chaos. Cheating, Iruka-sensei. Uchiha Rukawa won by cheating, you can't give him the win. We will not approve of such shameless behavior. Rukawa put his hands in his pockets and stared at the group of little brats with an indifferent expression. What a bunch of ignorant noobs, their chattering is so annoying. Swish, swish, swish. Rukawa suddenly took out a dozen shurikens from the system backpack. With a solemn expression on his face, he looked at the little brats who were still shouting and said coldly. Now, let me teach you rookies a lesson. If a weak person acts insolently in front of a strong person, he will pay a heavy price. And Rukawa suddenly grinned. The price I demand from you is to send you to confess to the king of hell. Looking at the dozen or so shurikens that suddenly appeared in Rukawa's hand. And those cold words from Rukawa. Iruka's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted hastily, Rukawa, calm down, don't be impulsive. Advertisement, they're your classmates, put down the dangerous blade in your hand. With the speed that Rukawa had just shown, Iruka knew. If Rukawa wanted to kill out of anger, he would not be able to stop him, so he could only yell at him. Uchiha Rukawa, stop it now. Do you want to be accused of killing your companions and become a traitor at such a young age? Seeing that Rukawa had no intention of giving up, Iruka became anxious. While roaring, he ran towards Rukawa quickly. Uchiha is a synonym for madman, and every Uchiha is more or less crazy. Therefore, Iruka didn't think Rukawa was joking at all. Huh. You didn't stop those little devils when they were yelling just now, but now you come to stop me. How ridiculous. Rukawa sneered and just shook his hand, and a dozen shurikens shining with cold light spun and shot towards the group of little brats. No. As Iruka was horrified, more than a dozen shurikens accurately passed between the crotches of those little brats. The little boy who was still shouting suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. A big crack was cut directly into the pants, and everyone was happy to get a pair of crotchless pants. A different kind of scenery appeared before everyone's eyes. Iruka was completely stunned, he didn't expect this to happen. At the same time, he was somewhat relieved. It seemed that Rukawa didn't really go crazy and kill people. If bloodshed occurred during his teaching period, he would not know how to explain to the third generation. Teacher Iruka, you look very nervous. Rukawa gave a faint smile. But in Iruka's opinion, this smile is more like a mockery. Chapter 3 Uchiha Rukawa is so handsome. Uchiha Rukawa, you're really going too far. Iruka took a deep breath and said solemnly, is it too much? I don't think so. If they were on the battlefield, these weaklings would have lost their heads long ago. Rukawa looked calm. On the contrary, it is you, Mr. Iruka, who has failed to fulfill your duties as a teacher and has not taught these brats the proper respect for the strong. If they can't judge the situation, these kids will only die early when they graduate and go on missions. So, Iruka-sensei, you should thank me. Thank me for teaching these brats to respect the strong. Iruka. Unexpectedly, as a teacher, he would one day be scolded by his students. Oh, what happened? Why is there a big hole in my pants? Damn it. It must be Uchiha Rukawa who did this. How dare they humiliate us like this? Only then did the group of little brats react. They all covered their pants with their hands and glared at Rukawa with shame and anger on their faces. Oh, it seems you haven't been taught a lesson enough. Rukawa's eyes narrowed, and he gave off a dangerous aura. Iruka saw this, his face changed, and he quickly shouted at the group of little brats. What are you doing? Apologize to Rukawa-san now. If the shuriken was aimed at your heads, do you think you would still have a chance to stand here? But, Iruka-sensei. A boy was dissatisfied and wanted to stand up and refute, but he was interrupted before he opened his mouth. It's nothing, just apologize if I ask you to. You will understand why I asked you to apologize later. Iruka's face turned serious, and he showed his teacher's authority. Advertisement, the effect was quite good. A group of little kids covered their crotches and apologized to Rukawa. Sorry Rukawa, we shouldn't have questioned you. Of course, they must be dissatisfied in their hearts. You can imagine how frustrated you feel when you have to apologize to someone after your pants are torn. Rukawa didn't even look at him, turned around and left, leaving behind only a sheet back. Behind me, there were crazy screams of a group of girls. So handsome. Rukawa-kun is so handsome like this. So domineering, I like Rukawa-kun like this even more. Don't let anyone snatch it from me, Rukawa-kun is mine. What did you say, Rukawa-kun is mine. Iruka ignored the noisy little loli. Instead, he looked at Rukawa's gradually receding back, and his heart still couldn't calm down. Is this Uchiha? It is indeed a family full of geniuses, possessing such strength at such a young age. His talent may have already surpassed that of his brother Uchiha Itachi. Iruka asked himself, no matter how fast Rukawa instantly killed Hyuga Shiki. Or the superb shuriken throwing technique, which even he, as a chunin, couldn't do. This shows that Uchiha Rukawa's strength has surpassed chunin's level. 7-year-old chunin is so scary, however, they are all children of Konoha. When Rukawa grows up, Konoha will only become stronger. Iruka suddenly felt a little relieved. After all, this was his student. Advertisement. It seems that I have to tell the third-generation adults this good news as soon as possible to make them happy. Just as Iruka was about to leave for the Hokage building, a tuft of yellow hair caught his eye. Iruka-sensei, where's that Rukawa guy? Master Naruto wants to challenge him. Naruto looked around, searching for Rukawa. Seeing the carefree Naruto, Iruka's face turned serious and he said, Naruto Uzumaki, where did you go just now? Why are you here at this time? Forehead. Naruto scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, I ate too much instant noodles last night and had diarrhea, so I was delayed in the bathroom for a while. Why didn't you report it to me in advance? Forgot. Naruto answered confidently. Hey, you. Seeing Naruto like this, Iruka sighed helplessly. Naruto didn't care about that and said excitedly, Teacher Iruka, let Rukawa come out quickly, Master Naruto wants to challenge him. Rukawa went home first because of something. He must be afraid of Naruto's strength and chose to run away. Ha 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 ha. I will definitely make fun of that guy when I come to school tomorrow. Naruto put his hands on his hips, looking very proud. It really looked like he had scared Rukawa away. Ah, yes. With the strength Rukawa showed, hitting Naruto would be like hitting a fly. That's why Iruka didn't explain to this stubborn guy. It would be a good idea to teach him a lesson. Chapter 4. Third Hokage's shocked. Danzo. Root. What, you said Uchiha Rukawa's strength might have reached Chunin? Even surpassed Chunin? Iruka, are you kidding me? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face was full of surprise, and he looked at Iruka in front of him in disbelief. Yes, Mr. Third Generation, I wouldn't dare to joke with you like that. According to my assessment, Uchiha Rukawa definitely has the strength of Chunin. Iruka replied respectfully, but with certainty in his tone. Then, Iruka told Third Generation everything about Rukawa's performance today. Okay. After listening to this, Third Generation smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum and said 3 good words repeatedly. The Uchiha clan is truly the largest clan in Konoha. There was Uchiha Itachi who passed the Chunin examination at the age of 10 and became a Chunin. Now his brother Uchiha Rukawa has the strength of a Chunin at the age of 7. Good, that's great. The Third Generation had a very happy look on their faces. Then Third Generation Master, will you let Rukawa graduate early? Iruka asked, but was afraid that the Third Generation would not agree, so he quickly added. After all, Kakashi-senpai graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5 and became a Chunin at the age of 6. I think there should be no problem in letting Rukawa graduate early at this moment. No problem, of course no problem. He's a genius comparable to Hitaki Kakashi, so naturally we can let him graduate early. Third Generation agreed readily, but you don't have to take care of this matter, just do your teaching job well. When I have time, I will personally examine Rukawa. And let Rukawa understand how great the will of fire is. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a kind smile on his face. Good, great, I have the personal assessment from you, the Third Generation Master. I believe Rukawa will become an excellent Konoha shinobi. Iruka had an adoring look on his face. The Third Generation nodded slightly, indicating that Iruka could leave. Iruka bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen and quickly left the Hokage's office. Until Iruka's figure completely disappeared. The kind grandfather smile that the Third Generation had maintained on their faces also completely disappeared. Instead, there was a gloomy old face. Uchiha, again Uchiha. Why are there always evil spirits born in Uchiha? First up was the genius ninja Shisui. Next came Uchiha Itachi, the genius ninja from the 10-year-old Chunin, and now Uchiha Rukawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked to the window, and looked towards the direction of the Uchiha clan's land, his eyes full of gloom. Snort. This unstable family should disappear so that Konoha can usher in peaceful and stable development. So, for the sake of Konoha, please, Uchiha, disappear completely. Shinosuke. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out softly. The next moment, a masked ninja appeared behind him and knelt on one knee. Father, what can I do for you? The person who came was Sarutobi Shinosuke, the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not turn around, but continued to look out the window, and said calmly. Tell Danzo that you can agree to Uchiha Itachi's conditions and save Uchiha Rukawa's life. Advertisement, but let him act quickly and don't delay any longer. Father, are you going to take action against the Uchiha clan so soon? Our preparations are not sufficient yet, and if we act rashly there may be accidents. Shinosuke was a little worried. The Uchiha clan is a very famous clan in the ninja world. It would be very risky to exterminate the Uchiha clan without being fully prepared. Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said in a low voice. I don't want to rush into anything, but there's nothing I can do. Uchiha is too unstable. If I don't eradicate it quickly, I will feel uneasy. Besides, now there is another genius in the Uchiha clan. If we let it grow any further, it will be difficult to destroy Uchiha. But this is too rushed. Shinosuke was still a little worried. Well, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing, just convey my orders to Danzo. Believe me, my old friend has already made all the preparations. After all, destroying Uchiha has been something he has been thinking about for a long time. Yes, this time, Sarutobi Shinosuke didn't waste any more words. After agreeing, he used the body flicker technique and disappeared from the spot, heading to the route to inform Danzo. After standing in front of the window for a while, third generation returned to his seat. Then he picked up his pipe and started puffing smoke. Uchiha Rukawa, you are 7 years old. I hope you can understand the will of fire by then. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out. The rising smoke completely covered his face, making it impossible to see his features clearly. Chapter 5 Uchiha Springs. After many twists and turns, Rukawa followed the memory in his mind. Finally, we found the Uchiha clan's land in the most remote corner of Konoha. At that time, Konoha's high-ranking officials and major ninja clans united to exclude the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan was also forced to move from the prosperous area of Konoha to a desolate area. Guaibu de Yuan Zhu Zhang de Uchiha Yi Zhu Yao Fan. He is one of the founders of Konoha, but he doesn't get the power he deserves. Instead, they are excluded everywhere. It would be weird if they are not rebelling. But the result was tragic. Uchiha Itachi was fooled. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men defeated the Uchiha clan without any effort. Such a result seemed a little ridiculous to Rukawa at the moment. Anyone with a common sense in Uchiha should prepare in advance. It was also impossible for Itachi, who was only 13 years old, to defeat the entire Uchiha alone. And Uchiha Itachi was also easily fooled by the third generation. It's outrageous. Or is the will of fire really that powerful that it can brainwash Kage-level ninjas? No matter how absurd the genocide in the original work was. At this moment, Rukawa, who possesses the strength of Indra in the full victory period, will never let such a thing happen again. Thinking this, Rukawa slowly walked into the Uchiha tribe's territory. Meanwhile, in an alley somewhere within the Uchiha clan. Tell me where that B*********** D Uchiha Itachi is. Lousy wants to settle accounts with him. That's right. The three of us are already on guard now. We won't let that B******** D Itachi succeed in his sneak attack again. Humph. That day, Uchiha Itachi actually dared to humiliate us like this. We must make him taste what it feels like to be unable to take care of himself. Uchiha Iron Fire. Uchiha 8 Generations. Uchiha Rice Fire. At this moment, the three of them had anger on their faces. With an aggressive posture, he stopped Uchiha Izumi in an alley. You guys calm down, a gentle person like Itachi-kun. I will never attack my tribe members at will. I think there must be some misunderstanding. Uchiha Izumi's body trembled slightly, and he seemed a little afraid. Advertisement. After all, she is just a 13-year-old girl, and it is normal for her to feel scared. Although she was scared, she still tried to defend Itachi. Besides, she really didn't believe that Itachi would fight with someone of the same clan. Misunderstanding. Are you kidding, Lousy? Are the injuries on Lousy's body fake? Uchiha Inahori had a ferocious look on his face and tore off his shirt. The upper body wrapped in bandages was suddenly revealed. Most of the white bandage was stained red, and it was obvious that the injury was quite serious. See, these injuries were caused by that B******** D Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Inahori pointed at the bandages on his body and roared. This. Uchiha Izumi covered her mouth with both hands, looking incredulous. No, Itachi-kun is such a gentle person, I believe he won't attack his own people for no reason, so. At this point, Uchiha Izumi paused, but still mustered up the courage to speak. Ken, it must be you who provoked me first, so Itachi-kun took action to teach you a lesson. Although she seemed to be mindlessly defending the person she liked, she accidentally guessed the truth. These three people are the three Uchiha tribe members who suspected Itachi because of Shisui's death in the original work. The three of them came to the door in a threatening manner to demand an accusation, wanting to use their numbers to bully the few, so as to achieve the effect of suppressing them with their momentum. The result was obvious. The 13-year-old Itachi beat up the three of them alone. Damn it, you stinking BCH are still defending the D Itachi. He is the traitor of our Uchiha clan, and he is the one who killed Shisui. The truth of the matter was ruthlessly exposed. The hot-tempered Uchiha Yashira immediately became furious, his eyes turned red, and he actually activated the three-tomo Sharingan. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me where the traitor Uchiha Itachi is. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. I don't know where Itachi-kun is. Frightened by its power, Uchiha Izumi involuntarily stepped back. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? The three men approached step by step, emitting terrifying aura. Advertisement. I really don't know. Uchiha Izumi was almost crying. These three people were really scary. Of course, even if she really knew, she would never say it out loud. The three of them came prepared this time, and she didn't want Itachi to get hurt because of her. Since you don't know, forget it. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi breathed a sigh of relief, but then he heard Uchiha Tiehuo continue. I heard that you have a special relationship with the traitor Itachi. You two are childhood sweethearts. I believe Itachi cares about you very much. So, we have no choice but to capture you, and then the traitor Itachi will naturally come to us on his own initiative. Uchiha Inahiri beside him suddenly lit up his eyes when he heard this. Good idea, Tiehuo, he. So Miss Quan, please cooperate with us and don't make any meaningless resistance. Yes, Quan, as long as you cooperate well. When Itachi shows up, we will let you go safely and won't do anything unnecessary. Uchiha Yashira agreed, narrowing his eyes and looking Izumi's figure up and down. Itachi's girlfriend, although only 13 years old, has a pretty good figure. That Itachi guy actually humiliated them like that. Then it would be reasonable for the three of them to ask for some interest from Itachi's girlfriend, right? At the same time, it can also let that be ******** d Itachi taste the feeling of being cuckolded. Not only can you get revenge, but you can also severely humiliate the other party. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Just thinking about it makes people feel proud. The three of them at this moment understood each other's thoughts without any communication. Therefore, they all showed a smirk on their faces and approached Uchiha Spring together. You can't do this. Uchiha Izumi was completely panicked. She never expected things to turn out like this. Look at the undisguised malice in the eyes of the other three people at this moment. She knew that if she fell into the hands of these three bastards, she would definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, you must save yourself. Chapter 6 Rukawa Haki Strikes. Lightning Style. We are all members of the Uchiha clan. How dare you attack someone of the same clan? We learned this from that traitor Itachi. When that guy attacked us, he didn't consider the feelings of our fellow tribesmen. If you want to blame someone, just blame your friend Itachi. It's his fault for being so arrogant. Uchiha Inahiri sneered, then he seemed to have thought of something and added. By the way, don't even think about shouting for help or anything like that, it's just a waste of words. Today is the day for the clan meeting. The clan masters have gone to the meeting. No matter how you shout, no one will come to save you. You guys have been planning for a good day for a long time, how abominable. Uchiha Izumi showed despair in his eyes and stopped retreating. As if he had chosen to give up struggling, he said in a low voice. Okay, I'll go with you. I hope you'll keep your promise for the sake of our fellow tribesmen and not do anything unnecessary to me. Don't worry, we are all gentlemen. We will love you well. As he spoke, Uchiha Yashira reached out and grabbed Izumi's slender white neck. But just when he was about to succeed, a soft, bang, sound was heard. Then a large cloud of smoke appeared out of nowhere and instantly enveloped the four people present. But it was Uchiha Izumi who took out a smoke bomb from his tool bag at some point. Then he showed an expression of giving up resistance to confuse the three people. When the three men relaxed their vigilance, she instantly detonated the smoke bomb in her hand. With the cover of smoke, Uchiha Izumi rushed out of the alley at an extremely fast speed. As long as she got to a crowded place, those three men would not dare to do anything wrong, and she could avoid being abused. You damn BCH, you actually dared to cheat me. When you fall into Laozi's hands, Laozi will definitely torture you. The three Uchiha Yashira soon rushed out of the smoke, chasing after Asui, cursing. Uchiha Izumi's eyes suddenly lit up while she was fleeing in panic, and she saw a dark shadow at the entrance of the alley. Although because of the light, she couldn't see clearly who the other person was. She shouted loudly like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw. Help! Help! Uchiha Yashira and the others are going crazy. What's going on? Who's calling for help? Rukawa, who was passing by the alley, turned around in confusion and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Suddenly, he saw three people opening the Sharingan. Advertisement. An Uchiha with a crazy look on his face is chasing a beautiful girl. Soon, the distance between the two sides shortened. At this time, Uchiha Izumi realized that the person in front of him was Uchiha Rukawa. Rukawa, how could it be him? Shouldn't he be attending classes at the ninja school at this time? Why is he here? These questions flashed through his mind first, and then Quan's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted anxiously to Rukawa. Run, Rukawa, run away. They are here to cause trouble for your brother. They are crazy. If they see you, they will definitely harm you. Run away, Rukawa, I'll hold them for you. Rukawa, run away. Uchiha Izumi turned around, blocking Rukawa behind him, and faced the three people who were chasing him. She felt a little regretful. She never expected to meet Rukawa here. If she had known, she would not have shouted for help. If anything happened to Rukawa because of her, Itachi would never forgive her. So she had to stop the three people and buy time for Rukawa to escape. Yo. Look who I found. It's Itachi's traitorous brother, Uchiha Rukawa. Soon, the three of them caught up and naturally saw Rukawa behind Izumi. Immediately, the three of them's eyes lit up and they became even more excited. Buy one get one free. Looks like today is our lucky day. If we capture his brother, Itachi will definitely come looking for us, double protection. Uchiha Yashira licked his lips excitedly, as if he saw Uchiha Itachi being played around by them. No, don't arrest Rukawa, he's still a child. And this matter has nothing to do with him. I will go with you. Uchiha Izumi's face turned pale and he walked towards the three people. I hope that by showing my sincerity, the three of them will let Rukawa go. However, before she could take 2 steps, her cold arm was grabbed by a small hand. Then there came a force that she couldn't resist, and her body involuntarily retreated. This kind of wimp is the one who only picks on the weak. I can't stand this kind of person the most in my life. Don't worry, Sister Kwan. With me here, these 3 wimps can't cause any trouble. Advertisement. Rukawa took a step forward, protecting Izumi behind him, and looked at the 3 Uchiha mad dogs in front of him with a calm face. Humph, you ignorant little brat, it's even more arrogant than your traitor brother. It really makes me angry. Today, Lousy will let you know why the flowers are so red. Quote. Uchiha Yashira looked unhappy. He snorted coldly and attacked Rukawa directly. He formed his 5 fingers into claws and grabbed Rukawa's neck fiercely. He can easily suppress this brat who hasn't even graduated from the ninja school. Rukawa, be careful, get out of the way, Uchiha Izumi exclaimed. This kind of fierce attack on a 7-year-old child could easily break his neck. She was extremely regretful at this moment, regretting having implicated Rukawa. However, the next moment, the scene that appeared before her eyes made her unable to believe her eyes. Rukawa stretched out her slender little hand and steadily caught the claw attack from Uchiha Yashira. How is this possible? Uchiha Yashira was taken aback. It seemed as if there was a huge mountain in front of him, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. Rukawa sneered, his eyes full of indifference, as if he was looking at garbage. Eggless thing, since you got beaten up by Uchiha Itachi, go and settle the score with him. What's the point of taking your anger out on me, Sister Kwan? It's a disgrace to Uchiha. No, trash like you don't deserve to bear the Uchiha name. Rukawa's voice is loud, as if surrounded by thunder. His eyes were like lightning, and a terrifying aura suddenly rose up, sending chills down one's spine. It was as if he was facing a terrifying ancient beast. Today, let me clean up the garbage of you Uchiha. Crack, lightning style Chidori style. The next moment, a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly appeared in Rukawa's hand. The flash of lightning illuminated the originally dim alleyway. Chapter 7. One-hit kill. Are you really Rukawa? He grabbed Uchiha Yashira's wrist with his backhand. In an instant, the terrifying lightning turned into countless lightning snakes. It spread along his arm and instantly spread throughout Uchiha Yashira's entire body. The attack came so suddenly that Yashira didn't even have time to scream. The whole person was electrocuted until he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and black smoke came out of his body. It's already a situation where there's more air out than air in. Humph, you are a piece of trash who can't even withstand 1% of my strength, and you dare to bark in front of me. Rukawa glanced at the pile of Kurozumi in his hand with disdain, and then threw it away as if it were garbage. As luck would have it, it fell into a trash can not far away. Rukawa clapped his hands and looked at the remaining 2 people calmly. At this moment, Uchiha Tiehu and Uchiha Daohu were so shocked that they stood there in shock, feeling like they were dreaming. Killed instantly in one blow. He was killed so easily. Uchiha Yashira is the strongest among the 3 of them. How is it possible that he could be killed instantly by a kid who didn't even graduate from ninja school? They couldn't believe what they saw was real. This. Uchiha Izumi covered her mouth with both hands, her face full of disbelief. Rukawa, when did he become so powerful? He can even kill Jonin instantly. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Uchiha Rukawa to tease us? Soon, Daohuo and Tiehuo recovered from their shock. He shouted sternly while keeping a distance from Rukawa. How could it be so magical that a 7-year-old could rival Jonin? So the Rukawa in front of us must be a fake person. Tell me, what is your purpose in sneaking in by pretending to be the son of the clan leader? Otherwise, the masters from our clan will come and make you pay for what you have done. Rukawa was too lazy to talk nonsense and disappeared in an instant. He is not the kind of person who likes to brag, especially to such a small fry. It is simply a waste of time. No. It's gone. Where? 2 pairs of scarlet Sharingan were spinning wildly, but they couldn't catch Rukawa's figure. Just at this moment, a fist suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Inahiri. What? Daohuo had no time to be surprised by the sudden attack, as his body's instinct made him raise his arms to protect his chest. The next moment, advertisement. Snap. It was the sound of bones breaking. Force. How can the force be so great? With this doubt in his mind, Uchiha Inahori broke both of his arms and flew out backwards. With a bang, he hit the stone wall hard and fainted on the spot. Another companion was killed instantly in front of him. Uchiha's throat loosened and he swallowed hard. Strong. The other party is definitely a strong man. His strength has at least reached the level of elite Jonin. When Tiehuo saw Rukawa's calm eyes looking at him, he was startled. He made the right choice right away. Bang! The knee hit the ground, making a dull sound. He chose to kneel down and beg for mercy. Yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to cause trouble. Please forgive me. Uchiha Tiehuo looked remorseful and begged for mercy frantically from Rukawa. The more arrogant they were before, the more embarrassed they are now. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again next time. He was really scared. Even Uchiha Yashira, who had reached the level of Jonin, was killed instantly. Not to mention that he was only as strong as Chunin. At this point he no longer had any intention of fighting against it. As for personal dignity, the glory of Uchiha and so on, these things are not worth mentioning in front of your own life. Rukawa had a blank expression on his face, as if he hadn't heard anything, and approached him step by step. Seeing this, Uchiha Tiehuo's face changed. I know that he is a ruthless person and will not show mercy to his enemies even if they beg for mercy. Then he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly changed direction. He kowtowed madly to Uchiha Izumi. Quan, please forgive me for the sake of being from the same clan. And I was instigated by that guy Yashira. I didn't mean to cause trouble to you at all. Please let me go. Quan. Uchiha Tiehuo was in tears and looked very miserable. Quan looked at the other person with disgust, as if he was looking at a piece of trash. But after all, she is just a 13-year-old girl and she is still very kind-hearted. She looked at Rukawa and said hesitantly. Rukawa, that's all. Advertisement. After all, this is still within the clan territory. If the clan members see you attacking them, it will be a very troublesome matter. Okay. For Sister Quan Sake, I'll spare your life. I hope you can use your brains next time and not do such stupid things, otherwise I will kill even 10 of you. Rukawa didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. He didn't even take this small fish seriously, and it couldn't cause any trouble. Besides, this is the Uchiha tribe's territory, and taking direct action will have a bad impact. Remember, don't bother Itachi-kun again. Quan warned again. Yes, yes, yes. Uchiha is like iron fire, nodding like pounding garlic. However, as he looked at the two people's receding backs, his eyes suddenly turned red. 3 Tomo Sharingan was as red as blood, as if burning with endless anger. His expression became extremely ferocious, and a sinister aura spread around him. Damn it, damn it, they were just 2 brats, yet they forced him to kneel down. I can't stand this. I absolutely can't stand this. I must find an opportunity to take revenge. Just as he was thinking about his revenge plan, his vision suddenly went dark, followed by a sharp pain throughout his body. My eyes. Rukawa indifferently retracted his scissor hand and said in a cold tone. Watch your eyes, B****************. However, Rukawa, who had already walked away for some distance, suddenly felt a great malice coming at him. He immediately turned back and destroyed Uchiha Tiehuo's eyes. I was originally planning to let you go, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and even dare to release malicious intent towards me. You were simply courting death. Rukawa spoke indifferently. No, you misunderstood. I didn't mean anything against you. Uchiha Tiehuo endured the pain caused by blindness and spoke with a trembling voice. I'm just angry at the stupid behavior of that idiot Yashira, and... Bang! Rukawa didn't want to listen to his nonsense and kicked him more than 10 meters away. Then he turned around and left without caring whether the other person was dead or alive. Are you really? Uchiha Rukawa. On the way, Quan looked at the boy next to him, who was a head shorter than him, and asked hesitantly. Of course, I am Uchiha Rukawa, absolutely. Rukawa turned to look at her and smiled brightly. Chapter 8 The Terrifying Power. But what's the matter with your terrifying strength? Yashira is a famous Jonin in the clan, and you killed him so easily. Even your genius brother Uchiha Itachi couldn't do something like this at your age. Quan looked like a curious baby, very curious about how such terrifying power could be contained in such a small body. Sister Quan, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in fate? Rukawa's face turned serious and his voice lowered. Destiny. Quan put his finger to his lips, thought about it carefully, and then shook his head. I don't believe in fate. Nothing is predetermined from the beginning. As long as you work hard, anything that is so-called destined can be changed. Really, it seems like you, Sister Quan, are not a fatalist. Rukawa chuckled. The idea is positive, but it's a pity. The ninja world is a place that talks about fate and destiny. Just like the might guy in the original book, he worked hard all his life. Although the last kick almost resulted in the final result, it was only just that. In the end, the plug-in given by the old man's 6 paths still saved the situation. If Rukawa didn't have the system's blessing, he would still have to go back to the fate that was destined for the original owner. Rukawa, why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Quan turned his head to look at him in confusion. Could this be related to your sudden increase in strength? Yes, that's right. Rukawa's expression suddenly became serious, and he began to talk nonsense in a serious manner, to explain. Originally, I didn't believe in fate, until one day, I had a dream, a very strange dream. Dream? What strange dream? Quan on the side cooperated and continued the conversation. I was dreaming of an old man in a white robe and with a long beard. At the same time, I was clearly aware that I was dreaming, but I couldn't get rid of the dream. I was quite panicked at first, thinking someone had trapped me with an illusion. Advertisement. But soon, the old man with a long beard told me that he was the founder of the ninja clan. Sage of Six Paths, who told me not to be afraid, and... What? Sage of Six Paths, isn't that a legendary existence? Quan had a look of doubt and disbelief written all over his face. Cough. Rukawa coughed lightly. The other party's sudden exclamation almost interrupted the train of thought he had just prepared in his mind. I didn't believe it at first, until the old man told me that I was actually the reincarnation of his son Indra. And tell me how to awaken the power of my past life. I tried the method he gave me with a half-believing and half-doubting attitude. As expected, I instantly gained unparalleled power. So, I believed him. I believed he was the legendary Sage of Six Paths. After all, apart from the legendary Sage of Six Paths, no one else can do this. And the reason why he wanted me to awaken the power of my past life was because he hoped that I could prevent the impending genocide of the Uchiha. What? Extermination of the whole clan? You said that our Uchiha clan would be wiped out. How is that possible? Quan looked incredulous. Although I can clearly feel that the atmosphere in the clan is not right these days, it is impossible for it to reach the point of exterminating the clan. She was just a low-level Uchiha and had no access to the things going on at the higher levels. But I still think that the Uchiha genocide is a fantasy. After all, the Uchiha is the largest clan in Konoha. They are also an indispensable and powerful force in Konoha. How could they be exterminated? Oh, impossible. How is it impossible? Rukawa sneered in his heart. This old idiot of third generation will do anything that threatens him, the Hokage. No matter you are the largest clan in Konoha or a hero of Konoha. For example, Hitachi Tsukumo, he would use conspiracy and trickery to kill him in one fell swoop. Moreover, the executioner who annihilated the clan this time was none other than your sweetheart, Uchiha Itachi. Advertisement. And I will watch you being killed with my own eyes. Of course, Rukawa did not tell this cruel truth. After all, the girl in front of him really likes Itachi. Knowing that Itachi likes to eat meatballs, he learned cooking skills and made meatballs for Itachi himself. But what he got in the end was Itachi's cold and heartless indifference. Thinking about it this way, damn, what Itachi did in the original book was really inhumane. He watched the girl who liked him being killed with his own eyes. It was incredible that he had the guts to do that. But this time, Rukawa will not let this happen again. Rukawa quickly pulled his thoughts back to the topic and explained to Quan. Yes, the Uchiha will be exterminated, and the murderer behind it is the sanctimonious third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ah, how could he, third generation master? Why would he do that? Quan covered his mouth with both hands in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. At this moment, the image of the kindly old grandfather of third generation collapsed in her mind. Well, the reasons are very complicated. I can only say that those who understand will understand. For those who don't understand, I won't explain in detail. You can think about it carefully for yourself. Don't ask me about this. There are too many interests involved. It won't benefit you or me if I tell you. Just pretend you don't know. For the rest, I can only say that the water here is very deep and the issues involved are very serious. It's hard to find the details, and most of the evidence in the clan has been destroyed, so I can only say that I understand everything. Uchiha Izumi, if I could beat you, I really want to slap you in the face. What the hell are you talking about? Cough. Rukawa coughed lightly, and stopped arguing, saying seriously. Anyway, the situation is complicated. Just remember that third generation's old decay lamp is not a good thing. Okay, I understand. Even if I knew the truth, I couldn't change anything. After all, I'm too weak. Quan lowered his head silently, looking a little helpless. Don't be discouraged, Sister Quan. After all, you are still young. You are only 13 years old now. There is still a lot of room for improvement. You will naturally become as strong as me in the future. Rukawa reached out and patted Izumi's shoulder, speaking encouragingly. Spring. She looked at Rukawa, who was a head shorter than her, and always felt that something was wrong. Chapter 9 Rukawa's terrifying eyes. However, Quan quickly threw those messy thoughts out of his mind. She then turned and stared at Rukawa's little face seriously. What's wrong? Sister Quan, you are not attracted to me, are you interested in me? No, I'm a man of principles. I won't steal Itachi's girlfriend. What nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? Quan slapped Rukawa unhappily, and his face felt a little hot. Maybe he felt embarrassed when he heard the words, Itachi's girlfriend. Why, what a simple little girl. Seeing this, Rukawa couldn't help but sigh in his heart. According to what you said just now, you are the reincarnation of Yinso Luo. So, are you Uchiha Rukawa now, or is it Ino-san? Izumi looked into Rukawa's eyes and asked seriously. It's Indra, not Indra. Rukawa corrected it first, and then answered seriously. I am still me, the real Uchiha Rukawa. I only awakened Indra's power, not Indra's memory, so I am still myself. Is that so? Quan asked in confusion. But I feel like you've changed a lot, Rukawa. You don't look like the old you at all. What do you mean? Rukawa frowned, reflecting on which of his actions conflicted with the original owner. You didn't seem to like me that much before. Every time she saw me, she had a stern face, but now she calls me Sister Quan so affectionately. Quote. It turns out that there was a problem here. Rukawa now remembered that the original owner didn't like Quan very much. Because every time this woman appeared, Itachi followed her. Therefore, the original owner felt that this woman had taken his brother away. Brother control is so scary. Although there were flaws in his lie, he didn't panic and could continue to make up an excuse. Oh, now that I have gained power, my mentality has changed. I won't do those childish things anymore. Then the methods you displayed when dealing with Uchiha Yashira and his men were too brutal. This is not something a 7-year-old would do. Quan continued to raise questions. Oh, that's because my strength grew too fast and I couldn't control it. Advertisement. Actually, I just want to teach them a little lesson. Quote. Spring. His arms were broken, his eyes were destroyed, and he was electrocuted. You call this a little lesson? Okay, Sister Quan, do you have any questions? I can give you a reasonable explanation. No, I'll explain the reason. Rukawa said seriously. Okay, I believe you are Rukawa. A smile suddenly broke out on Quan's face. If you were that Luo, then you would have no reason to save me when I was bullied by Uchiha Yashira and his gang, right? Hey, the little girl finally believed it. Rukawa was exhausted. It turned out that telling one lie required countless lies to cover it up. But this was not a lie. After all, the original owner was the reincarnation of Indra. So, at this moment, Rukawa decided that he didn't want to be a little kid of Uchiha anymore, he wanted to be the ancestor of Uchiha. After all, it is well known that Indra is the ancestor of Uchiha. And he, Uchiha Rukawa, is the reincarnation of Indra. Therefore, he equals the ancestor of Uchiha. No problem. Very reasonable. As for those who don't believe it, they voice their doubts. Then let him see the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the 6 Magatama Rinnegan, and ask him if he still dares to say he doesn't believe it. There is no unsolvable problem in the world as long as the person who raises the problem is solved. As they walked and talked, they soon came to a fork in the road. Rukawa, how about coming to my house? To thank you for saving my life, I'll treat you to my best 3-color meatballs. Izumi asked, smiling at Rukawa. No, I have something urgent to do and need to go home. I'll try your 3-color meatballs when I have a chance. Rukawa shook his head and politely declined her invitation. Okay, you must come if you have the chance. Izumi felt a little lost and waved goodbye to Rukawa. Soon, the two went in different directions and returned to their homes. Hey, Rukawa, shouldn't you be studying at the ninja school at this time? Why are you home? At the door of Rukawa's house, Uchiha Makoto, wearing an apron, looked at her son who had suddenly returned and asked in confusion. Rukawa did not answer this question, but asked, where is Itachi? Is that guy Itachi at home? Oh, Rukawa, you missed your brother. But I'm sorry to disappoint you, your brother went on a mission 2 weeks ago and hasn't come back yet. Advertisement. Hey, your brother is such a worry to me. He has been on a mission for such a long time and hasn't come back yet. After worrying about Itachi for a while, Makoto started to lecture his second oldest child. Little Rukawa, I know you miss your brother, but what you are doing is wrong. Good kids are not allowed to leave school early. Besides, Chilagwala, it's back, the familiar feeling is back. Sure enough, nagging is an essential skill for every mother. Mom, stop talking. I didn't sneak home from school. I asked for leave from the teacher, and I came back only after the teacher approved it. Rukawa interrupted Makoto and explained before quickly slipping into his bedroom. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have something urgent to deal with. Looking at the closed door, Makoto sighed helplessly. Hey, what a troublesome child, but why do I feel like Rukawa is weird today? Call. Rukawa breathed a sigh of relief when he entered the room. Mother's nagging is indeed the most difficult thing to deal with. His original plan was to go home to find Itachi, and then persuade the other party to turn against him at the critical moment and plot against Danzo. I didn't expect Itachi has been on a mission for 2 weeks and still hasn't returned home. Rukawa was sure that Itachi at this moment was probably mentally preparing himself for the upcoming night of genocide. After finding a place to sit down, Rukawa changed his mind and thought, even if he found Itachi at this time, it is still difficult to convince the other party. He doesn't have Naruto's ability to talk nonsense, which can make the dead appear alive and black appear white. So it's better to be direct. On the night of genocide, just give Itachi a good beating. What should I do if my child is disobedient? Most of the time, he is just asking for trouble, so a spanking will do the trick. I hope that by then, I can see a surprised expression on Itachi's apathetic face. Then, Rukawa came to the mirror and released the power in his eyes. Suddenly, the pupil of his right eye transformed into a complex hexagram pattern, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The left eye turned into a purple Rinnegan with ripples, and 6 Magatama were dotted on it, 6 Magatama Rinnegan. This was the first time he saw himself with his eyes open. In this form, he is full of arrogance and domineering. If the sentence is followed by, do you want to dance too, then it must be Uchiha Madara in the world. After admiring your own posture, it is time to test the power contained in these eyes. Chapter 10 Heavenly Hand Power. Surprise. So Rukawa took out a book on the Will of Fire from the drawer. It clearly stated that the author was 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The cover of the book was printed with a portrait of Sarutobi Hiruzen with a kind smile on his face. Bah, that looks disgusting. Rukawa didn't say anything and fired an amaterasu at the book in his hand. The next moment, the pitch-black flames instantly engulfed the entire book, and it was burned to ashes in a short while. Not bad. Kill people and steal treasures, destroy corpses and get rid of traces, these are essential skills for home and travel. After burning the books that the 3rd generation used to brainwash him, he felt inexplicably happy. Next, it's time to test the power of the Rinnegan. Rukawa fixed his eyes on the pillow on the bed not far away. The next moment, the power of the 6 Magatama Rinnegan was activated. Heavenly Hand Power. Swish. Silently, Rukawa's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared at the head of the bed. The pillow that was originally on the bed appeared where he was originally standing. Within a certain range, he can exchange the positions of 2 objects at will. This is the ability of his 6 Magatama Rinnegan. The whole process was silent and the exchange was completed in just an instant, making it impossible to guard against. With this ability, he is not afraid even when facing Kamui Obito. The next moment, Rukawa had an idea and took out all the items obtained from the previous sign-ins from the system backpack. Swish. There was a flash of white light, and a bunch of things appeared before my eyes. Among them, the most eye-catching one is a puppet. With a scientific mindset, Rukawa took a good look at it, and he was definitely not interested in it. It's big enough and lifelike enough, and the skin texture is quite smooth. Except that it can't move, it's almost no different from a real person. Of course, I have to reiterate that Rukawa was just curious and had absolutely no other ideas. Even if there was one, with his 7-year-old body, he couldn't even lift it, and could only look at it but not use it. After studying it for half an hour, Rukawa lost interest. Then he picked up 2 reagents filled with green liquid from the pile of items. This is exactly the Super Soldier Serum, in Marvel, a great thing that can directly transform people into super macho men. Looking at the 2 potions in his hand, Rukawa thought for a moment and asked the system. Tongzi, if I take 2 potions, can the effects be combined? The effects can be stacked and there are no side effects. And you can also control your body shape at will. Closing square bracket. Woohoo. Take off. This is fine. Rukawa's eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, anything produced by the system must be a top-notch product. Without hesitation, he took both bottles of medicine at once. Advertisement. The potion turned into pure energy and spread throughout Rukawa's body. The next moment, Rukawa's muscles bulged and his clothes were torn. The body size directly grew from just over 1 meter to 2 meters, and a lot of black sticky substances were discharged from the pores. The hair grew longer and thicker, and the lush hair went straight past the thighs. Of course, the pants didn't tear. After all, it is well known that with the blessing of the power of the cosmic river crab, pants are stronger than diamonds. Shit. This form. Super Saiyan 3. Rukawa looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but exclaim. Except for the fact that his hair color is still black, he looks exactly like the Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball. At this moment, he felt that every part of his body was filled with explosive power. If the 3rd generation were here, they could smash the opponent into pieces with one punch. But these black substances on the body are a bit annoying. Rukawa immediately took out a tissue and wiped his whole body clean, and immediately felt much better. He then tested his defense in this form, taking out a kunai and stabbing it hard. The result was that the kunai was broken, but he was unharmed. This kind of physical defense is really awesome. The normal attacks of ninjas have no effect on me at all. Rukawa looked at the muscles all over his body and marveled at the training. Just then, Uchiha Makoto's voice suddenly came from the door. Little Rukawa, mommy made a fruit platter for you. I brought it in for you. Snap. It was the sound of the bolt being pulled. Oops, I forgot to lock the door. Rukawa's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't let his mother see him in this state. Just now he was fully immersed in exploring his new form. He didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside the door, so even when Uchiha Makoto walked to the door, he didn't notice it at all. It was too late to speak out to stop it. Immediately, he quickly restrained his strength. Before Uchiha Makoto pushed the door open, he turned back into his original 7-year-old boy. Creak. The door was opened. Mother, why didn't you knock before coming in? Rukawa asked with a frown, choosing to take the initiative and strike first. Makoto didn't answer, as if he didn't hear it. Her eyes were wide open, as if she had seen a ghost, and her finger was pointing in one direction with trembling hands. Rukawa, can you tell me what this is? Rukawa looked in the direction of her finger and his eyes widened immediately. Shit, I forgot I put this thing away. At this moment, the puppet was lying quietly on the bed, with its back arched, in a very intriguing posture. Advertisement. Damn it, why didn't I notice that this thing was in such a misleading posture? What should I do if my parents see the action figures I bought at home? Rukawa said that he was not panicking at all because he was not panicking at all right now. If this happened in his original world, he would be ready to live on another planet. But where is this place? This is the world of Hokage, which has all kinds of extraordinary powers. The next moment, where Makoto couldn't see, his left eye suddenly turned into a 6 Magatama Rinnegan. Heavenly hand power. Suddenly, the doll on the bed disappeared, and a green leaf appeared in its place. It was Rukawa who used his ability to switch the positions of the doll and the leaves outside the house. The positions were exchanged, the Rinnegan was instantly deactivated, and the eyes opened and closed in less than 0.1 seconds. I didn't expect that the first time Rinnegan was used, it would be used to do something like this. Of course, he could also use a more convenient method. For example, using the Mangekyo Sharingan to directly erase Makoto's memory. However, Rukawa could not do such a thing as using Mangekyo on his mother. Hey, mother, that's what you're asking about. Rukawa looked at Makoto with confusion, as if he was very curious about why the other party was so shocked. Where's the doll? Where's the doll that was on your bed just now? Makoto pointed at the place where the doll was kneeling just now. After playing, yellow mud fell into my crotch. Rukawa complained madly in his mind. Rukawa, give your mother an explanation. You are too young to play with this kind of thing. Oh, never mind. Makoto shook her head helplessly and placed the fruit platter on the table. I won't say anything to you anymore. When Itachi comes back, I'll let him have a good talk with you. After all, you usually listen to your brother. Makoto sighed and left Rukawa's room. Rukawa speechlessly found a new piece of clothing to put on, as he could not stay in this house for the time being. He couldn't bear the gaze of his mother, Uchiha Makoto. And the dolls must be recovered immediately and cannot be picked up by others. Let me make it clear in advance that he is not reluctant to part with it, he is planning to keep it for future use. But if this thing were seen by other little kids, it would have a bad influence. For the healthy physical and mental development of the children in the ninja world, he must recover this source of evil. Fortunately, when I walked out of the house, I saw the doll lying quietly under the tree and no one had discovered it and picked it up. Call. Rukawa couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and hurried over to put the doll back into the system backpack. Then he thought about his next plan. It is not his style to just wait for the night of genocide to come, he must make some preparations in advance. I thought that today was the day for the clan meeting. Maybe he could go over and convince the tribesmen to prepare in advance, so that they could give Danzo a surprise. Chapter 11. He is a bad-mouthed person. Don't indulge him. Which kid is here? Go home and drink your milk. Is this the place you can be? At the entrance of the hall where the Uchiha held the clan meeting, an Uchiha with scars all over his face blocked Rukawa's way. Hey, Ryusuke. Watch your words, this is the second son of the Fugaku clan leader, I think his name is Uchiha Rukawa. Uchiha Shuhei quickly reminded his companion and told him the identity of the child in front of him. Hearing this, Uchiha Ryusuke lowered his head and glanced at Rukawa, raised his eyebrows, and said in a neutral tone. Oh, so you're the son of the Fugaku chief. I'm so sorry, I didn't recognize you. After all, your talent is too useless compared to your genius brother. And for a guy who only has status but no talent. I, Ryusuke, have always looked down on people, so it is normal that I did not recognize you. If your genius brother Uchiha Itachi was here, I would definitely recognize him immediately. For some reason, the other party seemed to be somewhat hostile to Rukawa, or had ill intentions towards Rukawa's family. He belittled Rukawa while praising Itachi, clearly trying to divide the two brothers. Rukawa doesn't care what the reason is. Since the other party is so arrogant, he will not tolerate it. Oh, now that I know your young master's identity, why don't you get out of here quickly? After all, a good dog doesn't stand in the way. What did you say, little brat? Uchiha Ryusuke was furious, veins popped out of his face, and the scars on his face squirmed like a centipede. Don't think that lousy won't beat you up just because you're the clan leader's son, right? Or do you think you are Uchiha Itachi? Click, click. Ryusuke pinched his finger joints, making popping sounds, as if he was setting off firecrackers. He thought that the little kid in front of him would definitely be scared to death by his appearance. So what if he's the patriarch's son? He's just a little kid. However, Rukawa just said calmly. Advertisement. Get lost. I don't feel like wasting time here with a piece of trash like you. Since you are of the same race, I will give you 10 seconds to get out of Lousy's sight, or I will make sure you never get the chance to get out. 19. Hee. Uchiha Ryusuke was so angry that he laughed. He had never seen such an arrogant kid before, and today he finally saw it. Do you really think you can do whatever you want with your lousy status? Let me tell you today, you little brat. This is Uchiha, a race that believes in the strong. Strength is everything. Your status is nothing in Lousy's eyes. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Chief Fugaku, you ignorant brat. The next moment, a fist as big as a sandbag hit Rukawa's head. However, he was stopped by someone, and the person who did it was not Rukawa, but his companion Uchiha Shuhei. Ryusuke, calm down, calm down. Don't be impulsive, the clan leader is still in the meeting inside. And you beat his son outside, which is not good after all. Shuhei pulled Ryusuke hard to prevent him from attacking Rukawa. Oh, what bad luck, how could such a thing happen to me? Shubing felt bitter. If he had known earlier, he would not have guarded the gate with Ryusuke. If the clan leader's son was beaten here, he would definitely be implicated. Master Rukawa, you'd better go back. There's a meeting going on inside, and they're discussing something important concerning the family's rise and fall. No one is allowed to enter midway, even as a special jonin like me, I am not qualified to enter. Uchiha Shuhei pulled Ryusuke tightly and gave Rukawa a sincere exhortation. If I let you in without permission, you will be severely punished. So Master Rukawa, please don't embarrass me. If you want to find your father, you can go home and wait. The clan leader will be back soon after the meeting. Advertisement. As the saying goes, if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard. Rukawa felt embarrassed to force his way in after hearing Uchiha Shuhei's reasonable advice. After all, he is a reasonable man. After thinking for a while, Rukawa said to Shuhei. I have something urgent to tell you, so I have to go in. Of course, this is my own will, and has nothing to do with you. I promise that you will not be punished. Uchiha Shuhei smiled bitterly and was about to say something when suddenly a huge force came from his hand, and it was Ryusuke who broke free. He pushed Shubing away and said angrily, why are you talking nonsense to this brat? To deal with this disobedient kid, just give him a beating. Stop it Ryusuke, calm down. Seeing this, Shubing distanced himself from Ryusuke. Knowing that he couldn't stop it, he could only yell. Calm down. Lousy is very calm now. Even if that coward Fugaku is here today, Lousy will beat the shit out of this kid. Ryusuke looked crazy and yelled excitedly. There was a soundproof barrier in the house behind him, so he wasn't worried that Fugaku inside would hear it. Fugaku, this coward, faced the protest from Konoha's high-ranking officials. They can only compromise again and sacrifice the interests of the family. Uchiha Ryusuke, a warmonger in the family, cannot stand Fugaku's cowardly behavior. If he couldn't defeat him, he would have punched Fugaku on the head twice. Although I can't beat Lousy, I can now beat his son to vent my anger. Naturally, he would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Immediately, Ryusuke changed his fist into a palm, and slammed down hard on Rukawa's head from top to bottom. Chapter 12 Are you worthy? Ryusuke slapped Rukawa on the head. Little ghost, kneel down and apologize to Lousy. Bang! Rukawa calmly stretched out his hand and easily blocked the opponent's attack. Then he grabbed the other person's wrist with his backhand and folded it back. Snap! Uchiha Ryusuke's entire palm suddenly turned over. Ah, you be asterisk 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 D. I'm going to kill you. The severe pain drove Uchiha Ryusuke completely crazy, and he instantly activated the 2 Magatama Sharingan. Rukawa couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. Tisk. You are just a piece of trash with 2 Magatama and I thought you were so awesome. Snap. Snap. Rukawa kicked out twice like lightning, directly breaking the opponent's knee. Let Lousy kneel down. You are worthy. Rukawa's eyes were full of coldness, like a king looking down at ants, exuding an unparalleled domineering aura. The severe pain made Ryusuke just howl in pain. It's so noisy. Rukawa frowned and said something, then took action and pinched Ryusuke's jaw. With a crack, Ryusuke's jaw was crushed. Now, he could no longer scream, and only the painful groaning sound coming from his throat could be heard. It's much quieter now. Rukawa nodded in satisfaction, then threw it aside as if it were trash. Snap. Uchiha Shuhei fell to the ground in fear. Kill. Kill. You actually killed Uchiha people in the Uchiha land. At this moment, he was terrified and pointed at Rukawa with trembling fingers. So horrible. Ryusuke, who has special jonin strength, is like a little chicken in the opponent's hands and has no power to resist at all. Before this, he would never have thought that the result of Ryusuke's action would be like this. Advertisement. Kill. Rukawa frowned slightly and said dissatisfiedly. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't kill him, I just taught him a little lesson. Shubei looked at Ryusuke who was already half dead not far away. This situation was more painful than killing him. Then he looked at Rukawa who looked indifferent, and finally nodded vigorously. Yes, you were right. Okay, can I go in now? Rukawa asked with a smile. Please, please. Uchiha Shuhei was so scared that he quickly stepped aside. He didn't want to follow in Ryusuke's footsteps. Those who were holding the meeting were all masters of the clan, so naturally there were some who could deal with this brutal guy in front of them. But he was just a security guard and didn't want to get into trouble. His life was more important. At the Uchiha clan meeting, a group of Uchiha sat down on their knees in a circle. If others don't know, they might think this is a game of dropping the handkerchief. Although Uchiha's way of holding meetings is rather strange and funny, those who can hold meetings here are all important figures in the clan. Basically, they are the influential elders of the family and the powerful elite jonin. Jonin were of course also eligible to attend the meeting, but most of them sat in the outer circle. You only have the right to listen, but no right to speak. After all, today's clan meeting is too important. It concerns the interests of the family and we must not be careless. Bang! The radical representative, Uchiha Sojin, slammed down to the floor. He looked at Fugaku opposite him and shouted angrily without any hesitation. Fugaku, you are such a wimp. The third-generation bastards are shitting on our Uchiha heads. You are still compromising. Lousy's support for you to be the clan leader was the biggest mistake of my life. I was so blind. I thought you could lead our Uchiha to prosperity, but I didn't expect that you would make our family even more decadent. I think that Uchiha will be destroyed sooner or later in your hands. You are not worthy of being the chief. Having said this, Uchiha Soren paused deliberately, waiting for all the tribesmen to turn their eyes over. He revealed his true intentions, and his voice suddenly rose an octave, saying loudly. Therefore, I propose to replace the clan leader with someone more capable. Only in this way can our Uchiha prosper, become the largest clan in the ninja world, and... That's enough. Shut up. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an angry shout. Advertisement. Even a clay figure can get angry, let alone Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. He immediately opened his mouth and fought back. What do you know? You just keep yelling here all day. Do you know how much effort I have put into the development of the family? If I hadn't fought bravely during the Third World War, Uchiha wouldn't be where it is today. If it weren't for my prudent policies, would Uchiha have the comfortable and developing environment it has today? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. You call your weakness steady. It's really laughable. Uchiha Sojin couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. The Konoha high-level officials suppressed a step by step, and the achievements of the three war clan members were swallowed up. The clan was forced to relocate. The Nine Tails Rebellion is suspected. Is this what you call a prudent policy? Quote. Open eyes. Uchiha Sojin suddenly activated the three-tomo Sharingan. The scarlet eyes stared at Fugaku closely, and the fierce aura pressed towards him. Tell me Fugaku, what did your so-called policy get us Uchiha? What else have we gained except the constant swallowing of profits? Tell me Fugaku. Quote. Open eyes. Not to be outdone, Fugaku also watched three-tomo Sharingan. An even more powerful aura rose from him. Watch your attitude, Zongren. I am the clan leader. You have no right to question my decision. Hee. Uchiha Soren sneered, with a mocking look on his face. Fugaku, is this the only feeble rebuttal you can come up with? It seems that you are no longer suitable to stay in the position of clan leader. I propose that I replace Fugaku as the new Uchiha leader. Here, I promise that I, Uchiha Sojin, will never compromise with the Konoha high-ranking officials. And I will also take back the lost interests of our Uchiha. At least let the third generation be *********** D give us a position as Konoha elder. Okay, now, who's for and who's against? After he finished speaking, more than half of the Uchiha tribe members raised their hands and spoke up. Second, I agree. I also think Zongren is more suitable to be the clan leader. Chapter 13 The Uchiha Clan. No more. Seeing that Uchiha Sojin actually had half of his supporters, Fugaku immediately sank. It seems that Zongren came prepared. So many tribesmen actually support him. Although the situation was somewhat unexpected, Fugaku did not let anger get the better of him and remained calm. He asked calmly, oh, since you want to replace me as the new clan leader, let me ask you, how will you deal with the persecution of the third generation? Nonsense. Of course we're going to FK them up and let the third generation be ********** D taste the power of our Uchiha. Blindly tolerating will only allow the enemy to gain more advantages. Only by taking the initiative can we regain our due interests. Quote. Right. That's right. At this moment, everyone in Uchiha still felt. The Konoha high-ranking officials were playing a game of conflict of interest and never thought that the third generation would implement a plan to exterminate the clan. This is also the reason why, when Itachi exterminated the clan in the original work, the Uchiha were not prepared at all. Oh, so you were planning to lead your family in rebellion? Fugaku continued to ask questions calmly. Humph. What do you mean by rebellion? We are just taking back what is rightfully ours. Besides, we Uchiha are the original founders of Konoha, we are the real masters of Konoha. Idiot, your actions will only lead the family into the abyss. The strength of Konoha is simply beyond our reach. To confront Konoha head-on is like throwing an egg against a rock. Fugaku cursed directly. Fugaku, you are only boosting others' morale and destroying your own prestige. We Uchiha are the largest clan in the ninja world, how could we be afraid of that old man Sarutobi? Uchiha Sojin exudes absolute confidence. It was as if the third generation were nothing but chickens and dogs in front of him, and could be suppressed at will. Yes, we Uchiha are fearless. That's right, we Uchiha are invincible. The Uchiha tribe members who supported Munehito echoed this. Konoha has Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Fugaku asked in a deep voice. We have a Sharingan. The next moment, the Uchiha who supported Soren activated their Sharingan. The pairs of Sharingans flashed a strange red light. Advertisement. Konoha has the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade. We have a Sharingan. Konoha has a strong group of Anbu. We have a Sharingan. Konoha has the route led by Danzo. We have a Sharingan. Fugaku. Fugaku took a deep breath. As expected, the tribe's arrogance was something engraved in their genes. Especially those tribesmen who opened the three-tomo Sharingan, each of them felt that they were invincible. It is quite normal to beat the third generation casually. After a long silence, Fugaku finally spoke. Okay, since Zongren wants to be the clan leader, right? Then if you beat me, you will be the next Uchiha chieftain. Hey, just what I want. Uchiha Soren stood up and licked his lips excitedly. Honestly Fugaku, Lousy has wanted to beat you up for a long time. Fugaku stood up silently, ready to use his fists to make his people face reality. And just at this moment, bang! With a loud bang, the door shattered. At the same time, a slightly exaggerated voice came in. Hey, look what I found. A group of huskies are holding a meeting. How bizarre. Who? All the Uchiha ninjas were startled and turned to look at the door. At the same time, I was also curious about who was such a daring guy. How dare he barge into their Uchiha clan meeting so arrogantly? As the smoke and dust cleared, a small figure appeared before everyone's eyes. When Fugaku saw the figure clearly, his face immediately darkened. He would never have imagined that the intruder was actually Rukawa, and that he would be ridiculed by all the tribesmen present. Erha. Although I don't know what it means, it doesn't sound like a good word. Damn it. What the hell are those two guys guarding the door for? Why did they let this kid in? Advertisement. Besides, when did this guy Rukawa become so bold and arrogant? He immediately shouted angrily, Rukawa, what are you doing here? Is this a place for a young boy like you to come? Go home now. Fugaku frowned and directly showed his authority as a father. Tisk. Fugaku, is this the son you taught? You really have no rules at all, and you dare to break into the clan's important place at will. On the other side, Zongren, who saw this scene, immediately started to sneer. Fugaku ignored him and continued to yell at Rukawa. Hurry, go home and wait for me. If you don't teach me a lesson, I'll teach you a lesson when I get back. I'll let you know. Shut up, who the hell are you? You're not worthy enough to teach me a lesson. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. It was Rukawa who interrupted the exit. He looked at Fugaku with indifference, not taking this father seriously at all. You're a wimp. Facing the third generation's pressure, you're just a coward. How dare you teach me a lesson? You, what did you say? Fugaku scowled, not expecting that. He actually let his 7-year-old son scold him, and did so in front of so many tribesmen. Is this still the son who would only bow his head and respectfully call me, father, when he sees me? Go back. Family affairs are not something you, a little brat, can talk nonsense about. Fugaku's face fell. It's not your turn to speak here, and you, a little kid, are not qualified to participate in the clan meeting, so get out of here. Oh, Rukawa sneered disdainfully. It's you who should get out, you're indecisive and wavering. Facing that old third-generation guy, you just give in and give in. You are such a coward. Calling you a wimp is flattering you. He said you are not worthy of being the clan leader. He is absolutely right. As he said this, Rukawa pointed to Uchiha Sojin on the other side. Hiss. All the Uchiha gasped, they never expected that their son would dare to call them lousy like this. It's simply inhuman. Chapter 14. Fight me. Your name is Rukawa, right? They looked at Fugaku with a strange look in their eyes, as if to say. Is this the clan leader? He can't even control his own son. Noticing the looks from his tribesmen, Fugaku was able to keep his composure. At this moment, his face was already covered with frost. Unfilial son, I'll break your legs. It doesn't matter if others say he is not worthy of being the patriarch. Even his 7-year-old son said that he was not worthy. This was absolutely intolerable. Besides, he has really lost face today, so he'll beat the shit out of this kid. Immediately, Fugaku walked towards Rukawa, and with every step he took, the anger in his eyes grew stronger. Oh wow, something interesting is about to happen. The wonderful scene of loving father and filial son is about to be staged. I am really looking forward to it. A group of Uchiha joined the crowd. But when Fugaku was halfway there, a figure blocked his way. Fugaku, don't be so angry. We are just kids, we are just telling the truth, there is no need to get so angry. Uchiha Soren stood in front of Fugaku with a smile on his face. And I think your son has a promising future. At least he is more courageous than you. He will definitely be a genius who is not inferior to Uchiha Itachi in the future. Then he turned to face Rukawa and asked with a smile. Boy, you're just my type, your name is Rukawa, right? Very good, we in Uchiha need men of your blood and courage. Quote. Then, he extended his hand to Rukawa and said proudly. Come on, boy, do you want to be my grandson? I promise that I can tap into your talent better than Fugaku and make you the strongest young man in Uchiha. Fugaku, good job. Have you ever seen such a shameless person who lets his son be his grandson in front of others, just to take advantage of lousy? If Rukawa acknowledged Sohito as his grandfather, then Fugaku would become Sohito's son. Jongren, don't go too far. Advertisement. Hehe, I was just saying that, Fugaku, don't take it too seriously. Zongren spread his hands indifferently. He did this purely to disgust Fugaku. Then he continued to smile and asked Rukawa, what do you think, boy? Do you want to recognize me as your grandfather? Rukawa looked at the other party and said indifferently. Get lost. Who do you think you are? You are just a mad dog that can only bark blindly. You even think I am dirty when you add shoes to me. What did you say, little brat? The smile on Zongren's face froze. He didn't expect that the boy in front of him would be so disrespectful. Hot chicken. Who are you calling a loser? Zongren's face had turned completely dark. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about you. Rukawa's eyes swept over everyone present, then he leaned forward and spoke in a calm tone. I mean, everyone here is a loser. Boom. Like a huge rock hitting a calm lake, all the Uchiha were furious. Arrogant. Too arrogant. At least those who are here are Jonin. When have they ever suffered such humiliation? I was insulted by a 7-year-old kid like that. Kid, do you know what you are talking about? You little brat. Watch your mouth. No one here will tolerate you. Fugaku, look at the good son you taught. He has no respect for his elders. All the Uchiha stood up, and many of the clan members activated the 3-tomo Sharingan, glaring at Rukawa. Humph. Don't deny it when I tell you that you are losers. Rukawa snorted coldly. Facing the powerful aura delivered by the pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan, he remained unafraid. In my opinion, there is no difference between your so-called moderates and radicals, they are all rubbish. When faced with repression, the moderates will only compromise. He will only continue to sell out the family's interests and will eventually become a piece of meat on the chopping board. Advertisement. The so-called radicals are nothing but barking mad dogs. Apart from shouting slogans of, rebel, rebel, every day, they do nothing at all. Since you said you wanted to rebel, have you made any preparations? Have you gathered any intelligence? Are there any defense measures for the family? Are there any emergency plans in case of unexpected situations? None. You guys just shout slogans every day. What? Can the slogans kill third generation and Danzo or something? Quote. I'm afraid you bunch of rubbish don't even know if the family's information has been leaked. What a bunch of rubbish. Rukawa shouted angrily, his voice drowning out all the Uchiha present. Rukawa, who has read the original novel, sincerely feels that the so-called radicals of Uchiha are just a bunch of good-for-nothings who can only shout slogans. They say, rebellion, but in fact it is just talk and they are not prepared to rebel at all. The most powerful proof is that during the night of genocide, all the Uchiha clan members except Rukawa and Itachi were killed. On the other hand, there were 0 casualties on the Konoha side. If the Uchiha side had been prepared, they would not have been completely unprepared, and Konoha would not have suffered no casualties at all. The family is facing a disaster, and they are still arguing over a mere clan leader. They must have let their brains be eaten by pigs. I was planning to discuss important matters with you in the next few days. But now I feel that talking to you one more word is a waste of time. Leaving these words, Rukawa turned and left. It was as if he treated the Uchiha present as air. Uchiha has an IQ as low as that of a husky and no political sense at all. There's no way he can succeed in the coup. This group of idiots are not reliable at all. It's better for you to act alone to avoid being held back by such stupid teammates. Stop, little devil, did Lousy allow you to leave? It's not that easy to come here and mock us and then leave. Quote. After scolding them, he wanted to leave. Uchiha Sohito was the first one to be unhappy, and he immediately stood up and shouted angrily. Let me tell you something, kid. If you say something, you'll have to pay a price. Rukawa put his hands in his pockets, as if he didn't hear what Zongren said at all, and continued to walk towards the exit at a leisurely pace. His posture is very relaxed, as if he just went out for a walk after a meal. He said that he was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people. Chapter 15. A ruthless man who doesn't talk much. The whole audience was shocked. Snort. Seeing this, Zongren snorted coldly. Fugaku, you probably wouldn't mind if I let you teach your arrogant son a lesson. Fugaku had a gloomy face and said nothing. This attitude clearly means tacit approval of the other party's proposal. It would be good to let Rukawa suffer a little. Who made him not even take me, a lousy, seriously and curse me whenever he wants? He is simply not a human being. And with him present, there is no need to worry about Rukawa getting beaten too badly. Seeing that Fugaku remained silent, Uchiha Soren curled his lips into a hideous smile. Very good Fugaku, it's rare that you and I agree with each other. He said this, but he didn't take any action. Still blocking Fugaku, he turned around and instructed an Uchiha behind him. Fengwo, go teach this brat a lesson, just don't beat him to death. Hey, make sure you complete the mission, boss. Uchiha Fengwo clenched his fists and walked out with an excited look on his face. I've been annoyed with this brat for a long time. If the Fugaku chieftain wasn't here, Lousy would have smashed this brat's mouth. Hee. Thank you, boss, for giving me this opportunity. Bang. A dent appeared in the wooden floor under his feet, and Uchiha Fengwo had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Like a wild beast out of a cage, he rushed towards Rukawa with the momentum to destroy everything. Seeing Fengwo in such a posture, Fugaku became a little uneasy. After all, no matter how rebellious he is still his son, and he doesn't want anything to happen to Rukawa. But Zongren was blocking him, making it impossible for him to stop him immediately. Damn it, this guy Zongren did it on purpose. Fugaku cursed inwardly, then warned loudly. Fengwo, don't go too far. Otherwise I won't forgive you. Don't worry, Fengwo will be careful and will only teach Rukawa a little lesson. Uchiha Zongren answered with a smile, but he said in his heart, at most, we can just make him lose a few parts, such as removing his limbs or something. I believe Fengwo will know how to do it. Swish. Uchiha Beacon made a circle and appeared in front of Rukawa. With bloodlust and excitement on his face, he punched Rukawa in the mouth. Advertisement. Damn you little brat, I'm going to destroy your stinky mouth first, and then break all your limbs. Before the fist arrived, the sharp wind had already hit the face. It was obvious that the other party was not joking and was really trying to force him to break his mouth. Faced with this ferocious punch, Rukawa just raised his hand casually and blocked it easily. Huh, what's going on? Where do you get so much strength, little brat? Seeing that his powerful punch was easily blocked by a small hand, Uchiha Fengwo was in disbelief. Rukawa had no intention of answering the other party's question, and suddenly squeezed his 5 fingers hard. Click, click, like pinching popcorn, the bones in Fengwo's palm instantly shattered into countless bone fragments. Many bones pierced his skin, causing his entire palm to bleed. Ah, my hand. Damn it. The pain-stricken Uchiha Fengwo went completely crazy, and a kunai appeared in his other hand without him noticing. Go to hell. The sharp kunai stabbed straight towards Rukawa's head. Rukawa still calmly extended his hand. Squeak. The kunai hit the palm of his hand, but it had no effect except for breaking some skin. Rukawa took 2 bottles of Super Soldier Serum, and did not transform. His physical defense is also extremely terrifying. Ordinary blades such as kunai and shuriken cannot hurt him at all. If he transforms into a muscular man, this kunai won't even be able to break his skin. That's how perverted it is. How is this possible? Are you a monster? Fengwo, who saw this scene, was completely shocked. The kunai only scratched the opponent's skin a little bit, how can we fight? This skin is probably thicker than the city wall. Click, click. Rukawa didn't care how shocked the other party was, and just did the same thing, crushing the kunai and bones into pieces. Ah, the severe pain made Fengwo scream. Just now, you seemed to say that you were going to smash my mouth and crush my limbs. Rukawa raised his head and looked at the other person with a smile on his face. Advertisement. But in Fengwo's eyes, this is the devil's smile. He seemed to know what Rukawa was going to do, and his face, already pale from the pain, became even paler. He quickly stopped screaming and started begging for mercy loudly. Don't. I was just joking with you. I didn't really mean to do anything to you. Let me go. He began to struggle frantically, trying to break free. But Rukawa's hands were like iron clamps, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Help me, this is a monster. He is not Uchiha Rukawa at all. Hurry. Snap. Rukawa kicked Uchiha in the air, breaking his chin and the teeth in his mouth. He was kicked to pieces, and the remaining words for help were swallowed back into his stomach. Next up are the arms. Rukawa said calmly. Then pull hard with both hands, twist your wrist 360 degrees, and fold it back suddenly. Snap, snap. Uchiha Fengwo's arms twisted into a strange arc. Finally the legs. Oink. Snap, snap. Rukawa kicked out twice like lightning, instantly breaking Fengwo's knee. Snap. Rukawa casually threw aside the Uchiha Fengwo who had fainted from excessive pain, clapped his hands and whispered softly. Okay, as you requested, my mouth is smashed and my limbs are disabled. It seems that I have inherited the traditional virtue of the great Fuji Empire, which loves to exchange gifts and favors. Quote. The Uchiha beacon lay like mud at Rukawa's feet. The whole audience was shocked. At this point, all the Uchiha were unable to react. Quick. Too fast. It's even faster than the time they spend exercising at home in the evening. Chapter 16 Haki is so arrogant, this kid is so strong. From the time Uchiha Fengwo attacked to the time he was crippled, the entire process took less than a minute. Many Uchiha were watching the show beforehand, ready to see this arrogant kid get taught a lesson. But they would never have thought that the final result would be like this. Among them, the most shocking was Fugaku. He had originally planned to directly expose the Mangekyo Sharingan to save his son when Rukawa was about to be crippled. I never expected this result. Fugaku. This guy, are you sure he's really your son? Uchiha Soren asked in a deep voice while looking at Rukawa who was standing quietly not far away. Call. Fugaku took a deep breath and said firmly, no, this guy is definitely not my son. Rukawa can't possibly have the strength to kill Jonin in 1 second. No, that's great, I can do whatever I want. Zongren suddenly showed a sinister smile and approached Rukawa step by step. Not only did you pretend to be Uchiha, but you even dared to come to our clan to cause trouble. I think you are simply tired of living. Don't make a move, let me take care of this ignorant fellow. Zongren twisted his neck, 3 Tomo Sharingan turned red as blood, and a surge of fighting spirit rose in his body. The fact that you can sneak into Uchiha without being detected shows that you have some skills. I haven't had a satisfying fight in a long time, I hope you won't let me down. Seeing Uchiha Sojin preparing to fight alone, Fugaku quickly warned him. Be careful. This guy is not simple, don't worry, I won't be deceived by this guy's appearance like Fengwo. Zongren stood 5 meters away from Rukawa, which was the best distance. It can be used for attack or defense, and it is also very suitable for releasing ninjutsu. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Tell me your identity and your purpose of sneaking into Uchiha honestly, and I can spare your life. Otherwise. So much nonsense, come and die if you want. Whoosh. A sound of breaking air was heard. Rukawa's figure instantly appeared in front of Zongren, so fast that it seemed like teleportation. Before Zongren could react, he was punched hard in the chest. However, bang! Uchiha Soren turned into a cloud of smoke. Advertisement: its shadow clone. As an elite Jonin, Uchiha Munehito is quite capable and even used shadow clone without realizing it. Humph! Do you think you can hide from my eyes? Rukawa's figure disappeared right away. On the beam, hiding here, he began to form hand seals and release ninjutsu to prepare for a sneak attack. Looking at Rukawa, who suddenly appeared beside him, he was stunned on the spot. How could he find the location of his real body so quickly? It's a good hiding place, but it's a pity that there is none. Rukawa scoffed. Boom! The beam exploded directly, and countless wood chips flew everywhere. Then, everyone saw Rukawa pinching Sorrento's neck and floating down with a graceful posture. I really don't know what you are pretending to be. Well, Zongren was strangled by the neck and couldn't make any sound. What? Captain Zongren was subdued so easily. Damn it, release Captain Zongren. The Uchiha couldn't believe their eyes. Uchiha Sojin, who was an elite Jonin, couldn't even last 10 seconds. He was subdued by the other party and was held in his hand like a little chicken. Rukawa ignored the calls of the Uchiha around him. He just looked at the Uchiha Soren in his hand expressionlessly and said calmly. Just now, you seemed to say that I didn't know what life and death were. Now, I'll let you know what it means to really not know what life and death are. When Zongren heard this, he thought of the tragic scene of the beacon fire. He was so frightened that his soul was about to die, and his body began to twist wildly, but it was no use. Stop! At the critical moment, it was Fugaku who stood up. He suddenly shouted angrily, and the Mangekyo Sharingan activated instantly. Uchiha Soren doesn't get along with him though. But the other party has the strength of an elite Jonin, the top force of the family, and he will not let him die like this. Especially he couldn't let Zongren die in front of so many clansmen. Advertisement: the next moment, the Mangekyo Sharingan eye technique was activated, and a powerful eye power rushed towards Rukawa. Snort. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Rukawa's right eye instantly activated, and a stronger and more domineering pupil power gushed out. Fugaku's eye power is like a splash of water in the blue waves in front of this eye power. The moment the two pupil powers collided, they were ruthlessly crushed. The pupil power backfired. Fugaku covered his eyes and half knelt down. His expression was extremely painful, and his face was covered with cold sweat. Don't show your weak pupil power in front of me. Rukawa curled his lips in disdain. This kind of majestic pupil power makes my pupil power seem as tiny as an ant in front of it. Could it be that your eye is the legendary eternal eye? Fugaku's face was full of horror. He was frightened by his own guess. Oh, I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. Rukawa raised an eyebrow. Impossible. This is impossible. In the family's history, only Uchiha Madara opened the eternal eye. The rest of the tribesmen have never opened the eternal eye. Fugaku murmured, and then he looked at Rukawa solemnly. Although I don't know why you can possess the eternal eye. But since you have eyes like this, even if you are not from the Uchiha clan, you must have some relationship with Uchiha. So, please forgive Zongren, everything before was just a misunderstanding. Rukawa thought about it and nodded. For your sake, I'll spare his life. But a little punishment is still unavoidable, because this guy was so arrogant just now. Call. Fugaku immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his life could be saved, a little punishment would be nothing. However, the next moment, Fugaku felt ridiculous for his own thoughts. Crack. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of lightning appeared in Rukawa's hand, and the horrifying thunder directly engulfed Uchiha Sojin. Soon, the thunder disappeared. At this moment, Zongren was covered in black smoke, his skin was charred, and there was nothing on his head. Everyone could even faintly smell the aroma of meat. Fugaku was stunned on the spot. You call this a little lesson? Chapter 17. Get out! Rukawa's strength. Rukawa didn't care what Fugaku thought. He threw away Kurozumi Sojin in his hand and turned away. This time, no one dared to speak out to stop it. As an elite Jonin, Uchiha Sojin is destined to be killed instantly. They're destined to be eaten if they go up. The Uchiha are crazy, but not stupid, and they will never commit suicide. When Rukawa's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight, someone came to Fugaku and asked angrily. Chief, are you going to let that guy go so easily? Oh, then why didn't you stop the other party just now? Fugaku looked at this tribesman calmly, as if he was looking at a fool. Because. So. This tribesman hesitated for a long time and couldn't utter a complete sentence. At this time, another tribe member came over and said, Chief, could the other party's eye just now be the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? Previously, all the Uchiha focused their attention on Rukawa, so they did not notice that Fugaku had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. This matter concerns the secrets of our clan. I will investigate it later, you don't have to worry about it. Fugaku looked away, then lowered his head to look at the two people lying half dead on the ground. Right now, the most important thing is to send Zongren and Fungwo for treatment. Rukawa was a little depressed when he walked out of the Uchiha tribal meeting, because he had clearly intended to come here to discuss important matters with the tribe members. Why did they start fighting for no apparent reason? How strange. Rukawa went over the entire process carefully in his mind. Well, he didn't start at first, he was just forced to fight back. Looking at the sky, it was still early, so Rukawa was not in a hurry to go back. He planned to find a place to practice his strength. Although he had gained great strength, he still needed a lot of practice to better master this strength. After leaving the Uchiha clan's territory, Rukawa came to the back mountain of Konoha, where there were dense trees and few people came, making it a very good training location. He immediately began training. 2 hours later, Rukawa finished testing the power of his eyes. He immediately prepared to transform into a macho man to test how strong his pure physical strength was. Just then, a familiar voice came over. Uchiha Rukawa, I finally found you. Hyuga Shiki walked out of the woods, and next to him was a Hyuga boy wearing Konoha's forehead protector. My cousin, it was him who attacked me unethically during the ninja battle this morning. It knocked all my teeth out, now my face and mouth hurt like hell. Hyuga Shiki covered his cheek with one hand and pointed at Rukawa with the other. Yeah, I got it. Hyuga nodded, walked up to Rukawa, crossed his arms, and spoke condescendingly. You are Uchiha Rukawa, the guy who attacked and injured my brother. Roll, advertisement. Rukawa just uttered a word lightly. He was too lazy to explain anything to such a little brat. Hey, that's interesting. I haven't seen such an interesting kid in a long time. He's worthy of being from the Uchiha family. Hyuga Tree was not angry at all, instead he looked very interested. Little brat. Look carefully, your Hyuga Tree uncle is a genin. He is a real ninja. This kind of weight cannot be understood by a kid like you who has not graduated from the ninja school. Hyuga pointed at the forehead protector on his forehead, looking arrogant and proud. For a genin like me to deal with a kid who hasn't even graduated from the ninja school, isn't it just a dimensionality reduction attack? So when his cousin came to him for help, he agreed without hesitation. Looking at the cocky look of the little brat in front of him, Rukawa was speechless. When did a genin become so arrogant, acting like he is at cage level? However, Rukawa was not in a hurry to teach the other party a lesson. He was just tired from training, so it would be nice to have some entertainment. Oh, so what do you want? Do you want me to apologize to this guy? Rukawa looked at the other person and asked very calmly. Hey, you're a sensible boy. Hyuga Daiki was very satisfied with the attitude shown by Rukawa. But you beat my brother so hard that all his teeth were gone. You can't just apologize and let it go. Then what else do you want from me? Pay for your brother's medical expenses. I don't have any money. Rukawa threw up his hands helplessly. You don't have to pay me. Just let my brother fight me back. Of course, I have to knock your teeth out before I'm done. This is not good. Rukawa began to back away, his brow furrowed. You don't agree? It doesn't matter, I'll knock your teeth out myself. The Hyuga Tree was ready to fight, and was approaching Rukawa aggressively. Alright, I promise, let Hyuga Shiki-kun fight back, but you mustn't do anything. Rukawa stopped, looking like he was afraid that Hyuga Daishu would do it himself. Humph. That's more like it. Hyuga Daishu showed a satisfied look, and said to Hyuga Jishu behind him. You can do it now without any hesitation. With me here to protect him, he won't dare to fight back. Awesome. You are worthy of being my cousin, Hyuga Shiki flattered, and then walked up to Rukawa with a smug look on his face. Uchiha Rukawa, how is it? When you attacked me this morning, did you ever think about this situation? You must be regretting it now? Ha 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 ha. Hyuga Shiki had a happy expression on his face. He just wanted to see the chagrined Rukawa look annoyed. However, the situation was completely different from what he thought. Rukawa just looked at him expressionlessly, and the expected annoyance did not appear at all. If you want to fight, do it quickly, don't dilly-dally like a woman. Advertisement, damn it, your arrogant attitude is really annoying. Hyuga Shiki's anger was ignited. He gathered chakra in his hand and slapped Rukawa hard on the cheek. You're just pretending, I'll beat you to a pulp. Rukawa didn't dodge or evade, allowing the attack to fall on his face. Bang! A loud slap echoed through the woods. For Rukawa, this attack was like a breeze blowing on his face, causing zero damage. However, this is not the case for Hyuga Shiki. Ah, my hand hurts. Why is your face so hard? He covered his red and swollen hand, his face full of shock. He felt as if he had hit a piece of steel, causing his entire arm to become numb. Didn't you eat? Try harder. Rukawa took 2 steps forward and put his face close to the other person, looking like he was asking for a beating. Damn it. Hyuga Shiki took 2 steps back, not daring to attack again. Cousin, this kid is so stubborn, come and help me teach him a lesson. It's really useless. Hyuga Daishu looked at his younger brother with disdain. No one else fought back and you let him hit you, but you still couldn't beat him. What a loser. He just couldn't believe how hard a little kid's face could be. He immediately took 2 steps forward and was about to slap him, but Rukawa stopped him with his hand. I didn't agree to let you take action, Rukawa spoke calmly. How dare you fight back? Did Laozi let you fight back? Hyuga Daishu was angered by Rukawa's behavior. His face was full of anger. He wanted to pull his hand out, but he couldn't pull it out no matter what. At this moment he was surprised. How could this kid be so strong? Hurry and let go, otherwise I will really hurt you. He warned quickly. At this moment he already felt something was wrong. Oh right, just now, I seem to hear you say your name is Hyuga Daiki, right? Rukawa did not let go, but asked an irrelevant question. My name is Hyuga Daiki, what? What happened? For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling. I always feel that something extremely bad is going to happen to me. Nothing, I just think your name is good. Rukawa suddenly smiled at Hyuga Shiki. The next moment. Sharingan, Chapter 18 Mangekyo, Rukawa's Illusion. Rukawa gave the opponent enough face and launched the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan illusion on a genin. The next moment, a scarlet Sharingan appeared in the eyes of the Hyuga tree. He was shocked, but before he could react. There was a moment of trance before my eyes, and the world in my eyes became completely different. At this moment, in his eyes, the big tree next to him was like a peerless and beautiful woman. Under the influence of the illusion, Hyuga Dashu's desire at this moment was infinitely magnified. He began to struggle hard. Seeing this, Rukawa also let go of his hand at the right time. The next moment, the Hyuga tree rushed towards the big tree next to it. Then he hugged the tree. There was a look of satisfaction on his face. It can be seen that the Hyuga tree is very happy at this moment. However, it was Rukawa who used the illusion of Mangekyo Sharingan, allowing him to directly do the thing in his name. Seeing this, Rukawa nodded with satisfaction. The other party's appearance was just right for him to test his ability in illusion. Judging from the results of this test, my illusion skills are still very advanced. However, what Rukawa did not expect was, it was this insignificant action of his that directly became the fuse for the night of genocide. Of course, this is all later. Hyuga Shiki on the side was already stunned. Cousin, what are you doing? Stop it now. He rushed over to stop them, but was pushed away by the Hyuga tree. Get out of here. Don't G interfere with Laozi's good deeds. He tried to stop it several times, but was ruthlessly pushed away each time. Hyuga Shiki finally realized what the problem was. He pointed at Rukawa and said angrily, damn it. It must be you who did it. Why don't you make my cousin stop it now? Rukawa ignored him and just turned and left. His own abilities have been tested almost completely, and it's time for him to leave. As for the little brat behind him, he had no interest in paying attention to him. A-hole. Uchiha Rukawa, if you dare to leave, you will die. If you humiliate our Hyuga clan like this, the masters of our clan will never let you go. Hearing this, Rukawa suddenly stopped, turned around and started walking back. Looking at the indifferent expression on Rukawa's face, Hyuga Shiki felt panic for no reason. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. Why'd I have to call this guy back? I always feel that something bad is going to happen next. Am I going to climb trees like my cousin? You, don't come over here, what do you want to do? Rukawa walked at a steady pace and his tone was very calm. I almost forgot that you just slapped me. Advertisement. And I am a person who values reciprocity. Since you slapped me, I should slap you back in return. As he finished speaking, Rukawa's body swelled, his hair grew longer, and his whole body bulged with solid muscles. In a flash it rose to 2 meters, but he directly transformed into a macho form. On the way forward, Rukawa just slapped out casually, and a big tree next to him that was so thick that 2 people could hug it was directly broken. If this hits a person's head, it would probably explode. Ah! Don't come over here. Witnessing this horrific destructive power, Hyuga Shiki was so frightened that he fainted on the spot, and his lower body was wet. I was actually scared to pee on the spot. Tisk, that's boring. Seeing this, Rukawa curled his lips in boredom, and he changed his macho form and returned to his original body shape. I originally wanted to use the human body to test the strength in macho form, but now it seems that is not possible. Although there is a strong sense of oppression after the transformation, there is a drawback, that is, the clothes will burst after the transformation. At this moment, Rukawa looked at himself with only a pair of shorts left on his body, feeling helpless. It seems that I need to put a few more sets of clothes in the system backpack in the future. Otherwise, after every battle, you would be left with only a pair of shorts on, which would somewhat ruin your hockey image. Rukawa glanced at the unconscious Hyuga Shiki on the ground with a look of disgust. His clothes were full of stench, so he would not wear them. Finally, Rukawa, who didn't want to go home shirtless, set his sights on the Hyuga tree. Although the size is not right, I have to make do with it. After changing clothes, Rukawa left. The unconscious Hyuga Shiki and Hyuga Daiki, who was only wearing a pair of shorts, were left there. After more than 10 minutes, the Hyuga tree stopped. 5 minutes later, he found another big tree. Sunset. Next to a roadside green tree on Konoha Street. At this moment, there are circles of Konoha villagers surrounding here. Hey, who is this guy? How could he do such an immoral thing in broad daylight? How shameless. How dare you do such a thing openly? Alas. The world is going downhill. The world is going downhill. Hey, look at his eyes, they're pure white, he must be from the Hyuga clan. Oh my god. I didn't expect that there would be someone in the Hyuga clan who likes this, I really didn't expect it. Lao Wang, come out quickly, there's something interesting going on here, come and see it. The Konoha village residents watched the Hyuga tree performance with great interest. This was the first time a ninja had done such a thing in public, especially when the other party was a ninja from the Hyuga clan, a major clan in Konoha. If you miss this opportunity, you may never be able to see it again in your lifetime, so you have to watch it as soon as possible. Of course, not everyone likes to be laughed at. Advertisement. An old lady squeezed in from the crowd. She pulled Hyuga's arm and kindly advised. Child, stop doing this. Even if you have this special hobby, you can enjoy it at home, but you shouldn't do it in public. Get lost. Don't G interfere with Lousy's good deeds. Hyuga Daishu pushed Big Mom away and continued to indulge in his own world. Hey, this child. The aunt sighed, shook her head, turned around and left helplessly. Not long after the aunt left, a Hyuga member finally appeared. Go away, don't look at it, there's nothing to see. This Hyuga man had a gloomy face and pushed the villagers around him violently. The villagers dared not speak out but stepped aside to make a wide passage for him. A-hole! What are you doing? You have brought shame to the Hyuga clan. Stop it now, lousy. Hyuga Makino came to the Hyuga tree and started roaring. However, Hyuga seemed to have not heard it at all and continued with his great cause. Seeing this, Hyuga Makino realized something was wrong, and he quickly opened his Byakugan to observe. The next moment, he discovered the problem and yelled angrily. Damn it! It was that B***************** D who cast the illusion. My Hyuga clan will never let you go. Bang! He broke the tree with a slap. Don't embarrass yourself here, come back with me. Hyuga Daishu was still under the control of the illusion, and he was obviously stunned for a moment. Then he saw Hyuga Makino beside him and reflexively grabbed him. A-hole! Hyuga Makino was furious, but he was not good at illusions. Moreover, the illusion that the opponent was using was not an ordinary one, but the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan illusion. Ordinary methods of removing illusions are completely ineffective. So, Hyuga Makino directly hit Hyuga Daishu's neck with a hand knife. Damn it! It's such a shame. Hyuga Makino's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Puff! Some villagers couldn't help laughing out loud on the spot. Then, as if in a chain reaction, one villager after another began to laugh. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Hearing the loud laughter around him, Hyuga Makino's face turned even darker. Being ridiculed by a group of untouchables made him feel angry and regretful at the same time. If he had known earlier, he should not have come. It's shame for the family, but he is not the one who will be punished anyway. Now that I'm here, I can't just leave this idiot on my back alone. Helplessly, he could only carry the Hyuga tree on his back and quickly leave the place amidst the mocking gazes of the Konoha villagers. Chapter 19 Hyuga Clash. Uchiha Clan Land, the Hyuga Clan. Hyuga Hiyashi sat at the head of the group, his face terribly gloomy. There was a raging fire in his eyes, and the temperature around him seemed to have dropped by several degrees. The Hyuga people kneeling around all had grim expressions on their faces. The atmosphere in the whole venue was terribly depressing. Bang! Suddenly, Hyuga Hiyashi slapped the armrest of the chair heavily and roared angrily. Tell me, what's going on? Why would you do such a thing in public? Do you know that our Hyuga clan has been disgraced by you, a fool? If you can't explain it, then use your blood to wash away the shame of my clan. We, the Hyuga clan, don't need idiots like you. Obviously, Hyuga Hiyashi has lost his composure at this moment. Since he became the leader of the Hyuga clan, such a ridiculous thing has never happened. The Hyuga clan has always paid great attention to their appearance when they are outside, and they show people the demeanor of a noble family. But today, the image of the Hyuga clan was completely ruined. When people mention the Hyuga clan, the first thing that comes to mind is probably that the Hyuga clan are perverts who like to climb trees in public. Although the other party is just a member of a branch house. But the villagers of Konoha don't care whether you are from a branch house or a main family. In their eyes, aren't you all part of the Hyuga clan? Below, the Hyuga tree, whose illusion had been lifted, looked dazed. He seemed not to hear Hyuga Hiyashi's question. Thinking of what he had done before, he now just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's so damn embarrassing. How will he live in Konoha in the future? A-hole, didn't you hear me asking you a question? Hyuga Hiyashi gritted his teeth in anger and formed seals with his hands. Advertisement. Caged bird. Hyuga the tree suddenly hugged his head and let out a scream. The severe pain brought him back to his senses from his daze, and he quickly spoke. Chief, please spare my life. It's all Hyuga Shishu's fault. It's because of him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done such a thing. When Hyuga Daishu said his name, Hyuga Shishu, who was hiding at the back of the crowd, trembled. Hyuga Shiki. Tell me what's going on. Hyuga Hiyashi locked his eyes on the little brat hiding behind him, his face showing coldness and murderous intent. Hyuga Shiki walked out of the crowd trembling, knelt down, and began to lie. It's all Uchiha Rukawa's fault. My cousin and I were sparring at the Konoha training ground this afternoon, and I didn't expect Rukawa to be training here as well. He relied on his status as the son of the Uchiha clan leader and arrogantly asked us to give him the venue. For the sake of our Hyuga clan's reputation, my cousin and I will certainly not give in. I didn't expect that despicable guy Rukawa would suddenly attack me and my cousin. My cousin and I were caught off guard and were ambushed. My cousin fell into the magic of that D Rukawa, and he knocked out all my teeth. After saying that, Hyuga Shiki opened his mouth and showed everyone his toothless mouth. He looked angry and continued. Master Patriarch, this is all Uchiha Rukawa's fault. You must stand up for me and my cousin. And that be asterisk 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 D. Rukawa even said that the Uchiha clan is the largest clan in Konoha, and the Hyuga clan is not even worthy of carrying the Uchiha clan's shoes. Hyuga Shiki's face was filled with grief and indignation, and he described it so vividly that it sounded just like the truth. Hyuga Hiyashi just watched his performance coldly, then made a seal with his hands. Caged bird. I want the truth, not a lie from you. After all, Hyuga Hiyashi has been the clan leader for so many years, how could he be deceived by the lies of a little brat? Advertisement, no, chief, spare me, I won't dare to say nonsense again. Hyuga Shiki rolled on the ground with his hands covering his head, tears and snot all over the floor. He stopped and gasped for breath only after Caged Bird passed. What happens to people who are used to lying? They're used to using lies to fool people and thus completely shirk their responsibilities. After being punished, Hyuga Shiki told the truth about the situation. The cause of the incident was due to the competition this morning. After a few minutes, he finally explained the whole story. Master Patriarch, I just want my cousin to help me teach the other party a lesson. But what Uchiha Rukawa did was really too much, he shouldn't. Finally, Hyuga Shiki wanted to defend his actions, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Hyuga Hiyashi. That's enough. You are such a loser. Because of your stupid behavior, our Hyuga clan has lost all face. This time, Hyuga Shiki didn't dare to say anything. Chief, even though this is just a fight between the younger generation, Uchiha Rukawa's behavior is really out of control. He is totally disregarding our Hyuga clan by doing this, and we can't just let this go. Hyuga Makino spoke in a deep voice. He was very resentful because of Rukawa's illusion, which made him embarrassed. At this moment, he really wanted to catch that brat named Uchiha Rukawa and give him a good beating. Snort. Hyuga Hiyashi sneered, his face full of frost. Of course we can't just let it go like this. We, the Hyuga clan, can't let others humiliate us for no reason, even if the other party is the Uchiha clan. Other ninja clans may fear the Uchiha, but we Hyuga clan won't. Hyuga Hiyashi had a confident look on his face. He always felt that Hyuga and Uchiha were both the largest clans in Konoha and were equals. Let's go. Follow me to the Uchiha clan. Today, Fugaku must give me an explanation. Hyuga Hiyashi waved his hand and called on all the tribesmen to rush towards the Uchiha tribe. Chapter 20. The situation is tense. Makoto, Rukawa is acting weird. Land of the Uchiha tribe. The Rukawa family. Seeing Rukawa coming back, Fugaku's face was still dark. But he was not sure whether the one in front of him was the real Rukawa or the fake one that had scolded him in the clan meeting before, so he asked in a deep voice. Are you Rukawa or not? Rukawa glanced at the other party and said casually. Nonsense. I am Rukawa. Absolutely. Fugaku's expression froze. With this kind of speaking attitude, it was certain that this person was a fake. What is your purpose? Fugaku stared at Rukawa with his eyes fixed, the chakra in his body ready to go, ready to take action at any time. Oh, there is no purpose. Rukawa spread his hands, his attitude was very perfunctory. Fugaku gritted his teeth in anger. Although you are strong and I may not be your opponent, I am not a weakling who can be manipulated by you. I hope you won't force me to fight to the death with you. Tisk. Just you? You're not worthy. Rukawa flicked the non-existent dust with his fingers, a look of disdain on his face. A-hole. Do you really think I'm made of clay? Fugaku instantly activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the atmosphere between the two sides was tense, as if a battle would break out at any second. At this moment, a gentle voice came, breaking the solemn atmosphere here. You two, what are you doing outside? Now that you're back, come in, can't we talk about it at home? Makoto came out and looked at the two suspiciously. At this moment, she was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand. She must have been cooking in the kitchen. What are you two doing? It's nothing, mother, I just feel that some people are really good at flattering themselves. Rukawa shrugged, walked past Fugaku as if nothing had happened, and then changed his shoes and went into the house as if he was familiar with the place. Do you feel that Rukawa is weird today? Makoto asked Fugaku, who had his back to her. It's not the same person at all, of course it's strange. Fugaku said in his mind, and then closed the Mangekyo Sharingan. He did not directly answer Makoto's question, but said in a deep voice. This matter is a little strange, you don't have to think too much about it, I will handle it. Dinner time. Advertisement on the dining table. Fugaku kept a stern face, his eyes fixed on Rukawa who was wolfing down his food across from him. What on earth is this guy doing here? A powerful man who is suspected of possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan pretends to be his son and even eats at the same table with him. At this moment, Fugaku's mind was in a mess. He really couldn't figure out the purpose of the guy in front of him. If he hadn't known that he couldn't beat the other person, he would have captured the guy in front of him and tortured him severely, so as to force him to tell him his purpose. Hubby, why aren't you eating? Is today's meal not to your liking? Or have you been under too much pressure lately and have no appetite? Uchiha Makoto noticed something was wrong with Fugaku and asked, concern on his face. Fugaku just nodded and didn't say anything, but he still picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating. Rukawa didn't care what Fugaku was thinking. At the moment, he only had food in his eyes. Finishing the food on the table was his only thought at the moment. I have to say that the food cooked by Uchiha Makoto is really delicious, and his cooking skills are in no way inferior to those of the 5-star chefs in his previous life. Having a mother who was such a good cook and is gentle and virtuous. In the original book, Itachi actually had the guts to do this. He is such a scoundrel. For the sake of this delicious food, Rukawa will never allow the tragedy in the original book to happen again. This is the simple thought of the people from the big foodie empire at this moment. After taking a few bites, Fugaku put down his bowl and chopsticks. He really had no appetite to eat at the same table with such a dangerous guy. What happened, husband? You look strange today. Makoto saw this and asked with concern. Fugaku shook his head and said, it's okay. After saying that perfunctorily, he looked at Rukawa and said, come to my study after dinner. I have something very important to discuss with you. After saying that, Fugaku put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up from the dining table and walked towards the study. Rukawa heard this and finished all the food in the bowl in one gulp. Then he put down his bowl and chopsticks and said calmly, come to my room. I have something very important to discuss with you. Then he stood up and walked towards his room. Fugaku froze, having almost forgotten. This guy is not his second-in-command Uchiha Rukawa, but a fake who won't give him any face at all. It was Uchiha Makoto who spoke up, little Rukawa, how do you talk to your father like that? Rukawa looked back at Fugaku with disdain on his face when he heard this. He doesn't deserve it. Advertisement. After saying that, the door was closed with a bang. Hey, what happened to you today, kid? As he spoke, Uchiha Makoto also put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up and went to Rukawa's room. He wanted to teach this disobedient child a lesson, but Fugaku stopped him. You don't have to come, I will explain it clearly to him. Fugaku walked into Rukawa's room with a sullen face. But I saw that Rukawa had cleared out an empty area in the room and placed a coffee table in the middle. Well, he had specially found this coffee table, so that the conversation would be more stylish. At this moment, Rukawa was sitting beside the coffee table. When he saw Fugaku push the door and walk in, he pointed to the empty seat opposite and said in a relaxed tone. Come, sit down, don't be polite, it's like being at home. Call. Fugaku took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. At the same time, I was frantically telling myself not to be impulsive, because I couldn't beat the other person. After about a minute, Fugaku finally calmed down. At least he no longer had the urge to hit anyone. Rukawa raised his eyebrows when he saw this, thinking, good boy, you are quite patient. No wonder Fugaku seemed to have a nickname called Ninja Turtle in his previous life. Fugaku sat down opposite Rukawa and started asking a barrage of questions. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be my son? Where is my son Uchiha Rukawa now? And what is your purpose in doing this? What happened to your eye earlier? Is my son dead or alive? Are you? Stop, stop, stop. Rukawa quickly interrupted. There are too many questions, take them one by one. Fugaku frowned and said nothing, waiting for an explanation. First of all, the first question is, who am I? It doesn't matter. No, this is important. Fugaku suddenly interrupted. It doesn't matter. Rukawa said the same thing. Very important. Unimportant. Very important. Unimportant. Quote. In the end, it was Fugaku who took the lead in breaking this weird atmosphere of conversation. After all, he was the one who was anxious, but Rukawa was not anxious at all. Chapter 21 Uchiha Lives or Dies. Itachi. Okay, you don't have to tell me your identity, but tell me why you want to pretend to be my son. Do you think I want to? Rukawa complained in his heart, but he still looked calm and said. This question is actually not important. Fugaku. Come again, right, if he hadn't known he couldn't beat him, he would have slapped him. It's so infuriating. Can you be so arrogant just because you are powerful? That's right, if you are strong, you can be so arrogant. At this moment, Rukawa was in a playful mood and did not take Fugaku, a cage-level strongman, seriously at all. So where is my son Uchiha Rukawa now? This issue is very important. It concerns my son's life and death. I hope you will stop playing dumb with me. Fugaku asked, suppressing his anger. At this point, his condition was already on the verge of exploding, and he was just short of activating Mangekyo to summon Susanoo. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I have no way of answering your questions right now, but when the time comes, you will know the answers. Good job, you finally admitted it, right? You have been teasing me before. 100,000 alpacas were galloping through Fugaku's mind. I still say, if he couldn't win, he would have taken action long ago. Rukawa didn't care what he thought and continued. Now, you need to face a matter of life and death for Uchiha. That is, did you know that the Uchiha clan is about to be exterminated? I don't know the exact time, but I guess it will be in these few days. What? The Uchiha will be exterminated? Are you kidding me? Advertisement. Fugaku immediately shifted his focus. This news brought him a huge shock, and he stood up from the tatami in surprise. Impossible, you are definitely talking nonsense. Even if the Konoha high-ranking officials have been suppressing my clan madly recently, causing the rift between my clan and the village to grow wider and wider. But I still believe that the third generation will not do something crazy like exterminating the Uchiha clan. Fugaku looked incredulous. Oh, I don't believe it. You overestimate the character of the third generation and underestimate the evil heart of that old guy in the third generation. Rukawa sneered, his face full of sarcasm and contempt. No, no, even though the third generation is hostile to us Uchiha, they won't do anything that crazy. Fugaku shook his head, still no. Besides, I have an undercover agent in Konoha Anbu. If there is any emergency there, I will be the first to know. Has there been any relevant intelligence sent over there? This means that the situation is not as serious as you said. You are just making wild guesses. Fugaku raised his head and glanced at Rukawa opposite him, feeling happy that his plan had outsmarted the opponent. However, Rukawa still looked calm, as if he had already taken control of everything, and said in a very calm tone. Oh, have you ever thought that the undercover agent you arranged has defected to Sarutobi's side? Hearing this, Fugaku smiled confidently, with a look of pride between his brows. Treason. Impossible. The undercover I arranged will never betray. Rukawa was speechless and looked at Fugaku as if he was a fool. Itachi had long been brainwashed by Sarutobi, but Fugaku, as his father, was completely unaware of it. Why are you looking at me like that? I suspect you are laughing at me. Is there something wrong with my arrangement? Fugaku frowned, looking unhappy. At this moment, Rukawa's look of looking at him as if he was a fool made him very unhappy. Don't doubt it. I'm just laughing at you being a fool. You. Lousy is not stupid. Fugaku growled and clenched his fists. Why was this guy so irritating? Advertisement. Ha, not stupid. Rukawa sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. The undercover agent you arranged as Uchiha Itachi. You thought your arrangement was perfect. Little did they know that Itachi had already betrayed them, and perhaps a lot of Uchiha's information was leaked to the third generation by him. Bang. Fugaku slapped the coffee table excitedly. Impossible. Itachi is my son, there is no reason for him to betray me. Don't talk nonsense here. Believe it or not, I'm just telling you the truth. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Rukawa spread his hands indifferently. Fugaku had a gloomy face. He could not believe that his son would choose to betray him. But seeing Rukawa's attitude at the moment, he began to waver again. A strong man of this strength should have no reason to deceive himself. Could it be that he is just deceiving himself for fun and satisfying his own bad taste? Well, it's not impossible. Thinking of the other party's irritating and bad character, it is entirely possible that he is just making fun of him again. Damn it, should I believe this guy? In just a few words, Fugaku's heart was like the headphone wires in his pocket, a tangled mess. Suddenly, he frowned, as if he had found a reason to refute, and said in a deep voice. Let's not talk about whether Itachi rebelled or not. Let's go back to the previous question. You said that the third generation would exterminate the Uchiha. I think that is complete nonsense. As the cage of a village, if he does this, all the ninjas in Konoha will be in panic. By then, Sarutobi's tenure as Hokage will come to an end. After all, no ninja clan can tolerate a clan-destroying executioner sitting in the position of Hokage. So, I believe that Sarutobi will never do such an irrational thing. Fugaku looked serious, but at the same time he gave himself a full score for his analysis in his mind. In this way, he saw Rukawa on the opposite side as more of a liar. Chapter 22. Unkindness. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rukawa chuckled and said calmly. Indeed, as a qualified politician, Sarutobi would never do something like exterminating a clan with his own hands. But he can let others act as his executioner, and Uchiha Itachi can play the role of executioner. Afterwards, he, Sarutobi, only needs to tell outsiders that it was Uchiha Itachi who was so cruel that he massacred the Uchiha clan with his own hands. This way, that old sconce Sarutobi can take down the Uchiha clan without losing a single soldier. It's a perfect plan to blame Uchiha Itachi and get away with it. And you, when Itachi really did something like this, in order to avoid the father and son killing each other, you would only choose to surrender, under the euphemism of respecting Itachi's choice. Fugaku was shocked when he heard this, and felt that he couldn't understand the person in front of him anymore. Could it be that the other person could see through people's hearts? He had just made some guesses in his mind. If Itachi really chose to stand on the side of Konoha and turned his sword against his own people. In order to avoid fighting with his own son, he would indeed not fight with Itachi. Horrible, so horrible, his thoughts were actually completely understood by the other party. At this moment, Fugaku felt that the person in front of him was extremely unfathomable. Although his thoughts were known, he would not admit it honestly, so he said stubbornly. Humph, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't consider the overall situation. If Itachi really dares to do that, I will break this rebellious son's legs. Tisk. Rukawa sneered, stretched, and said indifferently. Forget it, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter, I will take action. At that time, you will only be responsible for evacuating the tribe members. After a pause, Rukawa felt that something was missing, so he added. After all, you are just a supporting role. It doesn't matter whether you are there or not. Fugaku's mouth twitched. It seems that cage-level strongmen are just supporting roles in his eyes, right? It's really crazy. If he had such strength, he would be crazy too. I'm really envious. After settling down the messy thoughts in his mind, Fugaku said seriously. Okay, I will find a way to verify the information you mentioned. Now, the question I want to know most is my son Uchiha Rukawa dead or alive? Quote. Advertisement. After saying this, Fugaku stared at the imposter opposite him without blinking. He was eager to get a definite answer. Although Fugaku usually treats Rukawa very coldly, he is still his own son after all. As a father, he was naturally very worried when something happened to his son. Rukawa raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It seems that Fugaku still has some conscience. Don't worry, I told you this is not an important question. MD, you're still using this trick. Now Fugaku felt a little sick to his stomach whenever he heard the word, important. Open eyes. The next moment, Fugaku's eyes turned scarlet, and the three Magatama spun rapidly, soon turning into a complex pattern. He actually directly activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Obviously, Fugaku has reached the point where he can no longer tolerate it. You keep giving him a perfunctory response time and again, do you really think he's made of clay? Seeing this, Rukawa stopped joking and answered seriously. Sorry, I can't tell you right now, but after this incident with Uchiha is over, you will know the answer. Damn it, you must give me a definite answer today. Otherwise, we will both die. Boom. Fugaku's expression was ferocious and his aura was rising steadily. Under the impact of this momentum, more than a dozen cracks instantly appeared on the coffee table beneath him. Oh, if you want to do it, then come on. Boom. Rukawa was not afraid at all, and an even more powerful momentum burst out, crushing the coffee table under him into pieces. The battle is about to begin. But at this moment, suddenly, an anxious voice was heard outside the courtyard. Master Patriarch, something bad has happened. Coffee table. The world where only I am hurt has been achieved. It's bad, Patriarch. A sudden voice broke the solemn atmosphere between the two. Advertisement. Humph. I hope that as you said, I can get the answer by then. Otherwise, I will make you pay the price. Fugaku snorted coldly, stood up and walked towards the door, not forgetting to make some harsh remarks before leaving. Call. After leaving the room, Fugaku let out a long breath, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back without him noticing. That was a close call just now. A feeling of fear arose in my heart. It was really that the pressure released by Rukawa just now was too great, which made even a top ninja like him feel frightened. I was really impulsive just now. Fugaku secretly reflected on his previous behavior, and at the same time felt fortunate that he did not take action, otherwise the situation would have been dire. To be clear, it's definitely not that he's afraid of the other person. After all, this is their home. If they fight here, the fight will definitely affect Makoto. So, it's definitely not because he was a coward that he didn't take action. Honey, why is your face all sweaty? What happened? At this time, Makoto, who was cleaning the table, noticed Fugaku here and asked in confusion. No, something happened in the tribe, I have to go deal with it, so I won't tell you for now. Fugaku wiped the sweat from his face and hurried out of the house. Outside the courtyard, an ordinary-looking Uchiha knelt on one knee. Tell me, what happened that made you come to inform me so anxiously? Fugaku asked with a poker face. Master Wei, it's the Hyuga tribe. The Hyuga tribe has come to our tribe to cause trouble, and there are quite a few of them. Most of them are Jonin from the Hyuga clan. Even the clan leader, Hyuga Hiyashi, is here. It's obvious that they have bad intentions. The Hyuga clan come here to cause trouble at this time. Fugaku frowned upon hearing this, full of confusion. They, Uchiha and Hyuga, look down on each other. Although members of each tribe fight secretly, they will not bring the fight to the surface. Especially since the clan leader Hyuga Hiyashi came here in person, this seemed quite unusual. Could it be that the third generation was instigating this? Chapter 23 System Reward. Rukawa's strength. Did they tell us what their purpose was in coming to our Uchiha? Fugaku was puzzled and asked. They just asked you, the clan leader, to give them justice, and they also mentioned Master Rukawa, saying they wanted Master Rukawa to pay the price or something. The corner of Fugaku's mouth twitched. There was no need to think about it. It was most likely that the fake Rukawa had caused this trouble. Thinking of the brutal side of the fake Rukawa, and the Hyuga chief coming in person. Fugaku had to think of the worst, that maybe the fake Rukawa had crippled several Hyuga people. Fugaku just felt a headache at the moment. Not only did he pretend to be his son, but he also caused trouble for him outside. And I have to clean up the mess of these fake products. It's so sad just thinking about it. At this moment, the wooden sliding door behind him was pushed open and Rukawa walked out. Why are those Hyuga guys looking for me? I'm not hot on them. Rukawa said innocently. Fugaku turned his head and gave me a look that said, do you think I believe it? Rukawa raised an eyebrow, thought about it carefully, and suddenly remembered. When I was training in the afternoon, I seemed to have taught two Hyuga brats a lesson. So he said, oh, now I remember, wasn't it just that I taught those two little brats from the Hyuga family a lesson this afternoon? Just because of this, the Hyuga clan actually came here to pick a fight. Aren't they too petty? Are you sure you said a little bit and not a billion bits? Fugaku expressed his doubts. He was still clearly excited when this guy was causing trouble at the clan meeting. What kind of lesson is that? It's to electrocute a person half to death. At this moment, Uchiha Sojin is still lying in the hospital ward receiving treatment. It's just a little bit, just teaching the little brat a lesson, there's no need for me to make a big fuss. Rukawa was speechless. Did he look like the type of person who would haggle with a little brat? At this moment, he had already forgotten about casting an illusion on the Hyuga tree. They were just two little scumbags, he wouldn't remember them too much at all. Alright, you can handle this kind of trivial matter yourself, otherwise what's the point of having you as the clan leader? Rukawa waved his hand, turned around and went into the house. Advertisement. Fugaku's face froze. Was he so disrespectful to himself in front of his younger brother? The Uchiha messenger below had a strange look on his face, as if Rukawa was the father. Of course, he was just thinking about it in his mind, but he didn't dare to speak his thoughts out loud. He remained respectful and reminded, Master Chief, you'd better go over there quickly, otherwise the tribesmen might start fighting with the other side. Ahem. Fugaku coughed twice to ease the embarrassment and then said seriously. Okay, take me there. After thinking about it, in order to maintain his image as a majestic patriarch in front of his younger brothers, he added another sentence. Rukawa has become a bit rebellious after just a few days at the ninja school. I'll have to teach him a lesson when I get back. After hearing this, the messenger ninja quickly echoed. That's right, my brat is the same. He started to get cocky after entering the ninja school and even dared to talk back to me, lousy. Fugaku nodded in agreement. Children of this age are more or less rebellious, and as parents, we must educate them well. Next time I see my son, I will make sure he feels the weight of my fist. Yes, the patriarch is absolutely right. Seeing this, Fugaku was very satisfied. He thought that his little brother was quite capable. My mood immediately improved a lot. But before the two of them walked far, the wooden sliding door behind them was opened. Rukawa came out with his hands in his pockets, glanced at Fugaku who was looking at him, and explained casually. Forget it, I'll just go with you. I'm mainly worried that you won't be able to handle it. After walking a few steps, he found Fugaku standing there without moving. Rukawa raised his eyebrows and urged. Let's go. What are you standing there for? Your legs aren't cramped, are they? Let's go. You can rest assured that I'm here to protect you. If those guys from the Hyuga clan dare to act arrogantly, I will definitely make them pay the price. Rukawa waved his hand majestically, and an elder brother-like demeanor emerged naturally. The ninjas at the side were stunned at the moment. This was still rebellion. This was simply going to go to heaven. Advertisement. Unable to bear with this, he decided to speak up for the clan leader. Hey, Master Rukawa, how can you talk to your father like this? Be careful or your father will teach you a lesson with his iron fist. Apologize to the clan leader quickly, otherwise. Shut up. Go. However, he was interrupted before he could finish his words, and it was Fugaku who spoke. At this moment, he was walking in front with a gloomy face, and his mood, which had just improved, instantly deteriorated to the extreme. He just boasted in front of his younger brother, and was slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. His authority as the clan leader was tested in front of this younger brother. The Uchiha messenger was confused and full of doubts at this moment. Chief, I am helping you educate your children. Why are you still so mean to me? Besides, you were the one who said you would teach your son a lesson, why aren't you doing it now? But after taking a look at Fugaku's face which was so dark that ink seemed to be dripping out, he finally did not dare to ask the doubts in his mind. The reason why Rukawa followed was because of a system mission. That's right, there was finally movement in the system that had been pretending to be dead. Ding. Slap Hyuga Hiyashi in the face and you will be rewarded with 2 sign-in opportunities. Closing square bracket. Although the mission reward is small and there are only 2 sign-in opportunities, the mission is simple. That's right, slapping the Hyuga clan leader in the face seemed like a very simple thing to Rukawa at this moment. At that time, all he had to do was to provoke Hyuga Hiyashi to attack him, and then just give him a slap in the face and that would be it. Absolutely perfect. The entrance to the Uchiha clan territory. At this moment, a large group of Uchiha people were blocking the entrance, all with unfriendly looks. The Hyuga clan actually dared to come to Uchiha to cause trouble. They are simply courting death. On the other side, the Hyuga clan led by Hyuga Hiyashi all looked furious. Looking at Uchiha opposite, it was as if he was looking at a third party who was cheating on him. The atmosphere between the two sides was tense, and there was a tendency for a fight to break out at the slightest disagreement. Here he comes. Here he comes. Chief Fugaku is finally here. Master Patriarch, as long as you give the order, we will immediately let those guys with white eyes know why the flowers are so red. Right, we must teach them a lesson. If you dare to cause trouble in Uchiha, you will have to pay the price. Chapter 24. Illusion. Shame. Conflict. All the Uchiha noticed Fugaku's arrival and became excited. The crowd automatically separated into a passage, allowing Fugaku to come to the front. Hiyashi, our 2 clans are both big clans in Konoha, and we have always kept to ourselves. But why did you bring people to cause trouble in my clan? Today, you must give a reasonable explanation for your actions, otherwise our Uchiha clan will not let you go. As soon as Fugaku arrived, Bento started to ask questions, as if he wanted to vent all his frustrations. Humph, I didn't expect you to be even more shameless after not seeing you for a few days, Fugaku. Hyuga Hiyashi's tone became even more hostile. Your son Uchiha Rukawa humiliated my Hyuga clan in public, and you still have the nerve to ask me for an explanation. This is ridiculous. How is it an insult? It's just a fight between children, it's totally normal. Hiyashi, you are too petty, you don't have the generosity of a noble family at all. Fugaku frowned, feeling that Hiyashi was just looking for trouble. Of course, the premise is that this fake Rukawa is telling the truth. Normal, haha. Hiyashi's face suddenly became bulging with blue veins, and he said angrily, my Hyuga clan has lost all its face and image, and you call this normal? Tisk, isn't it just a small lesson for those two brats in your family? Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? I really don't understand the train of thought of you white-eyed people. Quote. At this time, Rukawa came out with his hands in his pockets, a look of disapproval on his face. The next moment, all the Hyuga clan cast hateful glances at him, each with a murderous look in their eyes. You must be Fugaku's son Uchiha Rukawa. Okay, I'll remember you. I'll let you know later that our Hyuga clan is not something that a brat like you can humiliate. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Rukawa hatefully, his eyes as sharp as a knife. If looks could hurt, Rukawa would have been chopped into pieces by now. It was this harmless-looking kid who brought shame to the Hyuga clan. Advertisement. Hey, it was obviously those two brats who provoked me first. I just gave them a little lesson in self-defense, that's fair, right? It's not right that I can't fight back when others bully me. That's too unreasonable. Rukawa spread his hands, looking innocent. That's right, Hiyashi. According to what Rukawa just said, it's just a fight between children. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. If you lose a fight, according to the rules of ninja, you can only blame yourself for not being as skilled as your opponent, but you can't blame your opponent for being too strong. Fugaku also spoke up, saying that he didn't want to make a big deal out of it and wanted to resolve the matter quickly. It's not worth it to worsen the relationship between the two races over such a trivial matter. At this moment, Fugaku had completely recovered from the anger he had caused Rukawa, and his tone was no longer as aggressive as when he first arrived. Fugaku, who had regained his composure, really didn't want to offend the Hyuga clan again, especially during this period. It would be extremely irrational to offend the Hyuga clan under the crazy pressure from the Konoha high-level officials. Therefore, we must not let the Hyuga clan stand on the opposite side at this time. Therefore, Fugaku's tone softened. Forget it, Hiyashi, even if Rukawa was at fault first. I have offended the Hyuga clan, so I will apologize to you on his behalf, okay? After saying that, Fugaku bent down and bowed deeply to the Hyuga clan opposite him. Master Patriarch, why are you apologizing to them? We Uchiha are not afraid of them. Exactly, why should I apologize to them? When the Uchiha saw this, they all looked indignant. The Uchiha clan is the largest clan in the ninja world. How could they possibly apologize to a mere Hyuga clan? That's enough. I have my own reasons. You don't need to question me. Fugaku frowned and suppressed the dissatisfaction of all the tribesmen in a deep voice. Then he raised his head and looked at Hyuga Hiyashi with a sincere look on his face. Advertisement. Hiyashi, that's enough. I have already bowed down to apologize to you, which is considered giving you enough face, so how about we just let this matter go? However, Hyuga Hiyashi didn't buy it. The anger in his eyes did not diminish as he sneered. Haha, Fugaku, it seems like you really don't know what your D son has done. It's ridiculous to think that a mere apology can end this matter. Quote. Fugaku frowned and asked, isn't this just a fight between children? It's a bit excessive, at most Rukawa hit too hard. Haha, now let me tell you what your D son did. Hiyashi sneered twice, and suddenly raised his voice and said loudly. Your D son actually used illusion to control one of my people, making him. Hyuga Hiyashi was too embarrassed to say the following shameful words. Then he looked at the Hyuga tree that had followed him, pointed at the big tree not far away, and ordered in a cold voice. You, go and demonstrate your situation at that time. Hyuga Daishu's face turned pale when he heard this. Chief, he was allowed to do such a thing while he was sober. How could he hold his head up in front of his tribe members in the future? It's even more painful than killing him. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful, regretting why he had listened to his stupid brother's nonsense. Provoked Uchiha Rukawa, which led to the current situation. Go, don't make me repeat it for the third time. Hiyashi's voice is cold and his eyes are even colder. Under the pressure of the tribe leader and the pain brought by the caged bird, Hyuga walked step by step towards the big tree not far away. Then, in front of nearly 100 ninjas, he hugged the tree trunk and started the process with ease. At this moment, there was no light in his eyes. There was only one thought in my mind, and that was that I hoped the ninja world would explode in the next second. Chapter 25. Hands in pockets. Some people are alive, but they are actually dead. This sentence is a true portrayal of the Hyuga tree. Looking at the Hyuga boy who had lost all hope in life, all the Uchiha present had dazed expressions on their faces. No wonder the Hyuga clan was so angry that even the clan leader came out in person. So this is the reason. Put yourself in their shoes, if someone dared to let their Uchiha people do such a thing. Then they must definitely mobilize the entire clan to make that guy taste the wrath of Uchiha. At this time, many Uchiha people looked at the Hyuga people with pity in their eyes. From now on, the reputation of the Hyuga clan will be ruined throughout Konoha. After all, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. So pitiful. Fugaku stared blankly at Rukawa beside him. Boy, that's what you call a little lesson. This is just humiliating the Hyuga clan. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Hyuga Hiyashi had a really good temper. If it were him, he would just drive his Susanoo and kill the enemy directly without wasting time on talking to the enemy. Rukawa noticed the look in Fugaku's eyes and shrugged helplessly. To be honest, he just remembered now that he had used the Hyuga kid to test the illusion before, but he forgot to set the time. Seeing how angry the other party was, could it be possible that he would just run out to the street and do it? Rukawa guessed. But it's not his fault, because that guy relied on his status as a genin to cause trouble. It was already a mercy from Rukawa that he survived. Fugaku, you said that our Hyuga clan has suffered such a great humiliation. Can you just apologize and let it go? Hyuga Hiyashi asked angrily with a ferocious look on his face. Well, Fugaku just felt a headache. He really didn't know how to deal with this situation. In the end, he could only smile helplessly. Hiyashi, I'm really sorry. I also think Rukawa's behavior is a bit out of line. How about this? You put forward a condition. As long as it is within my ability, I can agree to your condition. Very good. It seems Fugaku is reasonable. Hiyashi sneered and signaled Hyuga Makino beside him with his eyes. The latter understood, took 2 steps forward, and said loudly, the conditions of our Hyuga clan are very simple, that is to hand over the culprit. Advertisement. Of course, we won't harm his life, but we want to teach him a lesson. For example, strip the guy naked and hang him at the village gate, leaving him there for a day and a night. In this way, the feud between our 2 tribes will be settled. How about it? Hyuga Hiyashi had discussed this with the clan members when he came, and the family had lost face. In this case, asking the Uchiha clan for compensation will not save the family's face. Besides, their Hyuga clan and Uchiha clan are both top powerful clans in Konoha. They also have what Uchiha has, so there is little point in asking for compensation. It would be better to fight back. Since their family has been disgraced, the Uchiha family must also be disgraced. In this way, the 2 top powerful families of Konoha were humiliated together, and that feeling instantly made me feel much more balanced. Fugaku, I won't beat around the bush with you. The conditions Makino just proposed are exactly what I mean. Fearing that Fugaku would want to argue with him again, Hyuga Hiyashi pretended to analyze the situation. I think my conditions are not excessive, and doing this can also help you educate your son. I believe that after this incident, your son should understand the principle of leaving a way out for others. Okay, I agree. Hearing this, Hyuga Hiyashi snorted, you don't agree, right? In that case, we will. What? You said you agreed. Hyuga Hiyashi paused halfway through his sentence. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. Why did he agree so easily? So he quickly opened his mouth to confirm. Fugaku, say it again. Fugaku calmed down and said seriously. I said, I agree to your conditions. But if you want to take Rukawa away, you have to do it yourself. Of course, none of us Uchiha will interfere. After saying that, Fugaku waved his hand, and the tribesmen understood and quickly distanced themselves from Rukawa. At today's clan meeting, they had witnessed Rukawa's strength, so they all understood Fugaku's plan. Even Uchiha, who was not qualified to attend the clan meeting, understood immediately after listening to the explanation of the clan members next to him. However, there was still suspicion in these people's eyes. They really didn't believe that a 7-year-old kid could easily kill the elite Jonin. Rukawa, who was left alone, looked at Fugaku speechlessly. The latter just gave him a look that said, you should solve your own problems yourself. Snort. Seeing the behavior of the Uchiha people, Hyuga Makino looked disdainful. What do they mean by this? Do they think we can't take down this brat? Advertisement. Chief, I'm going to catch that brat right now. Hyuga Hiyashi nodded slightly. Hyuga Hiyashi was a Jonin, a famous master in the tribe. Catching a kid who hasn't even graduated from ninja school is as easy as eating and drinking water. I even feel like it's an exaggeration. Whoosh. The sound of breaking air was heard. Hyuga Makino's figure disappeared, and in just a few breaths, he appeared in front of Rukawa. Kid, remember, no matter what you do, you will have to pay a price. Hyuga Makino had a cold and stern look on his face, looking down on people. It was this kid who brought shame upon him, so he had to take advantage of the situation and do something. This is also the reason why he took the lead. Oh, but for me, no one can make me pay. Rukawa put his hands in his pockets and said calmly. Hey, you are really a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Wait until you are stripped naked and hung on the village gate, and then I'll see if you can come out arrogantly. Hyuga Makino grabbed Rukawa with one hand. Seeing this, the gray and withered Hyuga tree in the distance finally had some color in its eyes. Good. Damn Uchiha Rukawa, I let you humiliate me. Now you will be like me. Ha ha ha, even worse than me. Being stripped naked and hung at the village gate, being watched by people all the time, just thinking about it makes me feel relieved. In the expectant eyes of Hyuga tree. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise in the field, smoke and dust rose high, covering the two figures. It also made it difficult for everyone to see the situation on the field clearly. When the smoke and dust cleared, Hyuga Dashu almost popped his eyes out. How is this possible? Chapter 26. Rukawa kills instantly with one move. Mission reward. Hallucination. It's definitely an illusion. At this moment, a pit of neither deep nor shallow appeared on the ground in the field, and Hyuga Makino was lying in the pit in a large size. Rukawa stepped on the opponent's head, crossed his arms and looked at him with disdain. Ha, you're such a jerk, and you want to hang me at the gate of Konoha village, what a loser. Rukawa's mocking voice spread throughout the venue. All the Hyuga people widened their eyes, unable to believe their eyes. The famous Jonin in the clan was killed instantly by a 7-year-old kid in one move. When did this world become so magical? Hyuga Hiyashi subconsciously glanced at Fugaku behind him. He suspected that this sinister guy had used some magic in secret, otherwise such a ridiculous thing would not have happened. Fugaku spread his hands innocently, indicating that he did not do anything in secret. Roll your eyes, open. Veins bulged on both sides of Hyuga Hiyashi's cheeks, and he turned his eyes and looked at Rukawa opposite him. The next moment, he was shocked again. How could such an exaggerated amount of chakra appear in a 7-year-old kid? I'm afraid even the tailed beasts are no more than this. No wonder Fugaku agreed so easily. It turns out that the little ghost in front of me is actually a monster in human skin. Call. He let out a long breath and calmed the huge waves in his heart. And then he said unwillingly. All right, Uchiha Rukawa, how come you have such strength at such a young age? My Hyuga clan admits defeat. Please release Muya, and we will have settled our grievances. Judging from the strength shown by Rukawa and the terrifying amount of chakra contained in his body, Hyuga Hiyashi understood that no one in their Hyuga clan could suppress the brat in front of them. Unless he mobilized the entire family, that would be too uneconomical, so he decisively chose to give in. Oh, if you say we're even, then we're even. Who do you think you are? Hyuga Hiyashi's face changed when he heard this, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. So what else do you want? Rukawa pointed at the Hyuga Makino under him and said calmly. Just now, this guy said he would strip me naked and hang me on the village gate. I don't have many advantages, one of which is that I like to exchange gifts. So, I decided to strip this guy naked and hang him at the village gate, and then double the time, at least 2 days and 2 nights. Advertisement. Uchiha Rukawa, don't go too far. Hyuga Hiyashi was so furious that his whole body was shaking with anger. It's not enough to humiliate them once, but they actually want to do it again. This is too much. Too much. I'm just returning to you the means you used against me. Rukawa gently exerted force with his feet, instantly stopping Hyuga Makino who was struggling frantically. Fugaku, is this what you mean? Do you want our two clans to fight to the death? Rukawa couldn't convince him, so Hiyashi turned his attention to Fugaku. Fugaku was silent after hearing this. Considering the current situation of Uchiha, he said to Rukawa. Rukawa, forgive others when you can. That's enough. There's no need to make things so awkward, and you were the one who was wrong first, so. However, before he could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Rukawa. Shut up. You have no right to speak here. Fugaku's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. D. Scolding him in front of so many people, really not giving him any face at all. People who don't know would think that Fugaku is the son and Rukawa is the father. I'm mad at this D again. Humph. This guy must be hung at the village gate. I say, even if the Sage of Six Paths comes, they can't stop him. Rukawa kicked Hyuga Makino at his feet and said calmly. As the head of our clan, I will never allow you to do this. Hyuga Hiyashi walked towards Rukawa step by step, his Byakugan always open. I say it again, let Makino go. Come on. If you can grab it, I'll give it back to you. Rukawa raised his chin provocatively. At the same time, he hooked his toes and rolled Hyuga Makino behind him. I admit that you have the capital to be arrogant since you have such strength at such a young age, but. As they were talking, Hyuga Hiyashi was less than 2 meters away from Rukawa. But you are still too inexperienced, kid. Haven't you heard the saying in the ninja world? Don't get close to a prepared Hyuga ninja. Boom. A strong aura that had been building up for a long time suddenly rose from Hiyashi. You've been targeted by me, little brat. It's too late to escape now. Hyuga Hiyashi took a strange stance, and vaguely, a Taichi Kun 8 trigrams diagram seemed to appear on the ground. And Rukawa was standing at the center of the Taichi diagram at this moment. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 256 palms. Hiyashi suddenly shouted loudly, and the next moment, countless palm prints came towards Rukawa like a storm. Advertisement. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 128 palms, 256 palms. Call. After finishing the palm strike, Hiyashi let out a long breath, with a victorious smile on his face. In order to deal with you, I used my maximum of 256 palm strikes. Feel honored, kid. At this moment, all the chakra points in your body have been sealed by me. Without the support of a huge amount of chakra, you are just a little kid who can be manipulated at will in front of me. Hiyashi used his Byakugan to check carefully, and waited until he saw that the chakra flow in the other person's body had completely stopped. He couldn't help but let a smug smile appear on his face. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too careless. After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Rukawa. However, he missed it, as the person in front of him suddenly disappeared. Before he could react, a white palm appeared infinitely magnified in his eyes. Bang! A loud applause echoed throughout the venue. Do I need to use chakra to deal with you? Rukawa had no expression on his face and slapped Hiyashi hard in the face. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and getting a check in number +1. At this moment, Hiyashi felt his head buzzing and half of his face was red and swollen. He was actually slapped in the face by a little brat in public. When he realized what was happening, he became furious. You damned little brat, how dare you humiliate me like this? Do you really think I can't hear you? Revolving heaven, Hiyashi roared, and his body began to spin at high speed. In an instant, a semicircular blue chakra shield enveloped him. He wanted to use this method to force Rukawa back. You want to use this kind of rubbish against me? Ha! Rukawa chuckled and punched the blue gas shield in front of him. The next moment, in Hyuga Hiyashi's incredible eyes, his revolving heaven, which was said to be the strongest defense, was shattered by a single punch. Then, he watched helplessly as the small fist hit his chest. Bang! Snap! Hiyashi flew backwards, with countless ribs broken in his chest. Chapter 27. Do you want to rebel openly? Chief. The Hyuga people exclaimed and quickly caught their clan leader. Hole. How dare you humiliate our clan leader like this? I will fight you to death. Let's go together. I don't believe we can't take down this little brat. Every member of the Hyuga tribe looked furious, and looked as if they wanted to cut Rukawa into pieces right there and then. Of course, it is unknown how much of this is true emotion and how much is just acting. After all, most of the people here are branch house members. Among them, Hiyashi was slapped in the face and knocked away many times. He felt so happy in his heart, but of course he couldn't show it on his face. Don't do anything. You are no match for him. You will only get hurt if you go up. Hiyashi quickly stopped his tribesmen from going up and continuing to give away their heads. Although you are extremely weak, you still have self-awareness. Seeing this, Rukawa gave a heartfelt compliment. Hyuga Hiyashi. Evening. After dinner, the villagers with nothing to do went out of their homes and chatted with their neighbors. Basically we talked about some trivial things, but today I unexpectedly got a big piece of news. What? The Hyuga clan actually likes this, and they do it in public. A bald uncle looked surprised. Hey, keep your voice down, or you'll get into trouble. This kind of clan is not something that ordinary people like us can mess with. The person next to him quickly reminded him. Oh, what a shame, I wasn't there for such a rare event. The bald uncle shook his head and sighed. However, I heard that the one from Hyuga seemed to be under a genjutsu. The murderer is from the Uchiha clan, and now the Hyuga clan leader has personally gone to the Uchiha clan territory. At this time, someone else spoke in a low voice. What, really? The bald uncle's eyes lit up and his face was full of excitement. Even the head of the Hyuga clan has come out in person. I'm afraid Uchiha is in trouble now. HMPH. I really hope Chief Hiyashi can teach those arrogant Uchiha a lesson. The bald uncle had a look of resentment in his eyes, and it was obvious that he had a grudge against Uchiha. Right. Those annoying Uchiha really should be made to suffer. Advertisement. Those guys from the Uchiha guard are so damned bad. It wasn't enough that they knocked over Laozi's stall last time. They also took away all the fruits from Laozi. I was so d. I really hope those bastards from Uchiha can learn a lesson. Quote. Several people had the same attitude and hoped that Uchiha would be defeated. Hey, is there something going on over there? Why are there so many people? Suddenly, the bald uncle raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Several people turned their heads and looked over, and saw a large group of people coming towards this side on the street. The crowd approached, and a few people saw the specific situation clearly. Then, several people took a breath of cold air at the same time. In front of the crowd, Rukawa was dragging Hyuga Makino with one hand and walking slowly forward, as if he was dragging a dead dog. Behind him were the Hyuga clan with extremely grim expressions. There are also Uchiha tribe members who look excited and Uchiha Fugaku who looks like he has a headache. Finally, there are the Konoha villagers and civilian ninjas who came along as spectators. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the main gate of Konoha, Hyuga Hiyashi suppressed his anger and said. Enough, Uchiha Rukawa, you dragged Makino here from the Uchiha land. You have trampled on the reputation of my Hyuga clan, and you should have vented your anger. So, give me enough. After saying that, Hiyashi instantly took action to rescue Hyuga Makino from Rukawa. Roll. Rukawa grabbed the other's wrist first and threw it away. Hiyashi was thrown out without any chance to fight back and hit a telephone pole on the roadside. Damn it, Chief. Let's go together and rescue Makino. All the Hyuga ninjas attacked Rukawa together. Humph. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. Conqueror's Haki. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon Rukawa. Those Hyuga people who approached Rukawa felt as if a huge hand was squeezing their hearts. It was so uncomfortable and painful, as if I would die on the spot in the next second. Rukawa swung the Hyuga Makino in his hand and swept it across, instantly knocking a large number of Hyuga people away. Advertisement. He simply swung the humanoid weapon in his hand a few times, and the area around Rukawa was cleared, and all the Hyuga ninjas vomited blood and fell to the ground. Oh, Rukawa chuckled and continued walking towards the village gate with the half-dead Hyuga Makino in his hands. Just now, Rukawa used Conqueror's Haki, which only very few people in the pirates' world can awaken. Conqueror's Haki was the reward Rukawa received when he signed in not long ago. The effect is good when displayed at this moment, and Rukawa is quite satisfied. I had 2 sign-in opportunities and used them both. As for what he got from the other sign-in, Rukawa said he was speechless. A pair of smelly socks that haven't been washed for 20 years. Nothing to say, the system always gives you some weird things. If it wasn't for the inappropriate time, Rukawa would have thrown this thing out of his system backpack long ago to avoid contaminating the backpack. Rukawa continued walking with Hyuga Makino, but before he had taken a few steps, several figures appeared in front of him and blocked the way. Several of them were wearing cloaks and masks on their faces. They were obviously Anbu ninjas. Stop. How dare you attack your companions in the village? Are you planning to rebel openly? Hurry up and let him go. Then follow me to Anbu and accept your punishment. The leader was wearing a dog head mask, making it impossible to see his face clearly. However, the white hair on its head had already exposed its identity. This person is none other than Hitaki Kakashi, who is known for his ability to fight anyone on equal terms, and is also known as the kidney deficiency man. It happened to be Kakashi's turn today, and he thought it would be another uneventful day. I was thinking about going to the bookstore after get off work to see if there are any updates on Intimate Paradise. Then he discovered that something was happening on the main road of Konoha, and immediately took his men to check it out. Then he saw the shocking scene where a kid less than 10 years old defeated dozens of Hyuga ninjas in an instant. At this moment, Kakashi's heart was already filled with huge waves. When did such a perverted child appear in Konoha? Although surprised, Kakashi did not forget his job. No matter what the situation of the kid opposite him is, he will catch him back to Anbu. I advise you to release him quickly. This is Konoha, a place where no one is allowed to act recklessly just because of their strength. Kakashi warned, pulling out the kunai from his waist, ready for battle. Several Anbu ninjas behind him also drew their weapons. Although the opponent is young, he is extremely powerful and they need to go all out. Rukawa glanced at a few people indifferently without stopping at all. He didn't take them seriously at all. Chapter 28 Rukawa's terrifying pressure. Strong. Didn't you hear me when I told you to stop? Kakashi snapped. But the next moment, boom, a tremendous pressure came towards him. At this moment, in Kakashi's eyes, the person walking towards him was not a child of 7 or 8 years old. Instead, he was a god who was high above and looked down upon all living beings, making him feel the urge to kneel down and submit. Damn it, it's not an illusion, it's a real pressure. Kakashi's cheeks were already covered with sweat, his calves were trembling violently, and his knees seemed like they would buckle at any moment. However, Kakashi still relied on his strong willpower to resist the pressure and barely remained standing. His teammates did not have such a strong willpower as him, and several of them had already knelt down. What on earth was this pressure? It made them, the Anbu elites, unable to even stand. At this moment, the faces of several people under their masks were both ugly and terrified. Just like that, Rukawa dragged Hyuga Makino like a dead dog and passed by them as if they were air. Damn it, move right there, ah. Kakashi roared and raged madly in his mind. Finally, when Rukawa was about to walk past him, he finally managed to withstand the pressure on his body. Stop it. Kakashi turned around and thrust the kunai in his hand. Squeak. Rukawa turned his head and looked at the kunai stuck in his shoulder. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at the white-haired man in front of him with some surprise. Interesting, you were able to break free from my conqueror's pressure. You're worthy of the reputation of being able to fight anyone evenly. Compared to Rukawa's nonchalant attitude, he can even make jokes. At this moment, Kakashi was already terrified. What kind of monster is this? The kunai only scratched the opponent's skin. Kakashi was about to say something when he was suddenly hit horribly in the face. Advertisement. Snap. The dog head mask shattered on the spot, and even the black mask used for covering the face was torn to pieces, and the whole person flew backwards. Cough. Kakashi subconsciously used his collar to cover his mouth to hide his true face, but the blood he vomited out dyed his collar red. Tisk. So he has a BCH face. That's nothing strange. I thought he just had a mouth full of buck teeth. Rukawa curled his lips, and continued forward with Hyuga Makino in disappointment. When he attacked just now, he deliberately scratched Kakashi's mask with his fingernails in order to tear it. Satisfy the curiosity I had in my previous life and see what Kakashi's true appearance is like. As we can see, Kakashi has a beauty mole on his left chin, which makes him look a little handsome. Of course, he is definitely far inferior to him. After Rukawa moved away, Kakashi's teammates regained their mobility and rushed over to help Kakashi up. Captain, are you okay? Let me check your injuries. Ahem. Kakashi coughed twice and tugged at his red-stained collar. I'm fine. Stop pulling my collar. Sorry Captain, I just wanted to see the injuries on your face. The player withdrew his hand awkwardly. Kakashi looked at the other person speechlessly, but now was not the time to worry about these things. This matter involves the two great clans, the Uchiha and the Hyuga, and the situation is probably very complicated. This is beyond our ability to handle, we must report it to the Hokage immediately. Kakashi's tone was serious. Yes, several team members responded quickly. The onlookers who witnessed the whole process were already shocked at this moment. What they saw was a child of 7 or 8 years old killing dozens of Hyuga ninjas in an instant. The Anbu were so frightened that they knelt down and dared not move. The only Anbu ninja who took action was slapped away. What kind of heaven-defying kid is this? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Just like that, followed by a group of shocked onlookers, they arrived at the gate of Konoha. Advertisement. Konoha has 2 great gate gods, Kamiju Izumo and Koji Tetsu. At this moment, the 2 of them were sitting leisurely at the door guarding the gate, discussing what to eat after get off work. Then they saw a large group of people rushing towards them. Holy shit, what's going on? The 2 were startled and stood up quickly, then they saw a child dragging a Hyuga. Stop, what are you doing? How can you treat your fellow villagers like this? Let them go. Shen Yu Chu-yun started to scold, and Gang Ziti stood beside him, supporting his good friend. Get lost. Stop meddling in other people's business. Rukawa just glanced at the 2 of them indifferently, and was jokingly called in his previous life. The 2 god-tier ninjas who could beat pain single-handedly were immediately frightened and retreated. The 2 men who stepped aside patted their chests with lingering fear, their eyes full of indifference. They had no doubt that if they insisted on stopping them, they would be killed on the spot. They are just gatekeepers, they don't get paid much, so there's no need for them to work so hard. If something like this happens, the village will naturally send someone to deal with it. Just wait. So, the 2 of them just became spectators with peace of mind. Rukawa looked up at the tall Konoha gate and found it would be just right to hang it in the middle. Just as he was about to start the operation. Uchiha Rukawa, if you really do this, my Hyuga clan will never forgive you. At some point, Hyuga Hiashi staggered over. Rukawa just raised his hand slightly, and Hiashi subconsciously dodged back. You are such a loser, how dare you tell me that we are irreconcilable? When Cloud Shinobi put pressure on him, he didn't dare to resist, and could only use his brother Hizashi as a scapegoat. What a waste. Quote. You, the entire Hyuga clan, are not even worthy of my attention. What's the difference between the main house and branch house? What's the caged bird? It's ridiculous. You useless people are just looking down on me. I wouldn't even want it if it was given to me. Rukawa taunted Ramon, his eyes full of disdain. Chapter 29 Third Hokage. Hateful. Hyuga Hiashi roared in his heart, angry to the extreme. As the saying goes, when you scold someone, you expose his or her weaknesses, when you hit someone, don't hit them in the face. But Rukawa not only opened his wound, but also rubbed salt on it. He was so outrageous. Hiashi really wanted to kill this guy right now, but when he thought about the difference in strength between the 2 sides, he could only think about it. Rukawa ignored the helpless and furious Hiashi and instructed Uchiha behind him. Go, someone, get me a hemp rope. He thought no one would listen, but as soon as he finished speaking, an Uchiha came out with an excited look. Yes, I've prepared it. This is a young Uchiha, about 16 or 17 years old. He ignored Fugaku's sharp gaze, holding a thick hemp rope in his hand, and walked over happily. Sir, here, my family specializes in the pig slaughtering business. This is the hemp rope used to tie up pigs. It is definitely strong and sturdy enough. Rukawa took the hemp rope and looked at the other person in surprise. Noticing Rukawa's look, the Uchiha explained. My brother and a Hyuga tribe member were on a mission and encountered an ambush. As a result, that coward Hyuga abandoned my brother and ran away alone, causing my brother's death. So, if someone can bring shame to the Hyuga clan, I'll be very happy. Rukawa nodded in understanding. It turned out to be a conflict with Hyuga. No wonder he was so active. While fixing the hemp rope in his hand, he asked casually. Boy, I think you have a bright future. Tell me your name and I'll protect you from now on. Uchiha was delighted when he heard this was what he had been waiting for. He didn't mind being called a brat by a 7-year-old. After all, in the ninja world, strength is everything. Then he quickly said his name. Sir, my name is Uchiha Nibashira. What the hell is this name? Rukawa complained in his heart. No wonder he cooperated with me so well, it turned out it was destined. Nice name. Advertisement. Rukawa nodded slightly and then sent the other person away. Tear. Rukawa tore Hyuga Makino's clothes to shreds. Suddenly, a pair of pink shorts with a pig pattern printed on them caught everyone's eye. Oh wow, I didn't expect that a grown man likes this. Everyone watched with great interest. Rukawa was merciless. He wrapped the hemp rope in his hand up and down, and soon tied Hyuga Makino up. Perhaps because the rope was too tight, the unconscious Hyuga Makino woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw people all around him. Everyone was clicking their tongues, with mocking looks in their eyes. Where am I? Why are they looking at me like that? Hyuga Makino, who had just woken up, was still a little confused and his mind was not very clear. Soon, the tense feeling in his body brought him back to his senses, and then he noticed his current appearance. She was tied up naked, and a pair of pink piggy panties were particularly eye-catching. Suddenly, he understood why the people around him were looking at him like that. Ah! He suddenly let out a scream. The shame and anger in his heart made his face distorted and fierce. At this moment, he finally understood how Hyuga Daiki felt at that time. "A-hole! What are you doing? Don't go too far, let me go now." Hyuga Makino screamed loudly. The hurt he suffered at this moment was even more painful than killing him. "Stop barking like a dog, isn't this the punishment plan you proposed? I was just following your plan, so you should blame yourself." Rukawa took the end of the rope and leapt over the gate. Then the rope was passed through the wooden post on the door frame, and Rukawa jumped down holding the end of the rope. With two people on top and below, Hyuga Makino was suddenly hung up. No, please spare me. I was just joking at the time and didn't mean to do anything so extreme, please let me go." Hyuga Makino, who was hung up, had a higher vision and saw more and more spectators coming over here. He really wanted to die of shame and anger, so he began to beg Rukawa for mercy. Rukawa just pretended not to hear anything, tied the rope tightly to the door frame, and spoke in a calm tone. "Advertisement. This guy is going to hang here for 2 days and 2 nights. No one can put him down before the time is up." At this point, Rukawa paused, and a sense of pressure like a king descending suddenly rose from his body. "If anyone dares to put this guy down early, I don't mind hanging another person on top." While saying this, Rukawa kept his eyes fixed on Hyuga Hiyashi. The latter looked extremely ugly. Threat. This is a naked threat. Hiyashi believed that if he dared to put Makino down, the arrogant kid in front of him would definitely strip him, the clan leader, and hang him up. With those extremely threatening words, even if we force the ninjas in the clan to rescue people, I'm afraid no one would dare to do so. Being stripped naked and hung at the village gate for everyone to watch is so intimidating that no one wants to experience it for themselves. It seems to be working well. Seeing the fearful looks on the faces of the people around him, Rukawa nodded with satisfaction. He turned around with a smile on his face, feeling happy and pleased with himself for having succeeded in another exchange of gifts. We had only walked a short distance towards the Uchiha tribe's territory. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air was heard. A high-speed spinning shuriken flew from nowhere. The shuriken swept across and the hemp rope broke directly. Seeing this, Rukawa's smile faded, his face gradually became gloomy, and his happy mood disappeared instantly. Who is so bold as to slap him in the face in public? "What, are you going to hang me up there too?" Before the person appeared, an old voice came first. "It's the third-generation adults. The third-generation adults are here." "Alright. The third-generation adults are here. Let's see if that Uchiha Rukawa guy dares to be so arrogant again. Master Third Generation, you must make the decision for our Hyuga clan." The injured Hyuga people shouted excitedly. The onlookers around also started to get agitated. Unexpectedly, even the Hokage was alarmed. This was going to be a good show to watch. In the eyes of worship, awe, or reverence, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage hat, walked slowly over, followed closely by several Anbu ninjas. Chapter 30. This kid is a monster. Trigger reward. Interesting, I didn't expect the Hokage to come here in person for such a small matter. Rukawa looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared in a very aggressive manner and said something very unhappily. But at this moment, the system sound in my mind rang again. Ding. Temporary mission triggered. Mission content. Use any method to make Sarutobi Hiruzen, who always looks calm, angry. Task success reward. Number of sign-ins +2, oh no, another mission. Although there are still only 2 sign-in opportunities, the task is relatively simple. It shouldn't be difficult to make Sarutobi Hiruzen angry. Rukawa pinched his chin and began to think about it. Hyuga Makino fell to the ground, not caring at all about his swollen butt. With a face full of grief and anger, he started crying to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Mr. Third Generation, I am so miserable, not only was I beaten up, but I was also humiliated in public. If it weren't for you, the Third Generation, saving me, I would have lost the courage to live." Then, he pointed at Rukawa angrily and roared. "The culprit is this kid, Third Generation Master, you must not let him go. Don't worry, as the Hokage, I won't allow anyone to attack fellow villagers privately. I will definitely seek justice for you." Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed him down, causing Hyuga Makino to burst into tears of gratitude. It was decided that he would join the Anbu and swear allegiance to the Hokage until death. After gathering everyone's support, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Rukawa and said seriously, Although I don't know why your strength has suddenly increased, you shouldn't rely on your strength to attack your fellow villagers. As members of the Konoha family, the power in your hands should be used to protect your companions, not to hurt them. But Uchiha Rukawa, look at what you did. Not only did you severely injure your companion, but you also humiliated him like this. This is really too bad. Your behavior is tantamount to treason. You will be wanted and hunted by the whole of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was haggard and there was regret in his eyes. It's such a shame that he is accused of treason at such a young age. What a shame. Oh. Rukawa crossed his arms over his chest, expressionless, and just watched the other person perform quietly. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately changed the subject. However, considering your young age and the fact that you suddenly gained great power, you have lost yourself. Advertisement therefore, I can understand your behavior. But you did make a mistake after all. Even though you were young, you still have to pay for your mistake. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused here, pretending to be in deep thought before continuing. Come to Anbu. There, I will personally teach you and make you a qualified Konoha shinobi. Working for Anbu means serving the entire Konoha. This will not only help you grow, but also help you cleanse yourself of the mistakes you made. Rukawa was speechless. After talking for a long time, it turned out that he was trying to win him over. But on second thought, I felt it was normal. Given the character of the old fox that is the third generation, if they see a child who is both capable and talented, they will definitely take him back and brainwash him. Uchiha Itachi is a typical example of someone being successfully brainwashed by the third generation. Mr. Third Generation, this is not right. Hyuga Makino said dryly. Didn't he say he was going to help him get justice? Why did he suddenly absorb the kid into his Anbu? And from what the third generation said, it seems that they want to accept the other party as their apprentice. What is going on? He was stunned at this moment. I have my own plans, Sarutobi Hiruzen said perfunctorily and ignored him. How can the weight of an ordinary jonin be compared to that of a monstrous genius? Then he extended his hand to Rukawa, a chrysanthemum-like smile blooming on his old face. Come on, little Rukawa, come back with me and learn the will of fire. With such strength, you should shine for Konoha. In his opinion, since the Hokage personally invited him and showed such courtesy, Rukawa would definitely accept without hesitation. After a good training, he has become a useful and loyal subordinate. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels very happy at the moment. Get lost. Don't give me such a disgusting look, it made me almost vomit up my leftover food. Rukawa had a look of disgust on his face and didn't give the other person any face at all. Also, don't use such disgusting names to me, it makes me want to smash your stinky mouth. The friendly smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face froze. Since he became Hokage, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Don't be angry, it's just children's words. Advertisement. The main responsibility for the naughty temper of the child lies with the parents. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Fugaku who was just watching the show and asked. Fugaku, is this the good son you raised? How did you educate him? You were so disrespectful to your elders. How dare you disrespect me, the Hokage, in such a way? Fugaku continued to eat melon without even lifting his eyelids, as if he was deaf. In fact, he felt quite happy when he saw third generation being scolded. I never thought that an old fox like you would end up like this. Over there, it was the leader of the guards beside Hiruzen who couldn't help himself first. As the saying goes, when the lord is humiliated, the minister dies. The Hokage was humiliated in public, and as the Hokage's guard, he had to stand up and maintain the Hokage's dignity. He immediately took 2 steps forward and shouted angrily. Kid, watch your attitude, it's a great honor for you that the Hokage appreciates you. Not only did you not accept it with gratitude, you even dared to insult the Hokage-sama. I think you are. Bang. Snap. When will a dog get a chance to interrupt? Rukawa arrived in front of the guard leader in an instant and slapped him away. More than 10 meters away, the mask on the guard leader's face was completely shattered and his nose was crooked. Most of his teeth were knocked out, blood was flowing from his face, and he fainted. Uchiha Rukawa. How dare you attack a fellow ninja in front of me? Do you really want to become a traitor to Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, anger in his eyes. He actually dared to attack his guards in front of him, completely ignoring him as the Hokage. Too rampant, and this is not just a naughty child, this is clearly a little devil. As expected, except for a very few, all other Uchiha are born evil. Isn't this angry? Rukawa raised his eyebrows. At the same time, the system prompt sound rang in my mind. Ding. Mission completed. Check-in times +2, Chapter 31 shocked the whole audience. Now, hand over the secret of your sudden increase in strength immediately, and I will forgive your previous crime. Otherwise, I will personally put you in Anbu prison. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his target. He is an arrogant lord and it is basically impossible to bring him under his command. It would be better to take advantage of the other party's reckless move and force him to hand over the secret of his greatly increased strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was burning with anxiety, and he really wanted to know how his 7-year-old kid could suddenly have the power to kill Jonin in seconds. Oh, you want to know? Okay, but I need you to exchange something with me? Rukawa said with a smile. Oh, what is it? As long as I have it, I will definitely take it out and exchange it with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up and he instantly became excited. Sure enough, Children are children, and they can get information out of them with just any tricks. It's so easy to cheat. Whether it was the Konoha villagers who were watching or the ninjas who were watching, they all held their breath and pricked up their ears. Hey! Rukawa suddenly grinned, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face, and chuckled. That thing is your head. Give me your head and I will tell you the secret right away. After these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. This is too bold. How dare he say such words to the Hokage? Does he want to die? At this moment, everyone looked at Rukawa as if they were looking at a madman. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned completely dark. Although he was very skilled in cultivating his chi, at this moment, he was so angry that he was shaking all over. The most infuriating thing was that he had just arrived and, in just a split second, he felt several murderous intentions coming from all around. Although it was only for a moment, as a cage-level strongman, he still caught it. Damn it. This shows that some damned bastards are actually tempted and really want to take his head in exchange. Rukawa didn't care what Hiruzen's mood was at the moment. Sooner or later, he would offend him on the night of the genocide in a few days. In this case, why not discuss the other person in advance and make yourself feel good? Advertisement so. Adhering to the principle of not G Hiruzen off to death, Rukawa urged. How about it, old man, give me a word whether you want to change or not. Shut up. How dare you, a little brat who hasn't even grown any hair yet, insult our great third-generation adults like that? Why don't you kneel down and apologize to the third-generation masters? Then you can spend decades in Konoha prison to atone for your crimes. A rough voice suddenly sounded. The voice came from outside the venue. Apparently, some spectators could not bear to see their respected third Hokage being insulted, so they came out to uphold justice. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound with curiosity and admiration. With the previous experience of the captain of the guard as a warning, he still dared to scold. Who is this idiot who is not afraid of death? Following the gaze of the crowd, I saw a bald uncle looking at Rukawa bravely and fearlessly. There was a large area around him that was left empty, and no one dared to get too close to this suicidal guy. Safety first, stay away from evildoers. The bald uncle looked at the people around him with disdain, but his face remained fearless. What are you looking at, brat? You insulted our great third Hokage, can't I stand up and say a few words from my heart? What? From the look in your eyes, are you planning to attack me? I'm warning you, I'm a civilian. In Konoha, ninjas can't attack a civilian like me. The bald uncle raised his head, as if to say, I am a civilian and you can't do anything to me. In Konoha, there is indeed a rule that ninjas cannot harm civilians. If a ninja violates this rule, he will not only be punished, but will also be despised and scorned by other ninjas, and his reputation will be ruined. So in Konoha, especially in some occasions, the civilian identity is a very useful amulet. For example, the bald uncle at this moment, he didn't believe that the other party really dared to attack him, a powerless civilian, in front of so many people and the third Hokage. I've seized this opportunity to show off in front of the third-generation adults. It wouldn't be too much to become a housekeeper in the third generation's house. The future is bright. Just as the bald uncle was happily imagining the future, the next moment, his vision became blurred, and then he suddenly felt a tearing pain in his cheek. Advertisement, but it was Rukawa who slapped him directly, and his whole face was deformed. Uchiha Rukawa, do you still have any sense of shame as a ninja? How dare you use such heavy hands on a powerless civilian? The third generation shouted, pointing at Rukawa with anger on their faces. You're such a jerk. You deserve a beating. Besides, I'm not a ninja. I haven't even graduated from the ninja school yet. Rukawa withdrew his hand and said calmly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Such a powerful kid hadn't even graduated from the ninja school and was not a ninja yet. In other words, the ninja's rules have no effect on them at all. You have no shame, you will die a horrible death. The bald uncle lying on the ground pointed at Rukawa with a trembling finger. It seems that some people are not only mean-spirited but also stupid. I'm going to help you cure your most despicable habit right now. Rukawa sneered, bent down, and reached out to grab the other's chin. Stop it, Uchiha Rukawa. Stop it now, the third generation shouted angrily and rushed towards Rukawa. Rukawa ignored him completely, exerted a little force with his palm, and with a crack, he instantly crushed the opponent's jaw. Seeing this, the onlookers around quickly distanced themselves from Rukawa. Brutal. So cruel. They won't mess with this devil in child's clothing. Uchiha Rukawa, time and again, you are the cancer of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped 4 meters away from Rukawa. The rage in his heart was almost uncontrollable. Rukawa sneered and said disapprovingly, you should be thankful that this guy is not a ninja, otherwise Lousy would have crushed his head. Rukawa slowly stood up, his eyes full of indifference. Chapter 32 Arrogant and Domineering, Uchiha Rukawa. What, old man, do you want to take action here and eradicate this so-called cancer of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and looked at the countless Konoha villagers around him. In the end, reason overcame impulse. Fighting here will only hurt innocent people. As the Hokage, I will never let that happen. But don't get complacent, Uchiha Rukawa. It won't be long before you pay for what you've done. Oh, really? I'll wait then. Rukawa shook her hair nonchalantly, with even a hint of anticipation in her eyes. But I advise you to hang this guy up before I force you to do so. Rukawa pointed at Hyuga Makino, who was not far away. He had not forgotten about this guy. At this moment Hyuga Makino had already put on his clothes, and his eyes were filled with hatred when he looked at Rukawa. HMPH, don't even think about it. I will never attack a ninja from Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. The Uchiha, who were about to be exterminated, had been kicked out of the ranks of Konoha shinobi. Rukawa didn't explain, put his hands together, and walked leisurely towards his home. The crowd automatically made way for him. There is more or less fear in everyone's eyes. Being so brutal at such a young age, Uchiha is indeed the epitome of evil. This is what most people present think at the moment. Looking at Rukawa leaving in a cool manner, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became terribly gloomy. It seems that the Uchiha genocide plan has to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. At that time, no one from the Uchiha family will be left alive, and Uchiha Itachi, who was the pioneer in the genocide, will also be abandoned afterwards. Because of Rukawa's performance at this moment, third generation completely overturned their previous plan of keeping two. He wants to make Uchiha disappear completely from the ninja world. Mr. Third Generation, can you please find a quiet place? I have something important to discuss with you. At this time, Hyuga Hiyashi, who also had a gloomy look on his face, walked over. Noticing the overwhelming hatred in the other's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in understanding. Come on, follow me. Although the third generation targets us Uchiha at every turn, he is the Hokage after all, the leader of the village. You didn't give him face in front of so many people. From now on, the situation of our Uchiha and Konoha will only become more difficult. On the way back to the clan land, Fugaku, who had been struggling for a long time, finally told Rukawa about his concerns. Advertisement this time he learned his lesson and spoke in a very tactful tone. He did not scold Rukawa for going too far and causing the entire Uchiha to be implicated. At the same time, he lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear it. Do you think that third generation's old B***ch would let Uchiha go if I hadn't done that to you? Rukawa looked at Fugaku with a sidelong glance and said disdainfully. Don't take it for granted. Even if today's incident didn't happen, the third generation would still kill Uchiha. It's just a matter of time. Fugaku was indifferent, obviously not believing it. He felt that if the third generation really wanted to carry out the Uchiha genocide plan, it must be because of the fake Rukawa. It's a troubled time, it's a troubled time. Fugaku sighed to the sky. Don't sigh here. If you have the time to sigh, you might as well prepare for the crisis of genocide in advance. Rukawa touched his chin, thought for a moment and said. I humiliated that old man so much before, and he might attack Uchiha tonight out of anger and shame. It seems that you also know how bad your actions are, Fugaku thought to himself. After thinking for a while, Rukawa nodded and said firmly. Yes, this possibility is very high. Tonight will be the night of the Uchiha genocide. As soon as these words were spoken, the Uchiha following behind him went crazy. What? The third generation is coming to kill us Uchiha tonight? That's fake. Even if the third generation guy is annoying, I still think it's unlikely that they would wipe out their entire clan. Humph. What a lie. I think the possibility of the third generation attacking us is very high. I can see through that old man's intention to exterminate our Uchiha. Instead of a bunch of noisy Uchiha, Rukawa turned to Fugaku beside him and instructed. It's not too late now, so hurry up and make your preparations. Don't let yourself become a prey to the third generation. Isn't this too exaggerated? Fugaku still didn't believe it. Even though the third generation was humiliated today, they wouldn't wipe out an entire family because of this. How many times have I told you that killing Uchiha was a long-standing plan of the third generation? What I did today just served as a catalyst. Advertisement, forget it. It's up to you. Believe it or not, you are the clan leader, not me. Anyway, someone will take action by then. But by then, the battle will spread and ordinary people in the tribe will suffer heavy casualties. Rukawa showed an indifferent attitude, walked a few steps, then turned to Fugaku and said. If you believe me, quickly organize your people to seek refuge. If you don't believe me, Looking at Rukawa's departing back, Fugaku's indecisiveness came back again. Should I trust the other person? Is it true that the third generation will launch an attack on Uchiha tonight? Should we organize our tribesmen to take refuge first? But not only is this process extremely troublesome, if the third generation doesn't attack tonight, how is he going to explain it to those tribesmen? Fugaku is very conflicted at this moment. After a long while, he let out a long breath and made a decision. It smells like medicine, Fugaku said a name in a deep voice, and soon, a stern-looking Uchiha walked out. Master Patriarch, do you have any instructions? Uchiha's words were very formal. Go. Gather all the ninjas in the clan immediately. I have something important to discuss with everyone regarding the survival of the clan. Fugaku ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Uchiha Yaoi didn't say a word. After receiving the order, he used the body flicker technique and disappeared on the spot. Chief, do you really want to believe what your Master Rukawa says? An Uchiha asked hesitantly. Whether I believe it or not, I have my own judgment. Regardless of whether the third generation comes tonight or not, it is better for us to be prepared than not. Fugaku said in a deep voice. Although he had no plans to organize his clan members to seek refuge, he was preparing to gather all the ninjas in the family together. If something really happens, the ninja can also arrange for the civilians in the tribe to take refuge. Chapter 33. Let's take action tonight. Hey. Let's just hope that doesn't happen. Fugaku muttered as he looked up at the gradually darkening sky. Somewhere in a dark room, a low table was placed in the center of the room, with a burning candle standing in the center of it. The entire room was lit only by a faint candlelight. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hyuga Hiyashi were sitting opposite each other across a low table. So, Hiyashi, do you have something important to discuss with me? The deep, hoarse voice of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly sounded. It's absolutely safe here. No third person will know our conversation, you can speak freely. Hyuga Hiyashi took a deep breath and said seriously. I agreed to the thing you mentioned to me last time. At this moment, his eyes were filled with extremely strong hatred. From now on, our Hyuga clan will officially join the Uchiha clan extermination plan. Upon hearing this, the third generation once again smiled like an old chrysanthemum. Although his status as Hokage was severely challenged today, he received a powerful boost. More than a month ago, he had personally visited the Hyuga clan and vaguely mentioned the Uchiha plan to exterminate the clan. However, Hyuga Hiyashi's attitude at the time was very clear, which was to remain neutral and not help either side. But at this time, Hyuga Hiyashi chose to deal with the Uchiha clan. This result was all thanks to Uchiha. Come to think of it, I have to thank that rampant Uchiha kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought happily. Hiyashi, I welcome the Hyuga clan to join us, but for such an important matter, shouldn't you go back and discuss it with the elders of your tribe before making a decision? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked seriously. When it comes to a major event like genocide, everyone on our side must have the same attitude. Don't be too cautious if you start implementing the plan and then suddenly face opposition from your own camp, that would be difficult to deal with. Therefore, he had to confirm the attitudes of other powerful people in the Hyuga clan. Master third generation, you can rest assured about this. The family has suffered such a great humiliation, I don't believe that anyone in the family will raise any objections. Advertisement. If there was, Lousy would have killed him on the spot. Hiyashi added in his mind. Well, seeing Hyuga Hiyashi's firm attitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Correct decision. It seems that Hiyashi you have finally realized the evil of Uchiha. That's right. The Uchiha clan is a thoroughly evil clan. This evil clan should be wiped out to restore order to Konoha. Hyuga Hiyashi had a look of righteousness on his face. If that's the case, why didn't you accept my invitation when I came to you before? It's just because of family interests that he chose to take revenge. Sarutobi Hiruzen was secretly complaining in his heart. As a veteran politician, he saw through the essence of the matter at a glance. Of course, he would never say what he was thinking. He couldn't push away the allies who had joined him with great difficulty. So may I ask third generation sir, when exactly are we going to take action against Uchiha? I want it to be as soon as possible. Hiyashi's eyes were gleaming with anticipation, and he looked like he couldn't wait. He. According to the original plan, I was going to take action in 5 days. But now the situation has changed, a freak suddenly appeared in Uchiha for some reason. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious expression. Let's do it tonight. What? Do it tonight, Hyuga Hiyashi. Although I hope to act as soon as possible, but if we act tonight, isn't it too urgent? My Hyuga clan is not prepared at all. There's no other way, I want to delay it for a while. But it's too late. If we wait until tonight, I am afraid there will be bigger variables. So we must act tonight. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. Variables. Besides that Uchiha Rukawa, are there any other variables? Hyuga Hiyashi asked with a frown upon hearing this. Uchiha Itachi. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered a name slowly. Uchiha Itachi, I've heard this name mentioned quite often. A genius ninja who was promoted to Chunin at the age of 10. Compared to normal ninjas, he's definitely a monster. But compared to his monstrous brother, he's nothing compared to that variable. Hyuga Hiyashi had a look of confusion and bewilderment on his face. After seeing how outrageous Uchiha Rukawa was, he suddenly felt that Uchiha Itachi had become very ordinary. No, your understanding of Itachi is still too one-sided Hiyashi. Itachi is only 13 years old, but he has opened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha, it's worthy of being the cradle of genius. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed sincerely, but Hiyashi was surprised and shocked. What? Mangekyo Sharingan, an eye that is rumored to be openable only by Uchiha Madara. This is troublesome. It's very difficult to destroy the Uchiha, and I'm afraid we'll suffer heavy losses here. Hyuga Hiyashi looked worried, and then suggested. Why don't we get Tsunade and Jiraiya back before we do it? That way we can be sure that nothing goes wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and chuckled. Don't be too nervous, Hiyashi. Although Itachi is from the Uchiha clan, he is also an excellent successor to the Will of Fire, so he is on our side for the time being. He will help us deal with the Uchiha. Hyuga Hiyashi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, but his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The power of brainwashing is truly terrifying, it could actually make Uchiha, the clan leader's son, betray his own family. From now on, the younger generations in the family must stay away from the old fox. Third generation adults are really amazing. Hiyashi spoke up and praised. But Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Even so, Itachi is still an uncertain factor after all. Because Itachi doesn't know his brother's sudden increase in strength yet, I'm not sure if his faith in the will of fire will be shaken when he learns about it. After a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. So, we must take action against Uchiha immediately before Itachi gets the news. Otherwise, if we delay for too long, we might lose this high-level combat power. Hyuga Hiyashi nodded in understanding, realizing why the third generation was so anxious to take action. Chapter 34 Deterrence. Anbu. Danzo. But he was still a little worried. I understand your concerns, third generation master, but I am still worried about my side. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't worry, you Hyuga clan just need to provide combat assistance, and Danzo and his roots will take care of the rest. The root will be in charge of the frontal attack, and we only need to defend the periphery and prevent any Uchiha from escaping during the chaos. Hiyashi's eyes lit up. Okay, then there's no problem on my end. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Next, let me tell you in detail about the battle deployment. Half an hour later, Hyuga Hiyashi walked out of a very inconspicuous wooden house. The smile on his face showed that he was in a very good mood. When he looked in a certain direction, the smile on his lips disappeared, and his eyes revealed strong hatred. The direction he was looking in was the direction of the Uchiha tribe's land. Uchiha, your end is coming soon. I hope to see you look annoyed and regretful by then. Uchiha Rukawa. Root. That's really strange, Hiruzen. Why are you here at my root when you're not staying at the Hokage building? Shimura Danzo with a white bandage on his right eye and an shaped scar on his chin. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who suddenly appeared at the root base and said sinisterly. I'm the Hokage. There's no place in Konoha that I can't come to. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old friend expressionlessly. Shimura Danzo has always coveted the position of Hokage, and Sarutobi knows this very well. Therefore, every time the two of them get along, the atmosphere is not very friendly. Haha, so impressive Hiruzen, you came to my root just to emphasize your Hokage status to me. Or did you come to me to vent your anger because you were humiliated by some Uchiha brat today? Shimura Danzo continued to be sarcastic. With the root ninja's ability to collect intelligence, he naturally knew about what had happened at the village entrance first. To be honest, Danzo felt very happy to hear that Hiruzen was mocked by a little kid. It was a pity that he was not there at the time and did not witness Hiruzen's furious face. At the same time, he also became interested in the kid named Uchiha Rukawa, who had such strength at such a young age. It doesn't make sense to think about it, so there must be a secret. Danzo's eyes revealed greed. He had to find an opportunity to catch this brat and study him thoroughly. Advertisement. That's enough, Danzo. I'm not going to waste my time on this nonsense. I have something serious to discuss with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious. Is it about Uchiha? Haha. After all, you made a fool of yourself before. I can understand why you are angry and mad. A gleam of wisdom shone from Shimura Danzo's one eye. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, ignored the other party's insulting words, and said in a deep voice. That's right. Tonight, Uchiha will completely disappear from the ninja world. Tisk. Are we going to do it tonight? Shimura Danzo glanced at third generation in surprise. Hiruzen, when did you become so assertive? I almost think you're a fake. Don't give me that crap. Danzo, I'm just asking if you can do it tonight. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with Danzo, who kept insulting him. Humph. I have already prepared everything. If you hadn't been procrastinating, I would have taken down the Uchiha clan long ago. Why would it take until now? Danzo leaned on the cane in his hand and snorted disdainfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about the other party's complaints, and just said lightly. Although the time for the implementation of the plan has changed, our action plan has not changed. Go. Danzo, have your men go to Anbu to call Itachi over and have him lead the vanguard. Humph. Since you are so courageous, I won't mind you ordering me this time. Danzo was not satisfied, but he still directed his order towards the darkness. Akka, go to Anbu and get Uchiha Itachi. Yes, a voice in the dark responded. Anbu, Itachi, who was feeling mixed emotions over the impending extermination of the Uchiha clan, suddenly received news that the Konoha high-ups were summoning him. Third generation Sama and Danzo Sama came to see me together, and the place of summons was not Anbu, but the root. Is there something they want to announce? Itachi asked Kabuto, who was beside him. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. Have no idea. A's answer was concise and to the point. Did anything unusual happen in the village today? Advertisement. Ever since Itachi was told that he would be carrying out the Uchiha genocide plan in a few days, he has been locking himself in the small room of Anbu. Think about whether you should sacrifice your own family for the sake of the village. There has been no news about him these days. Now that he came out, he also wanted to know if anything big had happened in the village in the past few days. Have no idea. Unfortunately, A's answer was the same as before, and he got no information at all. We can only take one step at a time. Itachi, helpless, followed Ja and quickly rushed to the root base. Third generation master, Danzo master, I wonder why you two masters asked me to come here. Itachi asked respectfully after bowing to the third generation and Danzo. Snort. Danzo turned his eyes away and didn't look at Itachi directly. He was a little unhappy that his name was ranked behind the third generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly and said gently, Itachi, you're here. I called you here to talk to you about Uchiha. I have received intelligence from spies that Uchiha will stage a coup tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was solemn and a little helpless. So, in order to prevent Uchiha from being accused of treason, and for the sake of the peace and stability of the village. After discussing with Elder Danzo, I have decided to take action against Uchiha tonight. Quote. Uchiha Itachi was shocked after hearing this. Mr. Third Generation, didn't you say that you would not decide on the action until 5 days later? Hey, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, a look of deep pain on his face. Your people are close to going crazy. I don't want things to turn out like this, but, alas, there is really nothing I can do. We must act tonight, otherwise by tomorrow, the Uchiha coup will happen and the entire Konoha will become a battlefield, with countless lives lost. By then, countless innocent people will die because of Uchiha's mistake. Not only that, other ninja villages will also take advantage of the situation. Konoha is destroyed and Uchiha will be the eternal sinner. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sad, revealing his true feelings. There was a faint gleam in his eye sockets, as if he really saw Konoha turned into ruins. Danzo, who was standing next to him, saw this and felt contempt in his heart, thinking that Hiruzen was such a hypocritical guy. Unlike him, who only cares about Konoha. Chapter 35 Itachi, Orochimaru. The third generation didn't care what Danzo thought and continued their performance. He said sadly. Itachi, as the heir to the will of fire, you surely wouldn't want that to happen, right? Itachi lowered his head, making it impossible to see his expression at the moment. After a long silence, he said in a hoarse voice. I understand, Master Third Generation, but you agreed to my request before. Rest assured. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He said sincerely, after completing this mission, you will be the hero of Konoha. I promise that your brother, Uchiha Rukawa, will be absolutely safe in Konoha. Not only that, if his talent is good enough, I will accept him as my apprentice. I will personally teach him ninjutsu and do my best to train him into an excellent Konoha shinobi. In the future, if Rukawa's abilities are strong enough, it's not impossible for him to become the Hokage of Konoha. In order to get Uchiha Itachi to take action tonight, Sarutobi Hiruzen made crazy promises. No matter whether it is useful or not, you must show your sincerity so that your subordinates will be willing to work for you. Unlike Danzo, he doesn't make big promises or try hard to influence his subordinates. In the end, he can only use the tongue trouble technique to control his subordinates by force. Uchiha Itachi was silent again for a long time before he said, I hope the third generation lords will not break their promise. The next moment, open eyes. Itachi raised his head suddenly, his eyes were scarlet. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The third generation launched the Uchiha genocide plan ahead of time, interrupting his backup plans. When he just received the mission to exterminate the Uchiha clan, he was approached by a mysterious man who called himself Uchiha Madara. Itachi made a deal with him. The content of the deal was that after he slaughtered the Uchiha, he would join an organization called Akatsuki, and work for this organization. Likewise, in exchange, the mysterious man would help him protect Rukawa in secret. In case the third generation or Danzo makes a move in secret and quietly kills Rukawa. Advertisement. But now, the third generation suddenly announced that the plan would be launched ahead of schedule, which made his prepared backup plan ineffective. Because he and the mysterious man are in single-line contact, only the mysterious man can contact him, but he cannot contact the mysterious man. Therefore, in order to make up for the lack of his backup plan, Itachi could only use the Mangekyo Sharingan to intimidate. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed not to see the Mangekyo in Itachi's eyes, and with a solemn look on his face, he assured with his chest. I guarantee on the honor of the Sarutobi clan that I will absolutely protect Uchiha Rukawa's life. And you, I hope Lord Danzo can give me a promise too. Itachi turned his gaze to Danzo on the other side. Danzo stared into Itachi's eyes, the greed in his single eye almost becoming physical. Another pair of Mangekyo. Another pair of Mangekyo. I must definitely get it. Danzo roared in his mind. At this point he has already transplanted Shisui's Mangekyo, and therefore is well aware of the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shisui's Mangekyo is the strongest genjutsu, distinguished heavenly gods. I wonder what your Mangekyo is, Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, Danzo still had a faint expectation in his heart. Cough. The third generation coughed lightly, and Danzo finally came back to his senses. Snort. He snorted first, and then said disdainfully, he's just a brat who didn't even graduate from the ninja school. I have no interest in this kind of brat. Okay, I believe you two adults can keep your promise. After receiving assurances from the two, Itachi also deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan. There's no time to lose. Itachi, once you're ready, go on the mission. All for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious. Yeah, everything for Konoha. Itachi looked serious and firm in his belief. How hypocritical. Danzo cursed inwardly, but seeing that both of them were looking at him, he also said casually, everything for Konoha. Advertisement. After Itachi left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression immediately turned cold, and he said in a low voice. Danzo, find a suitable time to kill both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Rukawa. The evil bloodline of the Uchiha should be completely wiped out from the ninja world. Ha, Hiruzen, you are still as hypocritical as ever. But even if you don't say it, I will find a chance to do it. For the sake of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo and the secret of Uchiha Rukawa, these two must be caught, regardless of life or death. Danzo added in his mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo out of the corner of his eye. He was very familiar with this old friend of his. As soon as he sticks out his butt, it means he is about to take a shit. At this moment, third generation knew exactly what Danzo was thinking, but he didn't say anything. Give the other side some motivation so that they will work hard in this operation, and then seize the fruits of victory after the war. After all, he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is the Hokage. Heh. Hiruzen, I know you too well. I know exactly what you're thinking. You can't take away my victory. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's receding back, Danzo sneered in his heart. Then he came to a dark wall and pressed a certain spot with his finger. The wall suddenly opened to both sides, revealing a dark passage. Danzo didn't use a lantern, he just walked forward based on his feeling. Soon, he reached the end of the passage and gave a push. Creak. The sound of a wooden door opening. This is a hidden room, with dim lights providing light that illuminates the various experimental instruments in the room. At this moment, there was a figure sitting on a high chair, studying the instruments on the operating table. Noticing the door was opened, the figure stood up. Danzo, I told you not to bother me until the time comes for the Uchiha to be exterminated. A magnetic, hoarse voice sounded, coming from the figure's mouth. Danzo ignored him and strode in. At this time, the figure also took 2 steps forward, and under the light, its appearance finally appeared. This person has long, smooth black hair and purple eyeshadow on both sides of his nose. She wore golden snake-shaped earrings on her earlobes and a thick hemp rope tied into a bow around her waist. Chapter 36 Sign in. Interesting. The night of genocide. Orochimaru, soon the Uchiha will be exterminated. Danzo paused with the cane in his hand and said in a deep voice. Oh, Orochimaru looked at the other party in surprise, his vertical pupils seemed to be flashing with brilliance. It's moved up. Interesting. When did Sarutobi-sensei become so assertive? This is not like him. Because there is a change in Uchiha Rukawa. This brat. Danzo told Orochimaru in detail what Rukawa had done today. After hearing this, Orochimaru excitedly washed his face with his tongue with a slurp sound, and his eyes revealed an interested light. Interesting, really interesting. At the age of 7, he can easily kill Jonin, and he doesn't even take the Hokage seriously. Hee. Orochimaru, this time I came here, not only to inform you, but also to discuss with you the issue of Itachi and Rukawa. Danzo said calmly as he looked at Orochimaru. Oh, Danzo, are you also interested in those 2 little brats? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at Danzo. Humph. Nonsense. The secret of Mangekyo and his sudden surge in strength is of interest not only to this old man, but also to Hiruzen. Danzo snorted. I understand. You are afraid that teacher Sarutobi will take those 2 brats away from you by force, so you want me to take them away secretly, right? Orochimaru was very smart and guessed Danzo's thoughts right away. That's right, I'm here to deepen our cooperation with you. I'll be responsible for subduing those 2 little devils. You will be responsible for secretly taking those 2 little brats away, and you must not let Hiruzen get away with it. No problem, I agree. We will share the research results then. Orochimaru agreed very readily, but fearing that Danzo might have concerns, he added. Danzo, you don't have to worry about me just running away with those 2 little brats. We will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future, but we cannot terminate our cooperation just for the sake of this little bit of profit. Well, Orochimaru, you are a smart man. It will not benefit either of us if we destroy our cooperation. Danzo nodded noncommittally. Haha, that's true. I wish us a happy cooperation. Orochimaru smiled, holding out his hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. Danzo also stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party, with a creepy smile on his face. Advertisement. Hiruzen, you thought I was on the 1st floor, but I am actually on the 3rd floor. I guess you never thought that I have a helper in secret. Danzo was very proud. The goal was achieved, and Danzo turned around and prepared to leave, but suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Orochimaru and asked. By the way, Orochimaru, how is the arm I asked you to prepare for me going? There is progress, don't worry. 2 days ago, my men found a guy with a very special body. His body had no rejection reaction to any cells. Quote. Danzo's one eye suddenly lit up when he heard this. Well, if that's the case, I'll replace my right arm with that guy's arm. Danzo touched his right arm and said excitedly. His right arm had been injured long ago, making it very inconvenient to use. So he had thought about replacing his arm a long time ago, but he hadn't found a suitable one, so he had been putting it off until now. But today, a suitable arm appeared. And it is a perfect arm that will not cause any rejection reaction. In addition, tonight happened to be the night of the Uchiha's genocide, and at this moment, a brilliant idea suddenly popped into Danzo's mind. Since there is no rejection reaction, maybe I can transplant multiple Sharingans into my arms. Once this idea came out, it became unstoppable. Then I will go and make the arrangements first. After leaving these words, Danzo hurriedly left the secret room. He had to go back and tell his men to do their best to collect the Sharingan. He has everything he wants. Today is really his lucky day. Danzo thought to himself. Fugaku actually didn't believe Laozi's inference. He didn't even arrange for the ordinary people in the tribe to take refuge. Rukawa stood on the roof, looking at the Uchiha tribe's land where lights were still on in every house, and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Anyway, he has reminded everyone he should have, and if a fight really breaks out and ordinary people in the tribe suffer heavy casualties, it can't be blamed on him. Then, Rukawa couldn't help himself and decided to use the 2 sign-in tasks he got from being angry at 3rd generation. I originally wanted to accumulate opportunities until I had them 10 times before making a 10-game signing, but I couldn't resist the urge to sign in. Tongzi, sign in, use both chances together. Ding. Sign in successfully, get 1 pair of Supreme sunglasses. Closing square bracket. Ding. Sign in successfully, get a 24K gold chain. Closing square bracket. Advertisement. Sunglasses and a big gold chain. System, do you want me to become a gangster? Rukawa complained in his mind and asked the system. Tongzi, is this just an ordinary pair of sunglasses? Can you give me some explanation? Supreme sunglasses. Block all sights. After putting them on, even the white eyes can't see your eyes clearly. Closing square bracket. The system gives an explanation. Rukawa raised his eyebrows after seeing it. It seems that these sunglasses are quite useful. It can be used to hide one's 6 Magatama Rinnegan. In fact, it doesn't matter even if the Rinnegan is exposed. But since you have the conditions to hide it, you might as well hide it. It can also reduce some trouble. Of course, the main reason is that wearing sunglasses makes you look more stylish. Then Rukawa asked the system about the function of the big gold chain. 24K pure gold chain, a must-have accessory for big brothers. Wearing it can make you more hockey. In short, it's all about being cool. Closing square bracket. Okay, this is a piece of junk. Rukawa came to a conclusion in his mind. I checked in twice, and only my sunglasses were useful. I'm lucky. After signing in, with nothing to do for the time being, Rukawa simply lay down on the roof, staring at the rising full moon in a daze. Swish. With a thought, Rukawa put on a pair of sunglasses. There is no change in vision, it is very clear, just like when I was not wearing it. Good review. Well, this moon is so white, so big and so round, and inside it is sealed the silly and naive Otsutsuki Kagaya, and it looks like a group of guys from the Hyuga clan. Can we go up and get that giant Tensegan? If Laozi blows up the moon, can Kagaya be released? I wonder if it is possible to break the seal using physical methods. I wonder if the truth that great strength can bring about miracles is applicable in this world. Rukawa looked at the moon, let his mind wander, and began to daydream. As he watched, he felt a little hungry. At this time, he looked at the round moon and felt that it looked like a soft and delicious meatball. Wait, meatballs. As if thinking of something, Rukawa suddenly sat up. Chapter 37 Sign in. Uchiha Izumi. When he thought of meatballs, he thought of the scene where Uchiha Izumi wanted to treat him to meatballs. Then he recalled the memories of his previous life, as if there was a scene where Uchiha Obito killed Izumi on the night of the genocide. Although because of him, the original plot has been distorted into something completely different. And I don't know if tonight is the night of genocide. Will Uchiha Obito show up? But just in case, it would be better to take the spring. Don't let this nice girl get killed again due to carelessness. Whoosh. Rukawa disappears on the rooftop. He quickly headed in the direction of Uchiha Izumi's house. Land of the Uchiha tribe. Uchiha Izumi family. Mom, I'm going out for a while. At the entrance, Uchiha Izumi, who had changed his shoes, shouted into the house. Where are you going so late? A middle-aged woman came out and looked at her daughter and asked in confusion. I made a lot of meatballs and I'm going to thank little Rukawa. He helped me a lot today. Uchiha Izumi picked up the snack box and said with a smile on her face. Hey, okay, go quickly and come back soon. The atmosphere in the tribe and the village has become increasingly tense recently, so be careful. Kwan's mother warned but did not stop him. It's okay, Mom, we're in the clan, and it's not far from here to Rukawa's house. Besides, I'm a ninja, so there won't be any danger. After saying that, Uchiha Izumi slipped out the door with the snack box. Hey, you're so old but still I still can't help worrying about you. Kwan's mother could only shake her head helplessly. I haven't seen Itachi-kun for a long time. I don't know what mission he went on. He hasn't come back for so long. I really hope I can see Itachi-kun when I get to Rukawa's house. Advertisement. On the way, the young girl in love was full of anticipation. Turning a corner, she suddenly saw a familiar figure standing under a street light not far away. What is that? Her heartbeat involuntarily quickened, and her steps became faster and faster. When she got closer, she could see clearly that this was the person she had been thinking about. Itachi-kun, it's you, you're finally back from your mission. Uchiha Izumi greeted Itachi in surprise, unable to hide the happiness on his face. Itachi-kun, you have been on this mission for such a long time, it must be very tiring. Come, I just made your favorite 3-color meatballs, come and try them. Izumi handed the snack box in his hand to Itachi. As for the fact that these meatballs were originally prepared for Rukawa, sorry, she has forgotten it at this moment. Looking at the smiling girl in front of him, Itachi felt pain spreading in his heart. Because the girl in front of him was about to die, killed by his own hands. However, for the peace of Konoha, he had to endure this pain. Itachi forced his heart to become cold and numb. His face remained expressionless. Hey, what's wrong Itachi-kun? You seem a little strange today. Is it because the mission was too tiring? Quan noticed something was wrong at this moment, and a look of worry appeared on his face. Her eyes widened and she moved closer, observing Itachi's expression carefully. Then, with the help of the light from the street lamp, she noticed the pain that inadvertently flashed in Itachi's eyebrows. Itachi-kun, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? The worry on her face became even more intense, and she stretched out her slender little hand, wanting to touch Itachi's face and give him some comfort. But before her hand touched Itachi's face, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared in her field of vision, and then her consciousness fell into complete darkness. I'm sorry, Izumi. Uchiha Itachi grabbed the little hand that was suspended in midair, hugged the unconscious Izumi, and his face was full of bitterness. He didn't want to kill her, but for the peace of the village, he had no choice. He planned to use illusion to create a happy dream for Quan. Advertisement. Letting her leave peacefully in this way was the only thing he could do. Just as he was about to take action, a sighing sound suddenly sounded behind him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. How heartless. You should be able to sense how much this girl likes you, yet you have the heart to kill her. Who? He appeared behind me silently, and I didn't even notice him. Itachi was startled, and his body's conditioned reflex made him instantly use the body flicker technique to leave the spot. Whoosh. Itachi appeared 10 meters away, holding the unconscious Izumi. After ensuring a safe distance, he turned to look at the person who had just spoken. Huh, you're Rukawa, why are you here? Seeing the person in front of him clearly, Itachi was surprised. Oh, you recognized me so easily. It seems that these sunglasses really have no camouflage effect at all. Rukawa adjusted his sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, feeling a little disappointed. He was thinking that wearing sunglasses would help hide his identity a little, but it seems that's not going to work. But since Itachi showed up in the clan's territory, it means my guess was correct. The old third-generation guy is really angry and will attack Uchiha tonight. Rukawa squinted at Uchiha Itachi not far away, muttered to himself, and at the same time gave himself a thumbs up for his foresight. And at this moment, a series of system prompts suddenly rang in my mind. Ding. The Night of Genocide event has begun, and the task list is being generated. Closing square bracket. Ding. Mission 1. Give Uchiha Itachi a big slap, sign in chance +2. Closing square bracket. Ding. Mission 2. Reward Shimura Danzo with a big slap, sign in chance +3. Closing square bracket. Ding. Mission 3. Give Sarutobi Hiruzen a big slap in the face, sign in chance +4. Closing square bracket. Looking at the 3 tasks that suddenly popped up in the system, Rukawa complained wildly in his heart. Why do you call it God-level system? You might as well change your name to Big Ear System. All the tasks issued are to slap others in the face. The same thing happened with Hyuga Hiyashi before, and the task released was also about drawing big ear seeds. And can't I get one more chance to sign in as a reward after completing the task? This is going to drive someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder crazy. Rukawa counted and found that if all the tasks were completed, there would be a total of 9 bonus sign-in opportunities. Can't you come one more time and make it a 10-sign streak? He suspected that the system was deliberately messing with him, but he had no evidence. Chapter 38. Unforgivable. Reverse scale. Itachi. What the hell is going on in your head? You are willing to become a killing tool for that old dog from the 3rd generation and attack your own family? Rukawa asked curiously, crossing his arms. Itachi frowned, looking at Rukawa with sunglasses on his face, and felt that his brother at this moment was completely different from usual. I don't know where you got the information from, but for the sake of the peace of the village, I have to do it. The next moment, the 3 Magatama in Itachi's eyes spun rapidly and turned into a triangular dark pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan opens. He didn't intend to waste time arguing with his brother here. Just use the Mangekyo technique to confuse them, then carry out the mission and kill all the tribesmen. Please forgive me, Rukawa. This is really the last time. After saying this in his heart, the Mangekyo Sharingan technique was suddenly activated. Pupil Surgery Tsukuyomi. A powerful spiritual energy instantly descended upon Rukawa. Are you kidding me? Go big right away. Seeing Itachi activate Mangekyo directly, Rukawa was stunned. He also wanted to have a verbal exchange with Itachi to see if he could convince the other party. I didn't expect Itachi to have no martial ethics at all and use Mangekyo I technique to launch a sneak attack. It seems that beating the other party up is the only way to convince him in this most primitive way. So, Rukawa let go of the mental defense in his mind and allowed Itachi's Tsukuyomi to hit him. He wanted to see what Itachi, the filial son, wanted to show him. The next moment, the scene in front of Rukawa's eyes blurred, the scene of Uchiha Street disappeared, and the sunglasses on his nose also disappeared. After a brief trance, he found himself standing at the door of his own home. I looked around and found that the sun was shining brightly. White clouds occasionally float across the sky, butterflies flutter among the flowers in the yard, and cheerful birds preen their feathers on the branches. What a beautiful picture. Creak. The door opened and Uchiha Makoto came out wearing an apron. Little Rukawa, welcome back. Come in, don't stand outside. Mommy has prepared your favorite katsuobushi rice balls for you. Advertisement. Makoto looked at Rukawa tenderly. Rukawa followed instructions and walked into the house, taking a look at the surroundings. It's very realistic. Every detail is restored very well. I heard that you got first place in this exam again. Well, very good, just like your brother. You really deserve to be my son. Fugaku, who was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, couldn't help but smile when he saw Rukawa come in. His eyes were full of pride, satisfied with Rukawa's performance in the ninja school. Come on, Rukawa, you can come over to eat. Remember to wash your hands before eating. After Makoto carefully arranged the dishes on the table, she spoke gently to Rukawa. Rukawa turned his gaze to the dining table and saw a table full of sumptuous food. Come on, Rukawa, sit here. Makoto gently pulled out a chair and motioned for Rukawa to sit on it. Then, quite suddenly, a bright flash of a knife appeared. Puff. Makoto's chest was pierced by a sharp blade, and the gentleness on her face disappeared, replaced by a look of pain. Why? Why did this? Makoto asked in confusion, looking at the older child behind him. Itachi didn't answer, but turned the short sword in his hand and slashed it towards his heart. Puff. Blood flowed out, and the bright red blood dyed all the delicious dishes on the table red. Rukawa couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he watched a large table of delicious food being wasted. What a waste. Even though it's fake, it still feels like a waste. This is just a simple thought from a foodie. Squeak. Itachi pulled the short sword out from behind Makoto with an expressionless face, and the spurting blood dyed half of his face red. At this moment, he looked extremely cold and heartless, completely devoid of his former gentleness, as if he was a completely different person. A strong smell of blood filled the room. Itachi, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Fugaku roared, stood up suddenly from the sofa, tore the newspaper in his hand into pieces, and his face was extremely distorted. Itachi glanced at Rukawa indifferently, his figure disappeared, and appeared behind Fugaku in an instant, with the short sword in his hand drawing an arc. Advertisement. Swish. A huge head was thrown high into the air, and blood gushed out. Bang. The headless corpse fell straight to the ground with a dull thud. During the whole process, Rukawa crossed his arms and watched with interest, as if he was watching a VR movie. The next moment, the world in my eyes changed. It's the same routine as before, first showing a beautiful and warm scene, then Itachi appears and destroys all the beauty one by one. The whole world began to turn scarlet and dark. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Itachi reenacted the scene of killing his parents in front of Rukawa over and over again. At the same time, screams of fear and despair could be heard from all around. My stupid brother. If you want to kill me, then hate me. Curse me. Then live on in ugliness. I keep running away just to stay alive. Then one day when you have eyes like mine, come to me. In this way, you can become a qualified container, and then. At this point, Itachi stopped talking abruptly as he looked at Rukawa, who was sitting on a recliner opposite him, eating melon seeds leisurely. Huh, then what? Then what? Keep going. Why did you stop? Is it stuck? Rukawa spat out the melon seed shells in his mouth, and watched the movie in front of him suddenly stop. He couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him. You're not Rukawa. Who are you and why are you pretending to be my brother? Itachi's face was terribly gloomy. Given the naivety of brother Rukawa, it is impossible for him to be so calm and eat melon seeds while watching the show after witnessing his parents being murdered. Therefore, the guy in front of me must be a fake. When he saw Rukawa wearing sunglasses earlier, he felt something was wrong. After testing it with Tsukuyomi, it turned out to be a fake. I am your ancestor. Rukawa sat up straight, leaned forward, and said seriously. Unworthy descendant, why don't you come and pay homage to me, your ancestor? Itachi's face was gloomy, his younger brother Rukawa was his Achilles heel. But now, someone actually dared to pretend to be his brother and tease him. It's simply unforgivable. Chapter 39 Tsukuyomi World. Mangekyo. HMPH. You won't tell me. It doesn't matter. This is the Tsukuyomi world I created. Here, I am the master of this world. Everything here is under my control. I will make you suffer countless kinds of pain until you tell the truth. There was a cold light in Itachi's eyes and his voice was icy cold. And as his voice fell, the whole world began to change. The original scene of the massacre of parents disappeared, the surrounding buildings all turned into nothingness, and countless crosses suddenly appeared on the ground. The sky was scarlet. To be more precise, the whole world turned scarlet, and it was absolutely depressing at first glance. Here, Whether it's time or space, everything is under my control. In the next 72 hours, I will let you. As he was speaking, Itachi suddenly stopped talking. It was as if something was stuck in his throat, preventing him from uttering the following pretentious words. Then, his eyes suddenly widened, with a look of disbelief. Screaming, "How is this possible? I have changed the world, but why are the chair under you and the melon seeds in your hand still there?" Itachi was shocked to find that in his Tsukuyomi world, he couldn't control the fake Rukawa in front of him. "Oh, when did you get it? Did I fall for your illusion, Tsukuyomi?" Rukawa threw a melon seed into his mouth and looked up at Itachi with a small smile. What? Itachi was shocked when he heard that, and then he saw that Rukawa's right eye suddenly changed. The originally black pupils now turned scarlet, with a complex hexagram pattern in them. This is Mangekyo. Itachi's pupils shrank. The other party also had Mangekyo. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his pupil power was even stronger than his own Mangekyo. He felt tremendous pressure. Could this be the legendary eternal Mangekyo? Itachi's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and he was shocked by his own guess. Then, alarm bells suddenly rang in his heart. No, you can't look him in the eyes. He just turned his head to look away to avoid the opponent's pupil attack, but it was too late. The next moment, the world in his eyes suddenly changed. The originally scarlet world disappeared, replaced by a new world with clear skies and full of vitality. At this moment, he was standing in front of a door that felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Itachi. This plot feels familiar. Could it be? Creak. The door was opened, and a very gentle voice was heard. Advertisement. Hubby, welcome home, thank you for your hard work. A beautiful woman with waist-length hair came out. After seeing the appearance of the person in front of him clearly, Itachi was stunned. Spring. He spoke somewhat uncertainly. The person in front of me looks so much like Quan, he is simply Quan who has grown up. Hey, it's me, Izumi, your wife. What's wrong, Itachi? Is the work of the Hokage too hard lately? Hokage. Itachi couldn't help but widen his eyes. Then he noticed that there was something obviously wrong with his body shape. He was obviously much taller than before, and the clothes he was wearing were also very special. What he was wearing was the Hokage's sacred robe. He quickly took off his clothes and looked at the back of them, where it was clearly written, 5th Hokage. Itachi stared at the 6 big words in a daze. Did he become the Hokage? Or the 5th Hokage? No, it's fake. This is all the pupil technique of that fake guy. Itachi shook his head violently, and the Mangekyo Sharingan instantly activated, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. Illusion solution. Call. A breeze blew by, blowing the Hokage robe hanging on his shoulders. The surrounding environment has not changed at all and the sun is still bright. The butterflies are still flying among the flowers, and the orange cat lying on the windowsill yawns lazily. Everything around him seemed to tell him that this was an extremely real world. It's fake. Don't try to fool me. Itachi shook his head frantically, his expression ferocious, and the power in his eyes continued to be released. As he possesses Mangekyo, he doesn't believe that he can't break the opponent's illusion. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Izumi held Itachi's hands tightly with both of his hands and asked worriedly. Feeling the real warmth coming from his palm, Itachi was startled and came back to his senses from his madness. Looking at Quan's worried eyes, he murmured. So, is this an illusion? Or is it real? Inside the house, Itachi sat on the sofa, looking at his busy wife. Uchiha Izumi. There was a look of confusion in his eyes. Is this real or fake? Just at this moment, advertisement. The door was opened roughly. A voice came in. Damn it, Boruto is such a despicable guy. He actually attacked me by surprise. Next time we compete, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Oh, it's because you are too weak. If you were strong enough, there would be no way you could be ambushed. Another voice came. HMPH. You're speaking for outsiders. You're as annoying as Sarada. The previous voice was clearly dissatisfied. Tisk. I'm just telling the truth. Itachi stared blankly at the 2 little guys who pushed the door open. At this time, the 2 children also noticed Itachi sitting on the sofa. The 2 of them immediately stopped bickering, and the boy with short hair ran over excitedly. Dad, you came home so early today. That's great. Dad, please teach me some powerful ninjutsu. Next time I'm going to beat the crap out of Boruto. The boy took Itachi's hand and started to walk out to the courtyard. The girl also came over, but was more reserved and nodded slightly towards Itachi. Father, welcome back. Looking at the 2 little guys in front of him, Itachi was a little confused. Taki, stop bothering your father. Your father is very tired today. Let him have a rest first. Hearing the noise, Quan came out of the kitchen. Hey, why is it like this again? I finally got home so early. The boy let go of Itachi's hand, looking disappointed. Father, don't worry about him. Even if you teach Taki ninjutsu, this guy won't practice it well. The girl next to him said lightly. Humph, stop looking down on me, I will definitely practice hard. Also, I've told you so many times, don't call me by my name, call me brother, understand? The boy looked unhappy. Childish. A guy who is weaker than me is not worthy of me calling him brother. Besides, you were only born 1 second earlier than me, so what qualifications do you have to be my brother? The girl raised her head slightly, her eyes full of disdain. Humph. Even if I am 0.01 seconds older than you, I am still older than you. I am your brother and you are my sister. The boy protested loudly. Cut. The girl looked away, not wanting to argue with this guy. He. Are you convinced? Remember, call me brother next time. The boy laughed triumphantly, his hands on his hips. Get lost. If I don't scream, you can forget about it. No, you have to scream. Chapter 40 Rukawa's Methods. Looking at the two little guys who started bickering again in front of him, Itachi's memories gradually became clearer. Right, these two little guys are Mai and Azumi's children. They are twins, the boy is named Uchiha Taki and the girl is named Uchiha Yu. At this moment, the two are still studying in the ninja school. As for the two children mentioned earlier, Boruto and Sarada, they are the children of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto and his younger brother Rukawa. The more I think back, the memories in my brain begin to piece together like pieces of a puzzle, and the memories become more and more complete and clear. I remember. More than 10 years ago, he used his Mangekyo power to successfully resolve the conflict between Uchiha and the village. He avoided a war and became a hero of the village. After a few years, the third generation grew old, became unable to do their job well, and their energy declined, so they resigned from the position of Hokage. When one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, defected, neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya was willing to return to the village to serve as Hokage. Hokage can only be elected from the new generation. Because Itachi resolved the conflict between the Uchiha and the village, making Konoha more prosperous, he is the hero of the village. And he is powerful enough to be qualified for the position of Hokage. So he was pushed by the third generation to be the fifth Hokage. At that time, except for Shimura Danzo, the rest of the village families supported it. Then he naturally became the fifth Hokage. The first thing he did after becoming Hokage was to investigate Shimura Danzo and collect the crimes he had committed over the years. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Shimura Danzo committed so many crimes that if you look carefully, you can find a lot of dirty secrets about him. Eventually, Shimura Danzo's crimes were made public, and he was sent to hell amid the public's curses. At this point, he had finally avenged his good friend Uchiha Shisui. Afterwards, she married Uchiha Izumi, who had always liked her. A year later, she gave birth to twins and lived a happy life. At the same time, the next generation of the village has grown up. His younger brother Rukawa becomes good friends with Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto. The two are very powerful and are the strongest ninjas of the new generation in the village. Konoha is becoming more and more prosperous. In short, everything is going very well. Come on, husband, try these 3-color meatballs. My cooking skills have improved again. They must taste much better than before. On the dining table, Quan put a meatball into Itachi's bowl, his gentle tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Itachi put the meatball into his mouth and his eyes lit up. It tastes really good. Quan smiled happily. The loving couple looked at the two little ones opposite with envy. Haha, I forgot about you too, sorry. Advertisement. Quan noticed the gazes of the two children and quickly put a meatball into each child's bowl. Looking at this happy scene, Itachi couldn't help but smile. This is the real world. Before I knew it, 6 years had passed. That's great. Itachi, sitting in the Hokage's office chair, looked out the window at the blue sky and white clouds and sighed sincerely. Boom boom boom. There was a gentle knock on the door. Itachi quickly sat up straight, took the documents and pen, and pretended to be working seriously. Cough. After a light cough, he spoke in a gentle voice. Come in. Creak. A young ninja with a pineapple haircut pushed the door open and walked in. What's up, Shikamaru? Itachi asked with a smile. Looking at the young man in front of him, he had admiration in his eyes. Nara Shikamaru inherited the excellent genes of his father Nara Shikaku. He is extremely intelligent and has been the Hokage's secretary for 6 years. He handles things in an orderly manner and his abilities are outstanding. The only drawback is that he is rather lazy. However, this minor shortcoming is not worth mentioning in the face of its outstanding abilities. All in all, this is a very good Konoha shinobi, and Itachi is very optimistic about him. Hokage-sama, tomorrow is the Chunin exam. Will the content of this exam be the same as in previous years? Nara Shikamaru looked at Itachi with eyes full of admiration. Oh, time flies by so fast, it's time for another Chunin exam. Itachi looked up from his seat in the Hokage's office chair and sighed. The content of the assessment should be the same as in previous years. There is no need to change anything. By the way, it seems that your boy also took part in this year's Chunin exam, right? Itachi smiled at Shikamaru. Ah, my boy is just so-so. He only took the Chunin exam to make up the numbers. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to even pass the second round of the exam. Nara Shikamaru pinched his eyebrows with a headache, then looked at Itachi with envy. Hokage-sama, those two children of yours are truly talented ninjas. They will surely shine in this Chunin exam. You overestimate them. This time, the 4 major ninja villages and other small ninja villages have also sent many talented ninjas to take the exam. I am very satisfied that Taki and the others can successfully advance. Itachi shook his head modestly. Then, he pushed a large stack of documents in front of Shikamaru. Advertisement. Come on, Shikamaru, help me share the burden. I want to go back early to cheer up the two kids, please. I'll treat you to a big meal later. Itachi said sincerely. Oh, okay. Shikamaru scratched his hair helplessly. In order to help the two children perform better tomorrow, Itachi went to the commercial street on the way home and bought a bunch of vegetables. He plans to cook a good meal for the children tonight. At this moment, Itachi was walking on the street carrying large and small bags. The villagers on the road greeted him one after another, and he responded with a smile. Soon, they entered the Uchiha tribe's territory and arrived at their doorstep. I'm back. Itachi pushed open the door, however, the room was dark, with no lights on, and empty, with no one in it. In the past, whenever he returned home early, Uchiha Taki would excitedly run over to ask him to teach him ninjutsu. But this scene did not happen today. Quan, I'm back, are you home? Itachi entered the living room, turned on the light, and called out. The sound echoed in the house, but no one responded. Is anyone there? Taki, are you there? Still no one responded. Itachi's heart sank, it was almost dinner time now and Izumi and the others would definitely not go out. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Bang. The door of the master bedroom was opened. This was his and Izumi's room. There was still no one inside. Bang, bang. The bedroom doors of Taki and Yu were opened one by one, but there was no one there. At this moment, the only room in the house that had not been opened was the utility room. Itachi came to the utility room, took a deep breath, and slammed the wooden door open with a bang. Boom. The sky outside the window suddenly darkened, and then a thick bolt of lightning tore through the darkness, bringing a moment of light to the world. At the same time, it also reflects the scene in the storage room at the moment. Buzz. The scene before him made Itachi's mind go blank instantly, and his whole body felt cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Quan's eyes were wide open, his face was filled with horror as he was pinned to death on the long table by a long knife, with blood all over the floor. Uchiha Taki's body was split in two, and he lay in a pool of blood with gray eyes. A strong smell of blood filled the air. Hey, you're back, Itachi. How's it going? Are you satisfied with the gift I prepared for you? Rukawa was dressed in white, carrying a ninja sword over a meter long on his shoulder, with a person skewered on the sword. It was Itachi's daughter Uchiha Yu. Chapter 41 Itachi's Awakening. Thank you, Rukawa. Ah, the Itachi let out a shrill roar, his face looking as ferocious as a devil. I kill you. Mangekyo Sharingan was instantly activated, and Itachi pounced on Rukawa without hesitation like a mad beast. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 5 black sticks suddenly flew out from behind Rukawa. Puff 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 puff. All 5 black sticks hit the Itachi that was rushing towards it, piercing its limbs and nailing it to the wall. There was also a black stick stuck in his chest. Itachi struggled frantically and roared, but it was of no avail. The special energy on the black stick sealed his chakra. Why would you do such a thing, Rukawa? Unable to break free, he could only question Rukawa harshly. Hee, I'll tell you the answer after I kill this little guy. Snap. Rukawa threw the girl off the skewer. The girl weakly opened her eyes and saw Itachi. Then, she struggled to stretch out a small hand stained with blood towards Itachi. The little face was full of pain and a hoarse voice came out of the throat. Dad, save me. Rukawa behind her raised his foot and aimed it at the girl's head. Stop it now. Seeing this scene, Itachi's eyes became bloodshot, his whole face was distorted, and he roared madly. Rukawa ignored it, his face full of indifference, and stepped down. Bang! A big head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white all over the ground. Ah, kill you. I will definitely kill you. Itachi went completely crazy, twisting his body madly, causing more blood to flow from his wounds. However, at this moment, he could no longer feel any physical pain, because the pain in his heart was 10,000 times greater than the physical pain. At this time, Rukawa's eyes began to change, and his pupils turned into a complex 6-pointed star pattern, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He looked at Itachi and spoke slowly, his voice without any emotion, only indifference. Stupid brother. Advertisement. If you want to kill me, then just hate me and curse me. Then live on in ugliness. Keep running away, just to stay alive. Then one day, when you have eyes like mine, come to me. Then, you will be able to successfully become a qualified vessel in my hands. However, Itachi could no longer listen at this time. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to kill his younger brother Rukawa. Just when his pain reached a limit, the scene in front of him suddenly shattered. Whoosh whoosh. Itachi was standing at the door of his house, carrying a lot of bags, breathing heavily. What was that just now? Was it an illusion? At this moment, his face was covered with sweat and he had not yet recovered from the painful scene just now. I hope what happened just now was just my hallucination. With a prayer in his heart, Itachi pushed open the door. Snap. The bag in my hand fell off. In the living room, a bloody scene appeared. The wife and daughter were nailed to the wall, and their blood turned the originally white wall into red. Hey, come back, take a look at the gift I prepared for you, how about it? Do you like it? Rukawa, dressed in white, sat on the sofa with his hands crossed on the hilt of his ninja sword, the tip of the sword lowered to the ground. With his chin resting on the backs of his hands and his left foot stepping on the dying Uchiha Taki, he was looking at Itachi, who walked in with a smile on his face. Itachi was going crazy, and just like last time, he rushed forward without hesitation. Then, as expected, the hot black stick was nailed to the wall. This time, Rukawa killed his son in front of Itachi, and then gave another wave of classic quotes. The pain reaches the ultimate, the picture breaks, and a new picture starts again, an infinite cycle. His wife was killed, his son was killed, his daughter was killed, the scenes of various relatives being killed kept looping in Itachi's mind. Waves of pain stimulated his brain. Stop, stop, stop right now. Itachi held his head with both hands and roared in despair. He didn't know how many times this cycle had repeated itself, as all sorts of painful scenes pieced together into one picture in his mind. It's so good. Advertisement. With the sound of breaking glass, the picture shattered, and Itachi finally broke away from the endless pain. Puff. Itachi suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face turned pale instantly, his eyes were bloodshot, and he began to bleed. Cough, cough, cough. He half knelt on the ground, coughing violently. At this moment, his brain was still a little unclear, and he was suffering from the great pain brought by the illusion. When he returned to reality, he could not tell whether it was real or an illusion, and his spirit was also damaged to a certain extent. Fortunately, Quan is still alive. However, when he saw Quan lying quietly beside him, he couldn't help feeling relieved. How is it? This is the pain you were going to inflict on Rukawa. Now that you've experienced it yourself, how does it feel? Rukawa's teasing voice came. Tsukuyomi backfired. It was so scary that I almost thought that illusion was real. Itachi covered his swollen eyes with his hands and muttered, then he answered Rukawa's question. It seems that my previous thoughts were too selfish. Rukawa should not bear this kind of pain. Itachi showed self-mockery on his face and began to reflect on himself. Now that I think about it, I was so stupid that I was tricked into becoming an executioner. How can a guy who can't even protect his family protect the village and Konoha? Quote. Then, Itachi looked at Rukawa, with gratitude in his eyes, and said seriously. Although I don't know why you pretended to be my brother, thank you very much anyway. Thank you for making me sober. Since he once had the beauty, he was unwilling to give it up. After experiencing a real illusion, Itachi finally woke up. Previously, he always put the interests of the village first and the interests of the family second. At this moment, he completely understood that the so-called village interests were nothing more than the interests of those high-ranking people in Konoha. He should just protect the beauty in his heart. As for the interests of the village or the will of fire. Haha. Go to hell. Looking at Itachi's performance, Rukawa felt a little annoyed. He didn't expect that Itachi would wake up after being hit by a higher-level version of Tsukuyomi. Although it was a good thing, it allowed Itachi to completely break free from Sarutobi Hiruzen's brainwashing control. But the question is, what about his mission? He was going to slap Itachi. Now Itachi has turned to the good, and it would be unreasonable to slap him forcefully, as he is a reasonable man. Just as Rukawa was thinking about how to slap Itachi in a reasonable way, the other party's voice came over. Chapter 42 Susanoo. I am stronger. You cleared my head for me though, I'm grateful. However, you killed Quan so many times in the illusion, and you also killed my son and daughter. This is unforgivable. Itachi's face showed hatred, his eyes were burning with anger, and he said sternly. I'm going to beat you up. It seems like I went a bit too far. Even though Itachi has returned to reality, he still retains the hatred he felt for himself in the illusion. Rukawa was a little speechless, but this was exactly what he wanted. He was just worried about having no excuse to have a meal with Itachi. The other party came to you on his own initiative, so you can't blame him for being unreasonable. Rukawa suddenly smiled evilly. Hey, do you want to experience the feeling of the illusion in reality? What do you mean by that? Itachi frowned. That's this. As Rukawa finished his words, Izumi, who was unconscious beside Itachi, disappeared without any warning. Heavenly hand power. Under the sunglasses, Rukawa activated the 6 Magatama Rinnegan. The next moment, the spring appeared at Rukawa's feet, and there was an inconspicuous pebble in its place. Rukawa raised his foot, pointed it at Uchiha Izumi's head, and said in a teasing tone. Hey, you seemed to want to kill her before, right? How about I help you now? Buzz. This familiar scene made Itachi's brain freeze for a moment, and painful memories flooded his mind. Stop it. Before he could finish his words, his body shot out like an arrow. This is the reality. Once a person is gone, they are really gone. Moreover, the other party's identity was mysterious. He didn't dare to bet whether the other party was joking or really intended to do this. If the other party's foot really stepped on it, no. He would never allow such a thing to happen in reality. Too slow. Rukawa showed no emotion, and dodged the oncoming punch by slightly tilting his head, then stretched out his hand to catch the kick that followed. Advertisement. Too weak. It seems the stimulation I gave you wasn't enough, Itachi. Boom. Itachi was grabbed by the calf by Rukawa and thrown away, his body flying backwards and crashing into an abandoned residential building. The already precarious building collapsed with a loud bang, and large clouds of smoke and dust swept all around. Whoosh! Itachi quickly rushed out of the smoke and dust. He looked at Rukawa opposite him and a pool of bloodline next to his feet. A very bad thought arose in his mind, and he asked in a trembling voice. Where's Quan? Quan, where did you take her? Here, isn't this it? Rukawa pointed calmly at a pool of bloodline and a pile of minced meat beside his feet. You know, I'm really good at grinding people into pieces. Did Rukawa really grind Izumi into minced meat? Of course not, he came here to save the little girl, how could he do such a thing? While he was knocking Itachi away, he had already created Shadow Clone and took Izumi away from here. As for the blood on the ground, of course he spilled it himself. He has a strong physique, so it is no big deal for him to bleed a little. There was also something on the ground that looked like minced meat, which was the doll that sacrificed his system backpack. In order to irritate Itachi and force him to use his full strength, he paid a lot. As for the purpose of angering Itachi, it was of course to warm up before the battle. Another one is to test whether his current physical body can match Susanoo. Boom. There was a buzzing sound in Itachi's head. Ah, I'll kill you, B*****************. D. A sharp roar echoed through the night sky as a terrifying aura rose from Itachi's body, and his massive chakra seemed to become material. It's not just an illusion, but it has really become reality. Red skeletons surrounded the weasel, and then more and more skeletons appeared. These skeletons are spliced together to form a huge red skeleton. Itachi had a ferocious look on his face, with blood oozing out of his eyes. But he didn't care, he still madly squeezed the chakra in his body and hysterically released the pupil power in his eyes. Then, the red skeleton began to grow meridians and flesh. Advertisement. In just a moment, the skeleton was wrapped in a red chakra coat. Itachi directly activated the third form of Susanoo. Go to hell. The red Susanoo held the giant chakra sword in his hand and slashed at Rukawa. Hey, good timing. Rukawa looked excited and did not dodge or avoid. Tear. His clothes tore and he immediately transformed into a muscular man. With muscles full of explosive power, he punched towards the Susanoo sword that fell from the sky. Boom. The gravel flew everywhere, and the ground was shaken. When the smoke and dust cleared, a gully more than 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. Rukawa appeared on the roof of an abandoned building and shook his bleeding arm. A hideous wound ran through his entire right arm, almost cutting his arm in half. If he hadn't realized something was wrong and used his heavenly hand power to move himself away in time. I'm afraid that at this moment, I have become a corpse split in half. As expected, people should not be too arrogant. Now his physical body is not able to confront Susanoo. He needs a few more bottles of Super Soldier Serum to fulfill his wish of having a physical body that can rival Susanoo. Die. Itachi found Rukawa's position, controlled Susanoo, and swept forward with a sword. Then, the red Susanoo sword was unexpectedly blocked and stopped in midair, unable to move forward even an inch. Itachi looked stunned for a moment, then he saw rich purple chakra emanating from Rukawa's body. This chakra turned into substance, first the skeleton and then the torso. Susanoo, you're not the only one who has one. Lousy has one too, and it's bigger than yours. As he spoke, a tall purple giant quickly took shape. Rukawa also opened Susanoo, and was twice the size of Itachi's Susanoo. And it is also the third form of Susanoo, which has not yet activated the full form. This is the power of the eternal Mangekyo, which is also the third form, but is twice the size of a normal Susanoo. Damn it, that Mangekyo of yours is indeed the legendary Eternal Eye. But even so, I won't back down. Go to hell. Itachi gritted his teeth and once again controlled the Susanoo sword to chop towards Rukawa. Chapter 43 Amaterasu. Rukawa's crushing. The purple giant stretched out his hand, casually grasped the red Susanoo sword, and then squeezed it. The red chakra giant sword suddenly shattered and turned into chakra energy that dissipated in all directions. The purple giant grabbed the red giant's head with one hand and pressed it hard to the ground. Boom. The earth shook, the surrounding houses collapsed one after another, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. The red Susanoo was pinned to the ground. It was not as strong as the purple Susanoo and was unable to break free. So Itachi controlled Susanoo to condense a big sword again, ready to stab the purple giant, in order to force the opponent back so that he could get up. However, the red chakra giant sword had just condensed when it was grasped by a giant purple hand and then crushed. Too weak. You're Susanoo, not even worthy of me warming up. Looking at the red giant struggling madly beneath him, Rukawa said lightly. Ah, damn it. Itachi's face looked very ugly. His illusion was crushed by the opponent, and his physical skills were crushed by the opponent. Susanoo was also crushed by the opponent, it was an all-round crush. Who the hell is this guy? The purple giant raised his right arm high, with a huge amount of chakra condensed on it. Then, a punch packed with terrifying force slammed down on the red Susanoo's head. Boom. It was like a tailed beast bomb exploding on the spot, and a terrifying loud noise spread out. A circular air wave spread out in all directions, and all the surrounding houses and buildings were not spared, and they all collapsed into ruins. Fortunately, Rukawa used the power of heaven to transfer himself before. It was moved to the abandoned area of Uchiha, where the buildings are basically uninhabited. Otherwise, if the two Susanos fought so recklessly, Uchiha civilians would have suffered countless casualties. Boom. One punch after another, the red Susanoo's head was smashed on the spot. Puff. Itachi inside Susanoo suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Although Susanoo is an energy body condensed by chakra, if Susanoo is injured, the caster will not be injured as well. But maintaining Susanoo requires a huge amount of chakra. Every time the trunk of Susanoo is destroyed, a huge amount of chakra is drained from the caster. The purple Susanoo raised his fist again, and was about to smash the red Susanoo's torso, when a pitch-black flame ignited on the purple Susanoo's body. What is this? Advertisement. Rukawa was startled when he noticed the black flames burning on Susanoo's body. Amaterasu. Itachi endured the severe pain in his eyes and used his other Mangekyo eye technique on Rukawa's Susanoo. The flame that is said to never go out, Amaterasu. There is another name, which is, the Fire of Mercy. That's because it appeared many times in the original book, but never burned anyone to death, so it got the title of the Fire of Mercy. While Rukawa was distracted, Itachi seized the opportunity and quickly controlled the red Susanoo to break away from the purple Susanoo. Tisk. This kind of thing is useless to me. Rukawa curled his lips in disdain, activated the Eternal Eye technique with his right eye, and directly extinguished all the black flames on Susanoo's body. Wow, are you still planning to continue your meaningless struggle? Rukawa said calmly as he watched Itachi condense the red Susanoo's head. I won't fall down before I kill you. Itachi's eyes were determined. He was determined to avenge Izumi no matter what. Just at this moment, Fugaku arrived with a large group of Uchiha ninjas. What the hell are these two monsters? Why did these two monsters appear in our clan's land? Were they sent by that old dog Sarutobi? I've read about this in ancient books. It seems to be the most powerful eye technique that can only be used by the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. Quote. Those Uchiha ninjas who had never seen the world started shouting and screaming. Fugaku looked at the two men in Susanoo with a serious expression. Uchiha Itachi, his son, he knew. But who is this 2-meter-tall muscular man? He doesn't remember such a person in his tribe. And he also owns the Mangekyo Sharingan. Stop. This is Uchiha territory, please don't act recklessly here. Fugaku snapped at Rukawa. One is his own son and the other is a stranger, of course he would help his son. Get lost. You're such an idiot. Sarutobi has surrounded the Uchiha tribe with his men, and you're still wandering around with those scumbags under your command. Rukawa scolded without any hesitation. He thought he should know who the person was who dared to talk to him in this way. This should be the true face of the fake Rukawa. I didn't expect that the other party was actually a muscular man, but he liked to pretend to be his 7-year-old son. He was really pretending to be young. Advertisement. Fugaku complained in his mind. At this time, Itachi also spoke. Father, this guy is right. Danzo and the third generation have surrounded the Uchiha clan. What? That third generation B*********** D actually attacked us Uchiha. Fugaku's face changed. He didn't care why the two were fighting here. He called out and took a group of Uchiha to prepare for the battle. That old dog Danzo hasn't attacked yet. It looks like he's planning to reap the benefits. Since he won't come, I'll just go find him. Rukawa sneered in his heart, then looked at Itachi in the red Susanoo and said lightly. Alright, warm-ups are over. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I have to go find that old dog Danzo. Play. Itachi looked angry and his face was ferocious. You must be joking. I'm going to kill you to avenge Quan. And you actually said you were kidding me. Stop looking down on me. Itachi roared and screamed, extracting the chakra in his body without any care, and unexpectedly condensed 2 giant chakra swords. He was just about to chop down the purple Susanoo, but the purple Susanoo in front of him disappeared, making him lose his target. What do you mean? Do you want to fight me with your physical body? Then you will pay the price for your arrogance. Itachi looked at Rukawa who suddenly released Susanoo, and was puzzled at first, and then ecstatic. Trying to fight his 2 Susanoo swords with your own body, isn't that courting death? Immediately, he was about to control Susanoo to swing the giant sword in his hand and smash the B********** D in front of him into a pulp. However, his eyes suddenly blurred, and Rukawa, who was more than 10 meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him. What? I was in Susanoo, how did he get in? Itachi was shocked. Such a strange thing could happen. Was his Susanoo defense just for show? However, he soon realized that it was not Rukawa who entered his Susanoo, but some unknown means that transferred him out of Susanoo. The next moment, the wind was howling, and the big hand like a palm leaf fan made intimate contact with his cheek. Bang! The slap was loud and powerful. Itachi was sent flying and crashed into a pile of ruins. His head tilted and he passed out. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for getting the number of sign-ins +2. Closing square bracket. It has to be said that in the face of Tianchuli's spatial pupil technique, Susanoo's defense is really useless. Rukawa was in a good mood as he looked at Itachi, who was lying motionless in the ruins, injured and wounded. Beating you so badly is just a small punishment for you, a filial son who was ready to kill your parents. Chapter 44 Awakening. Fear. Demon. The outermost part of the Uchiha clan territory. A few minutes ago, a large number of ninjas gathered here, watching the horrific battle scene between the two giants in the distance, and they were all moved. Is this the ultimate eye technique that only Mangekyo Sharingan can perform, Susanoo? Hyuga Hiyashi opened his Byakugan at this moment. He looked at the two Susanos fighting in the distance and asked the third generation beside him with a look of shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious and said in a deep voice. That's right. This is Uchiha's strongest eye technique, Susanoo. But why are there two of them? Wasn't it only Uchiha Itachi who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Hyuga Hiyashi's shocked face was filled with confusion. If my guess is correct, Fugaku has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the other Susanoo must have been summoned by him. Fugaku. A complicated look appeared on Hyuga Hiyashi's face. He originally thought that he and Fugaku were equal as both were the patriarchs of Konoha's largest clan. But at this moment, looking at the two Susanos fighting in the distance, he felt a little sad. The Hyuga clan had no countermeasures against this terrifying giant. It seems that the so-called Hyuga and Uchiha being the two largest clans in Konoha is just a joke. He immediately sneered in his heart. Even if he had such a terrifying power, what would it matter? The whole clan would still be exterminated tonight. After tonight, they, the Hyuga, will truly be the largest clan in Konoha. Seeing Hyuga Hiyashi's uncertain expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he was worried, so he explained. We should be thankful. If we hadn't taken action tonight, we would have been the ones to face Susanoo. Now that we have Uchiha Itachi as our forward, we can let them both lose and we can reap the benefits. Besides, there's Danzo and his roots in front. My old friend has made sufficient preparations for Uchiha, so we can trust him. As for us, we just need to wait and see what happens and prevent any Uchiha from escaping during the chaos. There's no need to worry too much. The third generation chuckled, looking calm and relaxed. It felt as if Uchiha was reduced to ashes while they were chatting and laughing. Advertisement. But to be honest, third generation is extremely grateful at this moment. I didn't expect that Fugaku, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was so hidden that he quietly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fortunately, he instigated Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui to rebel in advance, otherwise, when facing Uchiha with 3 pairs of Mangekyo, 3 Susanos would directly overwhelm the Hokage building. It's chilling to think about it. Of course, the reason why he thought so was because he didn't know that the premise for Uchiha Itachi to awaken Mangekyo was the death of Shisui. In short, at this moment, the third generation feels that their strategy is very sophisticated. He could brag about the fact that he had annihilated the Uchiha, which had 3 Kage-level members. Move the viewing distance towards Uchiha, where another wave of ninjas gather. They all wore masks on their faces, and they were the root ninjas led by Danzo. Looking at the 2 red and purple giants that looked like demons. In the horrific battle scene, the houses and buildings were like tofu dregs, breaking into pieces when they touched each other and falling down when they were touched. Even at such a distance, one can still feel the momentum of the battle. Is this the enemy we are going to deal with later? This is something that ordinary ninjutsu can't handle, right? A root ninja swallowed involuntarily, took a step back slightly, and spoke with trembling lips. Oh, are you afraid and want to retreat? Unexpectedly, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Although he spoke in a low voice, he was still heard. The root ninja suddenly shuddered, turned around, knelt on one knee, and said tremblingly. No, Master Danzo, I just. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a cold voice. That's enough. The roots don't need waste. If it were in the past, I would have killed you on the spot if you had behaved like this. But today the situation is urgent, so I'll give you a chance to make amends. Go to the front and lead the charge. If you can survive, I will not hold you accountable for your cowardly behavior just now. There was a cold light in Danzo's one eye, and he didn't care about his subordinates' feelings at all. Advertisement. In his opinion, the root ninjas are just tools in his hands, and tools don't need emotions. The root ninja kneeling on the ground felt a chill in his heart. Danzo meant to make him a cannon fodder and send him to his death. Looking at the terrifying fighting power of the 2 demon gods in the distance, he didn't think he could survive as a vanguard. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to say yes, and quickly came to the front of the team. Branded with the mark of the tongue, his life and death depend on Danzo's will, and he has no right to resist at all. And from beginning to end, the root ninjas around remained silent. It was like a wooden stake standing there, motionless, as if nothing was seen. Danzo was very satisfied with this situation. This is how a root ninja should be. Just be a cold and ruthless tool. However, he still felt dissatisfied with the cowardly behavior of the root ninja just now. It seems that the training method of the root ninja needs to be improved further and become more cruel. This is how these tools can get rid of useless emotions. Danzo secretly planned in his mind and planned to massacre the Uchiha, and then immediately developed a more cruel training plan. Then he turned his gaze towards the 2 Susanos who were fighting in the distance. Instead of fear, there was a look of ecstasy in his eyes. There are 2 Susanos, what does this mean? This means there are 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. One of them should be that brat Uchiha Itachi's. If the other person is right, it should be the treacherous villain Fugaku. Snort. Danzo snorted in his heart. Fugaku looks like a simple and honest guy. I didn't expect that he actually hid the secret of his awakening of Mangekyo. I'm afraid he had been planning a coup for a long time. But it's a good deal for me, as I can get 2 pairs of Mangekyo soon. It's really a pleasant surprise. Danzo licked his lips excitedly, his one eye flashing with greed. At this moment, he was already thinking about how to successfully transplant 4 Mangekyo Sharingan into his body. By then, having successfully transplanted 2 pairs of Mangekyo, he will be able to kill anyone who stands in his way. The position of Hokage is not something that can be easily obtained. 2 Steradian Chapter 45 Killing. Danzo. Laozi is coming. Lord Danzo, the 2 giants have decided the winner. Should we attack now? The trusted ninja bee reminded him, and Danzo instantly came back to his senses from his dream of becoming Hokage. He looked ahead and, sure enough, the 2 giants, one red and one purple, had disappeared. It seemed that the winner had been decided. Good. Danzo looked excited and immediately crushed the little white snake hidden in his sleeve. This is the communication snake Orochimaru gave him. Crushing it is conveying information to the other party, indicating that it is time to start the action. Then he looked around at the large number of root ninjas around him and said loudly. According to the previous battle plan, attack Uchiha. Kill them all, regardless of gender, age, leaving no one alive. Try your best to collect Sharingan, with the 3 Magatama as the main focus. Whoever collects more will be rewarded handsomely by me. After a pause, he continued. Also, find that brat Uchiha Rukawa first. Try to catch him alive. It doesn't matter if his limbs are broken, as long as he's still breathing. Remember, if anyone finds the trace of that brat, inform me immediately. Yes. A group of root ninjas responded loudly, with a fierce light flashing in everyone's eyes. Raised in cruel ways, they are full of desire for killing and blood. Especially the massacre of helpless civilians can arouse their desire to kill. Just as they were about to use the body flicker technique to leave, a black shadow fell from the sky and rushed towards them rapidly. What is this? A root ninja raised his head in confusion, looking at the black shadow that was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes, with a puzzled look on his face. The next moment, boom! It was like a meteorite falling, the earth trembled, debris flew everywhere, smoke and dust rose, and huge spiderweb-like cracks quickly spread all around. A huge hole suddenly appeared on the ground. That lucky root ninja was smashed into a pulp on the spot. The root ninjas who had no time to dodge were knocked back by the shockwave, vomiting blood on the spot. A deep, hawky voice sounded. I heard you were looking for me. No need to look for me anymore. Laozi is here. Rukawa twisted his neck and slowly walked out of the pit. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in Konoha? Looking at the stranger who suddenly appeared, Danzo shouted. Advertisement. The other person had an exaggerated amount of hair, almost stretching from the top of his head to his feet, and was over 2 meters tall. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses on his face, and his muscular body made the purple tights bulge out. There is no doubt that this is a master with powerful strength. The most important thing is that there is no such person among Konoha's masters. Moreover, the opponent seemed to have come from the direction of the Uchiha tribe. Could it be that he was invited by the Uchiha? Danzo guessed with narrowed eyes. You don't need to know. Once I crush your limbs, you'll know who Laozi is. Rukawa began to move his arms, as if he was warming up before a battle. Humph. No matter who you are, if you dare to break into my encirclement alone, you are simply seeking your own death. As they were talking, the root ninjas who had come to their senses had surrounded Rukawa. Boom. Danzo sneered and slammed the crutch in his hand against the ground, which was a signal to attack. The next moment, snort sniff sniff. 3 sounds of breaking through the air suddenly rang out, and a root ninja holding a sharp ninja sword chopped towards Rukawa's head. The other 2 appeared behind him, both holding ninja swords, preparing for a sneak attack. Rukawa didn't even look at the attacker behind him and slapped him in the face. Bang! Puff! The upper body of the ninja in front of him instantly exploded into pieces of meat. The ninja sword in his hand was also smashed into countless iron pieces, and his legs fell weakly to the ground amidst the splattering of blood. The scattered blood drops also dyed Rukawa's clothes red, but he had no expression on his face, as if he had just slapped a fly to death. The miserable state of their teammates visibly startled the 2 attackers behind them. He couldn't help but increase the strength in his hands, wanting to cut the muscular man in front of him into 3 pieces. Clang! Clang! The blade slashed on the back, making a sound that could only be made by metal collision, as if it was slashing on a piece of solid steel. What? Under the masks were 2 extremely shocked faces. Just as they were about to pull away, the next moment, their heads were gripped tightly by strong hands. You want to escape after attacking Laozi? That's too good to be true? Rukawa held one head in each hand and lifted them up in the air like chicks. Advertisement. Then he let out a sinister laugh, bent his arms, and slammed hard into the middle. Bang! It was like 2 watermelons colliding violently, with the white and red scattered all over the ground. Rukawa shook the blood off his hands and sneered. Don't send these small pieces of trash separately. It would be easier. Just send them all together. It would save me the trouble of searching for you one by one. Rukawa crossed his arms and looked around with disdainful eyes, as if he was looking at a group of lambs to be slaughtered. But the next moment, bang! The ground between Rukawa's legs suddenly exploded, and a root ninja jumped out holding a kunai. This is a ninja who sneaked in using Earth style at some point in time. Swish. Under the moonlight, the pitch-black kunai glowed with a cold light as it stabbed straight up, its target very clear. Court death. Rukawa's expression turned cold. Even though his defense was amazing and the opponent's attacks were ineffective against him, he didn't want that part to be attacked. He raised his foot and stomped down hard. The head and big feet form an up and down picture. Puff. Under the influence of the huge force, the root ninja's head was directly stepped into his butt, and he died miserably. Snort, sniff, sniff, sniff. He had just finished killing the shameless root ninja when overwhelming kunai and shurikens shot towards him. Don't bring out these toys used for ninja games, they're useless to me. Rukawa didn't even raise his eyelids in the face of attacks from all directions. He stood there with his hands folded across his chest, motionless. Ding 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 ding. Countless shurikens and kunai fell on Rukawa. It was like shooting at a steel plate, making a clanging sound. Ordinary metal attacks are useless to you, but you may not be able to defend against explosive attacks. I don't know which root ninja said loudly. After being reminded of this, Rukawa immediately noticed that many kunai were connected to detonating tags with thin wires. Ha ha ha. Did you just notice it now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Go to hell for your arrogance, ha ha ha. Amidst triumphant laughter, all the detonating tags were ignited and then exploded. Boom 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 boom. Chapter 46. Fierce Battle. Rukawa's Strength. Countless detonating tags exploded instantly, making a deafening sound. Flames shot up into the sky and Rukawa was swallowed by the explosion. A huge mushroom cloud rose high up, and the shockwave it generated destroyed all the surrounding houses and buildings. The root ninjas around them also had to retreat some distance. Fortunately, in order to kill Uchiha tonight, the nearby residents had been driven away in advance. Otherwise, with such an explosion, countless ordinary residents of Konoha would have been killed or injured. Has it been solved? Looking at the thick smoke, a root ninja asked hesitantly. Nonsense. They must be dead. I'm afraid they were blown to ashes. It is impossible for a flesh and blood body to survive an explosion of this magnitude. Wind-style grade breakthrough. A root ninja who wanted to get a definite result quickly used wind-style ninjutsu. A strong wind swept past, and the thick smoke was immediately blown away. As the thick smoke disappeared, the first thing that came into view was a huge pit. Looking down the pit, they saw a figure standing quietly at the bottom of the pit. Immediately, all the root ninjas widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? To be able to survive such an explosion, is he still a human? Even if it's a tailed beast, it's impossible for it to have such a perverted defense? Under the masks, the root ninjas were all shocked with their mouths wide open. Is this level of explosion tickling me? Rukawa shook the long hair behind his head to shake off the dust, and then calmly patted off the clothes that were blown off his body. The explosion just now had no other results except for destroying his clothes. Even his hair was not messed up. It seems that I will have to have someone customize a set of combat uniform for me in the future. Otherwise, I would be left with only a pair of shorts after every battle, which would affect my image as a Hokage, Rukawa thought. The reason why his defense is so amazing at this moment is not the effect that can be achieved by simply taking 2 bottles of Super Soldier Serum. He added 2 more bottles, a total of 4 bottles of serum, which gave him such terrifying defense. As for where the 2 extra bottles of serum came from, they were obtained by signing in. That's right, he couldn't help himself and used up all the 3 sign-in opportunities he got from Itachi before coming here. Fortunately, I was very lucky this time and got 2 bottles of serum in 3 times. Advertisement. There was another reward, which was a useless piece of junk, a bottle of expired poison. So, does expired poison become more poisonous? Or is it no longer poisonous at all? Ninjutsu. Use ninjutsu to attack. Keep your distance, attack together. I don't believe that we can't break this guy's thick hide. A ninja who seemed to be the captain of the root was shouting commands, his voice excited, as if he was giving orders to others. He stood on a rooftop, his hands folded to create an afterimage, ready to form hand seals and perform ninjutsu. Fire style how long fire. He puffed up his mouth and was about to spit something out. Call out. Bang. A small stone that turned into an afterimage hit his forehead and flew out from the back of his head. The next moment, his entire head exploded, blood splattered everywhere, and the headless body rolled down from the roof. You're the only one who talks too much, right? Rukawa tossed a few gravel in his hand and said indifferently. This scene once again shocked all the root ninjas. It was just a stone ejected by a finger. It actually possesses such terrifying power, many times stronger than the kunai they threw. It's simply a monster in human skin. At this moment, a chill rushed from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. If they were not controlled by the mark of the tongue, they would have run away on the spot. After all, survival is an instinct engraved in human genes, nothing else matters. Snort. Noticing his subordinate's fear of fighting, Danzo snorted in dissatisfaction. As expected, these tools are not perfect enough, and they still retain the instinct for survival. It seems that after returning, the training program must be improved to be more inhumane. Boom. The cane slammed heavily on the ground. Danzo's voice was cold, with anger burning in his one eye. He shouted coldly. Anyone who dares to take a step back will die. Come on, come on. I don't believe this guy has no weaknesses. Even if you risk your life, you must find this guy's weakness for me. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, a stone faster than a bullet flew towards his head. He didn't even have time to react before the stone pierced his head. Bang! Advertisement, however, what exploded was not a cloud of blood mist, but a cloud of white smoke. Rukawa raised an eyebrow. He was indeed a cunning old dog. He actually used Shadow Clone without knowing it. Otherwise, that attack just now would have completely killed Danzo. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique, Lightning-style Walk on the Ground. Wind-style Vacuum Sphere, Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb Technique. Take advantage of the time when Rukawa defeated Danzo's Shadow Clone. The root ninjas around had completed their hand seals and performed ninjutsu at the same time. The next moment, flames, lightning, mud bombs, wind blades, flowing water. All kinds of escape techniques attacked Rukawa in the pit like an overwhelming force. Whispering sound. Rukawa spat softly, and stood there with his arms folded across his chest, still not dodging or evading. He wanted to test how strong his body was at the moment and see what the limit of his defense was. If he senses danger, he can use his heavenly hand power to divert the danger, so he doesn't need to panic at all. Boom boom boom. In a flash, countless escape techniques attacked and engulfed Rukawa, and the flames caused by the attacks directly lit up the area. The gusts of wind created blew the gravel on the ground in all directions. Play efficiently. Even a tailed beast would be hurt by an attack of this magnitude. All the root ninjas widened their eyes, stretched their necks, and looked towards the bottom of the pit with anticipation. What they wanted to see was the arrogant guy turned into pieces. But unfortunately, their expectations are bound to be dashed. As the smoke dissipated, a figure was revealed standing upright at the bottom of the pit. Call! Rukawa blew out the flames on his shoulders. At this moment, except for his thick hair which was burned a little, the rest of his body was intact. Good. Rukawa clenched his fists, pleased with his own strong body. Except for some extremely powerful S-level ninjutsu, ordinary jutsu attacks are basically ineffective against him. I just don't know if my body can withstand Susanoo at this moment. I have to find an opportunity to try it and I will know. Chapter 47. Crush. You have nowhere to escape. This monster. This is a monster in human skin. Under the masks are terrified faces. They all felt scared at this moment. Despair, you small fry. Now, it's my turn. Rukawa smiled grimly, his eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light. Bang. With a muffled sound, a huge pit appeared at the bottom of the pit, and Rukawa's figure disappeared. Ah! Accompanied by a sharp scream, there was a scene where Rukawa kicked a root ninja in half. Ah! The next moment, Rukawa rushed into the crowd and started the unparalleled mowing mode, and a desperate scream was heard everywhere. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep, the bodies of these root ninjas are as fragile as bubbles. Anyone who touched him would be shattered, and anyone who was touched would die. No one could withstand his attack. This was a one-sided massacre game and the root ninjas were powerless to resist. One punch and one kick from Rukawa resulted in the death of 2 lives. Ha 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 ha. Bathed in the blood rain, Rukawa was laughing wildly with a look of satisfaction on his face. He was enjoying the thrill of killing, as if there was a wild beast in his heart, craving the feeling of blood splattering on his skin. Although he could directly activate Susanoo and kill all the ants with one slap. But he didn't do that. As for the reason, he guessed that it was most likely caused by taking too much serum. The serum affected him, making him more willing to finish off his enemies with his fists. Rukawa is not disgusted by this result. After all, real fighting is the romance of men. Ah! Lousy is fighting you. A root ninja holding 2 ninja swords, with red eyes and a ferocious face, roared and rushed towards Rukawa. Ding ding. The blade slashed Rukawa's shoulders on both sides, making 2 crisp sounds. Your courage is commendable, but unfortunately. Rukawa placed his hands on the man's shoulders, gave a bloodthirsty smile, and suddenly exerted force to both sides with his arms. Puff. Tear. The man was cut in half on the spot, and a large amount of blood rained down, soaking Rukawa. Then he turned around and pressed down suddenly with his huge palm. Snap, snap, snap. The attacker behind him had his spine shattered into pieces, and his head pierced through his body and rolled out from his lower body. Brutal. Advertisement so cruel. The others who witnessed this scene were all terrified. A feeling of despair spread among the root ninjas. Despair. Extremely desperate. How should they fight this monster that cannot be harmed by any means? FK. This kind of monster, we can't deal with it at all, run away. Finally, after Rukawa had harvested more than a dozen lives, a root ninja cursed angrily, then turned around and fled. If there is one, there will be 2. Seeing this, the other root ninjas ran away in different directions. They would rather face the pain brought by the activation of the mark of the tongue, than face this immune to death monster. Driven by this idea, they all chose to escape. Of course, the main reason was that they saw that their leader Danzo had already escaped first. FK. They won't let them go away quietly and die. Hey, you thought you could get away with this? Looking at Danzo fleeing, Rukawa sneered. Bang. As soon as I stepped on the tiptoes, a pit suddenly appeared on the ground under my feet. Whoosh. Rukawa rushed out like a cannonball, ignoring the fleeing root ninjas, and chased Danzo directly. Bang bang bang. The rocks or buildings blocking the way were violently smashed into pieces, and the two figures quickly approached. In just a few blinks of an eye, Rukawa caught up with Danzo. He stretched out his muscular thigh and swept it across violently. The wind was howling so hard that it seemed as if even the air was being sucked out. This whip kick, packed with boundless force, came straight towards Danzo's thighs. Rukawa's idea is simple. He plans to cripple his legs first, and then have fun. Bang! However, the attack hit Danzo, and he exploded into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone again. This jutsu is really annoying. Rukawa shook his hair in dissatisfaction, and at this moment, a sound of breaking air suddenly came from behind him. Whoosh! Danzo held a kunai with wind-style ninjutsu and stabbed it straight into Rukawa's back. Puff! The kunai made contact with his back, instantly breaking the skin a little. Oh, not bad, your wind-style skills are pretty good, you can actually break my skin. Advertisement as expected, he is the one who can break Susanoo's defense with wind-style ninjutsu. Rukawa turned around and gave a heartfelt compliment. You! What kind of monster are you? Looking at the kunai broken into two pieces in his hand, Danzo was shocked. This is a kunai that is wrapped in high-density wind-style chakra, and its cutting power is extremely strong. Even if it is used against tailed beasts with thick skin and flesh, it can still cause damage. But such an attack only broke the opponent's skin. Rukawa didn't care what the other person thought and just slapped him. Bang! The Danzo in front of him exploded into a ball of white smoke. Why is it Shadow Clone again? This crappy ninjutsu is really annoying. Rukawa frowned, very dissatisfied. Every time he caught a Shadow Clone, it made him very unhappy. But he immediately sneered. Humph! I want to see how many Shadow Clones you can separate, old man. You are not Naruto. Lousy doesn't believe that your clones are infinite. Besides, you're not the only one who can do Shadow Clone. The next moment, Rukawa folded his hands into a cross seal. Ninjutsu. Shadow Clone technique, bang bang bang. More than a dozen balls of white smoke exploded out of nowhere, and as the smoke dissipated, a dozen muscular men appeared. Without any instructions, these shadow clones automatically chased in different directions. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. After defeating more than a dozen shadow clones one after another, Rukawa turned his attention to the last Danzo. Hey, Lousy has found your true form, look where you're running to. With a sneer on his lips, his figure disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Danzo, who was running fast, learned that all the shadow clones were killed. He glanced at Rukawa, who was running rapidly behind him, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn! How come this guy is so fast? He cursed madly in his heart and his face looked extremely ugly. He wanted to meet up with Sarutobi Hiruzen first, and then fight this monster together. There are many experts over there, so it shouldn't be difficult to deal with a guy who only fights with brute force. But now, with the speed difference between the two of them, he was afraid that he would be caught up in no time. We have to find a way to delay the time. Chapter 48 Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Danzo, who was thinking of a countermeasure, suddenly noticed the root ninjas who were also fleeing not far from him. Immediately, he changed direction and rushed towards the root ninja. The root ninja also noticed Danzo running towards him, and he immediately felt something was wrong. Just as I was about to move away from the other person, a cold voice came. You useless B***************. Why are you running? Stop now and help me stop that guy. Buy me some time. Grass. I was running away, but you still had the nerve to call me a waste. The root ninja cursed in his mind and wanted to keep running forward, not wanting to pay attention to Danzo's orders. But the tingling sensation from the tip of his tongue forced him to stop and go to carry out Danzo's order and stay behind to cover their retreat. Facing the Rukawa rushing towards him, the root ninja quickly formed seals with his hands and then slammed the ground hard. Earth-style earth wall. A rock wall without a carved dog head rises from the ground. He wanted to block Rukawa by creating a roadblock. It's a pity that this earth wall is no different from a piece of tofu to Rukawa. So, of course, he didn't think twice and didn't slow down at all and just rushed forward. The next moment, bang, bang. The earth wall was directly smashed into countless pieces of rubble. As for the root ninja behind the earth wall, he was instantly blown into a ball of blood mist. What a waste. Danzo couldn't help but curse when he saw this. Then, he suddenly threw another unlucky root ninja he had just captured behind him and put an explosive tag on him. Go. Stop him for me. Boom. The human bomb behind him exploded and Rukawa rushed out from the smoke. This level of attack interference could not stop him at all. Old man, it's really unlucky to be your subordinate. Rukawa taunted, and at the same time, a heavy punch hit Danzo's back. The hairs on his back stood up. Danzo sensed the danger and quickly turned his body around, shielding his chest with his arms. Advertisement boom. Danzo was blown away more than 10 meters, and a residential building along the way was directly knocked down. Sure enough, only by experiencing it in person can you know how terrifying the power contained in that monster is. If I hadn't released the force in time, I'm afraid both my arms would have been broken. Danzo shook his numb arms, his face full of fear. Cough cough cough. He stood up coughing and was about to continue running away when a big hand suddenly appeared in his sight. Run. Why don't you keep running, MD, you old thing? You're really good at running, right? Rukawa grabbed Danzo's neck with one hand and lifted him up in the air, cursing. A-hole. You can't kill me. I am the elder of Konoha, a high-ranking official of Konoha. If you kill me, you will be an enemy of Konoha. You will be hunted down by the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. By then, no matter how strong you are, you will die. After being caught, Danzo not only did not beg for mercy, but he began to threaten. Ha ha ha. Kill you. No, I don't plan to kill you. Rukawa said with a smile. When Danzo heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that the other party was indeed afraid of becoming a mortal enemy with Konoha. After realizing this, Danzo immediately showed a smug look on his face and scolded. Humph. If that's the case, why don't you let me go? As long as you let me go, I will not pursue the matter of you slaughtering my subordinates before, and I will pretend that it never happened. At the same time, I will give you a promise so that you can leave Konoha safely. No, I think you misunderstood. Rukawa slowly turned his head, then sneered. I mean, it would be too easy for you to just kill you, old dog. Laozi will chop off your limbs, making you suffer so much that you will spend the rest of your life in endless agony. Haha. Really? Danzo was not scared after hearing this, but laughed twice. A life worse than death, it sounds a bit scary, but the premise is that you can do it. You think Laozi can do it? Rukawa raised his eyebrows and immediately stretched out his hand, ready to tear off Danzo's right arm first. But at this moment, Danzo suddenly smiled as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Advertisement. You've been fooled. You're a brainless idiot. Distinguished heavenly gods. The right eye covered by the bandage had a dart-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan, which now emitted a strange red glow. A powerful and strange eye technique instantly flooded into Rukawa's mind. Distinguished heavenly gods, known as the most powerful illusion, was successfully activated. Distinguished heavenly gods, with extraordinary pervert abilities, can directly tamper with other people's memories. They can then manipulate the other person, force him or her to do things he or she does not want to do, and even make him or her commit suicide. However, God is always fair. Distinguished heavenly gods are so perverted that their restrictions are also very strong. Once distinguished heavenly gods has been used, it is said that if you want to use it again, you will need to wait for a cooldown period of more than 10 years. This makes sense. If distinguished heavenly gods had no cooldown and could be used unlimitedly, then Shisui would have been invincible in the ninja world long ago. At this moment, the vicious Danzo tampered with Rukawa's memory, making Rukawa a loyal dog. There is more or less some personal grudge involved. Humph. Put me down now, you loser dog. Seeing that his pupil technique had successfully hit the target, Danzo snorted coldly and gave an order with some pride. Rukawa obediently lowered his arm slowly and did not let go immediately. He let Danzo fall directly, apparently not wanting him to get hurt at all. Very good. Danzo landed smoothly and was very satisfied. She straightened her messy clothes and looked at the obedient strong man in front of her. Danzo could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. He opened his mouth, a creepy smile appeared on his ugly face, and he laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. I told you so much nonsense just to make you relax your guard. As I expected, you, a guy with all your brains on muscles, really got fooled. If you've been hit by my distinguished heavenly gods, then just be my dog. In fact, when Danzo saw that Rukawa had such fierce strength, I thought about using the distinguished heavenly gods to control it, make it my own weapon, and make it a murderous weapon. Distinguished heavenly gods is known as the most powerful illusionist, so Danzo is not worried. The distinguished heavenly gods would not be able to control even a reckless man who only relies on his muscles to fight. The only worry was that he would be killed by the opponent before he could use distinguished heavenly gods. Chapter 49 Shocking. Unbelievable. So to be on the safe side, Danzo chose to meet up with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others first to deal with this muscular man together. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's experts as a distraction, his distinguished heavenly gods is 100% sure to hit the opponent. But he didn't expect that his men were so incompetent. They all fled after just a few minutes of delay. He didn't even have time to run and meet up with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Being caught up, he had no choice but to change his strategy, verbally threatening the other party and talking nonsense, in order to buy time for himself to launch the distinguished heavenly gods. The result was very successful and perfect. Directly gain a thug who will not betray, is strong and absolutely loyal. With a mad dog like you, it's easy to kill an Uchiha. Even the position of Hokage is nothing more than a piece of cake for me. If Hiruzen refuses to accept my defeat, I will make him see what it means to be strong. Ha ha ha. Danzo was very excited at the moment and couldn't help imagining the future. It was as if he had already seen himself using Rukawa to successfully ascend to the position of Hokage. Then he gave a cold order to Rukawa in front of him. What are you still standing there for? Kneel down and pay respect to your master, you mad dog. However, Rukawa in front of him had a blank expression on his face, as if he hadn't heard anything at all, and didn't move. Danzo frowned upon seeing this, wondering if he had just been controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods and still had his own will to resist. He immediately raised his voice and said sternly. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me kneel down when I told you to? It seemed that the loud noise had an effect. The knees of the sturdy man in front of him began to bend, as if he was slowly kneeling down. Seeing this, Danzo nodded in satisfaction and smiled. That's right. Just as he was about to enjoy Rukawa's kneeling ceremony, a big slap hit his old face. Then there was a pop sound, and Danzo, with a smug smile on his face, flew out in a spin. I was just kidding you, idiot. You actually believed it. Rukawa clapped his hands and said sarcastically. Not far away, Danzo, who was knocked to the ground, was a little dazed. What attacked me? Obviously, his mind is not clear yet. But soon, the pain in his cheek brought him back to his senses. He turned around and looked at Rukawa, who was striding towards him with a look of as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How is this possible? My distinguished heavenly gods clearly succeeded in hitting you. Why are you still able to attack me? Why are you still self-aware? Why hasn't your memory been tampered with? Quote. Advertisement. This is the distinguished heavenly gods, known as the most powerful illusion. How could he not be able to control a reckless man who only relied on his muscles to fight? It was unbelievable. Danzo was shocked, puzzled, horrified, and unbelievable. Under the stimulation of various intense emotions. At this moment, he looked like a gambler who had lost all his money and was shouting wildly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Danzo was still screaming crazily, thinking that the plan was a complete success. But he didn't expect there to be a 360-degree reversal, and he really couldn't accept such a result. Bang! It was not until Rukawa picked him up again and slapped him in the face that he stopped screaming crazily. Why aren't you controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods? Looking at the person in front of him, Danzo's face twisted and he asked with red eyes. Not to mention you, a plagiarist. Even if the original owner of this eye, Uchiha Shisui, cast distinguished heavenly gods on me personally, he would not be able to control me. Rukawa had a proud look on his face, and his tone was full of absolute confidence. He is not bragging, this is indeed the fact. At the end of the day, distinguished heavenly gods is just an ordinary Mangekyo's eye technique, which is okay for controlling other people. But it is impossible to control him who possesses the eternal Mangekyo. Not to mention, one of his eyes is a Rinnegan. Eternal Mangekyo is one level higher than regular Mangekyo, and the Rinnegan is 2 levels higher. With these 2 eyes, if they can still be controlled by an ordinary Mangekyo's eye technique, then the Sage of 6 Paths might have to crawl out from the underworld. Pa pa pa. Rukawa slapped Danzo a dozen times in an instant and sneered. You dare to call lousy a mad dog? You are very proud of it, right? After saying that, he slapped him a dozen times again. Ah, hole. Danzo roared miserably. His face, which was swollen like a pig's head, looked extremely hideous at this moment. There was a sinister look in his one eye, as if he wanted to eat Rukawa alive. I am the leader of the root, second only to the leader of Konoha and above everyone else. How can I allow a mad dog like you to insult me like this? Die. Die all of you. Advertisement. Danzo screamed crazily. The next moment, Rukawa heard a hissing sound, as if something was ignited. It was a detonating tag. Danzo lit up all the detonating tags on his body. Of course, he also knew that this kind of explosion would have no effect on Rukawa, so this was not his purpose. The next moment, boom boom boom, the Danzo in Rukawa's hand was exploded into minced meat. Rukawa brushed off the smoke in front of his eyes and narrowed his eyes slightly. Did Danzo choose to commit suicide because he couldn't bear the humiliation I brought upon him? Dead. Danzo, the dark shadow, died so easily. After being slapped a few times and unable to bear the insult, he chose to commit suicide with an explosive talisman. Rukawa suddenly grinned. He didn't believe that the old dog Danzo would end his life so easily. The next moment, Susanoo first form. Rukawa suddenly gathered 2 huge purple skeleton arms around himself. Boom. The 2 giant hands danced rapidly like the blades of an electric fan, and the surrounding houses and buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. In just a moment, a large open area was cleared. Then, Rukawa released the first form of Susanoo, crossed his arms across his chest, and waited silently with an expressionless face. Time passed slowly, and at a certain point in time, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere at the 3 o'clock direction of Rukawa. Seeing this figure suddenly appear, Rukawa smiled. I finally got you, old man. Danzo looked at the flattened buildings around him and stared at Rukawa in astonishment. How do you know that I can use Izanagi? At this moment, Danzo's right eye, which was covered by a bandage, had turned gray. Hey, is there any need to say that? Can a coward like you choose to commit suicide so easily? Besides, your Sharingan can cast Izanagi, do you really think Lousy doesn't know? If you want to escape by this method, you are underestimating me. Rukawa's face was full of disdain and contempt. Danzo knew very well that he would never choose to die with the enemy unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 50 Izanagi. Killed instantly. Danzo's face looked extremely ugly. The moment distinguished heavenly gods lost its effect, he thought of using Izanagi to escape. Izanagi is one of the ultimate eye techniques of Sharingan, which can transform all unfavorable realities that happen to oneself within a period of time into dreams. Simply put, you can rewind. In the original story, Danzo's Sharingan is used to perform Izanagi. So even if this guy is killed many times, he will be resurrected after a period of time. He is very shameless. Although Izanagi is extremely shameless, the price he pays is that after using the Sharingan, he will become permanently blind. But Danzo felt that compared with his own life, the cost of blindness was not worth mentioning at all. Although this is a Mangekyo Sharingan that can perform distinguished heavenly gods. However, the cooldown time of distinguished heavenly gods is too long, and I don't know when I can use it next time. So Danzo planned to abandon this Mangekyo and use Izanagi to confuse the opponent by faking his death. After resurrection, he used the cover of the surrounding buildings to escape safely. However, he did not expect that the other party would actually anticipate that he would use Izanagi to demolish all the surrounding buildings. Without the cover of these buildings, he was directly exposed to the enemy's sight after his resurrection. Danzo's plan failed, so he turned around and fled. At the same time, he bit his finger, cast the summoning spell, and summoned his own summoning beast, the Nightmare Taper. Bang! As the white smoke dissipated, a strange creature with yellow skin and an elephant trunk appeared, with the same white bandage on its head as Danzo. Wind-style big storm. The Nightmare Taper opened its mouth, sucked in, and then suddenly exhaled. Suddenly, a strong storm comparable to a force 12 gale blew towards Rukawa, who was chasing him. Rukawa's speed did not slow down at all. A storm of this level had no effect on him at all. Moo. Being ignored by a human being, the Nightmare Taper seemed a little angry. It let out a long howl towards the sky and opened its mouth to bite Rukawa. You are quite loyal, beast, but it's a pity that your master summoned you out just to let you die. Rukawa sneered, clenched his 5 fingers, and punched out. Bang! The terrifying force exploded the poor summoning beast into a ball of bloody mist. Noticing the movement behind him, Danzo glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, and then saw the Nightmare Taper being punched into a bloody mist. A monster. At this moment, Danzo finally felt terrified. Although his summoning beast, the Night Taper, is not considered a top-level summoning beast. But they are not those weak summoning beasts. Even if they face a tailed beast, they are qualified to fight a few moves. Advertisement. But in front of that guy, he was killed instantly at the first sight. How terrifying is the opponent's strength. Danzo is in fear. The next moment, he felt his neck tighten, and then his sight was raised, and he was lifted up like a chicken. Pa pa pa. Rukawa grabbed Danzo and slapped him a dozen times without saying a word. Danzo's face, which had returned to its original state after using Izanagi, instantly swelled up into a pig's head again. Rukawa nodded slightly, very satisfied with his work, and smiled. Old man, if you have any tricks, just use them. B ********** D. Don't go too far. Don't force me, or I will die with you. Danzo's pig face was full of ferocity as he gave a heart-wrenching warning. Oh, what's wrong with forcing you? After saying that, Rukawa slapped him a few more times. Die. All of you die. Don't live anymore. Danzo was completely crazy. He was the leader of the Root tribe, but he was humiliated time and time again. His uncle could tolerate it, but his aunt could not. The next moment, he mobilized the chakra in his body and madly gathered it towards his chest. There is a special pattern similar to the 8 trigrams figure. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because of your thick skin? Now, let me tell you, young fool, that the ninja world has many ways to deal with you. Konoha is not a place where a reckless man like you can run wild. I am the leader of the Root and the Dark Lord of Konoha. I am not someone you, a mad dog, can insult. Feeling that the chakra in his chest had almost gathered, Danzo's face twisted and he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, come, go to hell with me. Forbidden Technique 4 Symbol Sealing Technique. This is a forbidden technique that can seal the enemy together, a means of mutual destruction. In the original novel, Danzo used this move to seal half of the bridge. Therefore, this forbidden technique is also called the bridge sealing technique. After the chakra was gathered, the pattern on Danzo's chest began to heat up and brighten, as if something was about to splash out. Swish. Rukawa made a lightning-fast move, grabbing Danzo's shoulders with his 5 fingers, piercing his skin with his sharp nails, and then tearing it apart violently. Advertisement. Tear. Puff. The entire skin on Danzo's chest was torn off suddenly, and blood was dripping. Rukawa did not delay and quickly threw away the human skin with special patterns engraved on it. While the human skin was still in the air, a large amount of black substance like ink was sprayed out. Then the black substance quickly spread and formed a huge sphere. Then it shrank, and soon it compressed into a point and then disappeared completely. Finally, Danzo performed the inner 4 symbol sealing technique, and sealed a human skin in a large mass of air. The results are even better than in the original. Danzo was completely stunned, and he seemed to not even feel the severe pain from the skinning of his upper body. His inner 4 symbol sealing technique, the last resort to perish together with the enemy, was broken so easily. In fact, even Rukawa felt quite surprised at this moment. He did not expect that the inner 4 symbol sealing technique could be broken in this way. Of course, even if he can't break it this way, he can use the power of the sky to transfer himself in time. This technique was completely useless to him. It just gave Danzo an advantage by allowing him to die so easily. Rukawa raised the Danzo in his hand and sneered. Want to die? Haha, Lousy didn't agree, so you can't die even if you want to. Kill me. If you have the dignity of a strong man, then make me suffer. The last resort failed. Danzo started to play badly and even asked for death. Rukawa shook his head, showing a smile that looked like a devil in Danzo's eyes. Killing you is wishful thinking. Lousy has already said that he will make your life worse than death. Danzo cursed weakly. He could never have imagined that tonight was supposed to be the night of Uchiha's genocide. How could it turn out like this? Just when he was feeling desperate, a very familiar voice came into his ears, rekindling his desire for life. Stop. Put Elder Danzo down now. It was the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had finally brought his men to the battlefield. Hiruzen, UB*********** D is finally here. At this moment, Danzo felt like never before that Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sounded so intimate. Chapter 51. So what if it's lawless? Stop it. Release Elder Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in black armor as a battle uniform, was the first to appear. Following closely behind is the masked Anbu ninja, as well as family ninjas and civilian ninjas who came over after hearing the noise of the battle. There were a large number of people and they were crowded together. 80% of Konoha's ninjas had arrived here. They formed a big circle, and Rukawa was now surrounded in the middle of the circle. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku also arrived with a group of Uchiha. When I arrived, I saw Danzo's face was swollen like a pig's head and his chest was covered in blood. You can clearly see the flesh and blood oozing out of it, and at this moment it is being picked up by a strong man with one hand. They were all shocked. The Konoha shinobi around were also stunned. I didn't expect that the leader of the Root of Shadow Darkness would be beaten so badly. After coming to my senses, I felt extremely refreshed and happy. After all, this old guy Danzo was targeting one of the top leaders of their Uchiha. The more miserable Danzo was at this moment, the happier they were, and they wished they were that strong man. It's so refreshing and great. Therefore, the eyes they looked at Rukawa were full of admiration and respect. Even Fugaku felt that Rukawa was much more pleasing to the eye at the moment, but at the same time he was still a little worried. The root leader has been put into this state, and now he is surrounded by so many Konoha shinobi. Even the third Hokage has come. I'm afraid this will be difficult to end. So, how do you respond? Fugaku stared deeply at Rukawa. The other side. This was different from the cheerful mood of the Uchiha people. Most of the Konoha ninjas had ugly expressions on their faces, and their eyes were full of hostility when they looked at Rukawa. Although Danzo is not very popular among the Konoha shinobi, he is still one of the high-ranking officials of Konoha. At this moment, the top leaders of their village were beaten so badly by an outsider, so they were naturally angry. Arrogant. Too arrogant. If Elder Danzo was not still in the other party's hands. And the third-generation adults hadn't given any orders, otherwise they would have attacked long ago. Ha ha ha. My reinforcements have arrived, boy. Why don't you let me go? With the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men, Danzo regained hope of survival and gained enough confidence. The look he gave Rukawa became playful. Because except for the genin, almost all the ninjas in Konoha gathered here, and he didn't believe that the guy in front of him would dare to kill him. Are you still pretending to be calm? It's no use. Seeing Rukawa's calm face, without any panic, Danzo was very upset and said sternly. Let me go. I am seriously injured and need immediate treatment. If I die, you will be buried with me. If you are smart, then. Bang. Shut up. It's so noisy. Rukawa slapped him and yelled with a frown. You, how dare you? You dare to attack me. You don't want to live anymore, do you? Danzo's body was shaking with anger, his eyes full of rage. The other party was already deeply surrounded, yet he still dared to slap him. Did he really not want to live? Advertisement. Moreover, Danzo felt extremely humiliated to be slapped in the face in front of so many Konoha shinobi. Okay, you still dare to hit me. Now, you are done, completely done. Even if you let me go, you won't be able to leave Konoha unscathed, at least leave your hands behind. You will never leave Konoha without leaving some body parts behind. Danzo roared with excitement, his eyes bloodshot. MD. Lousy told you to shut up, but you didn't hear me. Rukawa's face turned cold and he immediately clapped his hands left and right. Pa pa pa. A dozen loud slaps were given again, causing the pig's head to swell even more. Now, Danzo no longer dared to threaten him. He just stared at Rukawa with hatred in his one eye, his bloody chest heaving violently. Seeing this scene, everyone in the field was shocked. No one expected that Rukawa would dare to act so recklessly when surrounded by nearly 20,000 ninjas. And he did it in an insulting way, such as slapping someone in the face. Danzo was beaten into such a horrible state that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. So crazy. Too arrogant. It's simply a blatant disregard for everyone. Stop it. B********************. D. Stop it now. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was the first to react, spoke coldly with an unpleasant expression. Even though Danzo usually didn't get along with him and always coveted his position as Hokage, he was still his friend of many years after all. Witnessing his friend's miserable condition at this moment, and being slapped in the face in front of him, made his heart burn with rage. At the same time, He couldn't understand why they came here tonight to deal with Uchiha, so what turned out to be like this? Is this strong man the foreign aid invited by Uchiha? His idea is consistent with Danzo, both of them think that Rukawa is an external aid found by Uchiha. Rukawa glanced indifferently at the densely packed Konoha shinobi around him, his eyes calm and without the slightest fear. After all, at his level, the number of people has lost its meaning. Apart from the top combat forces who need attention, other ordinary ninjas are nothing more than bigger ants. Rukawa stopped what he was doing, turned around and looked at the third generation who was glaring at him, and said calmly. What did you say just now? Can you say it again? I didn't quite hear it. I told you to stop. The third generation's eyes were cold and their voices were filled with murderous intent. Oh, and then? Rukawa asked calmly, his tone relaxed, as natural as if he was asking what's for dinner. Of course you let me go. Do you think you can fight against more than 20,000 ninjas here? We have set up a tight net here, Konoha's elites have all gathered, you have no way to escape. Therefore, if Elder Danzo dies in your hands today, Konoha will be your burial place. But as he was speaking, the subject suddenly changed. He made a 360-degree turn and his tone softened. But if you let go, there will be room for maneuver between us. There is no need to really fight to the death. The third generation glanced at Fugaku on the other side. Perhaps you have just been used by someone. There must be a misunderstanding. I don't know you, and there is no grudge between us. You really shouldn't get involved. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and then, as if he had made a difficult decision, he spoke. How about this? I promise that I can let you leave safely and I won't make things difficult for you afterwards. After all, we in Konoha don't want to have another powerful enemy for no reason. Advertisement. After a pause, he explained helplessly. After all, Konoha first experienced the Third Ninja World War, and then the Nine Tails Rebellion. Without the powerful fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato and a large number of excellent ninjas, the overall strength of the village has declined significantly. So, we in Konoha really don't want to be enemies with a strong man like you. I was too excited earlier, and my words were a bit offensive. I hope you can understand. Not only that, Sarutobi Hiruzen even nodded slightly to express his apology. The attitude is very sincere. In short, it was a well-reasoned argument. It seems that as long as Rukawa releases Danzo, the two sides will be able to shake hands and make peace. Fugaku narrowed his eyes at the third generation and said to himself, you old fox. This statement is obviously false. You can't fool anyone except fools. He didn't think this fake Rukawa was a fool. Immediately, Fugaku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance with a sneer on his face, ready to watch a joke. This is indeed the case, Sarutobi Hiruzen said this only in order to rescue Danzo safely. After all, Danzo is not only a good hand who can help him do dirty work, but also can be pushed forward to take the blame at the critical moment and be the scapegoat. He doesn't want to lose such a perfect talent. Moreover, the two have been friends for many years and have known each other since childhood. They still have feelings for each other, and he really doesn't want anything to happen to Danzo. As for Rukawa really letting Danzo go, haha, then go to hell. He dared to come to Konoha to cause trouble, not only killed most of the root ninjas, but also ruined the Uchiha's plan to exterminate the clan tonight. Sarutobi Hiruzen will never let go of this troublemaker who suddenly appeared. As for whether the strategy can succeed, we have to try it to know. Look at Rukawa's well-developed muscles. With the image of a reckless man who relies purely on brute force to fight, third generation feels that the strategy has a high chance of success. Really, if I just let go, you'll leave me alone. Let me leave here safely. Rukawa asked with a look of delight and surprise on his face. I was entrusted by someone to do this. I have no intention of becoming a complete enemy of Konoha. If letting go can resolve the grudge between us, then I will let go immediately. Rukawa looked at third generation expectantly. Such an answer made Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned, but then he was delighted. The strategy really worked. Woohoo. He didn't expect the other party to believe his lies so easily. It was foolish to think that you could leave Konoha safely by releasing Danzo. He actually believed such a simple statement. It turns out that guys with well-developed muscles tend to have simpler brains. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Rukawa as if he was looking at a fool, sneering in his heart, but said. Of course, as long as you let go, I guarantee on my honor as the Hokage that you will leave Konoha safely and no one will attack you. Okay, I agree to your conditions, I'll let you go now. Rukawa nodded heavily, then stretched out his free hand, grabbed Danzo's left arm, and then twisted and pulled it hard. Tear. With a scream, Danzo's left arm was torn off. A large amount of blood immediately spurted out from the broken part. Snap. A bloody severed arm was thrown in front of the third generation. Chapter 52. Slap the third Hokage. 8 Gate. Might Guy. Here, I'll let go. Can you let me leave Konoha safely? Rukawa looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile on his face, and said to Danzo. Don't blame me for being cruel. It was the third Hokage who asked me to let go. Ah. You. Damn it. Danzo glared at Rukawa with his one eye. There. Looking at the broken arm on the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen stayed in a daze for half a minute, and then he suddenly became furious, with veins bulging on his forehead. Are you kidding me? The third generation was furious. When he said let go, was that letting go? Why, is one hand not enough? Do you want me to give you another hand? Rukawa raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, then asked with a smile. Then, he reached out to grab Danzo's intact right arm, as if he wanted to twist that arm off as well. Ah, Hiruzen, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me on purpose? Danzo roared terribly. You, stop it. Sarutobi Hiruzen gnashed his teeth in anger and pointed at Rukawa with a trembling finger. I thought the other person was an easy fool, but in the end I was the one who was fooled. The clown is actually me. This show, truly amazing. Fugaku, who was watching the excitement from a distance, looked very satisfied. He knew that this fake Rukawa was no good. The third generation actually wants to fool the other party, which is simply wishful thinking. This must be painful, as the old man Danzo lost an arm. Fugaku felt happy watching this. How dare you tease me like this? No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, no matter what faction you come from, Konoha will fight you to the death. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that his face turned blue, and he said sternly. The depth of Konoha is beyond the imagination of a mere brute like you. Pay the price for your arrogant behavior. Today, this will be the place where you will be buried. He looked ferocious, and suddenly shouted, 2, 4, 3. Now, be smart and release Elder Danzo immediately. I can leave you with an intact body, otherwise you will end up in pieces. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen still wanted to ensure Danzo's life. It seems that these two people may be true love. Quick, release Elder Danzo. If you act recklessly, you will only fall into hell. Let him go. Don't be ungrateful. The Konoha shinobi around also echoed. The mountains roared like a tsunami, the surrounding situation was huge. It seems that he wants to use this kind of power to force Rukawa to release the person. I'll give you 10 seconds to let him go. Otherwise, I'll make you regret living in this world. Sarutobi Hiruzen warned again. The voice is full of murderous intent. Plus, our third generation began to count down, and with each count, his aura grew stronger. It seemed that as long as he finished counting down and Rukawa didn't let go, he would just take action without caring about Danzo's life or death. Whoosh. And at this moment, the sound of breaking air was heard. Rukawa disappeared with Danzo. Then, bang. A loud slap echoed through the night sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed all the words he was still counting down. The whole person slid backward for more than 10 meters until he hit a wooden pole standing on the ruins and stopped. Rukawa appeared at his original location and said with an impatient look. When will you stop nagging me? If you want to do something, just stop talking nonsense and do it directly. This moment, the whole place suddenly fell silent. It's so quiet that you can even hear the sound of falling leaves. Everyone stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen in a daze, with the slap mark clearly visible on his face. There were huge waves in my heart and I couldn't calm down for a long time. Slap in the face. He actually slapped the Hokage in front of so many people. That's the Hokage, the cage of a village. He is the supreme ruler of Konoha and the most respected third-generation adult. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have believed that the Hokage would actually be slapped in the face in public. This guy, how dare he? Do you really think your life is too long? This is Konoha. If we slap their leader in the face in Konoha, isn't that slapping them in the face? This is a blatant provocation to all of them Konoha shinobi. Fugaku was also shocked. Oh shit, how dare you? It's okay to beat Danzo before, after all, he's a guy that many people hate, so just beat him. But now, he actually dared to slap Sarutobi Hiruzen in public. This is the third-generation master that many ninjas look up to. To be honest, this is exactly what he has always wanted to do. I'm convinced. He was completely convinced. If he had the strength of this fake Rukawa, he would never dare to do that. After all, that is the shadow of a village. However, although it is fun, I am afraid that I will face the siege of all Konoha shinobi in the future. Advertisement. No matter how strong this fake Rukawa is, he can't fight against the ninjas of a big ninja village alone. Should I bring my tribesmen to help? Fugaku looked at his tribesmen whose eyes were almost shining. Looking at Rukawa who was full of haki, he got into a dilemma. Do you know what you did? Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely angry. The old face had a distorted expression and looked particularly ferocious. This is Konoha, the largest ninja village in the ninja world. And he is the Hokage of Konoha, the #1 person in Konoha. This is clearly Sarutobi Hiruzen's home turf. Rukawa is the weak side, he is the strong side. If anyone wants to slap someone in the face, he should be the one to slap the other person in the face. But at this moment, what the hell is going on? Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen could even feel the strange looks from the Konoha shinobi around him. Even his own shadow guards cast doubtful looks at him. As if to say, our Hokage is too weak. He was beaten so easily. Is the title of the strongest Hokage in history just an exaggeration? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little upset after losing face in front of so many of his subordinates. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Rukawa, his voice a little distorted. Boy, you have no moral principles and attacked a 69-year-old man like me. You are done for. You don't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Go. Kill this guy. Leave him no one alive. Beat him into a net. Don't worry about Elder Danzo. The third generation ordered fiercely. Hiruzen, you be asterisk 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 D. Danzo started cursing after hearing this. Danzo, your sacrifice is worth it for Konoha. I believe you can understand. After you die, you will be a hero of Konoha, and Tushin will choose the best feng shui site for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was cold and emotionless, like an ice-cold machine. No matter what, the guy who dared to slap him in the face must die here. Even if Danzo dies for this, it doesn't matter. After all, Danzo's life was nothing compared to his Hokage's majesty. Hiruzen, you are such a hypocrite. Danzo could only curse helplessly. Just when he was in despair, there was a loud bang, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. A ninja wearing a root mask and holding a ninja sword jumped out. Don't panic, Master Danzo. I will rescue you right now. The root ninja held the sword with both hands and slashed from bottom to top at the arm that Rukawa was holding Danzo. For a moment, Danzo thought he saw hope. But I didn't expect him to be such a young and inexperienced person. The opponent should be a root ninja stationed on the periphery, so he has no idea of Rukawa's physical defense. He thought that by a sneak attack, he could cut off the arm, thus saving Danzo, and then use Yingtian Gong. Danzo's eyes were indifferent, and he knew the result without even looking. Sure enough, the ninja sword hit the arm, making a loud, clang, sound. Under the mask is a face with a frozen smile. What kind of body defense is this? Boom. Rukawa didn't bother to say anything and kicked out. A bloody hole was kicked in his chest, and his body flew more than 10 meters before landing on the ground. He was already deader than dead. Although the surprise attack of this root ninja did not have any effect, it sounded the clarion call for Konoha's attack. Crack. Just as he kicked the root ninja away, a ball of lightning suddenly exploded behind him. Lightning-style Chidori, Kakashi, wearing a dog head mask and holding dazzling thunder in his hand, is rushing towards them rapidly. Under the mask, 3 Tomo Sharingan flashed wildly, trying to capture the possible direction of Rukawa's dodge. However, Rukawa did not move at all, as if he had no intention of hiding at all. Tisk, you don't plan to hide. It seems that you are very confident in your body's defense. However, this is a Chidori that can penetrate everything, it is not comparable to ordinary blades. If you don't dodge, then you will regret your arrogance, because I will make a big hole in your body. Kakashi thrust the Reikiri in his hand forward. As the lightning flashed, he seemed to have seen the scene of Rukawa being pierced through the heart. However, bang! Kakashi looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment, with a look of horror underneath his mask. Reikiri hit Rukawa on the back. But apart from some charred skin and a little blood oozing out, there were no other results. Kakashi felt that it was not like hitting a person, but rather hitting a mountain. What kind of monster are you? Kakashi asked, looking up in shock. Oh, not bad, as expected of the Chidori that is said to penetrate all things. You are the first person who can make me bleed after I took 4 serum potions. Rukawa glanced at the traces of blood flowing behind him, raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help but praise. Are you complimenting me? Kakashi's face darkened as he heard the other party say, Chidori that runs through everything. It felt like a blatant mockery of him. You can think whatever you want, but you'd better get out of here now. Rukawa slapped him with lightning speed. Before Kakashi could react, his head was blown apart. However, what exploded was not meat, but a ball of lightning. To be more precise, Kakashi's entire body turned into a large ball of lightning. Lightning-style thunder clone. The exploding thunder instantly climbed up Rukawa's body. Both Rukawa and Danzo were bathed in Lei Guangchen. Advertisement. However, this level of lightning was not enough for Rukawa. It is equivalent to a comfortable electrotherapy massage, which is tingling and numb and quite comfortable. But this is not the case for Danzo. His hair stood on end and his whole body was charred black by the electric shock. I could faintly smell the aroma of meat, and then my eyes closed, my head tilted, and I fainted. Everyone be careful. This guy's physical defense is extremely perverted, and ordinary attacks are completely ineffective against him. If you want to cause damage to it, you must use a more powerful attack. In the ruins of a collapsed building, tattered wooden boards were pushed aside and Kakashi crawled out. As soon as he came out, he announced the information obtained by his clone. Rukawa raised his hand, pointed at Kakashi, and said calmly. Chidori, that's not how you use it. This is how it should be used. Kakashi frowned when he heard this, thinking about the meaning of the other party's words. Could it be that the other party can also perform Chidori? But I didn't teach it to the other party. Just as he was wondering, he saw a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly appear in Rukawa's outstretched hand. This is Chidori. How did you do that? I don't remember teaching Chidori to anyone. Or did you learn it just by watching it once? Kakashi's face was gloomy, his signature ninjutsu. The enemy had actually learned this skill so easily that he was in a very bad mood. Lousy, this is the real Chidori. Yours is a fake Chidori. Goodbye, white hair. Rukawa said calmly. Then chakra was infused like thunder in the hand, and the next moment. Abu, a blue-white beam of light shot out instantly. Lightning-style Chidori sharp spear. Puff. Blood was oozing from the corner of Kakashi's mouth. He looked at the blue-white beam of light that pierced through his chest, his face full of astonishment. Chidori, can you still play like this? The distance between the two rooms was 20 meters, yet they were attacked instantly. The Chidori sharp spear was retracted. Looking at Kakashi half kneeling on the ground, Rukawa said calmly. It looks like I missed the target. I was aiming for your head. But I won't do that this time. After saying that, he raised his hand, pointed it at his head, and lightning flashed in his palm. Stop. Just before the Chidori sharp spear was about to fire out. Yida was wearing a green tights and had a watermelon head hairstyle. The ninja, wrapped in green air waves, appeared in time. Bang! A heavy kick landed on Rukawa's muscular arm. Although no substantial damage was caused, the direction was deviated. The final Chidori sharp spear only penetrated a half-collapsed residential building. Watermelon head, green tights. The identity of the other party is self-evident. It is the Might Guy who was almost kicked out of the finale in the original work. Finally, a more interesting opponent has arrived. Rukawa grinned and became a little excited. Compared to the ninjutsu competition between ninjas, he really prefers fist-to-fist combat. Next, I will be your opponent. Might Guy took a fighting stance, his face solemn. The opponent is very strong. That 3.5 kick just now not only broke the opponent's arm. But he couldn't even bend his arm to kick, he just deviated the direction of his arm slightly. Instead, he himself was flung away. Might Guy stared at Rukawa without blinking, his expression tense, not daring to relax even a little. 014706521 Filu 151,093,351. Bang. Rukawa didn't rush to attack, but threw Danzo aside like garbage. Let's just leave this piece of garbage here for now. Now, it's time to enjoy the battle. Watermelon head, don't let me down. Swish. The figure disappeared instantly. What? So fast? Might Guy was startled. Even if I didn't blink, I couldn't catch the other person's disappearance. In that case, peacock. Might Guy roared and waved his hands, leaving afterimages. And with every punch he threw, a fireball would appear. He punched faster and faster, as if he threw hundreds or thousands of punches in an instant. The next moment, with him as the center, countless fireballs burst out, like a peacock spreading its feathers, youth burning. No matter which direction you attack from, you will be hit by my attack. Burn, youth. Ah, fight, fight, fight. Might Guy roared and snarled, and his entire body seemed to transform into a dazzling sun. Then, he was dumbfounded. Because he saw Rukawa didn't dodge at all, but just rushed straight towards him. He let countless fireballs hit him as if nothing had happened. Sixth gate has just opened, who are you looking down on? Rukawa suddenly approaches and punches out. Might Guy quickly raised his arms to block. Bang, puff. Might Guy vomited blood and flew out backwards. Like being hit hard, his pupils were trembling wildly, and he was a little suspicious of his body. Is this kind of terrifying power still something that humans can possess? This is clearly a monster in human skin. Chapter 53 You all come together. Rukawa Haki crushes. The legendary man. Being in the air, Might Guy quickly adjusted his position so that his feet touched the ground. It slid for more than 10 meters before finally coming to a safe stop. Good. You are indeed a strong man. If I don't fight with all my strength, it would be disrespectful to you and a waste of my youth. Might Guy's eyes were bright and his fighting spirit was rising. Seventh gate, Jingmun, open. He suddenly roared. As a certain acupuncture point in the body is opened, the chakra in the body begins to boil. The green steam around him turned into blue steam. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face was red, and waves of energy surged throughout his body. At this moment, Guy looks like a god of war. The aura released from him at this moment is no weaker than any cage level. I didn't expect that there is such a strong man in the village. He is really low-key. Uchiha Fugaku looked gloomy and was deeply surprised. Unexpectedly, as rumored, he only knows taijutsu but not ninjutsu. Even the little people whom he never took seriously could burst out with such powerful fighting power. At this moment, Fugaku just felt extremely fortunate that there was this mysterious strider helping them Uchiha. Otherwise, they would have to face so many masters tonight, and their clan would really disappear from the ninja world. Konoha has gained a new top-level fighter. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to escape unscathed. Fugaku looked at Rukawa, worry growing on his face. Compared to Fugaku's worries, Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely happy. I never thought that an ordinary ninja with ordinary physical skills could burst out with such strong strength. It was such a pleasant surprise. At such a young age, he was able to master the 8 inner gates to the 7th gate. Afterwards, I have to bring Guy into Anbu and make him my direct subordinate. Oink oink. More than a dozen blue phantoms appeared in the air, they were moving too fast. It is just a visual illusion produced by the human eye. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Boom. A side kick, with immense force, landed heavily on Rukawa's shoulder. There was a loud sound like the beating of a drum, and an invisible wave of air spread out from it. It's quite powerful, it can actually make me feel a little pain. Rukawa's body involuntarily moved to the side for a distance, his eyes full of admiration. It's not over yet, M21 Guy roared, and his figure turned into a shadow, attacking Rukawa from all directions. In the 7th gate state, both his speed and strength have been greatly increased. Every punch and kick can produce a sonic boom. Boom boom boom. The attack landed on Rukawa, and there were continuous explosions. Rukawa tried to counterattack, but was dodged in time by the opponent's super high speed and could not attack at all. At this moment, the fight between the two was like Rukawa being beaten unilaterally. Seeing this, the Konoha shinobi watching the battle around began to shout excitedly. Guy, watch out for you, take down this arrogant guy. He who dares to disrespect the third generation must pay the price. Come on, guy. Konoha is not a place where a guy like you can run wild. Show him some color, Gue. However, Guy, who was the one that everyone had high hopes for, looked increasingly solemn. He could clearly feel that his attack had no effect at all, it was just scraping the opponent's skin. The more I fight, the more frightened I am. What the hell is this pervert's body defense? Even the tailed beasts can't compare, right? Fighting with me, how dare you be distracted? Rukawa twisted around and delivered a flying kick, hitting Guy in the chest. Bang! Guy turned into a blue meteor and smashed into the group of Konoha shinobi who had been shouting the loudest just now. Ah, puff. Many unlucky Konoha shinobi were hit so hard that they vomited blood. Ninjas are indeed high attack and low defense professions, even the guy who opened the seventh gate is no exception. I can make countless mistakes, but you can only make one mistake, that's the reality. Rukawa suddenly realized and felt fortunate. Fortunately, he had the super soldier serum to take, which improved his physical fitness in all aspects. Ah, it's impossible for an attack of this magnitude to defeat me, who was burning with youth. Might Guy roared and rushed out from the crowd. Day Tiger. He roared, and the energy waves around him rolled wildly, and his momentum became stronger and stronger. The strength in the body was poured into the arm, and it blasted out suddenly. The next moment, the terrifying power materialized into a white tiger phantom, roaring and snarling as it pounced on Rukawa. As soon as the white tiger's shadow appeared, it brought a suffocating pressure to people. Even though the Konoha shinobi who were just watching the battle from all sides were not the targets of the attack, they still felt palpitations. The power of this technique is definitely not weaker than any S-level ninjutsu. Go ahead, Day Tiger, crush that arrogant guy into pieces. This terrifying move, I don't believe I can't do anything to that guy. The Konoha shinobi were all excited and were looking forward to the scene where Rukawa was crushed to death by the Day Tiger. What is he doing? Making hand seals, planning to perform ninjutsu. You idiot, you actually want to use ninjutsu to fight against the Day Tiger, aren't you looking for death? In the field, before the move came, a strong wind was already blowing in Rukawa's face, and her long hair was flying. Advertisement. Facing the roaring white tiger phantom, he chose to stand where he was, quickly forming seals with his hands. Fire-style great fireball technique. The next moment, a super huge fireball spewed out of Rukawa's mouth. The flames burned like a small sun, and the dark sky was as bright as day at this moment. This terrifying amount of chakra. Witnessing such a huge fireball being born in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly lost his composure. As far as I can remember, the only person who can perform fire-style ninjutsu of this scale is the legendary man, Uchiha Madara. Damn it, could it be that another monster that can rival Uchiha Madara has appeared in the ninja world? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked grim. Could it be that tonight's genocide night would be the night of Konoha's destruction? The Konoha shinobi around them all widened their eyes when they saw this. How is this possible? Just a B-level fire-style ninjutsu, Tang Ran can use the power of IS-level ninjutsu. This is not a ninja. It completely subverted their worldview of ninjas. Boom. The fireball collided with the white tiger's phantom, causing a violent explosion. The loud noise of the explosion resounded through the night sky, and a huge mushroom-shaped gas mass took shape. This is just a random escape technique attack, and it neutralized my daytime tiger. Might Guy has a dull expression and gray eyes. I couldn't believe what was happening before my eyes. His most powerful move at the moment was actually countered by a B-rank great fireball. At this moment, his heart suffered an unprecedented blow. Youth can no longer be ignited. The whole person became depressed. Haha, is this the only attack you can do? It seems that without opening 8 gate, you are still just an ant in front of me. Rukawa appeared in front of Guy, his voice was flat, but his eyes revealed disappointment. It seems that the battle between you and me will end here. I waited for nothing. Swish. He kicked out with a whip-like kick. However, Guy was not knocked out. The reason is that he was not attacked. Rukawa's muscular and powerful thighs paused in the air and failed to swing out smoothly. Because at this moment, a dark shadow had wrapped around his thigh without him noticing. Shadow imitation. Success. Not far away, Nara Shikaku was half kneeling on the ground with his hands in a seal position. His shadow stretched out and now connected with Rukawa's shadow. Puff. The next moment, Nara Shikaku suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? He doesn't even look like a human being." Then he hurriedly urged, "Quick, take Might Guy away from there, he's not fit to fight anymore. Come on, I can't hold on much longer." Puff. As he spoke, another large mouthful of blood spurted out. "Don't panic, Lu Ju, I'm here to help you now." Yamanaka Hyuga saw this and quickly ran over to support. With two of us, one inside and one outside, I don't believe we can't cure this guy. The index fingers and thumbs of his two hands touched each other, and the four fingers closed to form the shape of a mouth. As if taking a photo with a camera, Yamanaka pointed his mouth at Rukawa and immediately performed the family's secret technique. Ninjutsu. Heart turn technique. The next moment, Yamanaka Hyuga's consciousness instantly penetrated deep into Rukawa's consciousness. What is this? Ideological Yamanaka Hyuga looked horrified. Because what appeared in his eyes at this moment was a tall and majestic giant. Standing tall, it is impossible to tell how tall this giant is, as if he is a god high above. And he, Yamanaka Hyuga, is an arrogant and ignorant ant who dares to intrude into the territory of gods. Is this the consciousness of that guy? It's so huge, how huge must his spiritual power be? I have entered the sea of consciousness of so many people, but I have never seen a guy with so much spiritual power. It's incredible. He murmured something, shocked by Rukawa's terrifying spiritual power. Because the greater the ninja's mental power, the greater the consciousness it condenses. Rukawa, who possesses the Rinnegan and the Eternal Eye, has terrifying spiritual power. Oh no, I have to get out quickly. This terrifying consciousness is not something I can control. Yamanaka suddenly came back to his senses from his shock. Hey, you want to leave? Laozi's sea of consciousness is not a place where you can come and go as you please. The giant Rukawa opened his mouth with a fierce smile, as solid as thunder. The sound waves alone were enough to make Yamanaka Hyuga show signs of collapse. Damn it. Heart turn technique. Solution. However, Yamanaka found that he did not return to his body. He looked at the giant Rukawa in front of him with horror. Who are you? You can even control your sea of consciousness so precisely that I can't escape. Hey, be careful next time. Don't rely on your family's secret technique to enter other people's bodies at will. Rukawa let out a sinister laugh, stretched out his hand and squeezed, crushing Yamanaka Hyuga's consciousness as if he were squeezing an ant to death. In the outside world, because he was performing the family's secret technique, Yamanaka Hyuga temporarily handed his body over to the family's ninja for safekeeping. Advertisement. The next moment, body consciousness returned. Puff. Yamanaka with eyes closed. He suddenly vomited a large amount of blood and his face turned extremely pale in an instant. His body twitched wildly, but he did not wake up. Then, the Yamanaka clan ninjas saw that their clan leader's lower body was also wet. The Yamanaka clan ninjas around suddenly panicked. The clan leader is incontinent. Chief, what's wrong with you? Cheer up, wake up, wake up. What's going on with that guy? Why was the clan leader attacked so severely? He even developed extremely rare symptoms of incontinence. Amid the anxious shouts of the crowd, Yamanaka Hyuga finally woke up slowly. At this moment, his eyes were full of weakness as he looked at his fellow tribesmen. He pointed his trembling finger at Rukawa with a look of horror. This is a monster. Don't use the family secret technique on him. After saying this, he fainted and did not wake up no matter how his tribesmen called him. The main thing is that he is actually incontinent at this moment, how embarrassing. So I could only pretend to be dizzy to ease the embarrassment. There. Although Rukawa was conscious, it took less than a breath to crush Yamanaka to death. But during this time, the might guy in front of him had been taken away. At the same time, he also found that the dongli in his body was stronger than before. More shadows wrapped around his body. If you don't use some strength, you won't be able to break free for a while. Well, you muscular monster. Don't underestimate our Nara clan. Although I can't control you by myself, if my people join together, you may not be able to break free. Nara Shikaku growled through gritted teeth. His eyes were fixed on Rukawa, as if he wanted him to prove the strength of the Nara clan. And around Nara Luju for 933 days, there were all Nara people who were performing the family's secret techniques. At this moment, they performed shadow imitation magic together. Temporarily restrained Rukawa. Puff, puff. As Rukawa twisted his body vigorously, the shadows on his body broke one after another. Pulled by the huge force, the Nara people suffered backlash and all vomited blood. Damn it. What kind of monster is this? Even with all the strength of our entire clan, we can't trap him. Nara Shikaku gritted his teeth and growled, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Then he suddenly shouted, Boss Ding, aren't you ready yet? If you don't take action, this monster will break free. Puff. As he spoke, he spat out another large mouthful of blood. Thank you for your hard work, Luju. I'm ready. As the words fell, a giant over 100 meters tall suddenly rose from the ground. One Ninpo super expansion jutsu. Akamaiki Choza with long red hair. With the help of the time gained by Nara Shikaku, he quickly took the family secret pill. His chakra surged, instantly transforming him into a giant over 100 meters tall. It's the Akamaiki clan's ultimate secret technique. Let's get out of the way. Because Akamaiki Danzo is huge and grew suddenly. This caused the people around him to disperse and make room for him. Take this. I'll grind you into a pulp. Superhuman bomb tank. Akamaiki Danzo roared, and his huge body rolled forward. It turned into a giant roller and rolled towards Rukawa. Boom. The earth was shaking and trembling violently, and even many cracks appeared. Wherever it passed, smoke and dust billowed, houses collapsed, and rocks shattered. It was unstoppable. It seemed as if it could turn everything that stood in its way into powder. Okay, quickly grind that guy into pulp and see if he dares to act arrogant again. Go, Ding Zuo, crush him to death. Please take a look at our Konoha's strengths. The Konoha shinobi who saw this shouted excitedly. This is the strength of Konoha, with strong people emerging in endlessly. Even if someone falls, there will be strong ones to take their place quickly. This is Konoha, the largest ninja village in the ninja world, with an unshakable status. Facing the huge roller, Rukawa had a blank expression on his face and calmly stretched out a hand. Akatsuki Choza carries the expectations of a group of Konoha shinobi. With the power to destroy everything, he hit Rukawa hard. Then, his entire huge body, keeping its bent posture, stopped abruptly. The stop was very abrupt, which exceeded everyone's expectations. When the smoke cleared, they saw Rukawa blocking Akatsuki Choza with one hand. Hiss. Seeing this scene, all the Konoha shinobi couldn't help but gasp. How is that possible? This is a giant over 100 meters tall. In this form, Akamichi Choji is not inferior to the tailed beasts in strength in the three wars. Compared with him, Rukawa at this moment is no less than an ant under the feet of a giant. And the current situation is that the ant lifted the giant with one hand. It's unbelievable. Chapter 54. Shocking Konoha. War trophies. A strong slap in the face. So terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Nara Shikaku looked unhappy. Damn it. We tried so hard to delay time just to keep him in place so that Ding Zuo could successfully hit the target. But the result is like this, what's the point of us fighting so hard before? Bang. Nara Shikaku slammed his fist on the ground with a look of frustration on his face. Tisk. You tried so hard to restrain my movements before, I thought you had some killer moves. I didn't expect it to be just this. My expectations were in vain. Rukawa curled his lips, showing a disappointed expression. Stop looking down on me. Akatsuki seemed to be irritated by Rukawa's expression, and punched Rukawa on the head with a heavy punch. Boom. The huge fist hit the ground, creating a huge dent in the ground, and spider web-like cracks instantly spread in all directions. Too slow. Rukawa appeared above Akatsuki Choza's head. Get off my head, Upon hearing the noise, Akatsuki Choza wanted to take a picture of Rukawa. However, before he could do anything, he felt his feet leave the ground. Then, heaven and earth turned upside down. But it was Rukawa who grabbed his hair and lifted up the giant by brute force. The scene is shocking. What the hell is this monster? The Konoha shinobi were completely dumbfounded. Smash it for me. Rukawa's muscles bulged and he roared. Like a shoulder throw, he suddenly threw the 100-meter-long Akatsuki Chozu in one direction. Quick, get out of the way, it's coming this way. Someone noticed the huge black shadow overhead and immediately shouted a warning. Boom. The Akatsuki building was smashed to the ground heavily, as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake, and countless houses were crushed into powder. After a while, he was exhausted and returned to his original size. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Rukawa stood at the highest point of the house with his arms folded across his chest, looking down at everyone present with an arrogant look in his eyes. I just wanted to say, who else, to improve my status. And at this moment, a female voice full of heroism was heard. Don't be so arrogant. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong. I'll let you experience the pain of being strangled. Hey Wan, we are positive. Woof. Teeth to teeth. The next moment, Inuzuka Tsumugi and Kuromaru made their upright saws spin at high speed, and at the same time transformed into two whirlwinds that seemed to be able to cut through everything, and attacked Rukawa. The one who launched the attack at this time was the head of the Inuzuka clan, a woman who exuded wildness, the mother of Inuzuka Kiba. Tisk, the Inuzuka clan. There are so many mystical families in Konoha. We can take care of them one by one. Rukawa was a little dissatisfied that he dared to interrupt her and pretend to be smart. He immediately took the initiative to attack, his figure disappeared on the roof, and when he appeared again, he was already in the middle of two whirlwinds. He threw out a random punch and a kick, and with two, bang, sounds, the man and the dog vomited blood and flew backwards. They were no match for him at all. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Rukawa had just landed on the ground when he heard a dense rustling sound behind him. Looking back, what caught my eye were countless flying insects. There were so many flying insects that they covered the sky and it seemed as if a dark cloud was rushing towards him. Behind these insects were a dozen or so ninjas from the Aburame clan who had wrapped themselves tightly. What does it matter how strong your strength is? What does it matter how strong your defense is? In front of the bugs, these are meaningless. Because the bugs will eat you to the last drop. Repent, invader. Secret technique. Parasitic bugs. Aburame waved his hand slightly, and countless parasitic insects rushed towards Rukawa like crazy. Rukawa formed seals with his hands, preparing to perform ninjutsu. It's not that he was afraid that these bugs would break his defense, but he didn't want to see himself covered with countless bugs. Fire-style Howlong fire technique. He opened his mouth and spit out a huge flaming dragon that appeared out of thin air. The giant fire dragon roared silently and rushed towards the sea of insects. It seems to have a soul, flying and circling in the air, appearing wherever there are parasites. The flames burned fiercely, and countless parasites turned into ashes in the high temperature, leaving nothing behind. In just a few breaths, all the parasites were burned to ashes. How could this happen? All the bugs were killed. Aburame Jue looked unhappy. Bear. The giant fire dragon that burned all the insects set its sights on them, and with boundless air waves, it rushed towards the Aburame people. What? Advertisement. Faced with the oncoming flaming dragon, all the Aburame people's faces changed drastically. Without the parasites, they had no means of defense against attacks of this intensity. Damn it, I shouldn't have brought my people out with me. Aburame Jue couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Just when he was in despair. Crash. A huge wall of water suddenly appeared, blocking them. Water-style water barrier. Boom. The fire dragon crashed into the wall of water. Under the high temperature, a large amount of water is evaporated and turned into rich water vapor. When the white mist dissipated, Aburame Jue could clearly see the person who rescued him. Immediately, he became excited and felt ashamed at the same time. Third generation master. I am incompetent. I am ashamed to have to trouble you to personally rescue me. That's fine. As the Hokage, I will never sit idly by and watch my fellow villagers fall into danger. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. After a pause, he continued. You have done your best, don't blame yourself for it. Yes, I'm sorry, third generation master. Aburame and his men were immediately ashamed. With subordinates like them around, they actually had to let the third generation leader take action personally. This was really wrong. While I was very grateful, I was also impressed by third generation's generosity. This is the third generation, this is the leader they believe in, this is the third Hokage they love. Okay, you guys go first. The other side is very strong, and you can't deal with the enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling Aburame and the others to leave. Aburame and his group left the stage, and the Konoha shinobi around them became extremely excited when they saw the third generation personally take the stage. They shouted and roared one after another, and their emotions were unprecedentedly high. It's the third generation adults. The third generation adults are going to do it themselves. Mr. Third Generation, you must teach this arrogant B***** DA lesson. Don't show any mercy. Although I believe in the third generation master, I am still a little worried. I am worried that the third generation master may not be a match for me. After all, that guy is so powerful that it is not easy to fight him. Shut up. How dare you question the third generation master? The third generation master is the strongest Hokage in history. He can beat that B***** D with one hand. How can you question him? Listening to the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face looked a little unnatural. Because he stood up at this time, not to fight with Rukawa. Sir, that's enough. He looked at Rukawa and said in a deep voice. Your Excellency has injured so many of our companions. Even if there is any grudge between you and Elder Danzo, it is time to settle it. It is meaningless to continue fighting, so please leave Konoha. As for what you did before, I will just pretend it never happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this very calmly. In short, he doesn't want to fight anymore. This is actually not correct. It should be said that after he saw Rukawa's powerful strength, he chose to give in. From watching the battle just now, he sadly discovered that even if he, the third Hokage, took action himself, he would only end up defeated. If you take action, you will fail and be embarrassed again. If you don't take action, you won't be defeated and you can save your face. In this case, it would be better not to take action. Moreover, Rukawa threw Danzo aside before the battle. The Konoha shinobi naturally rescued Danzo successfully. The person who took the blame was successfully rescued, and the purpose of this support was achieved. There is no need to increase casualties just to deal with a monster. So, the battle is over. This is what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking at this moment. Although he felt very aggrieved after being slapped in public, he had the urge to cut the culprit into pieces. But now that I have calmed down, I don't feel anything. After all, the other party is so strong. In the ninja world, the bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. Ninja Hero. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this title is not for nothing, the key point is the word, Ren, in front. Just like Cloud Shinobi kidnapped Hinata, was exposed and killed, and then turned around and threatened Konoha to hand over the murderer of the Hyuga clan. Just bear with it and it will pass. However, when Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his intention to cease fire, before Rukawa could say anything, the Konoha shinobi around him went wild. What? Do the third generation adults want to let this be D go? Why? That guy hurt so many of our companions, why should we let him go so easily? Mr. Third Generation, that guy just slapped you in the face. Can you tolerate that? Yeah, is it that the third generation masters are scared? Or is it that the third generation, the strongest Hokage in history, is no match for that guy? Listening to the noisy discussions around him, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and then suddenly shouted. That's enough. I have my own reasons for doing this. His face darkened slightly, and he said in a serious voice. According to my observation, this person is very powerful. I'm afraid he is only slightly weaker than me. It's not easy for me to defeat such an opponent. When the time comes, I will fight this man and it will be a huge fight. Advertisement. By then, the aftermath will only destroy more Konoha houses and implicate more Konoha villagers. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly became passionate. For Konoha, for the people of Konoha, for everyone, the humiliation I suffered from being slapped in the face is not worth mentioning at all. After hearing these words, many Konoha shinobi fans shed tears. So, that's how it is. It seems we misunderstood you, third generation Tianping. It's not that the third generation can't beat them, but they have to compromise for the sake of Konoha. You are truly worthy of being our great third generation lord. You always put Konoha first. I am sorry for wronging you, third generation lord. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded secretly upon seeing this. In this way, not only was Danzo successfully rescued, his own face was saved, and his reputation was also increased. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It's perfect. Then, he looked at Rukawa and said seriously. Sir, I think you have seen my sincerity, so please leave Konoha immediately and don't interfere in our Konoha's affairs, okay? Haha, as for your sincerity, I don't see it. I just see an old B************* D yelling in front of me. Is this the strongest Hokage in history? He was able to endure being slapped in the face. This really makes me laugh to death, haha. Rukawa sneered, not giving any face at all. Sir, don't go too far. I have already given you enough face. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face quickly darkened. He didn't expect the other party to be so disrespectful, even though he, the Hokage, chose to bow his head. It's so arrogant. If he didn't know he couldn't win, he would have taken action long ago. Why would he still be patient here? If you want to stop the war, fine. But you have to return Laozi's spoils to Laozi. Rukawa folded his arms across his chest, looking proud. War booty. I don't understand what you mean by that. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard that. Oh, that be ********** D Danzo, this is Laozi's spoils of war. Rukawa explained calmly. A ceasefire is fine, but he has no intention of letting Danzo go. What? Don't go too far. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face immediately darkened. He chose to cease fighting only after Danzo was safely rescued. But now, the other party wants him to hand over Danzo again. Isn't this a slap in his face? Even though I've been beaten once before. Humph. No, Laozi, just take it back yourself. Rukawa sneered, stepped on the ground, and instantly landed on the roof of a tall building. Look around, looking for Danzo's location. Found it. Rukawa curled the corner of his mouth and dived in a certain direction. There were 2 medical ninjas urgently treating Danzo's injuries. Hole, I give you face, but that doesn't mean you can be so arrogant. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The third generation saw this and instantly became furious. Rukawa's disregard and his aggressiveness made him unbearable and he attacked in anger. Zhao Qinhao. Bang. He bit his finger, quickly formed a seal, and summoned his summoning beast. As the white smoke dissipated, a white-haired ape appeared beside him. Hiruzen, long time no see. You summoned me here. Did you encounter a tough opponent? The ape demon came out and said hello. Ape demon, time is running out now. This is not the time to greet you. Quickly transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. I need your strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of talking nonsense and hurriedly urged. Good. The ape demon responded, and then with a bang, it turned into a golden hoop with a pitch-black body and gold-plated ends. Grow taller, ape demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand, shouted loudly, and swept out with the stick fiercely. Boom. The golden hoop became longer and thicker, and swept Rukawa in midair into a house. Under the heavy blow, the whole house was smashed into 2 halves, and a large amount of wood debris flew everywhere. The ground shook violently, and all the surrounding houses collapsed. With just one strike, the surrounding terrain changed. This scene shocked all the Konoha shinobi at first, then made them excited, and then they cheered loudly with excitement. This stick is too powerful. The third generation master is indeed the strongest Hokage of all time. Even though he is so far away from me, I feel scared. Okay, that's it. The third generation has finally taken action. Let's see if that guy dares to be so arrogant again. Humph, you shameless fellow, now you know how powerful our third generation adults are. Haha, now, that kid must have turned into a pool of meat paste. Interesting, old man, your attack actually made me feel a little numb. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Rukawa twisted his neck and slowly walked out of the huge opening of the house. The defense is really as strong as a monster. Even the golden hoop can't break it. Seeing Rukawa come out unharmed, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked extremely solemn. Chapter 55 Uchiha Shisui. Lightning Style Kirin. Such a terrifying power. You can withstand one blow, but I don't believe your thick skin can withstand hundreds or even thousands of blows. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, choosing to take the initiative to attack. Whoosh. With a sound of breaking through the air, he used the body flicker technique and instantly came close to Rukawa. Holding the Rui Jingu Bang in both hands, he smashed it hard at Rukawa's head. Too slow. Rukawa calmly stretched out his right hand. He easily grasped one end of the Rui Jingu Bang firmly. Then he stretched out his left hand, clenched his 5 fingers, and punched out suddenly. Boom. The Rui Jingu Bang was hit so hard that it was bent and deformed. Ah! With a painful scream, the Rui Jingu Bang instantly turned back into its original form as Ape Demon. Blood was oozing from the corner of the Ape Demon's mouth, and one of its arms had fallen limply. My whole body was shaking. Wow, what a terrifying power. The Ape Demon spoke with trembling lips, looking at Rukawa in horror. How is this possible? The Ape Demon in the state of Rui Jingu Bang was bent. This scene gave Sarutobi Hiruzen an incomparable shock. That's the Ape Demon in the state of Rui Jingu Bang. Its hardness is the best in the ninja world. It is a magical weapon that can force the enraged Nine Tails to fly hundreds of meters during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Now it was bent by a single punch. Hiruzen, you must be careful, this guy is very strong, don't fight him head on. I'm seriously injured, I'm going to go back and rest first. PFF'd. The Ape Demon spat out blood, and then with a bang, it turned into white smoke and disappeared. Old thing, it seems like you didn't learn your lesson from the slap I gave you last time. You don't even dare to approach me. Rukawa twisted his wrist joint and showed a kind expression to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened. The Ape Demons were easily beaten back to their original forms. At this moment, he finally understood the huge gap in strength between the two of them. Even if the guy in front of me is not as strong as Uchiha Madara back then, he is not far behind. He was just an ordinary cage-level warrior, while the other party had already surpassed the cage level in strength. It's simply not something an old man like him can deal with. Damn it, where did Uchiha find such a strong foreign aid? Sarutobi Hiruzen was angry in his heart, but he forced a smile on his face and whispered. Sir, I think there may be a deep misunderstanding between us. If you want Danzo, I can consider it. For my own sake. No, for the stability of Konoha, I cannot offend this strong man in front of me. Since the other party wants Danzo, just take it. I believe Danzo will understand. Oh, misunderstanding. Rukawa just sneered, and 407 slapped Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face. The speed was too fast, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to dodge. The next moment, bang, there was that familiar crisp sound again. Only this time the sound was louder. Sarutobi Hiruzen flew out in a spin and crashed into a half-ruined house with a loud bang. This scene, everyone present was shocked. The third-generation Hokage was slapped away again. And it was done openly and honestly, unlike the last time when there was some element of sneak attack in it. The leader was humiliated again, and they could no longer bear it. They formed seals with their hands and used ninjutsu to attack Rukawa. Boom boom boom. There were 5 different types of escape techniques, all of which were densely packed and overwhelmingly attacking Rukawa. Rukawa jumped into the air and sneered disdainfully. You can call this ninjutsu. Now, Lousy will show you what real ninjutsu is. Rukawa formed seals with his hands, then opened his mouth and spit out an extremely huge fireball. Fire-style great fireball technique. However, the fireball was not aimed at the Konoha shinobi below, but shot straight up into the night sky. Huh, what's this for? Why are you sending the attack up into the sky? A Konoha shinobi wondered, and the next moment, the dark night sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and thunder began to appear in the dark clouds. Rukawa raised his right hand, and lightning flashed in his palm. Boom. Advertisement. The thunder in the black cloud seemed to be summoned by something and rushed out of the cloud. The next moment, dense thunder suddenly formed a Kilin's head. In an instant, night turned into day. What is this? Is this a magical skill? It can actually control the thunder in the sky for its own use. What kind of monster are we fighting? A group of Konoha shinobi stared blankly at the terrifying thunder above their heads. Even though the attack had not yet landed, they felt suffocated. Swish. Rukawa swings his right arm downward. The next moment, the Kilin in the sky seemed to have received some instructions and rushed out from the dark clouds with a roar. Lightning-style Kilin. Quick. Let's defend together. We must not let this spell fall into the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose cheek was swollen from being hit, no longer cared about the pain on his face and let out a sudden roar to alert everyone. The Konoha shinobi who came to their senses formed seals with their hands and then slapped the ground. Earth style. Earth flow wall. With everyone's combined efforts, a huge earth wall rose from the ground. .. Exclamation mark. The Kilin crashed into the earth wall, making a terrifying sound. Although they successfully defended themselves, they also almost drained the chakra of all the Konoha shinobi. They looked at Rukawa slowly falling from the sky and finally felt frightened. Although he is a human being, the oppression he brings to them is even stronger than that of Nine Tails back then. What on earth do you want to do? You showed up in Konoha for no reason. Are you going to start a war with us? Don't think that just because you have the upper hand now, you can fight against the entire Konoha by yourself. I'm telling you, this is just the tip of the iceberg of what Konoha has revealed. Don't force me to perish with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared with a fierce look on his face. At this moment, he was already considering whether or not to use the corpse seal to die together with the guy in front of him. Of course, this is only the last resort, and now he still wants to cease fire with Rukawa. What is your purpose? Attacking Konoha for no reason. Have we offended you in some way? Or does Konoha have something you want? Or did another ninja village hire you to come to Konoha to cause trouble? What is it all about? Can you please give me an explanation? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned loudly. They felt extremely aggrieved in their hearts. Since when did they, Konoha, have to compromise like this with an invader? If Jiraiya and Tsunade were still in the village and Minato hadn't been killed, the country would have been left to run wild with this rampant guy. You can't just rely on your own strength to come to Konoha and do evil. Now is a peaceful time. If you do this, you will be wanted by the 5 major ninja villages. By then, there will be no place for you in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen warned sharply. I just want justice, Uchiha, justice. Tonight, Danzo led many root ninjas to the outskirts of the Uchiha clan. Their purpose, it goes without saying, is to exterminate the Uchiha. Uchiha and Senju joined forces to create Konoha. It's no exaggeration to say that Uchiha is the true master of Konoha. But now, Uchiha is facing the disaster of genocide. I absolutely don't believe that Danzo, that B******************, didn't have the instigation of an old man like you. Rukawa said indifferently, directly exposing Hiruzen's plan in public. Since he is so oriented towards Uchiha, it seems that he is indeed an external aid invited by Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. So you were hired by Uchiha. But I don't understand what you are talking about. Danzo appeared on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan just to act for the sake of ninja. The so-called extermination of the Uchiha is nothing but nonsense. Now, almost all the ninjas in the village are present, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will never admit the Uchiha genocide plan. After all, he still had to maintain his image as a benevolent Hokage, and he couldn't do such a brutal act as exterminating the ninja clan. He absolutely could not take part in the battle himself, so he could only trick Itachi into being the executioner, while he only had to sit back and enjoy the fruits of victory. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Besides, although Elder Danzo's style of experimentation may be a bit extreme, but his original intention was all for Konoha, I believe he would never attack ninjas from the same village. It is even more impossible to carry out the so-called genocide. Your Excellency is powerful, but you are too naive. You are easily deceived by others, you have been deceived. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared straight at Fugaku when he said this. Your Excellency is powerful and wants to uphold justice, which is a good thing, and the butcher also supports it. But you must also be able to distinguish right from wrong. If you want to stand up for someone, you can't just listen to one side of the story. The third generation shook his head slightly, looking serious. Extermination of the clan. Are you kidding me? I absolutely do not believe that Elder Danzo would do such a thing. This guy is really a muscular, simple-minded reckless man. He believes whatever others say. He is so stupid. Elder Danzo is dedicated to Konoha by hiding in the dark. How could an old man who has devoted his entire life to Konoha attack someone from his own village? Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were recognized by many Konoha shinobi. Everyone thought that Rukawa was too stupid and was easily deceived. Fugaku's face was gloomy. He wanted to say something to point out the filthiness of third generation and Danzo, but he didn't know what to say. When it comes to talking skills, even 10 of him can't compare to the old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he can only sulk in his heart. Oh, old man, you are really good at talking nonsense. Advertisement. Rukawa sneered. Please do not slander my noble character. Everything I said is true, not a single word is false. Sarutobi Hiruzen got it with absolute certainty. You have no evidence, so please don't accuse me. He just didn't believe that a muscular man who only knew how to fight could produce any evidence. Therefore, at this moment, he has nothing to fear. You want evidence. In that case, Lousy will give you evidence. Rukawa left these words and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had another person in his hand. It was Danzo who was wrapped in bandages. Danzo has awakened at this moment. With the previous lesson, he has learned his lesson and is smarter now when facing Rukawa. He didn't dare to yell again, but just stared at Rukawa with hatred. Tear. Rukawa was quick and decisive. The bandage wrapped around Zhang's head was torn off. He held Danzo's head with one hand and made him look up to face everyone. Rukawa looked at the third generation and asked sharply. Old man, show me clearly, what is this? At this moment, the bandage was removed, and the blood-red eye in Danzo's right eye was clearly revealed. Although the pupils appear grayish-white, it is still recognizable at a glance as the Sharingan of the Uchiha family. That's the Sharingan. Danzo. Why does he have our Uchiha clan's Sharingan? Damn it. This D must have secretly attacked our people, otherwise where would he get the Sharingan? That's actually the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is said that Shisui awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and disappeared. Now, there is no doubt that Danzo is the murderer of Shisui. The Uchiha tribesmen were very excited, and their scarlet Sharingans were flashing with strange light. At this moment, they wished they could tear out Danzo's tendons and bones. Old man, you just kept saying that Danzo would not attack ninjas from the same village. Then tell me, where did the blood-red eyes in this guy's eye sockets come from? Besides, this is the Mangekyo Sharingan, the eye of Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui, however, fought brilliantly for Konoha during the Third Ninja World War and is a hero of Konoha. However, Konoha's hero was brutally poisoned by his own village's high-ranking officials, and his eyes were gouged out, leaving him with open eyes. Is this what the Konoha high-level officials call you? They make heroes bleed and cry. Rukawa stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said coldly. Now, Danzo, we only have Shisui's Sharingan here, and there is also an eye, which I have reason to suspect is in the hands of the one you passed by. Uchiha Shisui was murdered, and you, old man, might be one of the murderers. Rukawa asked in a stern voice, so loud that everyone present could hear it clearly. And his words, as well as the Sharingan that was so obvious in Danzo's eyes, were all a slap in the face to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen had solemnly promised that Danzo would not attack ninjas from the same village. But the next moment, the bloody evidence was placed in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone in the audience was shocked. That's actually the Sharingan, the eye of the Uchiha family. Why is it in the eyes of Elder Danzo? Danzo, as a village elder, actually attacked a fellow ninja. This is a heinous crime. Third generation, what on earth is going on? Is what that guy said true? Uchiha Shisui, was she really poisoned by the third generation and Danzo-sama together? Could it be that the third generation master we have always loved is actually the villain who murdered the village hero? At this moment, countless eyes were focused on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Some of those who doubt it, some who don't believe it, some who don't believe it at all, and some who are half believing and half doubting. In short, everyone really wants to get a definite answer from the third generation. As for Danzo, they were completely disgusted. Unexpectedly, the other party, as one of Konoha's high-ranking officials, would actually attack the village's hero. The way they looked at Danzo was like looking at a rat in a sewer. It was disgusting. In just a moment, Danzo became a person despised by everyone. This is exactly what Rukawa wants to do. Killing Danzo directly is too easy for him. 014706521 Filu 151,103,301. Rukawa wants to make him become a rat crossing the street, and everyone will shout and beat him, so that he can spend the rest of his life in endless pain. At the same time, the filthiness of Konoha's high-level officials was also exposed to everyone. Their faith in the Hokage inevitably declined. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth in hatred. He never expected that the darkness of Konoha's high-level officials would be exposed so openly in front of everyone. Sir, please stop slandering me. How could I possibly harm the hero of Konoha? I had no idea about Uchiha Shisui's death. I was kept in the dark. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately retorted, then looked at Danzo in disbelief, looking extremely shocked. Danzo, you are really too much. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Uchiha Shisui is a hero who has made great contributions to Konoha. How can you harm a hero? I really misjudged you. Alas. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo with a face full of grief and helplessness, as if he really was confused and had misjudged him. Haha, I killed Uchiha Shisui all by myself. Danzo admitted with a laugh. This answer made Rukawa frown slightly. Is this guy Danzo actually biting back at third generation? Chapter 56 Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Illusion Manipulation. He also wanted to use Danzo to destroy Sarutobi Hiruzen's great and glorious image. The situation at this time was obviously different from what Rukawa expected. Hey. Danzo chuckled twice, as if he had seen through Rukawa's plan, and continued with a sarcastic look on his face. As for why I want to kill Konoha's heroes, it is because of the power of Uchiha Shisui Mangekyo Sharingan. The very existence of this ability is a sin. What kind of ability is it that makes you do such an unwise thing, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. His brows were tightly knitted together, as if he really didn't know the general ability of Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. You really look like one. Rukawa sneered in his heart. Haha, you will never guess the ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan. That is, to tamper with other people's memories. Danzo's voice suddenly rose. That is to say, as long as Uchiha Shisui wants, he can control anyone in our Konoha. This kind of power is too evil. No one can guarantee that Shisui will not use his ability against people from the same village. This kind of power should not appear in the ninja world. So, for Konoha, to prevent Shisui from abusing this power, I immediately eliminated him and solved a problem. As he spoke, Danzo's voice became more passionate. In order to prevent the memories of Konoha shinobi from being tampered with, I will bear the crime of killing the hero of Konoha. I will do whatever it takes. Everything, for Konoha. Danzo's words shocked all the Konoha shinobi. I'm shocked that Uchiha Shisui actually possesses such a terrifying ability. It's so filmy to tamper with other people's memories at will, thereby controlling them in disguise. Even if Shisui won't use this ability on them, who can guarantee it? Shisui's ability is like having a knife hanging over his head all the time. No one wants their memory to be tampered with. At this moment, they suddenly felt that Danzo's approach might be right. This kind of terrifying power should not appear in the ninja world. With just a few words, Danzo instantly changed the views of the Konoha shinobi on him. After all, that's the human heart. People are selfish. When Danzo's approach is in their interest, they will agree with it regardless of whether the approach itself is right or not. Oh, since you said it was for Konoha, Shisui's Sharingan shouldn't exist, but why did you transplant his eyes onto yourself? Rukawa asked back calmly. Of course it's to protect Konoha. To enhance Konoha's combat power. So you see, I only transplanted one Sharingan, and its power is greatly reduced, and it can only be used to tamper with memory in the short term. Danzo explained calmly, as if he had been prepared for it. Anyway, Shisui is dead now, and no one can verify the truthfulness of what he said. It couldn't be easier to just come up with a plausible excuse. Besides, this is our Konoha's business. What does it have to do with an outsider like you? Don't take advantage of your strength to meddle in other people's business. Danzo looked at Rukawa with a smug look on his face. The third generation said helplessly. Danzo, although your original intention was good, your actions were too extreme. It is really wrong to kill Uchiha Shisui privately. You should pay for your mistake with your life. But considering your hard work for Konoha over the years, I will depose you from your position as the leader of the root, remove you from your position as Konoha elder, and lock you up in Konoha prison for 15 years. At the same time, Uchiha Shisui is given the honorary status of Konoha hero, and his name is engraved in a special area of the memorial, alongside all previous Hokage. This way, we can say that we have done justice to Uchiha. Are you satisfied with this treatment? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Rukawa with a sincere look on his face. I have no objection. Danzo answered immediately, and then looked at Rukawa with a sneer on his face. You self-righteous fellow, are you satisfied now? Of course, if you are too angry, you can just kill me. I am not someone who is afraid of death. Rukawa didn't listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's nonsense at all, but looked at Danzo indifferently. Oh, you be asterisk 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 D, you're so proud of provoking me, right? If I kill you now, lousy, you can become a hero of Konoha. You will be remembered after death and admired by all the people. Unfortunately, you think too much. Lousy will not kill you before all your dirty tricks are exposed. Lousy will make you live like a rat in a stinking ditch, and become a being despised by everyone. Then, Rukawa looked around at the Konoha shinobi and said loudly. Do you think that B asterisk 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 D Danzo only killed one Konoha shinobi, Uchiha Shisui? You are wrong. You are totally wrong. Danzo is so shameless and sinister that it is beyond your imagination. Whether it was ordinary villagers of Konoha, civilian ninjas, or clan ninjas, they were all captured by Danzo for human experiments. A asterisk hole. It is impossible for me to conduct human experiments, let alone capture ninjas from the same village to conduct human experiments. If you don't have any evidence, don't just open your mouth and slander me at will. Danzo retorted loudly and excitedly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Sir, don't make such jokes casually. It's not funny at all. I firmly don't believe that Danzo would be so cruel as to use ninjas from the same village for human experiments. Besides, I have clearly stipulated that he is not allowed to conduct human experiments. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice is heard. Advertisement. I remember you just promised Danzo that he would not attack ninjas from the same village. How come you don't learn your lesson? Rukawa reminded lightly. This time is different. Human experiments are absolutely forbidden in Konoha. Danzo doesn't dare and won't do it. I trust him. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked determined. The Konoha shinobi around them also didn't quite believe it. After all, human experimentation is too inhumane. Even if it is to be carried out, it will be during wartime, and the ninjas from other ninja villages will be used for experiments. Now is a peaceful time, human experiments have been stopped long ago. Using ninjas from the same village as you for experiments is a taboo, and the perpetrator will be killed on the spot. The only one who disobeyed orders and still dared to violate the taboo was Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. And because of this, Orochimaru became a rebel. The main reason why Orochimaru dared to touch the taboo was that he himself was a little abnormal. As a mature and steady elder of Konoha and a senior leader of Konoha for decades, Danzo would never do such a ridiculous thing. It seems like you all don't believe it. Then go and see it with your own eyes. Rukawa sneered, picked up Danzo with one hand, and swaggered towards the area where the injured were gathered. There were many injured people and medical ninjas. And what Rukawa is looking for is the root ninja among the wounded. No one dared to stop us on our way forward. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen followed behind and asked with a grim look. This is nonsense. How do you want to prove it? You will know after you see it. If the situation is false, Lousy will naturally let him go. Rukawa said calmly. Soon, arriving at the place, Rukawa recalled the memories in his mind and carefully observed the injured lying on the ground. That's you. Danzo's lackey. In less than a minute, Rukawa locked onto a root ninja wearing a black cat mask and with one arm missing. In the previous battle with the root, this guy had been protecting Danzo, probably as a bodyguard or something. This guy probably knows about the base where Danzo conducts human experiments. Seeing that he was being targeted by Rukawa, Yi, the black cat masked ninja, immediately bit the poison in his mouth and tried to commit suicide. And at this moment, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, illusion control. The illusion was activated and instantly controlled person B. Want to commit suicide? Hey, it seems I found the right person. Rukawa nodded in satisfaction and warned Danzo. And you be asterisk 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 D, I advise you not to do anything unnecessary. Why is this guy still alive? He can't even commit suicide. He's such a loser. Danzo cursed in his heart, his face looking extremely ugly. He knew very well whether human experiments had been conducted or not. As luck would have it, Person B just knew the location of the base where he conducted human experiments. We can't just sit there and wait for death. If the human experiment is exposed, it will be all over. I will become a rat crossing the street that everyone will shout and beat. No, this kind of thing must not happen. I must save myself. We need to spread the word and have those bases destroyed. As his mind turned, Danzo thought of a countermeasure. Immediately, the only remaining middle finger of his right hand wiggled slightly. Unfortunately, no matter how small the movement was, it could not be hidden from Rukawa's eyes. The next moment, Rukawa made a lightning-fast move and tore off Danzo's right arm. Amid the other party's wailing, he said coldly, "Lousy told you not to move, didn't you G hear me?" The third generation looked very unhappy when they saw this. What do you mean, sir? You're crippling Danzo's arm before the result is confirmed. This is too overbearing. Shut up. If Lousy misunderstood him, Lousy will naturally apologize to him. Rukawa said bluntly, still so domineering. That's what you said. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and blurted out these words. One arm can only get one apology from the other party. It's so aggrieved. Did I ask you to send the message out? Unfortunately, it was useless. Rukawa looked at the Danzo in his hand, sneered, and then formed a seal to create several shadow clones. These shadow clones attacked in different directions in an instant without any orders. Several screams were heard in the darkness. The next moment, these shadow clones returned to Rukawa. In their hands, the Japanese were holding a root ninja that looked like a dead dog. After throwing these root ninjas to the ground, Shadow Clone disbanded on its own. Rukawa looked at Danzo and sneered. You still want to secretly send a message and destroy the evidence in advance. Haha, don't even think about it. Danzo was furious when he saw this, and his face turned extremely pale in an instant, but he still said stubbornly. Advertisement. What do you mean? Why did you kill my subordinates for no reason? As for whether to summon them or not, I don't know. Besides, this is nonsense, there is no need for me to summon you. Asterisk. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also asked with an ugly expression. Sir, don't go too far. You attacked the Konoha shinobi for no reason. Even if you are arrogant, there must be a limit. Rukawa glanced at the third generation and said calmly. Why are you so anxious? I didn't kill them, I just beat them half of their lives. If Danzo is really wronged, Lousy can just apologize to them all. Okay, I believe in you, sir. I believe that a strong man like you will keep his promise when the time comes. Sarutobi Hiruzen tooth-biting path. Humph. I will obey what Lousy said. Rukawa turned around and instructed Root Ninja B, who was controlled by the illusion. You, take us to Danzo's base for human experiments. Yes. Yi nodded, and without a word, rushed towards the outside of Konoha village at the fastest speed. Rukawa quickly followed, carrying Danzo, whose eyes were bloodshot. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha, and all the ninjas of Konoha followed closely behind. Soon, Yi led everyone out of Konoha village and came to a hill. This is it. This is the extremely secret base of the root. You can enter from that place. He pointed to a pile of rubble, indicating that the entrance to the base was there. Danzo, I don't know what you have to say now. Rukawa sneered as he looked at Danzo in his hand. You are just relying on your strength to slander me. This is just an ordinary base of a loser. Danzo said bitterly. I hope you can still be so stubborn later. Abu, a huge purple skeleton arm instantly took shape. 0. This is Susanoo. You are from the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled when he saw the skeleton arm appearing behind Rukawa. At the same time, he finally understood why such a strong man would choose to help Uchiha. It turns out that the other party himself is from the Uchiha clan. However, the third generation was puzzled as to when such a strong man appeared in Uchiha. Ignoring what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, Rukawa controlled Susanoo's arm and swept it across violently. Boom! The hilltop was flattened as rocks flew everywhere. As the smoke and dust cleared, the scene inside came into view. However, the scene inside the base made Lu frown deeply. The reason why Rukawa frowned was not for any other reason, but because the scene in the base at this moment was completely different from what he expected. If this is a base for human experiments, then what is now displayed in front of everyone? There should be many instruments related to human experiments, as well as many experimental subjects. And now, there are indeed experimental subjects in the base, and there are a lot of them. But these experimental subjects are not humans, but animals. Rats, snakes, dogs, all kinds of animals were soaked in green experimental containers. Obviously, this was a base for animal experiments, which was totally different from what Rukawa had imagined. Moreover, there was not a single living person in the base, nor was there a single corpse of a root ninja. It was as if the root personnel who were doing experiments at the base received the news and moved ahead of time. This made Rukawa's idea of finding a root member inside the base for on-site interrogation fail. Ha, what do you think? What I said is right, right. This is just an ordinary experimental base at the root of my base. Danzo laughed triumphantly and looked at Rukawa with a sarcastic expression. The materials I used for my experiments were nothing but animals. Your so-called human experiment is just nonsense and an insult to me. Haha, do you have to interfere with my animal experiments? How boring. Then, he looked at the people around him and said with great force. You all have seen that I have never conducted any so-called human experiments. This guy is just talking nonsense. And the purpose of my animal experiments is nothing but Konoha. Use animals to test new drugs and improve and develop better drugs. My husband has done research on both drugs for treating pain and drugs for treating diseases. Everything is for the benefit of the people of Konoha village and for better medical conditions for Konoha shinobi. Danzo looked at everyone with true feelings in his eyes. Not only that, I also used these beasts to experiment with more powerful ninjutsu in order to increase Konoha's overall strength. For this reason, my root members are always at risk of backlash from ninjutsu. I also personally conducted experiments on the front line, and one of my eyes was accidentally destroyed during a key experiment. So, I had no choice but to transplant Shisui's Sharingan. And all of this, after decades of hard work, silently paying countless blood and sweat in the dark. This is all for Konoha to become more prosperous. I have absolutely no selfish motives. As he spoke, his body began to tremble and his voice became more and more excited. But now, I have been slandered by an outsider and all my efforts have been trampled upon. Chapter 57 will be updated in the afternoon. Please continue to ask for data for the exciting content. Hey, having said this, he sighed slowly, his eyes full of vicissitudes and helplessness. There's nothing I can do. Who can blame him for being so strong? The ninja world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Whatever the strong say, that's what counts. I am a weakling. No matter how much I say, my words are so pale and powerless. Finally, I only hope that this man will kill me in anger. You can remember the achievements I have made, and remember everything I have done for ye. Then, he suddenly roared. I, Shimura Danzo, have lived a life worthy of Konoha. After saying this, his face showed an expression of being ready to die bravely, his eyes were full of determination and resoluteness, without any fear of death. It seems that at this moment, he is the hero of Konoha who is not afraid of powerful oppression. But deep in his eyes, there was a sly look, and he felt extremely proud. At this moment, even if he really died, he died as a hero of Konoha, and died in the fight against the Konoha attackers. After his death, his fame and achievements will be praised by the descendants of Konoha for thousands of years and will be passed down through the ages. After he finished speaking, everyone in Konoha looked at him with admiration. I told you, how could Elder Danzo conduct human experiments? Now the truth is out, he was just slandered. I am so ashamed. I actually questioned Elder Danzo's character before. I didn't expect that Elder Danzo actually paid so much for Konoha in secret. He is an old man who selflessly dedicates himself to Konoha. Elder Danzo, don't worry, if you are killed by someone in anger. I will announce all your contributions to Konoha to everyone in Konoha. Yes, Elder Danzo, we will let your achievements and contributions be passed down forever, and we will never let you be slandered by villains. Quote. At this moment, Danzo's image in everyone's eyes was infinitely elevated. Even though Danzo's arms were broken at this time, 600. The white bandages on his body were stained red with blood, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and he looked extremely miserable. But at this moment, even though Danzo looked so miserable, he was emitting an extremely dazzling light in their eyes. Their worship of Danzo is almost as great as Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, this is an old man who has devoted his entire life to Konoha. He is Konoha's great hero and contributor. Isn't this kind of old man worthy of their worship? Isn't this kind of old man worthy of their respect? Sir, now we have found your so-called human experiment base. But the result is not as you said, everything is just your groundless guess. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Rukawa and said in a deep voice. The truth has now been revealed. Danzo was wrongly accused by you. I hope you can fulfill your promise, release Danzo, and apologize to him. In this way, your grievances with Konoha are settled. Rukawa stared at the bodies in the base soaked in green liquid, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. He knew Danzo very well. This is a sinister and cunning villain who has done countless dirty things in secret. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, he watched from the sidelines, attacked Shisui, and teamed up with Hanzo of Rain Shinobi Village to destroy the Akatsuki Organization. Cause Nagato to turn evil, collect Sharingan, build Sharingan arms, watch the show when pain invades, and more. His performance in various events does not prove that Danzo is a villain. Rukawa doesn't believe in this kind of dog thing that looks like a human at all, as it has not been tested on humans. However, the current situation made it impossible for him to expose Danzo's ugly face. Although he could strangle the other person to death easily, it would fulfill Danzo's wish. Letting him, the biggest villain in the ninja world, directly transform into a great sage is not what Rukawa wants to see. Are you sure you brought me to the right place? Rukawa suddenly turned his head and stared at Root Ninja B, questioning in a cold voice. Yes, according to the adults' instructions, it's here, I didn't take you to the wrong place. Yi's silent answer was like that of a puppet. Rukawa frowned even deeper when he heard this. The other party was controlled by the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so it was impossible for him to lie, let alone deceive him. This is indeed the secret base where Danzo conducts human experiments. But now, there are no human experimental subjects in the base. Could it be that it was replaced before they came over? Impossible. Rukawa denied this conjecture. His revelation that Danzo's human experiments were carried out suddenly. The other party could not have anticipated this at all, not to mention that the experimental subjects were replaced in advance. Besides, Danzo's previous attempt to secretly summon Rukawa was discovered by him. Not only did he rip off one of Danzo's arms, he also killed the root ninja who was secretly trying to destroy the base. With such a quick response, there is no chance of mistakes. But what is going on in the current situation? Sir, you should fulfill your promise. You are such a strong man, you won't break your promise, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Rukawa didn't say anything, so he had to speak again. HMPH. Hiruzen, you don't need to say any more to this kind of person. This kind of person who has no dignity as a strong man is essentially a robber. Do you expect a robber to keep his promise? Danzo snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain and contempt. Seeing Rukawa looking at him, he looked at Rukawa without fear. He even raised his neck and sneered. What? You've been exposed by me, and you're going to kill me out of anger. Come on, I'm not afraid, just go ahead and kill me. Advertisement. Anyway, I have done enough for Konoha, and I have no regrets in this life. In response, Rukawa just said coldly, shut up. Danzo burst into laughter after hearing this. Ha ha ha, you're so anxious. After you failed to slander me, are you going to use tough measures to suppress me? Ha ha ha, I understand. After all, you are just a reckless man who relies on brute force. You can do nothing but overpower others with force. And, Rukawa gave the other person a slap in the face without saying anything, and said coldly. I gave you face, didn't I? Unexpectedly, Danzo did not restrain himself at all, but became even more rampant. You see, this so-called strong man is essentially just a barbarian. If you can't produce evidence, you'll get angry and beat people up, ha ha ha. Pa pa pa. Rukawa had no expression on his face and slapped Danzo's face a dozen times. Come on. B asterisk 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 D. Kill me if you can. You barbarian, all you can do is rage. Danzo's eyes were bloodshot and the bed roared. Sir, your behavior is too much. Don't you have any sense of shame as a strong man? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale and he asked sternly. The Konoha shinobi around were all angry but dared not speak out. However, the look in their eyes when they looked at Rukawa was full of contempt and disdain. It was like looking at a savage who was completely unreasonable. A barbarian who only relies on brute force to force Elder Danzo into submission. At this moment, as they watched Danzo being beaten continuously without even a word of begging for mercy, their respect for him grew even higher. This spirit of never giving in to a strong enemy and never compromising with death is worthy of being the leader of the root of Konoha, worthy of being the elder of their Konoha. Rukawa stopped and didn't even look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but looked at Atsuka and asked. Apart from here, is there any other place where the roots conduct human experiments? Yes, the roots, base for human experiments is not only this one, but there are other places as well. Yi replied dully. Rukawa raised his eyebrows and immediately ordered. Okay, then take me there. Since an accident happened at this base, he didn't believe that the same would happen at other bases. Whenever Danzo has done human experiments, he will definitely show his chicken feet. It's useless. I have never done such a thing. No matter how many bases you find, it's all in vain. Even though his face was swollen beyond recognition, Danzo still did not forget to mock. It was as if he had already determined that Rukawa would never expose his evil deeds. Sir, please stop here. Your persistence in a false matter only makes you look incompetent. Why not fulfill your promise, release Danzo, and apologize sincerely? This will better demonstrate your demeanor as a strong man. Sarutobi Hiruzen advised. It's too early to draw conclusions now. Until we find out all of Danzo's base, everything is still unknown. Rukawa left these words and immediately followed Yi. How arrogant. How dare you be so reckless? Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and quickly followed. Behind him, all the Konoha ninjas and Uchiha followed. Master Patriarch, do you think that the strong man was talking nonsense to you and slandering Danzo? On the way, the Uchiha ninja asked Fugaku. Oh. Fugaku snorted coldly and looked at Danzo with cold eyes. Slander. How could it be slander? Danzo, this B asterisk 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 D, even dared to transplant our Uchiha's Sharingan, do you think he didn't conduct human experiments secretly? Well, Danzo is really abominable. But, wasn't there any evidence of human experimentation found in the base just now? The bodies used for experiments were also those of animals. An Uchiha ninja wondered. It's just that someone is secretly erasing all traces of Vice Admiral. I believe that Danzo must be conducting human experiments in secret. Fugaku said firmly, looking at Rukawa in the front, he said. This guy won't do anything in vain. Just wait and see, I believe he won't let us down. Does the clan leader know him? Is he really the foreign aide the clan leader invited? But since he can perform Susanoo, he must be from our Uchiha clan. But I don't remember when such a strong guy appeared in our family. The Uchiha ninja asked all the questions that were in his mind. Ahem. Fugaku coughed twice and said seriously. He is actually my hidden trump card. When the family is in crisis, I will let him show up. As for me, I had already anticipated that Danzo and third generation had ill intentions. So, I used this trump card. Fugaku's serious face and earnest expression are very convincing. Wow, as expected of the clan leader, what a brilliant idea. He actually found a strong helper in advance. Many Uchiha showed admiration. If I told you that this guy is my son, you would be scared to death. Fugaku secretly complained in his heart, even though the other party was a fake. But the other party has a very unruly temper. Even as the clan leader, I can't really control him, so don't provoke him. Advertisement. After thinking about it, Fugaku decided to take precautions. In case this fake Rukawa doesn't give him face, he has a reasonable explanation. Don't worry, Patriarch, we dare not provoke such a terrifying guy. The Uchiha people nodded in understanding. In the family, strength is respected. So in their view, since Rukawa is so powerful, it is reasonable for him to have a rebellious temperament. After confirming that Rukawa was their family's hidden trump card, each of them was extremely excited. Since the Uchiha tribe has such powerful members, there is no need to worry about the revival of the Uchiha. From now on, the Uchiha will have the final say in Konoha. Every Uchiha moment is full of excitement. Soon, everyone followed B and arrived at another base. This is still outside Konoha village, behind the village. The entrance is here. B pointed to the root of a giant tree that was so thick that 5 people could hug it. It seems that this root base is protected by a towering tree. The real base is located under the giant tree. Swish. Without saying a word, Rukawa instantly condensed a huge skeleton arm. Boom. The skeleton's hands grabbed the trunk of the giant tree and pulled it up by the roots. The root base below was suddenly revealed to everyone. Boom. Rukawa threw the giant tree aside, removed the skeleton arm, and looked at the situation inside the base. Then, his face became a little gloomy. The reason is simple, because no human experimental subjects were found in this base. Yes, they are just some animal experimental subjects. Look, I said, if there is none, there is none. No matter how many bases you look for, they are all the same. I have never done any human experiment. Looking at Rukawa's ugly face, Danzo became more and more cautious. Ha ha ha, are you going to get angry out of shame? Are you going to get furious out of incompetence? Are you going to slap me in the face again to make me shut up? Come on. You can hit me as much as you want. The more you behave like a barbarian, the more incompetent you appear, ha 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 ha. Danzo laughed triumphantly. The Konoha shinobi around saw this and their original admiration turned into respect. In order to make the enemy admit his incompetence, he even went so far as to provoke the enemy. This spirit of putting life and death aside is worthy of the elder Danzo they admire. Sir, another base has been destroyed by you, and this is another huge loss for our Konoha. But there is still no evidence of your so-called human experiment. Now, what else do you have to say? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned through gritted teeth. After a moment of silence, Rukawa threw Danzo to the ground. Seeing this, the third generation couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and managed a smile. That's the right thing to do. Keep your promise and do what you say. That's how you can show your strength. Now, all you need to do is apologize to Danzo, and the grudge between us will be settled. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sternly to Rukawa. Hey. Danzo lay on the ground, looking at Rukawa with a sneer, expecting him to apologize to him. Although an apology doesn't hurt. But for Danzo, it was very satisfying to make such a strong man bow to him. No matter how strong he is, as long as you still have some dignity, you should apologize to him. After all, this was a promise Rukawa made in front of nearly 20,000 people. If you don't keep your word, no matter how strong you are, you will not be respected, but only despised. Oh, it's not over yet. It's too early for Lousy to apologize to you. Rukawa sneered, leapt up, and jumped into the root base. Are you still doing useless work? I really don't know what this barbarian is thinking. Is there something wrong with his brain? Or is he deliberately looking for an excuse to cause trouble? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he looked at Rukawa, who was looking around in the root base, and was very puzzled by Rukawa's behavior. Quick, medical ninja, come and treat Elder Danzo. Noticing Danzo's injuries, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly gave the order. Although they didn't know what Rukawa was going to do, the other party let go of Danzo, just in time for them to treat Danzo's injuries. In the root base, Rukawa looked at the dead animals in the container. This is an adult wild boar, huge in size, and Rukawa is holding it in one hand. Observe for a moment. DB. I still can't figure out what's going on. No matter how he looked at it, Rukawa, a layman, couldn't see what was going on. Simply, bang, Rukawa crushed the wild boar's head. In an instant, red and white burst all over the ground. Chapter 58. Rukawa's illusion. Death. Everyone is petrified. Orochimaru. Konoha's shame. Rukawa's hands were also covered in blood. After a careful feeling, I found that the residual temperature of the blood was very high. His nostrils trembled slightly as he sniffed the air. The result was that the smell of blood in the air was very strong. There is indeed something fishy. Because this doesn't look like a test subject at all. It looked like it had just been killed and stuffed directly into the container. Of course, it is also possible that this wild boar was captured recently and died not long ago, so the residual temperature of the blood is high and the blood smell is strong. To verify this, Rukawa smashed all the animal carcasses in the containers. The conclusion was that these animals had died not long ago. But, is this possible? Obviously impossible. Then this result will occur, and the answer is obvious. Someone had put the animal carcasses into the container before Rukawa arrived at the base. Then they pretended that this was just an ordinary base for animal experiments, thus exonerating Danzo. Abu. After getting the answer, Rukawa did not delay and flashed back to the ground. Sir, you have verified it yourself, now you should be satisfied. Seeing Rukawa coming back, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first. False, the blood from those dead animals is very fresh. This means that these animal carcasses were just put in there by someone. The containers originally contained not the dead bodies of these animals. Rukawa said calmly as he walked towards Danzo, who was already on a stretcher. Ha ha ha, what did you just put in there? This is really making me laugh to death. You are a guy whose brain is all muscle, you are talking nonsense here without knowing anything. That's a special solution that can perfectly maintain cell activity. Even if you soak in it for more than 10 years, it can still keep the blood fresh. Danzo looked at Rukawa with disdain in his eyes, as if he was watching a poor student discussing world problems. The superficial understanding of a layman is really laughable to me, ha. Before he could laugh, the sound was stuck in his throat. Rukawa grabbed Danzo's neck and lifted him up like a chicken. He looked at Yi and said calmly, "Quick, take me to the next base." B nodded and ran in one direction instantly. Boom. 21 The rocks used as camouflage for the base were roughly broken, just like the previous 2 times. The scene inside this base is still the same as the previous 2 times. There were still some animal carcasses soaking in the container. It seems I'm still a step behind. Looking at the scene in this base, Rukawa's face couldn't help but turn ugly. A**hole. You B******************* D. You slander me so unreasonably without any evidence. The 3 bases that I built with great difficulty were all destroyed by you. AB************ D. I think you are deliberately looking for an excuse to destroy my bases. As if knowing that Rukawa had other intentions and would not kill him, Danzo became more arrogant and started shouting wildly. Ah, you B************ D. If you have the guts, kill me. Don't just slander me. Come on, kill me. If you have the guts, kill me.
Shut up. Rukawa warned coldly. Ha ha ha. You B************** D. Besides this sentence, don't you know anything else to say? He is indeed a muscular but simple-minded reckless man. I'm afraid his brain is filled with shit. With a brain like yours, if you weren't strong enough, you'd probably be hired by someone else and have to count money for them, huh? Snap. With a crisp sound, Danzo's jaw and a mouthful of old teeth were instantly crushed into pieces.
It's so noisy. Rukawa removed his hand from Danzo's jaw and then put his hand into his mouth and grabbed his tongue. In the latter's horrified eyes, he pinched it hard. Baji. Instantly, Danzo's tongue turned into minced meat. It's much quieter now. Rukawa pulled his hand out, shook it with a look of disgust, and rubbed it back and forth on Danzo's bandage. A**hole. What are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious when he saw this. Again and again, cruel methods were used against Danzo in front of him. After Danzo's arms were broken, this time it was his lower jaw, a mouthful of teeth and tongue that were broken. So brutal. Too rampant. Damn it. You must give me an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly stood in front of Rukawa, his eyes red and his whole body shaking with anger. Rukawa raised his eyes slightly and said, "Minister, lightly. Roll. Bang. Hands up. People fly. Don't waste Lousy's time." This time, Rukawa used more force and more power. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was twisted and deformed, and his body was like a high-speed rotating drill, smashing into the root base with a bang. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. Along the way, a large area of glass containers were smashed into pieces and animal carcasses were found. The green solution mixed and flowed all over the ground. The scene was very tragic. After dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen who was in the way, Rukawa took a toya in his hand and ordered. "Just tell me where the next base is. You're too slow. It's under the public toilet at the back of the village." B immediately gave a location. Rukawa nodded, and the next moment, the left eye Rinnegan was activated. Heavenly hand power. Holding one in each hand, Rukawa teleported with the 2 of them. Lousy wants to see who is cleaning up Danzo's A. 3rd generation. I think everything will be alright. 3rd generation master, what should we do? That guy seems to be going to the next root base. Should we continue to follow him? Everyone in Konoha quickly helped Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose old face was extremely asymmetrical, up, and talked to him at once. Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. Let's go.
Follow them. If we don't find the evidence that guy claimed at this base. By then, hoo-hoo. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but let out 2 heavy breaths, his face looking extremely cold. I will no longer care about the casualties of Konoha's civilians. Even if it costs Konoha all its resources, I will die together with that barbarian. We must not allow him to run wild in Konoha like this. At this moment, all the Konoha shinobi felt the extremely strong murderous intent emanating from the old man in front of them. After being humiliated again and again, Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely furious. And when a veteran cage-level warrior gets really angry, it's terrifying. Walk. With a roar, Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed out first, followed by nearly 20,000 Konoha shinobi, full of murderous intent. At this moment, all of them were ready to fight to the death. The 4th base. When the 3rd generation arrived, Rukawa had already smashed the toilet used as a cover into ruins, revealing the root base underneath. Looking at the scene below, which was exactly the same as the previous 3 places, Sarutobi looked at Rukawa and questioned angrily. It's still the same result. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise. Bang. 2 Fuma shuriken shot out and were held in each of the 3rd generation's hands. The meaning is self-evident. If Rukawa doesn't give an explanation, he will fight to the death. The Konoha shinobi around them also drew their weapons, murderous intent in their eyes. Rukawa ignored it and stared at the root base below the pit. The next moment, he suddenly laughed grimly. Lousy finally caught you. You're such a coward. Kakakaka. A huge skeleton arm instantly formed, with 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and slammed heavily into the bottom of the pit. Boom. D. Amidst the deafening noise, there was also the sound of someone vomiting blood. When Rukawa raised his Susanoo fist, a huge pit suddenly appeared under the base. I give you 3 seconds, get out. Don't force me to hit you again. Rukawa looked at the hole and said coldly. Accompanied by violent coughing, a figure slowly crawled out of the pit. She has long, smooth black hair and purple eyeshadow on both sides of her nose. There are 2 golden snake-shaped earrings on both earlobes as decoration. Seeing this person, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but exclaimed. Orochimaru, it's you. How did you get into Danzo's root base? Haha, long time no see, teacher Sarutobi. What happened to your face? Why is half of it swollen like a pig's head? Tisk tisk. And you look like you're in a very sorry state too. Orochimaru sneered at his mentor without any hesitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt humiliated by his traitorous disciple. In order to ease his embarrassment, he continued to question. Orochimaru, you traitor, why are you in Konoha? This is not the place for you. In this situation, is there any need to say more? Of course, that D Danzo is colluding with your beloved disciple, and he is the main culprit. I guess the dead animals in the base were put there by Orochimaru. Rukawa interrupted from the side. I don't know what animal carcass it is, please don't slander me. I am here only to seek cooperation with Danzo. While Orochimaru defended himself, he stared at Rukawa's body, his eyes seemed to be glowing. With a slurp, he stretched out his tongue to wash his face, and said greedily. I am very interested in your body. I wonder if you are interested in visiting my experimental base. I will treat you well. On the other side, the 3rd generation looked at Rukawa and said angrily. Is this the excuse you're looking for? It's hilarious. Orochimaru's appearance here only means that Danzo is colluding with the other party, but it does not mean that Danzo is conducting human experiments. Yeah, advertisement. Rukawa glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then looked at Orochimaru and ordered calmly. Orochimaru, hand over the human test subjects you exchanged. I don't understand what you are talking about. Orochimaru had a clueless expression, but he sneered in his heart. What an idiot. Do you think I will listen to you? I really don't know what you, a guy with a brain full of muscles, think. Just as he was laughing madly at Rukawa in his heart. The next moment, he suddenly felt a strong mental force surge into his brain, making it impossible for him to even resist. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan illusion. But how can it be so terrifying? Only this thought remained in my mind, and then my consciousness completely sank into chaos. Then, everyone outside saw Orochimaru bite his finger, smear blood on his palm, and slam it on the ground. Pass. Spirit technique. Giant snake. Bang. Bang. 2 large balls of white smoke appeared out of nowhere. After the smoke cleared, 2 giant brown snakes came into view. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Do you want to fight? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned upon seeing this, not understanding the purpose of Orochimaru suddenly summoning 2 summoning beasts. Then, he saw an extremely shocking scene. The 2 giant snakes opened their mouths and spit out countless black shadows. Only when these black shadows fell to the ground did everyone see clearly what they were. These black shadows were actually human entities with grayish-white skin and no breath at all. There were so many densely packed gray-white human experimental subjects that they almost filled the entire root base. The scene is horrifying, and just one look at it can make one's scalp tingle. This scene made everyone in the audience dumbfounded. Orochimaru, who had just broken free from the illusion, gasped. Beads of cold sweat covered his forehead, his face was extremely pale, and his eyes were full of fear as he looked at Rukawa. Before this, no one had ever subdued him so easily, not even his teacher in his prime. How can this illusion be so strong that it can make me fall in an instant? If I hadn't sacrificed my lifespan, I would have become a piece of meat on the chopping board at the mercy of others. Orochimaru was horrified. Oh, that's interesting. He was able to break the illusion I used casually. I can only say that Orochimaru is worthy of being one of the Sannin. Noticing that Orochimaru had gotten rid of Genjutsu 090, Rukawa couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seems that at this time, Orochimaru had not yet developed the forbidden technique of self-reincarnation. Otherwise, if the illusion just now was cast over, he would have been turned into a snake lady who could be manipulated at will. But, what does it matter if you got rid of the illusion? You dared to trip Laozi up and almost made Laozi lose face. At this point, Rukawa's expression suddenly turned cold. If Orochimaru was behind this, he would have exposed Danzo's crimes to the public. Your only fate is death. Abu. As soon as he finished speaking, Susanoo's arm in the air slammed down on the ground. Looking at this giant fist that seemed to be able to crush everything into powder, Orochimaru's face changed drastically and he hurriedly gave orders to the two giant snakes. Come and protect me. Two giant snakes entwined and overlapped each other, protecting him in the middle. Boom. The giant fist smashed down, and the two unlucky snakes were immediately smashed into meat paste, and blood splattered all over the ground. The roots of the snakes could not play any defensive role at all. At this moment, countless black snakes suddenly emerged from under Susanoo's giant fist and fled in all directions. It turned out that Orochimaru used the 10,000 snakes formation to escape at the critical moment. Among these countless black snakes, there is one black snake called Orochimaru. Humph. You are a snake that has a first-rate way of escaping. But if Laozi sees you again next time, Laozi will kill you. Rukawa sneered and had no intention of chasing Orochimaru. 014706521 Philo 151,113,201. After all, it is well known that in the ninja world, Orochimaru Maru and Uchiha Obito are the two most difficult people to kill. Although their frontal combat strength is not very strong, their means of escaping and saving their lives are quite tricky. It is not easy to kill them both completely. Even Rukawa at this moment still needs a lot of effort. And Rukawa's current main task is to deal with the affairs of Konoha first. I can only wait for a chance to deal with Orochimaru in the future. From the moment Orochimaru's summoning beast was beaten to death to his successful escape, everyone present acted as if they didn't see anything. At this moment, everyone was still in a daze as they looked at the experimental bodies lying on the ground. No one spoke and the scene was extremely quiet. Facts speak louder than words, and the human bodies experimented on all over the place prove it. Danzo was conducting inhumane human experiments in secret. At this moment, they looked at Danzo with disbelief in their eyes, but more of it was discussed. Unexpectedly, as the leader of the root, he is also the elder who is second only to the leader of Konoha and is above everyone else. He actually did such a dirty thing behind the scenes. It's a pity that they trusted each other so much before, thinking that the other party was an old man who had devoted his whole life to Konoha. For this reason, they had always misunderstood Rukawa, thinking that he was just a barbarian who was only making trouble for no reason. Thinking about it now, I was simply a moron at that time. The classic idiot is actually me. Now, I don't know what you bunch of scum have to say. Rukawa spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, all the Konoha shinobi lowered their heads, faces full of shame, not daring to look at Rukawa. Chapter 59 Taboo. Rukawa is strong and powerful. This is the end. You. Danzo. I didn't expect you to actually do such a thing. You violated the taboo and conducted human experiments in secret. How could I trust you so much, Danzo? I was really blind. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at Danzo with a trembling finger, his old face full of painful expression of being deceived by his best friend. I just don't know, is he deliberately putting on a show to distance himself from the matter? Or is he really unaware? Sir, it seems that I have wronged you. I apologize to you. All my doubts about you before were because I trusted Danzo too much. I hope you can understand. After all, he is a high-ranking official of Konoha. He has been my friend for decades. Who would have thought that he could be so cruel and mad? You can never know a person's true heart by looking at his appearance. Hey, I am so ashamed. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked deeply distressed, but he also bowed slightly to Rukawa, showing his sincerity. At this time, Danzo's face was already pale, his eyes were dull, and he made an ambiguous, hee-hee, sound from his throat. Completion. It's all over. When human experiments are completely exposed to the public, it is meaningless to refute anything. Besides, he couldn't speak at this moment. From now on, he, Shimura Danzo, will completely become a rat crossing the street, and everyone will shout and beat him. Even if he dies, he will be nailed to Konoha's pillar of shame and be cursed forever. Complete disgrace. That is. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise, and the trembling voice contained ultimate anger. Damn it. That's my brother Jun Kondo. I thought he died in the mission. I didn't expect that you were captured for human experimentation. Danzo, you are such a beast. There was a Konoha shinobi who recognized the identity of the experimental subject below. The Konoha shinobi looked at Danzo with deep hatred in his eyes. Influenced by him, the other ninjas began to carefully identify the experimental subjects below. After a while, boom, it was as if there was a volcano, about to explode in everyone's heart. The overwhelming anger and hatred surged towards Danzo like a tsunami. That's Laozi's father. He was also captured for human experiments. Danzo, you deserve to die. You made Laozi an orphan at the age of 10. Look, my lord, that's Hyuga Ming. Danzo, that damned fellow, actually dared to capture a ninja from our Hyuga clan for human experiments. Chief Fugaku, those are our Uchiha people, and there are more than one. That B D Danzo really attacked us Uchiha a long time ago. Damn it, Danzo, you deserve to die. You even didn't let my Yamanaka clan go. After changing into his pants, Yamanaka Hayi looked at his tribesmen who had become experimental subjects, his face filled with frost. And my Aburame clan. The Nara clan was also poisoned. My Inuzuka clan has some too, bastards, they even don't let the dogs go. The Akamaiki clan. The Kurama clan. After counting carefully, everyone was shocked to find that except for Sarutobi and Shimura, as well as the other two Konoha high-ranking clansmen, all the other ninja clans, big and small, had their members killed by Danzo. Third generation, Danzo is so evil, I suggest you cut him into pieces. Only then can we be given an explanation. Yamanaka looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, anger burning in his eyes. As soon as he said this, many people responded loudly. Okay, I agree, Danzo is such a cancer, he should be cut into pieces and his skin peeled off. I second the motion. If I don't cut this D into pieces, I will never be able to calm my anger. That's right. If we don't skin this beast alive, how can those brothers who were brutally murdered rest in peace? More and more people are responding. Among them, some people of the same tribe were poisoned, some close friends were killed, and some were ignited with anger by Danzo's actions. In short, the 20,000 people present at the moment were surprisingly unanimous in their opinions on cutting Danzo into pieces, and no one objected. In the end, everyone's voices merged into one sentence. Skin Danzo alive. Skin him alive. Yes, cut him. 20,000 people shouted in unison, and the entire Konoha could hear these angry roars. The sound shook the sky. Furious. Listen, Danzo, what a beautiful sound. Hearing the shouts of, kill Danzo, from all directions, Rukawa was in a good mood and smiled. He was very satisfied with the result at this moment. This is why he insisted on digging deep into Danzo's crimes, in order to completely discredit him and make him despised by everyone. Rukawa twisted Danzo's head in front of him, made him look at him, and grinned. Laozi said that he would make you a rat that everyone would hate and make you live a life worse than death. How do you feel about this now, Danzo? But Danzo said nothing at this time. Rukawa frowned slightly, then slapped his head and said suddenly. Oh, look at my memory, I almost forgot that I have broken your mouth and now you can't speak. Oh, what a pity. I wanted to hear what you think at this moment. This is simply murderous. Advertisement. This made Danzo's already dim eyes instantly bloodshot, veins popped out on his forehead, and his face looked ferocious like a demon. Damn it, it's all because of this guy that I've fallen into this state. Otherwise, I am still the elder of Konoha respected by countless people. It's all because of this guy who appeared out of nowhere and made me a target of public criticism. Even if I turn into a ghost, I will never let you go. At this moment, Danzo stared at Rukawa, with endless hatred in his eyes. Yoho, you still dare to glare at me. You really think you are not miserable enough? Rukawa sneered, stretched out two fingers, pointed them at Danzo's eyes, and thrust them forward. Puff, puff. Immediately, two balls of blood burst out from Danzo's face, and two bloody holes appeared where his eyes were. Although no screams were heard, Danzo's body could be clearly felt to tremble violently. Also, you D, you should repent for what you have done. Let these innocent people you killed kneel down and kowtow to me. Rukawa held Danzo's head and forced him to kneel down in front of the experimental subjects in the base. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about making me kneel down. I did nothing wrong. I did this for Konoha. Danzo roared in his heart, and even though his legs were bent and deformed, he still refused to kneel. He is the leader of the root, how can he kneel down to some mere experimental materials? This is a great insult to him. Besides, in his heart, he never felt that he had done anything wrong. Everything he did was for Za. Why should he kneel down? Oh, fearless resistance. Rukawa kicked out twice at random, and with two bangs, Danzo's knees were instantly shattered. This time, Danzo could no longer stand and was forced to kneel down. Boom. Then, Rukawa pressed his head heavily to the ground, bleeding profusely, and it kowtowed loudly. Good. That's it. This scene made the surrounding Konoha shinobi cheer. The look towards Rukawa is full of kindness and gratitude. If it weren't for Rukawa's bold revelation, they might have been kept in the dark by the sinister villain Danzo for the rest of their lives. They regard such a wicked person as their respected elder of Konoha. It's simply disgusting. Fortunately, the truth is out. Simply having Danzo kowtow to the victim greatly increased the Konoha shinobi's favorability towards Rukawa. You guys just said you wanted to skin Danzo, do you mind if I do it for you? Rukawa looked at Danzo who was half lying on the ground and said lightly. No problem. All this is thanks to you, sir. Danzo's true identity was revealed thanks to you alone. I have no objection to you doing it. A Konoha shinobi quickly answered. At the same time, the Konoha shinobi around also spoke up to express their agreement, and no one objected. Rukawa nodded slightly when he heard this, then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked deliberately. Old man, you seem to always like to protect Danzo. I wonder if you agree to skin Danzo alive now. Hey, after a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, his face bitter, and nodded helplessly. No objection, old man. The trend of the times is irreversible. If he dares to raise objections at this moment, his position as Hokage will be over. Even if he used his eloquent tongue and made up the best excuses, it would be of no use. Abu. Rukawa took out a kunai and prepared to execute Danzo. And at this moment, stop. You can't do this, this is too cruel. This is an old female voice. Looking for the source of the voice, it was Uchiha Kaharu, one of Konoha's elders. She stood out from the crowd, looked at Danzo's miserable state, and immediately shouted at Rukawa. After all, Danzo is one of Konoha's elders. The mistakes he made should be handled by our Konoha high-level officials, instead of letting an outsider like you to resort to lynching here. Besides, how could you have the heart to cut such an old man into pieces? Besides, she looked at the Konoha shinobi around her and said excitedly. No matter how wrong Danzo was, he was still one of Konoha's top leaders. He also made contributions to Konoha. And you, as Konoha's ninja, not only did you not protect the elders of your own village, but you also sided with outsiders. Shut up, you old woman. Uchiha Kaharu was interrupted by an angry voice before he could finish his words. You are so brave. I am the elder of Konoha, how can a mere chunin like you insult me at will? Uchiha Kaharu looked at an ordinary-looking Konoha shinobi with an incredulous expression. You damned old woman, Laozi is scolding you. How can you be an elder if you are like this? Let me tell you, Laozi's father has been fighting for Konoha all his life and has never let Konoha down. But in the end, he was captured by Danzo and used for human experiments. You actually think that this beast shouldn't be cut into pieces? Or do you have no father or mother? This chunin had a face full of anger, and even when facing the Konoha high-ranking officials, he showed no intention of backing down. Advertisement. You are rebelling. Uchiha Kaharu pointed at the other person with trembling fingers, just when she was about to say something. The next moment, the roars coming from all directions ruthlessly drowned her. Plus FK. This damn old woman, doesn't she have eyes? Danzo. After doing something like this, you still dare to come out and defend him. Oh, there are no victims in her clan, so of course she doesn't care. Maybe she was also involved in the human experiment. She stood up so ignorantly. I think this damned old woman is secretly having an affair with that D Danzo. Well, it's very possible, otherwise she wouldn't be so stupid as to come out at this time. Uchiha Kaharu's face turned pale as he listened to everyone's angry rebuke. Especially when she heard someone say that she was having an affair with Danzo, she was so angry that she almost vomited blood. What's wrong? What is wrong with this world? She just came out to speak a fair word and defend Konoha's reputation, why was she criticized by everyone? Seeing this, the third generation shook their heads helplessly. As the Hokage, he didn't dare to object at this time. But this old woman actually dared to stand up and oppose. Why? How stupid. Could it be that she is really having an affair with Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Kaharu who looked unhappy in the distance with a suspicious look on his face. What an idiot. Cursing inwardly, Rukawa withdrew his gaze from Uchiha Kaharu and squatted down to look at Danzo lying on the ground. The next moment, the sharp kunai flew up and down in Rukawa's hand. Puff, puff. Every time the kunai fell, a piece of flesh was cut off, and Danzo's body trembled and blood splattered. Good. Seeing Danzo's flesh being cut off piece by piece, everyone present cheered loudly with excitement. Among them, the Uchiha people shouted the loudest. Even Fugaku no longer maintained his dignity as the tribe leader, and followed the tribesmen in shouting excitedly, his entire face turning red. Cool. So cool. Tonight is most likely the happiest night for him, even more inspiring than his wedding night. Danzo, that B*************** D, finally got his comeuppance. Just like that, amid the excited shouts of the crowd, this cruel and bloody scene lasted for a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Danzo had turned into a bloody man. There was not a single piece of intact flesh and blood on his body. He looked extremely miserable. Rukawa stood up expressionlessly, threw away the kunai that had been stained red, and felt a little bored. Sir, why don't you just end Danzo's life? Why do you keep him alive and continue to torture him? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a look of reluctance. Thanks to Rukawa's exquisite technique, even though Danzo had been stabbed thousands of times, he was still able to breathe and was not dead. The heap of flesh and blood on the ground, Zhao Mahao, shaking from time to time is the best proof. I never said I was going to kill him. Rukawa glanced at the third generation and sneered. It would be too easy for such a heinous guy to die. Laozi wants him to live in pain with this broken body, and he won't be able to get relief until the moment of death. You are too cruel. Danzo is still an elder of Konoha. Why let him endure such pain? Why not just give him a quick death? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little bit sorry to see his old friend being treated so cruelly. However, he underestimated the hatred that the Konoha shinobi had for Danzo. As soon as he finished speaking, before Rukawa could even open his mouth, a Konoha shinobi loudly refuted him. Mr. Third Generation, you are too merciful. I think this gentleman is right. Killing a scum like Danzo is too easy for him. Yes, I agree. Me too. For a moment, all the Konoha shinobi agreed with Rukawa's opinion, and no one raised any objections. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. Unexpectedly, this time, the Konoha shinobi actually stood on the opposite side of him, the Hokage. Medical ninja, come and treat this thing's injuries. Don't let it die like this. Rukawa said lightly at this time. Sniff sniff. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures jumped out from the crowd. Several people stepped on the blood-stained ground and looked closely at Danzo's miserable appearance. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva and felt a chill. So miserable, it was almost as if the entire skin had been peeled off. But even so, Danzo is not dead yet. This was enough to show how sophisticated the executioner's technique was, and they couldn't help but admire Rukawa in their hearts. Soon, several people carried the bloody Danzo away and took him to the emergency department to treat his injuries. During the entire process, the third generation was not consulted, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel ignored and his face quickly darkened. His authority as Hokage has declined in the hearts of Konoha shinobi. Advertisement Chapter 60. Complete Susanoo. The genocide. The shocked Hokage. Take a deep breath and calm yourself down. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Rukawa and said in a deep voice. Are you satisfied with this result? Now that it's done, please leave Konoha quickly. We in Konoha don't welcome you very much. Oh, old man, do you think this is the end? You really think too much. Rukawa scoffed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed when he heard this, and he gritted his teeth and said. Not finished yet. You've made Danzo look like that, what else do you want? Of course, exterminate the Shimura clan. Rukawa's tone was casual, as if he was simply talking about what to eat tomorrow morning. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen is completely shocked. You actually want to annihilate the Shimura clan? This is too much, I will never agree to it. As the saying goes, the family should not be affected by the disaster. Danzo is just one person who made a mistake. It has nothing to do with the entire Shimura family. They are innocent and should not be implicated. The Shimura clan is also a ninja clan of Konoha, and they are a member of Konoha. I will never allow the Shimura clan to be exterminated. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this with finality, moving his body and looking in front of Rukawa. Of course, in order to avoid being slapped again, he kept a distance of more than 10 meters from Rukawa. Don't make the mistake, old man. Lousy is just informing you, not asking for your opinion. Rukawa said calmly, rubbing his palms. This action scared Sarutobi Hiruzen so much that he stepped back, thinking that Rukawa was going to slap him again. Then he felt the surprised gazes from all around him. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly reacted, his whole face flushed red, and he felt extremely ashamed and angry. He was a cage-level warrior, but he was frightened and retreated back repeatedly by a simple action of someone. I have lost all my face. No, if you really want to exterminate the Shimura clan, I will stop you even if it costs me my life. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared excitedly, hoping to redeem his previous embarrassing behavior with this fearless spirit. But then, fearing that Rukawa would really take action, he hastily added. And logically speaking, even if the Shimura clan has any fault, it should be handled by us in Konoha. You are not qualified to handle Konoha's internal affairs. Outsider. Hey, when did Lousy become an outsider? Old man, open your dog eyes and see clearly who Lousy is. Swish. Rukawa shrank and returned to his original appearance. You, why is it you? Uchiha Rukawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen was horrified and couldn't believe it.
It was hard for the 190 people to believe that the person who suppressed so many masters of Konoha with his own strength was just a 7-year-old kid. The Konoha shinobi around were all in an uproar. Master Clan Leader, is that really your son, Master Uchiha Ryu? An Uchiha ninja voice asked excitedly. Yes, Fugaku crossed his arms, frowned, nodded seriously, and admitted it without blushing or beating his heart. I've said it before, he's the ace I've been secretly training. It was also with the accumulation of countless resources that the group created Rukawa's terrifying experience. Wow, you are worthy of being the clan leader to have raised such an outstanding son. After hearing this, all the Uchiha present were filled with envy and admiration. Fugaku looked very pleased, but in his heart he was thinking that he would have to discuss the matter with Rukawa afterwards, so as not to let anyone know. Now, Lousy wants to wipe out the Shimura clan. Do you have any objection? Rukawa walked towards the third Hokage step by step. No, even if you are from the Uchiha clan and Konoha, you cannot attack the Shimura clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very determined and even summoned the injured monkey demon, transforming it into the Rui Jingu Bang and holding it in his hand. Oh, really? Rukawa chuckled, the next moment. Boom. An enormous amount of chakra burst out from his body. Kaka. The terrifying chakra turned into substance, and in the blink of an eye,
a 200-meter tall purple giant with double pupils on its back condensed into shape. Complete Susanoo. Start. At this moment, Rukawa is located at the center of Susanoo. Now, old man, Lousy asks again, do you have any opinion on exterminating the Shimura clan? The sound roared like thunder. The terrifying momentum swept across the entire venue. Everyone present was terrified. Bang! The Rui Jingu bang fell to the ground, and he looked at the towering giant in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands and feet were cold, his mind was blank, and his lips were trembling. Advertisement. Old man. No opinion. What is that? Is Konoha going to suffer another disaster? What kind of monster is this? Is an enemy coming to attack Konoha? Don't be afraid, kid. The third Hokage is the strongest Hokage of all time, he will protect us. The complete Susanoo is over 200 meters tall. Just standing still can make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Especially in the pitch-black night, Susanoo's body was emitting a purple glow. Therefore, everyone in Konoha can see this towering giant. This reminded the Konoha villagers of the Nine Tails Rebellion. They thought that this giant would wreak destruction in Dajuang just like Nine Tails did. Panic was spreading rapidly, and everyone felt deeply frightened. Just then they heard the giant speak. Fellow villagers, don't panic. I am the god of justice. I am here to reveal the truth to you. Let me show you how dirty and filthy Danzo, the elder of Konoha and leader of the root, is. The sound was mighty and full of haki, allowing everyone in Konoha to know exactly what was going on. Tenjin, uncover the truth about root leader Danzo? At this moment, the villagers of Konoha village are all full of question marks. Danzo, they knew, was one of Konoha's elders, but these big shots are usually high up in the sky, and ordinary people like them can't even get in touch with them. Did this Danzo do something that would anger the heavens and the people? Even the so-called gods showed up, although I don't know whether it's true or not. It seems that there is a big melon to be eaten, and it is the 8 trigrams of Konoha's big shots. As a result, all the Konoha villagers pricked up their ears and listened attentively. Tonight, I, the god, will personally enumerate the crimes committed by that D Danzo. The first crime. Deliberately sowing discord and worsening the relationship between Uchiha and the village. At the same time, he also took a fancy to Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, so he attacked and killed Shisui, dug out his eyes, and transplanted them into his own eyes. The murder of the Uchiha family genius further deteriorates the relationship between the Uchiha and the village, all because of Shimura Danzo's greed. Close black lens bracket. What? The villagers were shocked. As an elder of Konoha, he actually murdered people from the same village. No wonder the Uchiha people treated them so badly. It turned out that it was all Shimura Danzo's fault. Due to the powerful power brought by the complete form, many people subconsciously choose to believe it. After all, there is no need for such a strong person to lie to ordinary people like them. Second crime. Colluding with the traitor Orochimaru, capturing Konoha civilians and ninjas, and conducting inhumane human experiments. After this, the Konoha shinobi all loudly agreed. Really, this is true. What the Lord God said is absolutely true. The confirmation from the ninja from the same village made all the villagers in Konoha feel incredible and shocked. They all angrily denounced Danzo as a D who was not a human being and was so heartless that he captured his own people for human experiments. Warm greetings to all of Danzo's ancestors. Third crime. Nine Tails Rebellion. Danzo led all the root ninja turtles underground and chose to stand aside and watch, causing Konoha village to be short of manpower and the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato to die in battle. Damn it. No wonder there were so few ninjas in Konoha on the night of Nine Tails. It turned out that this damn Danzo took his men into hiding. When the village is in danger, he actually took his people into hiding. How can such a loser be qualified to be a Konoha elder? That dog Danzo, he indirectly caused the death of the 4th Hokage. He really deserves to die. At this moment, everyone was angry. If Danzo had brought people to help during the Nine Tails Rebellion, the death toll would have been greatly reduced. Perhaps, their respected 4th Hokage would not have died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. His fourth crime. Using a poisonous scheme to put Konoha hero Hitaki Tsukumo in a dilemma during his mission. Then he spread rumors and forced him to death. Danzo did this because Tsukumo's reputation was too high at the time and could threaten his position. It is really sad and lamentable that a hero who had made great contributions to Konoha ended up in such a miserable state just because of his selfishness. Close black lens bracket. It turns out that the reason why my father chose to commit suicide was because Danzo was holding something inhumane. Hearing this, Kakashi murmured with a cold face, looking at Danzo who was wrapped in bandages at the moment, bitter hatred bursting out of his eyes. If Rukawa hadn't promised, Danzo would have to spend the rest of his life in pain. Kakashi wanted to give Danzo a blow to the head right now. The rest of the people sighed. They even didn't let Konoha's heroes go, and made Konoha's great contributors end up like this. Shimura Danzo, you are not a human being. The fifth crime. Secretly leaking information to Cloud Shinobi, exposing the weakness of second Hokage Senju Tobirama, causing the second-generation member who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique and could teleport instantly to die in a foreign land. 1. Everyone continued to be shocked. They didn't expect that this beast Danzo would not even let go of the second Hokage, his own mentor. Of course, there are some who questioned it, saying that Danzo couldn't possibly be so cruel. In response to this questioning voice, someone immediately refuted it like this. Idiot, why doubt this? Second Hokage is a powerful ninja who can perform space ninjutsu. If he wants to evacuate, no one can stop him. But he was murdered. Who would believe that there was no trick? Therefore, it must be that sinister villain Danzo passed the information to Cloud Shinobi. The person who questioned fell silent immediately. Yes. How could a powerful ninja who knew space ninjutsu be killed by Cloud Shinobi's group of muscular brutes? Advertisement, it must be the work of that villain Danzo. Rukawa's voice continued. Sixth crime. Intentionally reducing the difficulty of the mission, misleading others, and indirectly killing the grandson of the first generation, Senju Nawaki. Seventh crime. Colluding with Hanzo of Rain Shinobi Village to launch the Third Ninja World War, causing turmoil in the ninja world and displacing countless innocent people. Konoha was also besieged by the 4 major ninja villages, causing countless casualties. The eighth crime. He had a malicious mind and intended to launch a brutal extermination on Uchiha tonight. Clan plan. Fortunately, this god appeared in time, otherwise, after tonight, the Uchiha clan will disappear from the ninja world forever. Close black lens bracket. The ninth crime. Using dirty tricks to drive away Konoha's 2 top fighters, Tsunade and Jiraiya. This made Konoha's strength unprecedentedly weak. If these 2 top fighters were still in Konoha, the casualties caused by the Nine Tails Rebellion would be even smaller. Moreover, the departure of Tsunade, the top medical ninja, caused a significant decline in Konoha's medical level. Countless patients who could have been treated were unable to receive treatment, thus suffering miserably. Leave this world. Close black lens bracket. A series of black pots fell on his head, and Danzo's remaining torso trembled wildly. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ asked D. Damn it, ah damn it. They bullied him because he had no way to refute, and just slandered him and threw dirty water on him wantonly. Some of these 9 crimes were indeed committed by him. But some of them were fabricated by Rukawa and he just randomly put the blame on him. Danzo felt like he was going to die of anger. If he wasn't extremely weak at the moment, he would have vomited and died on the spot. Rukawa is still not satisfied with this. There are only 9 crimes in total, including the real and fabricated ones. Rukawa, who suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder, felt uncomfortable because he didn't have 10. No, he must have 10 of them, otherwise he won't be able to sleep at night. After thinking carefully, Rukawa said loudly, the 10th crime, committing an indecent act with the old sows he kept in the pen, causing them to become infertile and unable to give birth to piglets for many years. This is a heinous crime. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Ah, this is nonsense. It's obviously fake at first glance. How could anyone have such a strong taste? Just when they all didn't believe it, an old voice suddenly rose up. Yes, what the god said is true. An old woman with a cane stood up and responded loudly. She didn't care whether this was the case or not. Anyway, supporting the god was the right thing to do. We can't embarrass the god, right? If the gods get angry and want to destroy Konoha, who can stop them? With this in mind, Grandma Wong stood up and confirmed Rukawa's statement. Ah, this. Is Danzo really that pervert? Everyone questioned that this was obviously a random fabrication. It's true, absolutely true. I never tell lies. Grandma Wong tapped her cane hard, her old face flushed red, and she spoke with saliva flying everywhere, appearing very excited. FK. Danzo is worse than an animal. Everyone was stunned. It was totally subverting their worldview. Danzo on the other side heard this and roared in anger. Of course, at this moment, he could do nothing but curse Rukawa madly in his heart. Danzo's evil is unprecedented in the world. Such a wicked man should be killed. The Shimura clan must be destroyed. They must be destroyed. Rukawa suddenly roared, his voice rolling, and the vast sound rushed straight into the sky. Everyone was shocked by the sudden sound at first, and then when they came to their senses, they heard a deafening shout. Good. Good. The Shimura clan should be destroyed. They should be destroyed. Can a family that can produce something like Danzo be anything good? The Shimura clan, who were able to raise a beast like Danzo, are simply a cancer to Konoha. Yes. Hurry up and destroy the Shimura clan to get rid of pests for Konoha. Lord Tenshin, we all support you. Hurry up and act. Destroy the Shimura clan and restore order to Konoha. At this moment, everyone went crazy. Everyone hopes that Rukawa will destroy the Shimura clan. They even started urging Rukawa to act quickly. Slander. This is pure slander. We, the Shimura clan, are also deeply angry about what Danzo did. From now on, the beast Danzo has been stripped of the name of Shimura. All the crimes he committed have nothing to do with the Shimura clan. Hearing that his entire family was exterminated because of Danzo's personal reasons. Immediately, the Shimura clan went completely crazy, and they all protested against the injustice for themselves, and at the same time, they distanced themselves from the relationship between the Shimura clan and Danzo. Humph. Why are you pretending to be pitiful? Didn't you, the Shimura clan, enjoy the benefits that Danzo gained through his evil deeds? Now that you have enjoyed the benefits, you must pay the price for them. Before Rukawa could even open his mouth, someone loudly refuted. No, our Shimura clan is innocent. Please, Lord God, please see clearly and don't listen to the villain. Boom! Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud noise. Rukawa controlled Susanoo and stepped into the Shimura clan's territory. Chapter 61. Susanoo, flattened to the ground, destroyed, 9 Hokage. Shimura and his tribesmen roared in anger upon seeing this. Ah! Run! Run! This is a damn god, he is just looking for an excuse to completely exterminate my Shimura clan. Why are you running away? Fighting him is simply too much. We, the Shimura clan, are not softies that can be manipulated by others. Don't let people look down on us, we, the Shimura clan. Today is a matter of life and death for our family. Kill them all, fight to the death. Led by the elite Jonin, more than a dozen Shimura tribesmen with red eyes immediately rushed towards the purple Susanoo. Kunai, shuriken, ninjutsu, all kinds of attack methods are used. Then, he couldn't even touch the purple Susanoo's knees. Useless struggle. Rukawa, who was standing between Susanoo's eyebrows, looked expressionlessly at the several Shimura people who were attacking him. The next moment, Abu, a purple chakra giant sword condensed into shape in an instant. Susanoo held the huge sword in her hand, aimed it at the Shimura clan's territory, and slashed it down fiercely. Boom! It's like a natural disaster, or like the end of the world. The entire Shimura clan's territory was razed to the ground in an instant. All the Shimura tribe members were wiped out without a single survivor. Only a shrill roar echoed in the night sky. Danzo, it's all your fault. It's you who caused the Shimura clan to be annihilated. You will be the eternal sinner of the Shimura clan. I will damn you in hell. Ah. This is the voice of the strongest member of the Shimura clan, an elite Jonin, before he died. At this point, the Shimura clan was destroyed. Good, great. This cancer should be eradicated. Thank you, Lord God, for removing a great scourge from our Konoha. Okay. Woohoo! As the Shimura clan was annihilated, everyone cheered and shouted excitedly. Looking into the purple giant's eyes, there was gratitude. Everyone had a smile on their face that came from the heart. The atmosphere was extremely warm. Konoha tonight is even more lively than during the Uchiha New Year. Even Danzo couldn't help but shout in his heart, great job. These wicked people were so cruel that they wanted to cut off ties with him as soon as danger came. They also said that he was the eternal sinner of the Shimura clan. How ridiculous. The family deserves to be destroyed. Although Danzo thought so, he felt extremely nervous in his heart. Tonight was supposed to be the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination, but it turned out to be the night of the extermination of his Shimura clan, and even he became in such a miserable state. It's really miserable. At this point, the clan was exterminated overnight, with Danzo's limbs broken, his jaw and tongue shattered, and his eyes blinded. The Shimura clan was annihilated, and the root was only in name only. It was a perfect ending. DBU, the complete form of Susanoo was released, and the purple giant slowly dissipated. Rukawa landed in front of the Uchiha group. At this moment, all the ninjas around him looked at him with awe and gratitude. Thank him for removing a big cancer from Konoha. Thank him for bringing peace and prosperity to Konoha. Thank him. Of course, not everyone thinks so, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen at this moment. He looked at Rukawa, who was receiving cheers from thousands of people, and his heart was heavy. This will be an extremely tough opponent. If Rukawa activated Susanoo without saying a word and massacred the Shimura clan in one breath, then he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Relying on his powerful strength, he wantonly slaughtered a family. Doing this, at best, is just being a brainless, reckless man. It will make everyone feel terrified. But Rukawa did not do so. Instead, he listed all the sins of Danzo. This made everyone hate the Shimura clan and regard them as the cancer of Konoha. Then it was natural for the Shimura clan to be destroyed. In this way, not only will people not feel afraid, but they will only applaud. Not only did he destroy the Shimura clan, he also won the hearts of the people. The depth of his scheme made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel his scalp tingling at the moment. This kind of powerful and intelligent enemy is the most difficult to deal with. From now on, he has to be careful in everything he does, so as not to be caught by Rukawa and suffer the same miserable fate as Danzo. In his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen warned himself secretly. Where's Danzo? I want to take him back to the Uchiha clan and lock him up. Rukawa asked the people around him. Well, it's not impossible to imprison Danzo in the family, but there are no prison cells in the family. It seems a bit wasteful to build a cell just for Danzo. Fugaku spoke up to remind him. That's right, it's a bit of a waste to rebuild a cell for Danzo, that loser. How about this? Rukawa pondered for a moment and said casually, advertisement. Then just find a pigpen to keep him there. Just make sure he doesn't die. Yes, it's fine. For a man as evil as Danzo, it's already a good thing for him to be given a pigsty to live in. Fugaku's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately felt that using a pigsty to imprison Danzo was a very good idea, and he nodded repeatedly. Then he gave an order to an Uchiha behind him. Go look in the tribe, and make sure to give that B*********** D Danzo the most luxurious pigsty. Don't worry, chief. I promise to find the best for Danzo. One of the Uchiha left with a smirk on his face. Seeing that Danzo was really going to be locked up in the pigpen, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally couldn't help it and said in a deep voice. Enough, Uchiha Rukawa, although Danzo is guilty of many crimes. But he was once an elder of Konoha, and he is also the face of Konoha. There is no need to insult him like this. Hey, sighing, he looked at Rukawa and said, just lock Danzo up in Konoha prison. I will send someone to keep him under strict supervision, and no accidents will happen. If you don't believe it, you can come to Konoha prison anytime to check it out. Oh, who knows, what if you take the opportunity to release Danzo? So it's safer to lock him up in my tribe's pigpen? Fugaku sneered and mocked, obviously not trusting the third generation. A-hole. The crimes committed by Danzo are heinous and he is the biggest sinner since the establishment of Yi. As the Hokage, how could I let Danzo run away without permission? This is such an unwise move. I can't do that, Fugaku, don't question my character. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned red and he looked angry. Fugaku opened his mouth, about to retort, just then. Bang. A thing wrapped in bandages like a dumpling fell from the sky and landed between the two sides. Kakashi, a man with white hair, stepped on Danzo's head. He will be held in Konoha prison. I will be in charge of him personally. Unless I die, nothing will happen to Danzo. Kakashi's Sharingan emitted a strange red light, and he stared at Danzo at his feet, his voice chilling to the bone. After learning the truth about his father's death, his hatred for Danzo reached a peak. There is another purpose for proposing to personally guard Danzo at this moment. For example, while in custody, as long as he is not killed, it should be possible to quietly lynch Danzo. Kakashi, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi in astonishment, not understanding how this outstanding successor to the Will of Fire could become like this. Mr. Third Generation, I hope you can agree to my request. Kakashi turned his head and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he still used the honorific, his tone was obviously not as respectful as before. Hey, okay, I promise you, your mission from now on is to take care of the sinner Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly, but still agreed to Kakashi's request. It's better than putting Danzo in a pigpen. Thank you, Third Generation, for your help. Kakashi nodded slightly, said thank you indifferently, and then turned to look at Rukawa. Whether the third generation agrees or not is secondary. What matters most is whether he can come to personally guard Danzo and Rukawa's opinion. Looking at Kakashi's hateful eyes, Rukawa understood something and nodded. Okay, little white hair, I believe you, but you have to be careful not to kill Danzo, ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, Rukawa turned around and left gracefully. Thank you very much. After saying thank you, Kakashi carried Danzo and quickly headed towards the Konoha prison. Ah. Damn it. How dare that little b*** D Sakumo step on my head. If I had known earlier, I should have rooted out the problem and killed the little b*** D. Damn it. Danzo roared madly in his heart. On the other side, Rukawa walked a few steps, and suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned around and glanced back and forth among the Konoha shinobi. After a while, he found his target, raised his hand and pointed at him, while looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, grinning. Oh, I almost forgot. I hung this guy on the gate of Konoha, but you, old man, saved him. Now, old man, you hang this thing on the gate of Konoha with your own hands. Hyuga Makino, who was pointed at by Rukawa, turned pale instantly. He didn't expect that such a powerful boss could be so petty and still remember a small person like him. I was filled with regret. Why did I provoke such a strong man? A strong man like you should behave like a strong man. There's no need to quibble over such a small matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with an unpleasant expression. You better not make me repeat myself a second time. Rukawa looked at the third generation expressionlessly. The demeanor of a strong man? What the hell is that? Can it be eaten? As long as he feels happy, he doesn't care whether he has the demeanor of a strong man or not. Muya, I'm sorry to have to inconvenience you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hyuga Makino, who was pale, with a guilty look on his face. Rukawa was very domineering at the moment, and the third generation didn't want to confront Rukawa over such a small matter. And he had a feeling that if he didn't do as he was told, he might get slapped in the face again. Master, the clan leader, Hyuga Makino's lips trembled, and he tried to struggle. Hey, accept your fate, Makino. You are lucky to be alive. Advertisement Hyuga Hiyashi shook his head helplessly. The moment he saw Rukawa could activate the complete form of Susanoo, he knew it. The Hyuga clan has no capital to compete with them at all. Ah! Hyuga Makino roared in anger, but he didn't expect that in the end, he still couldn't avoid the fate of being hung on the gate. What a shame. What a shame. On the way back to the Uchiha tribe's territory, Fugaku kept shaking his head with a look of regret on his face. He felt very sorry that he couldn't put Danzo in the pigpen. As he walked, he came to Rukawa and spoke in a low voice. Respectfully. Senior, maybe you could give that old guy from the third generation a try. As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture. The meaning was obvious. He wanted to ask Rukawa why he didn't take the opportunity to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, Rukawa sneered at the words, glanced at Fugaku, and said expressionlessly. Indeed, I can easily kill that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then? Without waiting for Fugaku to answer, Rukawa asked himself. Then once the Hokage died, all the ninjas in Konoha came to attack, and I killed them all. In the end, there were no more ninjas in Konoha except the ninjas of the Uchiha family. Just let the Uchiha dominate Konoha, right? After a pause, Rukawa continued. In this situation, the common people of Konoha will definitely hate Uchiha. Then we will wipe out all the civilians in Konoha and destroy Konoha directly, right? Rukawa asked back with a sneer. No, I never thought of destroying Konoha. Fugaku shook his head frantically, cold sweat pouring out of his body. He didn't think that just killing a third-generation member would cause such a serious problem, to the point of destroying Konoha. As one of the founding families of Konoha, Uchiha has extremely deep feelings for Konoha and regards Konoha as their own home. 0. But he never had the crazy idea of destroying Konoha. Even the radicals within the clan do not have such an idea. What they have always hated are the high-ranking officials of Konoha. Then, senior, with your strength, it should be easy to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen in secret, right? After thinking for a moment, Fugaku asked hesitantly. With the terrifying strength shown by Rukawa, it would be easy to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen in secret, and no one would notice it. As long as Rukawa is willing to take action, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely die. Fugaku looked at Rukawa expectantly, hoping that the latter would nod in agreement. Rukawa just looked at Fugaku with a squinting eye, as if he was looking at AR******D. Huh. Do you think the people of Konoha are as stupid as you? Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, won't they be able to guess who the murderer is? Oh, that's true, haha, I didn't think it through. Fugaku scratched his head and laughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't even think of such a simple question at the first time. So, are you going to let Sarutobi Hiruzen off so easily? After thinking about it, Fugaku said unwillingly. At this moment, he was extremely unwilling. After learning from Itachi that tonight's genocide plan was jointly planned by the third generation in Danzo, he has regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen as his mortal enemy. As long as Sarutobi is not dead, he will never be at peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen is one of the main planners of the Uchiha genocide plan. Laozi will let him go. How is it possible? Rukawa sneered and continued. Laozi not only wants to kill the old man Sarutobi, but also wants him to enjoy the same treatment as Danzo. You will become a rat that everyone in Konoha will shout and beat, and even after your death you will be nailed to Konoha's pillar of shame. After thinking about it, Rukawa described the situation at the next time. By then, everyone in Konoha will be shouting, "Kill Sarutobi Hiruzen." I'm sure the scene will be quite spectacular. Fugaku's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Okay, this is good. Just killing that old fox Sarutobi is really too easy for him. He should be made the second Danzo. At this moment, he seemed to have seen it, amid the cheers of countless people. The horrific scene of Sarutobi Hiruzen with his limbs crippled, his eyes blinded, and his jaw and tongue shattered. Just thinking about this scene made Fugaku excited. After the excitement, he couldn't help but frown and said. Although making Sarutobi Hiruzen look like Danzo is very exciting. However, Sarutobi is not like Danzo. This old fox is very well hidden and is extremely cautious. He never reveals his true colors. It's extremely difficult to find some dirt on this old guy and completely ruin his reputation. Fugaku looked helpless. The reason why Danzo became a pariah was because the base where he conducted human experiments was exposed. But looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is nothing that can cause public outrage. Even if there is something shady, Danzo will take the blame. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has such a high reputation, wants to completely ruin his reputation and make him end up like Danzo. I can only say, don't worry, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to destroy the Uchiha clan, he will definitely take action. And we only need to catch Sarutobi Hiruzen and charge him with the crime of wanting to destroy Uchiha for no reason, and then we can completely control him. Chapter 62. Demonic Seal. Rukawa must be killed. Sign in reward. After a pause, Rukawa instructed Fugaku. So, as the tribe leader, remember to warn your tribe members not to be too aggressive. Especially when facing civilians, we must not have the same aggressive attitude as before. When counting Danzo's 10 sins, Rukawa took the opportunity to blame Danzo for Uchiha's bad attitude towards others. I guess the relationship between the village and Uchiha will ease. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Uchiha people themselves do not cause trouble. Especially the Uchiha Guard, don't make it like the Urban Management Brigade in the previous life, which was hated by everyone. Yes, I will control my people. I will definitely make them curb their bad habits. Fugaku nodded, thought for a moment, and then asked. But if that old guy from the third generation chooses to stay alive, then we won't be able to do anything to him, right? Rukawa heard this, but waved his hand and sneered. Your worries are unnecessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen may have the title of ninja hero, but he is very patient. But at the same time, he is also a person, and even more so the shadow of a village, so his patience is limited. I just don't believe that he can tolerate Uchiha riding on his head and shitting all the time. Just wait, it won't be long before he shows his chicken feet. Rukawa said firmly. Yes, that's the truth. Fugaku nodded in agreement, and then asked with a puzzled look. What does chicken feet mean? Oh, this is the intangible cultural heritage of some great foodie empire. Yeah, I understand. Fugaku continued nodding. Although he didn't understand, he felt it was very profound. Then, as if he remembered something, he quickly moved to Rukawa's side, rubbing his hands with a flattering smile on his face. Go, find me a large house. I want to practice in seclusion for a few days. Don't let anyone disturb me during this time. After experiencing a great battle, Rukawa also fully realized his own shortcomings. For example, the power of 870 increased too quickly, and he was unable to control it accurately. I just wanted to stun the enemy, but accidentally blew the enemy up. So I have to find a quiet place to calm down. Okay. Fugaku shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he would have to discuss the matter of collusion with Rukawa later when he had time. Then he asked doubtfully, Senior, if you want to practice, you can go to the family's training ground. There is enough space there. I don't know how to. Just go ahead and make the arrangements if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? What I need is a closed space to practice. Rukawa interrupted Fugaku's words without giving him any face. Okay, Senior, you can go to the family's meeting building. The space there is large enough, and the enclosure is definitely the strongest place in the family. I will also warn my tribesmen not to disturb you, Senior. Fugaku said solemnly, not daring to say another word. He thought to himself that this might be related to the secret of why Rukawa was so powerful, so he had to find a closed space to practice. Although he really wanted to spy on Rukawa's secret, after thinking about the difference in strength between the two sides, he gave up the idea of seeking death. Heavy. Rukawa nodded slightly, performed the body flicker technique and left. Ahem. Seeing Rukawa leave, Fugaku coughed twice, turned around and faced the tribesmen, and warned in a deep voice. Everyone, please don't hang around the conference building these days. If anything happens, I won't be responsible. The Uchiha all nodded in understanding. If they could have the same strength as Rukawa, they would definitely be more rebellious than Rukawa. Looking at the building in front of him, Rukawa felt a little sad. It was here that he had beaten up the radicals of Uchiha before, but he didn't expect to return to this place so soon. Enter the building, close the door, and turn on the lights. After a careful look, I found that the ceiling is indeed good enough. Wherever there are openings in the building, there are obstacles to block them. It is basically impossible to spy on what is happening inside the building from the outside. After finding a place and sitting down casually, the first thing I did was to sign in. During this genocide incident, Rukawa successfully completed all the tasks issued by the system. Give Itachi a slap in the face to get 2 check-in opportunities, Danzo gets 3, and Sarutobi Hiruzen gets 4. That's 9 times in total. However, Itachi's 2 chances have been used, so there are still 7 sign-in opportunities. Immediately, Rukawa said to the system. Tongzi, sign in for me. I have used up all my sign-in opportunities. I signed in 7 times in a row. Open black lens bracket ding. Sign in successfully, or get, close black lens bracket. Ignoring the series of prompts from the system, Rukawa jumped directly to the back to check the rewards. 7 sign-ins, respectively received. 2 bottles of super soldier serum, 2 bottles of regeneration potion, 2 shadow balls, 1 pair of soul capture gloves. Seeing such a generous reward, Rukawa couldn't help but shout, nice. Not only were there 3 new items, but most importantly, there wasn't a single piece of junk during this sign-in. Finally, the system has found its conscience. Rukawa gave the system a thumbs up in his heart, hoping that the system could continue to work hard next time. Tongzi, tell me about the functions of the new items. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket receive, close black lens bracket. Regeneration potion. Gain a certain amount of regeneration ability, speed up the healing of your own injuries, take multiple bottles of potion, the effects can be stacked. Photo ball. Used to record images, the effect is similar to a camera. However, the longest recording time of a photo ball is 1 hour. Soul stealing gloves. After wearing them, you can spy on soul-type enemies. At the same time, you can use them to extract the target's soul, provided that the target is in a state where it cannot resist. Close black lens bracket. After reading the descriptions of the abilities of these 3 items, Rukawa nodded with satisfaction. Among them, the best item is the soul-catching gloves. Able to attack soul-type enemies, this ability can only be described as pervert. It is especially effective in restraining the 3rd generation's life-threatening method, the Shiki seal. Later, when dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen, when the opponent summoned a Shinigami, Rukawa would put on the soul-stealing gloves and directly press the Shinigami to the ground and rub it. I believe that the 3rd generation's expressions will be quite interesting by then. Not only that, the ability of this pair of gloves should also be able to restrain the enemies summoned by Impure World Reincarnation. After all, the essence of Impure World Reincarnation is to summon souls from the underworld to fight, and the soul-snatching gloves can attack souls. Simply perfect. Swish. Unable to wait, Rukawa took out the soul-stealing gloves from the system backpack. This is a pair of gloves that are all red with a black skull pattern engraved on the back. Just by holding it in your hand, you can feel a breath from the underworld, eerie and terrifying. Rukawa put it on. There is no special feeling. It seems that its power can only be demonstrated when it really faces a soul-type enemy. There is an item that can preserve evidence, which will definitely play a big role in revealing the true identity of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After taking off the soul-stealing gloves and putting them into the backpack, Rukawa took out 2 bottles of super soldier serum. The more of this kind of good stuff that can improve personal attributes in all aspects, the better. Gulp. Without saying a word, Rukawa drank the 2 bottles of medicine in one gulp. The next moment, surging power burst out from his body. The muscles all over the body couldn't stop bulging, the body quickly grew taller, and the hair grew longer. In a flash, his height soared to 4 meters. Looking at himself at this moment, Rukawa twitched the corners of his mouth. Although he could feel that his strength had been significantly increased in this form, his physical defense had also been improved. But Rukawa couldn't praise his image at the moment. Previously, when he was 2 meters tall, he could still be called Haki. But with his height suddenly increasing to 4 meters, he can only be described as a pure monster. Using appearance to exchange for strength is the right thing. No, no, Rukawa shook his head frantically, he couldn't accept himself at this moment. Must reduce body size. He wants both beauty and strength. He won't come out until his body is back to normal shape. A few days later, Hokage's office. Baji. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bandage on his face and a pipe in his hand, taking a puff from time to time, making the room full of smoke. Looking at the pile of documents on the desk, his brows were tightly knitted together. It can be seen that he is in a very depressed mood at the moment. Rather, he had never been in a good mood since the few days after the battle that night. Because Uchiha Rukawa revealed Danzo's reason, the civilians and ninjas in the village no longer excluded Uchiha. This took him many years to completely marginalize Uchiha. This result was caused by that person, Uchiha Rukawa. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't quite believe that the 7-year-old Uchiha Rukawa possessed such heaven-defying strength. Even if one starts practicing from the womb, it can't be this exaggerated. Therefore, this product must be counterfeited by someone else. 3rd generation is very sure of this. He really wanted to know, what was the real identity of this Uchiha Rukawa? Why did he come to help Uchiha? We have gathered enough information, don't let C be exposed. This is an Uchiha we finally convinced. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Asuma in front of him and gave him a warning. It's not my first day as a ninja, how could I mess up such a small thing? Really? In the dark, Sarutobi Shinnosuke's dissatisfied voice was heard. An hour later, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was correcting documents while smoking, looked up and forward. The next moment, DBU, a figure wrapped in a black cloak and wearing a black mask suddenly appeared in the Hokage's office. The person who came was actually a member of the Uchiha tribe who was tricked by the 3rd generation to come here as an undercover agent for him, codenamed C. Cough, 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 cough. As soon as Bing appeared, he started coughing continuously because he was choked by the thick smoke in the room. However, he still knelt on one knee and said respectfully to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahem, 3rd generation lord, ahem, I don't know ahem, what do you want to talk to me about? Ahem. You just can't stand this, you're still a Jonin of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw Bing coughing while talking. Advertisement. Ahem. Master 3rd generation is teaching me a lesson, ahem. But I am allergic to the smell of tobacco, ahem. I hope Master 3rd generation can understand, ahem. C lowered his head, looking ashamed, but in his heart he was cursing. MD old man, you are right to smoke at work. If you didn't give me enough benefits, Lousy would not let you be this undercover agent. Okay, go open all the windows. Seeing that C was coughing all the time, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. He waved his hand and gave the order. Bing opened all the windows of the Hokage's office as instructed and stood respectfully in front of the 3rd generation. As a ninja, you should endure what ordinary people cannot endure. Although you are allergic to the smell of tobacco, you should overcome it instead of just avoiding it. And you were undercover in Uchiha, and you chose to leave Uchiha, which was the right thing to do. This means that you are a qualified successor to the will of fire, so you should. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously began to lecture, habitually using the theory of the will of fire to deepen the brainwashing of the undercover in front of him. 10 minutes later, C couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted. Mr. 3rd generation, what exactly do you want me to do? Just to talk to me about this bullshit. Of course, he said the latter sentence in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Ahem. I have indeed said too much, but what I said are all wise words. It will be of great help to your future life. I hope you can keep it in mind and don't let me down. Also. FK. How about lousy leave? C roared in his heart. Another 10 minutes passed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, feeling the extent of brainwashing of the undercover agent before him. The content has been deepened enough, and we can start to get to the point. Then he put on a serious face and said, how's your investigation going on with that Uchiha Rukawa? Have you learned his true identity? Phew, it's finally over. Bing breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If it didn't end soon, he was afraid he would not be able to hold back. Also learn from Rukawa and give Sarutobi Hiruzen a hard slap in the face. After calming himself down, he replied respectfully. No, I didn't find out the true identity of that Uchiha Rukawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned upon hearing this and asked. So how is your mission going? What stage have you reached? Have you gained Uchiha Rukawa's trust? No progress at all, still standing still. C said somewhat embarrassedly. What do you mean? There's been no progress. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly rose, and he asked. So what on earth have you been doing these days? Didn't I tell you to find a chance to contact Uchiha Rukawa and gain his trust as soon as possible? You didn't take any action at all. It seems that I gave you so many cultivation resources in vain. Sensing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little angry, Bing quickly explained. Third generation, you can't blame me for this. I also wanted to find a chance to contact Rukawa, but I couldn't find a chance at all. Since that night, that guy has been staying in the family meeting building and has not come out. Fugaku also issued a warning, asking no one from the family to approach the meeting building. Furthermore, the family meeting building is extremely closed, so even if I wanted to spy on it, I couldn't do it. So in this situation, there is nothing I can do. You can't blame me for the lack of progress on the mission. C cried out for justice. You mean, Uchiha Rukawa has never come out since he entered your family's meeting building these days? Sarutobi Hiruzen pursued route. Yes, C nodded. Are you sure he didn't come out of the boat at night? Hiruzen asked again. At night, I have been observing the situation in the conference building. So it is very certain that Uchiha Rukawa never stepped out of the conference building even late at night. C nodded heavily and patted his chest to assure himself. No one can disturb us, and it's a closed environment. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured a few words and asked again. Then do you know why Uchiha Rukawa locked himself in the conference building? He said he wanted to practice in seclusion. That's what Uchiha Rukawa said himself. C replied. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, as if he had figured something out, and his old face suddenly broke into a chrysanthemum-like smile. Sneered. What do you mean by closed-door training? Ha, I have never heard of a ninja who has to lock himself up for training. It's not like he is conducting any experimental research. Ha ha, if what I guessed is correct, the so-called retreat and cultivation is just an excuse. That guy's real purpose should be to recover from his injuries. Of course, it could also be self-regulation to calm the side effects of using the Queen of the Great Calendar. It seems that guy is not absolutely invincible. Using such a powerful force will indeed require a corresponding price. Ha ha ha, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if he had figured everything out. Then he narrowed his eyes and said murderously. Perhaps, this is an opportunity, a perfect opportunity to completely eliminate Uchiha Rukawa. Chapter 63 What kind of monster is this? Hokage is shocked. The sealed book of forbidden technique. Father, if that's the case, I will immediately gather the best of the Anbu and attack the Uchiha tribe. Kill Uchiha Rukawa directly and get rid of this great scourge for Konoha. Sarutobi Shinosuke jumped into the office from the window, looking extremely excited. Apparently, he had just heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's analysis outside. He suddenly felt that his old father's analysis was correct. This was a perfect opportunity to get rid of Uchiha Rukawa. His hatred for Uchiha is no less than Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, as a son, he had to watch his old father being slapped in the face, and he was powerless to do anything. This feeling of being depressed and powerless is really very uncomfortable. Therefore, at this moment, when he heard that there was an opportunity to kill Rukawa, he couldn't help but stand up and volunteered. Father, I will lead the team and personally go and take down Uchiha Rukawa's dog head. What if Uchiha Rukawa is really in seclusion? If we attack him recklessly, we will just be courting death. Under the mask, C looked worried. He didn't have the same generosity as the father and son, and thought Rukawa was in seclusion to heal his wounds. Humph, you believe the words of practicing in seclusion. No ninja would lock himself in a room to practice. If you want to practice, you should go to the training ground outside. Sarutobi Shinosuke snorted in dissatisfaction, and then said. Besides, someone as arrogant and rebellious as Uchiha Rukawa would lock himself up for no reason and go without food for several days. He must be recovering from his injuries. Even if not, he is in a weak period. There is a high possibility that he can be killed successfully. C was speechless. Rukawa's behavior was indeed against the common sense of ninja. After all, this is the world of ninjas, not the world of cultivating immortals, so there is no such thing as practicing in seclusion. At this time, Sarutobi Shinosuke turned his gaze to Bing and coldly rebuked. And you failed miserably as an undercover agent. What's wrong with me? C said unconvinced. Oh. Sarutobi Shinosuke sneered and reprimanded without any hesitation. You should have reported this to us long ago when Uchiha Rukawa was in this situation. You shouldn't have waited until now to report the situation. If I hadn't come to find you, you would have missed such important information. As expected, the Uchiha are all idiots, they only know how to fight mindlessly, and they don't know how to gather intelligence at all. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and was very angry at C's slowness. After all, this company almost made them miss the great opportunity to kill Rukawa. If you don't scold me, I won't understand. The third Hokage said to Bing in a soothing tone. C. Shinosuke is too excited. Please don't take it to heart. Upon seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately turned to look at his eldest son, with an angry look on his face, and began to scold. C chose to abandon the dark and join the light. He is an excellent successor of the will of fire and our companion. How can we allow you, AB***********D, to insult us here at will? Quick, apologize to C. Sarutobi Shinosuke has no intention of apologizing at all. Is it possible for him to apologize to such an idiot? He just urged Sarutobi Hiruzen. Father, it's been a few days. I'm afraid Uchiha Rukawa's injuries have almost recovered. We have to act now, we can't waste any more time. If we delay any longer, and wait until that guy's injury is fully recovered, we will have missed this great opportunity in vain. No rush. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. He was a cautious person and was not as impatient as his son. He moved a pile of documents on the table aside, then took out a crystal ball from under the table and placed it on the table. Although I know that Uchiha Rukawa is most likely recovering from his injuries, but just in case. I think it would be safer to observe the specific situation first. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked the crystal ball with his hand, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. In the past, this thing was used to observe the health of women in the village, but now it is finally being used for the right purpose. Father, you are being too cautious. And if we do this, will that guy find out and alert him? Sarutobi Shinosuke's brows are creaky. It's never wrong to be careful. It won't take long to investigate the situation. As for what you said about alerting the enemy, haha. This will never happen, you can rest assured. This old man's secret technique is extremely secretive and there is no way it can be discovered by anyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen pinched his beard with his hands, looking confident, based on his many years of experience observing women's baths. Tell me the exact location. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered to see. The Uchiha meeting building is right in the center of the Uchiha territory. Said as he came closer and stared at the crystal ball on the table with wide eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed two seals and said in a low voice. Ninja technique. Telescope technique. The next moment. The picture that appeared in the crystal ball was exactly the scene of the Uchiha tribe's land. At this moment, the three of them can see the entire picture of the Uchiha tribe's territory through the crystal ball. It's like a camera was installed above the Uchiha land. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his hand gestures, moving the image in the crystal ball slowly towards the building in the heart of the Uchiha tribe. Move away, you're blocking me. Sarutobi Shinosuke moved his head closer to the crystal ball and pushed back at the same time. Damn it, you are so arrogant. I curse you to get your comeuppance sooner or later. Advertisement. Who was pushed away, cursed hatefully in his heart. At the same time, the image in the crystal ball was getting closer and closer, and soon passed through the conference building. The scene inside the building immediately came into the eyes of the three people. Then, the three of them were dumbfounded and stunned. They all swallowed their saliva. What kind of monster is this? Could this be the true identity of Uchiha Rukawa? Sarutobi Shinosuke said with a trembling voice. The person who appeared in front of the three people was a 4-meter-tall man with thick hair. A humanoid creature with eyes closed, sitting cross-legged, and covered with terrifying muscles. Could this be the true identity of Uchiha Rukawa? But this guy doesn't look like he's injured at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and analyzed himself. He felt that the monster in the crystal ball could slap him into pulp with one blow. At the same time, Rukawa, who was shrinking his body, felt that someone was watching him. Open eyes. My eyes suddenly opened. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, 6 Magatama Rinnegan, opens instantly. A roar, like thunder. The Rinnegan in his left eye suddenly emitted a strange purple light. An incomparably powerful mental force instantly surged towards the gaze that was looking at him. Boom. Inside the Hokage's office, the crystal ball on the table suddenly exploded, sending countless sharp fragments flying in all directions. Immediately afterwards, the powerful mental power stimulated by the Rinnegan turned into a shock wave, centered on the crystal ball, and instantly spread to the surroundings. Boom boom boom. The three of them didn't have time to react, and were thrown away, then hit the wall hard, spitting blood. Hokage's desk was blown into countless pieces of wood. As for the documents on the desk, they turned into countless scraps of paper, flying all over the sky. The scene was a mess. Sarutobi Shinosuke let out a shrill howl. He fell to his knees, covered his eyes with his hands, his expression was extremely painful, his whole face was bloody. It was because he was too close just now, causing the crystal ball to explode and fragments to fly out. Most of them pierced his face, and his eyes were blinded directly. Ha ha ha, you finally got your comeuppance. Who told you to be so arrogant? Seeing Sarutobi Shinosuke in such a miserable state, Bing felt extremely happy. Although he was injured by the crystal ball explosion just now, and the mask on his face was shattered, revealing a somewhat charred face. But because he was far away from the crystal ball, his injury was not serious. It was just that his chest was pierced by the flying debris and a lot of blood was bleeding out. Compared to Sarutobi Shinosuke's injuries, it was nothing. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen covered his bleeding abdomen with a look of horror. What is this method? Even at such a long distance, the power was able to be transmitted through the crystal ball and injure the three of them. This kind of weird method is totally unheard of. Looks like we need to re-evaluate the threat level of this Uchiha Rukawa. He was so shocked that he ignored his son's screams. Just then, sniff sniff, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard. What's going on? Third generation master. Is anyone attacking the Hokage building? Where are the enemies? Hearing the noise coming from the Hokage's office and the high decibel screams, the shadow guards guarding outside rushed in instantly. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice, waved his hand, and said calmly. There are no enemies, don't be nervous. I was just conducting a secret experiment and something went wrong. Ahem. As he spoke, he couldn't help but cough up 2 mouthfuls of blood, wiped the corners of his mouth with his sleeve, and quickly ordered. Okay. You don't need to worry about this. Send Shinosuke to the hospital right away. His injuries are too serious and he needs urgent treatment. With Konoha's medical level, it is not difficult to give Sarutobi Shinosuke a new pair of eyes. So at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not panicking at all. His expression was very calm and composed, as if it was really the result of the failure of the secret experiment. Several shadow guards looked at each other in bewilderment. How could this sound so fake? He looked at the messy Hokage office, and then at Sarutobi Shinosuke whose entire face was disfigured. They really didn't believe that this scene was caused by the failure of some so-called secret experiment. Besides, why would the occult experiment be conducted in the Hokage's office? Although they were full of doubts, they still resisted the urge to find out the truth, and lifted up Sarutobi Shinosuke as instructed, preparing to send him to the hospital. Just as they were about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen called them out again. After you send Shinosuke to the hospital, go inform the 2 elders and the head of the Hyuga clan and ask the 3 of them to come to the meeting. Yes. Several members of the Shadow Guard responded and prepared to head to Konoha Hospital. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen called them back. Etc. He looked at the messy Hokage office, rubbed his brows with a headache, and said helplessly. Remember to find someone to clean up my office. Yes. Mr. Third Generation, do you have any other instructions? There is none left. But the Shadow Guards did not leave immediately, but all looked towards the Third Generation. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded. You guys go quickly, don't waste time. It wasted time and made Shinosuke's injury worse. Who is wasting time? Several members of the Shadow Guard complained in their hearts, then turned around and took a step forward. The next moment. Wait a moment. Seeing that several people were looking at him with resentment, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained awkwardly. Ahem. I'm old now, so it's normal for my memory to decline a bit. After making up an excuse for himself, he got down to business. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Yes. Several members of the Shadow Guard responded. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop them and finally let them carry the unconscious Shinosuke away. After the few people left, Sarutobi Hiruzen and C stared at each other. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice and spoke first, breaking the atmosphere. It seems that Uchiha Rukawa is really hiding very well, and I miscalculated. However, our actions were not entirely without gain. At least we know the guy's true identity. He is indeed a monster in human skin. This information is very important to me. Although there were some unexpected things during the process, I don't think it was a loss. I got hurt, and my son was not only disfigured, but also blinded. And you still say it's not a loss, you're forcing it, right? C was complaining crazily in his mind, but on the surface he kept nodding his head, looking like he fully approved of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that you know the true identity of that guy, I will now give you a very difficult task. Sarutobi looked at Bing, his old face very serious. What mission? Suddenly, an extremely ominous premonition came to Bing's mind. He felt that the mission given to him by the Third Generation at this time must be related to that Uchiha Rukawa. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly. I want you to reveal the true identity of Uchiha Rukawa at the critical moment. It would be best to reveal it at a family meeting in Uchiha with everyone present. Let all Uchiha know that this is a monster that sneaked into their family. Quote. After hearing this, C's somewhat burnt face instantly turned pale, and he said in a trembling voice. Mr. Third Generation, if you want me to die, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. For him to reveal in front of the whole clan that Uchiha Rukawa is the monster who sneaked into their family, isn't this simply courting death? Mr. Third Generation, I cannot accept this mission. Bing shook his head repeatedly. He would never do anything that would lead to his own death. Don't rush to refuse. This mission may seem extremely dangerous on the surface, but in fact, it is not as dangerous as you think. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slowly, revealing a look of wisdom, and analyzed with a chuckle. Why does this monster have your Uchiha clan's Sharingan? It must have been obtained through transplantation like Danzo. It took great pains to disguise itself as Rukawa and blend into your Uchiha clan. I try my best to help Uchiha, just to win his favor. Although I don't know what its purpose is. As a member of the Uchiha tribe, you exposed his true face in front of so many people. It might get angry and beat you up severely, but it will never kill you. I don't believe it. If I really did that, I would definitely die miserably. C shook his head frantically. Foolish. Didn't I just tell you that this monster has his own agenda, and he wants to gain the favor of you Uchiha? There will be so many Uchiha people present, and if it still wants to gain favor, it will never kill you. You can recall for yourself that this monster has taught the Uchiha people a lesson, and apart from the serious injuries, no one has died. C thought about it carefully and then nodded. What the Third Generation said was right. When Rukawa taught the Uchiha a lesson, he did not kill them. At most, he just crippled them. But he doesn't want to become disabled. So he still refused. No, Even though I won't die, I will be crippled, and I don't want to end up like that. Then I won't even be able to be a ninja anymore. You can rest assured about this. I promise you that no matter how badly you are injured, Konoha will do its best to heal you. Seeing that C was still hesitant, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately offered him a huge reward. If you can successfully expose the true face of that monster and crush its intentions, you will be the greatest hero in Konoha's history. I can allow you to read the sealed book for one day. During this day, you can learn any forbidden technique in the sealed book. 014706521 Filu 151,123,501. Chapter 64 Itachi's Fury. Action. Rukawa's strength improves. Mr. Third Generation, will you really allow me, a member of the Uchiha tribe, to read the Book of Seals? There was desire in C's eyes. That's the sealed book. It records various forbidden techniques, secret techniques, and powerful ninjutsu. As long as you learn and grandmaster one of them, your strength will increase dramatically. It is no exaggeration to say that the Book of Sealed Things is Konoha's most precious treasure. I didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to be so generous and offer such a high price. As the Hokage, I keep my word. Of course, the premise is that you can successfully complete the mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. After a moment of silence, C gritted his teeth and nodded sharply. Okay, I promise. If Uchiha Rukawa is present at the family meeting, I will reveal his true identity to everyone in the family. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. If he can successfully complete the mission and learn the powerful ninjutsu in the sealed book, he might even be able to reach Kage level. C chooses to take a chance. And according to the analysis just now by the third generation, the worst consequence for him is at most becoming disabled, and there is no risk of death. He only made money on this transaction. The right choice. You go back to Uchiha first, and I'll take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a grin. C bowed respectfully towards the third generation, his face full of anticipation. Then he used the body flicker technique and disappeared into the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the place where Bing disappeared with a cold expression. Give a Uchiha a chance to read the Book of Seals. Stop kidding. With Rukawa's temper, if C dares to expose it in public, he will surely die. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt it was worth it to sacrifice the life of a worthless undercover agent in exchange for exposing Uchiha Rukawa's true identity. A few minutes later, squeak, the door to the Hokage's office opened. Mitokado Homura, Uchiha Kaharu, and Hyuga Hiyashi walked in one after another. Seeing the scene in the office, the three of them were stunned. Hiruzen, what's going on? Is there a fight going on here? Mitokado Homura couldn't help but ask. It was just a small accident, don't worry about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and changed the subject. I have called you here because I have something important to discuss with you, it's about Uchiha. Let's go to the next room first. Tushin will talk to you in detail later. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked past the three people, walked out of the Hokage's office, and went to the next room. The four of them sat down, and Mitokado Homura spoke first. Hiruzen, I have a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. Tell me what you want to say. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice and said seriously. I plan to hold a meeting this afternoon, and all the ninja clan leaders need to be present. Why is it suddenly early? Uchiha Kaharu frowned. The reason why we're bringing it forward is because of received reliable intelligence. If we have a meeting this afternoon, Uchiha Rukawa will definitely not be there. In other words, the only one who could come from the Uchiha clan should be Fugaku. And it is so easy to control Fugaku at the negotiation table. Although we can't do anything to Uchiha head-on, we are the absolute masters at the negotiation table. What can Fugaku use to fight us? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked indifferent. It was at the negotiation table that they forced Fugaku to give up his interest step by step. As long as we take advantage of Uchiha Rukawa's inability to be here, we can settle everything. Then, the Uchiha clan will not be able to gain any benefit from this incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen cold vocal tract. Uchiha Rukawa will never come to the meeting. Are you so sure, Hiruzen? And where did you get this information? Mitokado Homura looked doubtful. I guarantee that Uchiha Rukawa will never come. As for where he got the information, you don't need to know. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious. Through the observation through the crystal ball just now, he has determined that Uchiha Rukawa should have locked himself up for training during this period of time. Well, even so, when Uchiha Rukawa finds out about this, he will definitely deny it given his shamelessness. We will definitely be asked to redistribute the benefits. Moreover, the purpose of this meeting was mainly to re-elect an elder to fill the vacant position left by Danzo. Afterwards, Uchiha Rukawa learned that the family had failed to obtain the position of elder. Do you think he would let it go? Mitokado Homura asked back with a frown. Humph. The negotiation table has its own rules. The matter that had been discussed was cancelled because of him alone. He was just being unreasonable. This guy doesn't follow any rules. By then, all the families and ninjas in Konoha will only reject Uchiha even more and completely isolate Uchiha. Previously, Danzo's true identity was revealed by Uchiha Ryu. This has caused many ninjas to have a better impression of Uchiha, which is not a good thing for us. However, if after this meeting, Uchiha Rukawa causes trouble again over the issue of the position of elder, Then, the other family's favorable impressions of Uchiha will be directly reset to zero. Uchiha Kaharu sneered. Advertisement. Kaharu is right. My real purpose is to use this opportunity to return Uchiha to its original state of being ostracized by everyone. All the efforts made by Uchiha Rukawa will be completely wasted. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Uchiha Kaharu with admiration, thinking that this old woman could actually guess what he was thinking. I have another question. At this time, Hyuga Hiyashi spoke up, and after the other three people focused their attention on him, he continued. That's right, it can be said that the exposure of Danzo's crime this time was all due to Uchiha Rukawa. If the Uchiha clan does not obtain the position of elder, other ninja clans that begin to get close to the Uchiha clan may not approve. That's why I called you here. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face smiled. Let's talk it over with each other. Come up with a reasonable reason to not allow the Uchiha clan to serve as elders. Mitokado Homura, Uchiha Kaharu, and Hyuga Hiyashi nodded in unison upon hearing this, and then began to discuss with each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked out of the meeting room, called over an Anbu ninja, and instructed him. Go and inform the clan leaders to come to the Hokage building's conference room for a meeting this afternoon. Yes. The extra ninja nodded respectfully, performed the body flicker technique and disappeared on the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the small meeting room and the three of them began to discuss with each other. He exhaled slowly. The next moment, Rukawa opened his eyes, revealing a pair of deep black eyes that seemed to have a certain charm that could almost make people fall in love with them. Looking at his body at this moment, Rukawa nodded, very satisfied. At this time, he had recovered from the original 4-meter muscular monster to his normal size. Estimate. He is about 1.7 meters tall. At this time, Rukawa had long, smooth hair. His face becomes more handsome, his skin is fair and seems to be glowing, giving people a very sunny feeling. A slight smile makes people feel like spring breeze. The overall image is like that of an otherworldly immortal cultivator, not a ninja. Swish. Rukawa took out a white coat from the system backpack and put it on himself. The white clothes are fluttering, and the elegant and refined temperament is even more outstanding. Although he no longer has muscles, he looks weaker than before. But in fact, Rukawa could clearly feel that he was even more powerful and terrifying in this state than when he was full of muscles. The defensive power of the body has also been improved to a higher level than before. Indeed, concentration is the essence. Moreover, my control over my power has become more precise. Boom. Rukawa bent his fingers, gathered strength at his fingertips, and then suddenly shot forward. The next moment, an air bomb shot out instantly, directly blasting a big hole in a wooden pillar not far away. Then he gathered his strength in his palms and slapped them forward. A terrifying gust of wind whistled out, and the unfortunate wooden pillar with a big hole in it was instantly shattered into pieces. Seeing this, Rukawa smiled. It seemed that he did not have the skill to compress air now. Just by controlling the force and concentrating it on a certain part of the body, you can create an air shock wave. Its power is no less than that of A-level wind-style ninjutsu, and is even stronger. Moreover, the attack is formed instantly, making it difficult for the enemy to defend against it. This form will be my exclusive combat form from now on. Dressed in white, from now on, this form will be called the White God form. Rukawa named himself Haki in this state. I think I can fight Susanoo with my physical body in my White God form, right? I have to find a chance to try it out. Thinking this, Rukawa opened the door and walked out of Uchiha's conference building. The afternoon sun shone warmly on his face, and Rukawa couldn't help but take a deep breath. This long-lost sunshine is so comfortable. Senior, you finally came out. I almost thought you wouldn't come out today. Fugaku ran over in a hurry. Something's up. Rukawa glanced at him and said lightly. Fugaku didn't answer, but just stared blankly. Rukawa's new look obviously shocked him. This is so handsome. Is this what Rukawa will look like when he grows up? He really looks like me. Fugaku thought to himself. I have something to ask you. Rukawa frowned. Reminded by this stern tone, Fugaku immediately came to his senses and said quickly. It's like this. 2 hours ago, that old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen sent someone to notify me to go to a meeting to discuss the issue of the position of Konoha elder. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Rukawa looked as if it had nothing to do with him. It's like this, I would like to ask you to come in with me. Fugaku said somewhat embarrassedly. What do you do as a clan leader? You want me to intervene in such a trivial matter? Besides, I'm not good at arguing with a bunch of politicians. Rukawa scolded without any hesitation. Fugaku wasn't annoyed after hearing this, since there was no one around anyway and he was somewhat used to it. Still smiling, he said, I am even worse at negotiation than my predecessors. Every time I communicate with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, I get fooled around. Advertisement. Alas, I lost many of the family's interests at the negotiation table. I am indeed an incompetent clan leader. If it weren't for the help from the senior, my Uchiha clan would have been wiped out. He first belittled himself, then boasted about Rukawa's achievements, and then continued. The seniors are very powerful, and their mere presence at the meeting is a strong deterrent. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others will definitely be more restrained. If you want, the position of Konoha elder must belong to you. After all, The contributions that the seniors have made to Konoha are there, and I believe that no one will object. Well, since you are so self-aware, I will go with you. As for the position of Konoha Elder, I am not interested in it. Rukawa nodded and agreed. Anyway, he didn't have anything else to do right now, so he just went to the meeting to see how Sarutobi Hiruzen and other politicians were arguing. Thank you very much, senior. Fugaku thanked him quickly and said. It seems that I have a narrow vision. How can a mere position of Konoha Elder be worthy of the status of a senior? Only the position of Hokage is worthy of moving forward. Hokage. Ha, I'm not interested in being a Hokage. Rukawa said dismissively, shrugging off the Hokage's position. To put it bluntly, Hokage is just a village chief. And after becoming Hokage, he is exhausted. Naruto, the seventh Hokage in the original time and space, is a typical example. Naruto, who became Hokage, is definitely a man with kidney deficiency. So, Rukawa really doesn't understand why so many people aspire to be the Hokage. Could it be that the brainwashing ability of the Will of Fire is too strong? You don't even look down on the position of Hokage. Senior is worthy of being a senior. It seems that the level and pursuit of the seniors are beyond the comprehension of frogs in the well like us. I admire you so much. Fugaku looked at Rukawa with admiration and flattered him like crazy. The position of Hokage is something that the Uchiha have always dreamed of. Unexpectedly, Rukawa was so dismissive of this. Sure enough, ants cannot understand the thoughts of giants. Oh, such an exaggerated performance, so boring. Let's go. Rukawa walked ahead with a blank expression. Hey hey. Fugaku laughed dryly and hurried to follow. They had only taken 2 steps when a loud shout suddenly reached their ears. Stop. You can't leave. Whoosh. The sound of breaking air sounded. Uchiha Itachi's figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, blocking their way. Itachi, what do you want to do? Stop messing around. My senior and I have to go to a meeting, why don't you get out of the way? When Fugaku saw that it was his eldest son who was blocking the way, he immediately scolded him harshly. I'm sorry, my dear. I can't obey your order this time. Itachi bowed slightly to Fugaku, then looked at Rukawa and said coldly. You saved Uchiha, I am very grateful to you. But, one thing is another. My brother Uchiha Rukawa, where did you take him? Did you, money or something, kill him? Answer me. Itachi stared at Rukawa with cold eyes. As a Brokon, he doesn't care about Uchiha's savior, he only cares about his brother. How dare you? How dare you talk to the savior of our family? Besides, a strong man like the senior would not bother to kill a little brat. When the time comes, the seniors will naturally tell us everything. Itachi, be obedient and stop being unreasonable. Apologize to Chinshu now. As long as you apologize sincerely, the seniors will forgive your unreasonable behavior with their generosity. Before Rukawa could speak, Fugaku scolded Itachi. He was afraid that Rukawa would kill Itachi in a rage. So Itachi was asked to apologize to Rukawa immediately. But obviously, he overestimated Brokon's persistence. Answer me, what did you do to my brother Rukawa? You can't take a single step forward until I get the answer. Itachi just looked at Rukawa coldly, ignoring Fugaku's words. Oh my goodness, you are courting death. Fugaku screamed in his heart when he saw this. He had seen Rukawa's cruel methods in the last family meeting. Although no one was killed, the person was basically beaten to a disability. He doesn't want his son to become a disabled person. Senior, please don't be angry. I, as the eldest son, am also concerned about my younger brother. I am just too stubborn. Fugaku quickly apologized to Rukawa, then looked at Itachi with a cold expression. Wait a moment, senior. I will teach this unfilial son Mao a lesson right away. After saying that, Fugaku rolled up his sleeves, cracked his fingers, and walked towards Itachi. But just as he took a step, Rukawa stopped him. It doesn't matter. I still admire the guy who dares to challenge me even though he knows he can't win. And for those who come here to seek abuse, I welcome them very much. Rukawa looked at Itachi with a smile on his face. He wasn't angry at all and even seemed a little happy. It was just right. He could use this kid to test himself and see if his current physical strength was enough to defeat Susanoo. Chapter 65. The Pervert Kid. Itachi is no match for him. Konoha's powerlessness and despair. Seeing the gentle smile on Rukawa's face, Fugaku's face turned pale instantly and he said hurriedly. Senior, why bother you to do this yourself? Let me do it. I will definitely give you a satisfactory result. Why so much nonsense? Rukawa got impatient and threw Fugaku behind him, but still explained. Don't worry, I know my limits and won't use harsh measures. At most, I'll just give him a small punishment. A little punishment, hee hee. Fugaku smiled helplessly in his heart, he remembered the last time Rukawa said this. Uchiha Soren was directly electrocuted and turned into Kurozumi, and he spent several days lying in bed. But he didn't dare to say anything more. If he really made Rukawa angry, he would be in trouble. At this time, Rukawa raised his middle and index fingers to Itachi and said calmly. I will use these 2 fingers to defend, you can. No matter what means of attack you use, as long as you can touch me, any part of my body except these 2 fingers. I'll tell you the answer, how about that? This is too arrogant, too presumptuous. Fugaku behind him couldn't stand it anymore and complained madly in his heart. Although he knew that Rukawa was very strong and a pervert, his son Uchiha Itachi was not just a minion. After all, he is a Kage-level warrior who has activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thinking that he could control his son with just 2 fingers, isn't that too contemptuous? Stop looking down on me. Even Itachi, who was always calm and composed, couldn't stand Rukawa's contempt for him at this moment. Wanting to suppress him with just 2 fingers, isn't that pure contempt for him? You will pay the price for your arrogance. Itachi let out a roar, and then his hands turned into afterimages, and countless kunai shot out from his hands. Sniff sniff. With the sound of breaking through the air, kunai filled the sky and covered Rukawa. Are you so forgetful? Why are you using this kind of toy against me? Rukawa frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied with Itachi's performance at the moment. Just move 2 fingers up and down a few times, and many kunai will be deflected. There was no way a kunai could touch his body. It's not over yet. Let me show you the best Uchiha throwing technique. Itachi sneered. As they spoke, the kunai that passed over Rukawa collided with each other behind him. Amid the harsh sound of metal friction, countless kunai began to rebound and shot back at Rukawa. However, the target of these kunai is not Rukawa, but the ground under Rukawa's feet. Puff, puff. A bunch of kunai were nailed to the ground around Rukawa, and behind each kunai was a sharp steel wire. At this moment, these steel wires intertwined 310 degrees with each other, forming an irregular wire mesh, trapping Rukawa in the middle. You think you can trap me with these toy strings? Rukawa looked at the wires around him expressionlessly. As long as I can trap you for a second, disturb you, and make you unable to move temporarily, that's enough. As he spoke, Itachi disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared right in front of Rukawa, less than 5 meters away. Put away your arrogant look. Next, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Kill. With a roar, the chakra that had been accumulated for a long time suddenly exploded in Itachi's body. Kakakaka. The majestic chakra around him became substantial, and a red giant took shape in an instant. Susanoo fourth form open. DBU. Rich chakra gathered in the hands of the red giant, and a red Susanoo sword took shape in an instant. You asked for this. Itachi had a ferocious look on his face. He controlled Susanoo and slashed at Rukawa with a sword. But he didn't want to kill Rukawa, so the target of this sword was the arm, not the head. Even so, Fugaku was frightened and quickly spoke out to stop it. Stop it, Itachi. You're crazy. He didn't expect that his son would not play by the rules and would use a big move right away. In such a short time, Rukawa didn't have time to activate Susanoo. And the victory gained by this rogue sneak attack style will directly anger the opponent. By then, who in the entire Uchiha can resist Rukawa's wrath? Just when Fugaku was terrified, he saw a scene that he would never forget. Rukawa slowly raised 2 fingers and easily blocked the falling Susanoo sword. Then, pinch it hard with 2 fingers. Snap, snap, snap. Boom. The Susanoo sword first had many cracks on it, and then it shattered directly. It turned into countless chakra fragments and dissipated into the air every moment. It was as if this Susanoo sword had never appeared. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Fugaku couldn't help but gasp. How is that possible? Advertisement. That's Susanoo, the most powerful attack technique of Mangekyo Sharingan. It is an existence that can split a mountain in half with one sword. But now, Rukawa was able to crush the Susanoo sword easily with just 2 fingers and his flesh body. What kind of monster is this? Uchiha Fugaku felt that his 3 views were about to be overturned, and it was a shock for 100 years. Even the strongest Uchiha in history, Uchiha Madara, can't do this, right? I told you, there is no point in trapping me with all your efforts. Rukawa blew gently on his 2 intact fingers and looked at Itachi calmly. The test was completed, and his physical strength was now able to defend against Susanoo. I just don't know if I can handle Susanoo in his perfect form. But I'll have to ask Uchiha Madara to test this later. The highest form Itachi can activate Susanoo is only the 4th form, which cannot be tested at all. At this moment, Itachi was already dumbfounded. I couldn't believe what was happening before my eyes. His Susanoo sword was shattered just like that. The other party only used 2 fingers. How should he fight such a perverted enemy? My mentality is broken. Sure enough, the opponent's strength is not at the same level as his. How could there be such a guy in the ninja world? Swish. He numbly released his Susanoo, his face pale, and he sat on the ground helplessly, looking at Rukawa and said bitterly. I was wrong. I should be the arrogant guy. I actually dared to challenge you. I really don't know my place, I'm too ignorant. Whoosh. The sound of breaking air sounded. Rukawa teleported in front of Itachi and said calmly. It's good that you know it. Be careful next time and don't come here to be bullied. After saying that, he flicked his finger at Itachi's forehead. Book. Itachi flew backwards instantly, smashing the trash cans along the way into pieces, and finally fell heavily on the side of the road, completely fainting. Senior. Seeing this, Fugaku couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise and quickly ran towards Itachi. He's not dead. Why are you panicking? If Lousy was serious, his head would have exploded long ago. Rukawa said calmly. However, Fugaku was still worried, so he went over to help Itachi up and took a closer look. After making sure everything was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Rukawa. Thank you for showing mercy, senior. I believe that after this, Itachi will not bother you again. Then, Fugaku summoned an Uchiha and asked him to take Itachi to the hospital for treatment. Then he said to Rukawa cautiously. Well, senior, since everything is fine, do we want to go to the meeting now? Or do you need to take a rest? I will listen to you. After this incident, Fugaku's attitude became noticeably more respectful. After all, this is a ruthless man who can resist Susanoo with his physical body, and he dare not show the slightest disrespect to him. Moreover, such a strong man, although for unknown reasons, actually chose to become the appearance of his second son Rukawa. Is this definitely a super thigh that comes to your door? He's gotta hold it. As for his real son Uchiha Rukawa, Fugaku feels that he is not that important. Using a son who is not very capable to exchange for a peerless strong man, it is not a loss at all if you think about it this way. After all, if you lose a son, you can still have another one, but the opportunity to cling to someone's thigh is something you can only encounter once in a while. Such a good opportunity, he must seize it. Although it's a bit inhumane, this is what Fugaku thinks at the moment. Soon, the two arrived at the Hokage building. The large conference room used specifically for village meetings is not on the first floor, but on the second floor. So, Rukawa followed Fugaku down the stairs and came to the corridor entrance of the large conference room on the second floor. Chief Fugaku, you are finally here. Please come in, everyone is already here, you are the only one missing. The guard at the entrance of the conference room corridor saw the two men and quickly made way to let Fugaku pass. But when Rukawa was about to pass, the guard stopped him. Sorry, only the clan leaders and Konoha's top brass can attend the meeting. You are just an ordinary member of the Uchiha tribe, so you should wait outside. Again, Rukawa looked at the arm blocking his way and raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to throw the guard aside, Fugaku noticed the situation behind him and immediately shouted. How can you stop me, senior? Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the hero of Konoha who exposed Danzo's evil deeds. He's not just some ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. What? The guard was startled and quickly looked at the handsome guy in front of him. Since Rukawa had not yet released his white god form, the guards did not recognize him at first. After a careful look, the facial features of the handsome boy in front of me gradually overlapped with those of the 7-year-old Uchiha Rukawa. I'm sorry, I was blind and didn't recognize you, my hero. But this is all your fault, hero. You have become so handsome that it is hard to recognize you. The guard quickly stepped aside and flattered Rukawa. He looked very respectful and flattering. Advertisement. Watching the two people slowly walking away, the guard couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. That was a close call. I was simply courting death just now. He even dared to stop such a brutal guy, and he almost lost his life. He had a look of fear on his face and kept patting his chest. It seems that after get off work, I have to go to Waji to find some cute girls to comfort my overly frightened heart. When did I become the hero of Konoha? Rukawa asked Fugaku beside him, looking speechless. Oh, I forgot to. Senior, please tell me, it's my fault. Fugaku slapped his head and quickly explained. Since you have been practicing in seclusion these days, I don't know. Senior, you not only exposed Danzo's crimes, but also eradicated the Shimura clan, the cancer of Konoha. With these two great achievements, isn't Senior a great hero of Konoha? Big hero. Ha, I don't want to be a big hero. Kill Danzo and wipe out the Shimura clan, I just want to do it, there is no other reason. Besides, this might just be a trick by old Sarutobi Hiruzen to flatter him. Rukawa said calmly. Hatake Sakumo was a great hero of Konoha, but he ended up in a miserable situation. And Namikaze Minato too, so being a hero in Konoha basically ends in tragedy, not even being a dog. Of course, with his current strength, it would definitely not be a tragedy. Is that the old fox Sarutobi's way of flattering me? I'm not sure about that. But many ninjas in the village call their seniors like this. Fugaku shook his head. Let them call me whatever they want. If that old man Sarutobi wants to use this crappy title to restrain Lousy, then he is just too naive. Rukawa sneered. Squeak. The door to the conference room was opened and Fugaku walked in first. There is a huge floor-to-ceiling window inside the room, and there is plenty of light, making the place very bright. A long table was located in the middle, and at this moment, both sides of the long table were full of people. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, sat at the head seat. Everyone who came to attend the meeting was of distinguished status. It can be said that all the core figures of Konoha are gathered here. Noticing the movement at the door, everyone looked over there. Seeing that it was Fugaku who arrived late, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face immediately darkened and he said with dissatisfaction. Fugaku, why did you come only now? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice became louder as he spoke, as if he wanted to stir up the crowd's emotions and give Fugaku a warning. But at this moment, his heart was filled with joy. I didn't expect that Fugaku was so stupid that he didn't even dare to be late for more than 2 hours for such an important meeting. Isn't this a perfect excuse to target him? So he didn't even plan to give Fugaku a chance to speak. His old mouth kept chattering like a machine gun. Fugaku, what you did is simply too bad. Are you treating such an important meeting as a joke? Or do you not take any of us seriously? Come whenever you want. This is simply outrageous. Bang. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table heavily, his face full of indignation, and said sternly. Fugaku, give me an explanation right now. Give everyone an explanation. Mitokado Homura immediately took over the conversation and sneered. Tisk, you're so proud of yourself for having achieved something, and you're getting carried away. This is the arrogant Uchiha. Udatane Kaharu quickly followed up with a sneer. Ha, as expected of Uchiha, such an arrogant attitude, it's true that a dog can't change its nature. The three of them spoke one after another, as if Fugaku's lateness was a violation of the law of heaven. In fact, the purpose of the three people is very simple, which is to increase people's resentment towards Uchiha and make Uchiha return to the state of isolation and helplessness as soon as possible. What, Fugaku, you have nothing to say. It seems that you really don't take all of us seriously. Well, since you look down on us so much, then you Uchiha don't have to attend this meeting today. Sarutobi Hiruzen a pale road. The look he gave Fugaku was full of disgust and disdain. In my heart, I hope that Fugaku can't stand this and leaves in anger. That leaves them with a lot less work to do. It would be more logical to exclude Uchiha. That's right, I agree with Hiruzen. Go away, Fugaku, you are no longer qualified to attend this meeting. Udatane Kaharu echoed from the side. At this moment, Fugaku was standing at the door, just watching the performance of these three people with an expressionless face. Then he turned around, gave up his seat, bowed his head slightly, and said respectfully. Senior, please go first. But I just heard someone say that we Uchiha are not worthy of attending this meeting. Oh, who said that we Uchiha are not worthy of attending the meeting? As the calm voice fell, Rukawa, dressed in white and with a handsome face, walked in slowly. His calm gaze swept across everyone present, without any trace of murderous intent or power displayed. But it made everyone feel terrified. At that moment just now, they seemed to be stared at by an extremely ferocious beast. Chapter 66. Raise your hand and kill. Haki Rukawa. Udatane Kaharu frowned, not knowing why she felt frightened. But the time was too short, so she just thought it was her own illusion. When she came to her senses, she saw Rukawa coming out from behind Fugaku. A handsome guy she didn't know. But it doesn't matter, because she is happy at this moment. He secretly thought that Fugaku was really stupid. Not only was he late, but he even brought a stranger to such an important meeting. If I don't take this opportunity to make some use of this topic, I will be sorry for Fugaku's stupidity. So she turned cold, pretended to be angry, and scolded Fugaku rudely. Fugaku, what do you mean? Not only are you late for the meeting, but you also brought a brat with you. How could a young boy like him attend such a high-level meeting? He didn't even have the qualifications to sit in as an observer. But you brought him into the meeting room, Fugaku. You are simply lawless. Now, take your people and get out. Don't force me to ask someone to kick you out. If that happens, you will. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fugaku's cold voice. Shut up, you old woman. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is the hero of Konoha who revealed Danzo's true face. Senior, as the great hero of this incident, don't you even have the right to attend a post-war meeting? Fugaku was furious because he was complaining about Rukawa. He was extremely excited in his heart, secretly thinking that Udatane Kaharu was stupid. He dared to scold his senior so arrogantly and even said that he was not worthy of attending the meeting. This is not purely giving him a chance to improve his reputation in front of his seniors. But at this moment, no one cares what Fugaku thinks. Everyone present was attracted by Fugaku's words. The hero of Konoha who revealed Danzo's true identity, isn't this Uchiha Rukawa? So, they all looked carefully at Rukawa who was standing at the door. As I watched, the outlines of the two faces began to overlap. After a while, they were shocked to find that the guy in front of them was indeed Uchiha Rukawa who massacred the Shimura clan that night. Oink oink. Mitokado Homura, Udatane Kaharu, and Hyuga Hiyashi all turned their heads at the same time and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was sitting in the main seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked helpless and innocent, meaning, he didn't know why it turned out like this. Old woman, what else do you have to say now? Fugaku suddenly shouted, bringing the four people who were secretly communicating with their eyes back to their senses. Udatane Kaharu looked at Rukawa who had no expression on his face, and then looked at Fugaku who had a smug look on his face. After a moment of silence, he wanted to give in, but after thinking about it, he really couldn't swallow this humiliation. After all, she is a dignified elder of Konoha, how can she tolerate Fugaku's smug look? Gritting her teeth, she said sternly. Even if he is Uchiha Rukawa, the hero who revealed Danzo's true identity, so what? Rules are rules. This meeting is extremely important. Only the Hokage and elders of Konoha, as well as the patriarchs of each clan, can participate. As for the others, no matter how great their contributions are, they are not eligible to participate. She turned her eyes away from Fugaku and looked at Rukawa beside her, pointing her finger outside the meeting room door and said calmly. So, Uchiha Rukawa, please leave here as soon as possible. This is not a place for you. Oh, old woman, you mean that Lousy is not qualified to attend this meeting? Rukawa looked at Udatane Kaharu and asked calmly. Yes, that's what I meant. Uchiha Kaharu affirmed, still showing no sign of giving in. Yeah, Rukawa moved his feet and walked slowly towards Uchiha Kaharu. As he walked he said, but in my opinion, you, an old woman, are the one least qualified to attend the meeting. You, what do you mean? I am an elder of Konoha, how could I not be qualified to attend the meeting? Stop talking nonsense there. Seeing Rukawa getting closer and closer, Uchiha Kaharu began to panic and his voice became sharp. I am warning you, this is a meeting room, a place for reasoning, not a battlefield for fighting and killing. Every place has its own rules. Don't rely on your strength to force me into submission by force. This is absolutely impossible, I tell you. And you, don't come over here, don't come over here. Uchiha Kaharu looked a little frightened, and backed away with the chair, the bottom of the chair rubbing against the ground, making a harsh sound. Rukawa walked up to her, looked down at her, and said with a smile. I strongly agree that the conference room is a place where reason is discussed. The reason why Laozi said you are not worthy of attending this meeting is because you, an old woman, are in collusion with that D Danzo. You participated in that evil human experiment. Uchiha Kaharu's expression suddenly changed when he heard this, and he refuted sharply. Don't slander me here. How could I be in collusion with Danzo? I had no idea about that inhumane human experiment. Why, when Laozi wanted to execute Danzo, no one objected. Only you, an old woman, objected and stood up to defend Danzo. Rukawa asked again. Advertisement. I just want to thank you for your friendship. I really don't want Danzo to end up in such a miserable situation. I just feel pity for him. Don't slander me wantonly. Uchiha Kaharu looked indignant. How dare you feel pity for this scum who committed such a heinous crime? You can't even find an excuse. Now, Laozi is very sure that you and Danzo must be colluding. Don't you think so? Rukawa raised his voice and looked towards the ninja clan leaders present. Yes, I agree with Uchiha Rukawa. Feeling pity for a scumbag is a pure excuse. Even if he is not colluding with Danzo, he is still defending Danzo. I don't believe that Elder Uchiha Kaharu has no affair with Danzo. Well, since she has an affair with Danzo, she belongs to the Shimura clan. And the Shimura clan is the cancer of Nogiha, they should be destroyed, they should be destroyed. All the ninja clan leaders, except Hyuga Hiyashi, agreed with Rukawa's statement. The moment Uchiha Kaharu publicly stood up and opposed the execution of Danzo, they suspected that there must be something going on between the two. When Rukawa pointed it out, they certainly agreed. You are rebelling, really rebelling. I am an elder of Konoha, how can you slander me like this? Uchiha Kaharu's old face was extremely distorted, and he pointed at the clan leaders present with trembling fingers, his eyes full of disbelief. I never expected that so many people would think she was in collusion with Danzo. The most annoying thing is that they even think she and Danzo are having an affair. This is totally unreasonable. She started to curse at all the ninja clan leaders like a shrew. Ah, you are a bunch of damn bastards who slander the village elders like this. You are really. Before he could finish his curse words, Rukawa grabbed his head. Okay, the evidence is solid, you old woman are in collusion with Danzo. Together with Danzo, they conducted inhumane human experiments. This is a heinous crime, a heinous crime. You should be killed, doctor. Listening to Rukawa's murderous words and feeling the increasing force above his head, death continued to approach him. Uchiha Kaharu was extremely frightened, he never expected this. She just couldn't stand Fugaku's mean face and said a few words casually, how could it lead to a disaster of killing? She quickly turned to the third generation for help. Hiruzen, save me, save me. I was slandered, I didn't collude with Danzo. Etc. Sarutobi Hiruzen only uttered these two words, and then he heard a alkali sound. A big hole was smashed in the French window, and Uchiha Kaharu and the chair flew out together. Rukawa aimed at the figure in the air and flicked his finger. Call out. An air bullet compressed to the ultimate level cut through the air and hit the target directly. Boom. Uchiha Kaharu was hit by the air bullet and exploded into a blood flower in midair. Looking at Uchiha Kaharu turning into blood rain in the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. The anger in my heart was rising. Damn it. Damn it. It's simply lawless. He actually killed the elder of Konoha in front of him, not taking him, the Hokage, seriously at all. I am really d off. I'm going to fight him. Just when he was about to be overwhelmed by anger, Rukawa's calm voice was like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering him up. Just now, I really wanted to hear you say, wait. What, are you defending that old woman and thinking that she is not in collusion with Danzo? Rukawa turned his head and squinted at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, suppressed the rage that was about to burst out of his heart, and said through gritted teeth. Yes, I did say, wait, but what I meant was, don't kill people here, lest you dirty up the conference room. At this moment, Uchiha Kaharu is dead, so there is no point in saying more. And if you talk too much, you might get into trouble. Just like Uchiha Kaharu, she ended up like this just because she defended Danzo. It's really sad. Oh, is that so? Then you can rest assured. I threw the old woman outside and killed her, but I didn't dirty the meeting room. Rukawa shrugged and smiled. Who? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to take 2 deep breaths to calm his anger. Good. You are worthy of being our Konoha hero, you are so thoughtful. Every word of these words was squeezed out by Sarutobi Hiruzen from between his teeth. Hey, old Sarutobi, you are breathing so heavily, are you feeling relieved and happy because I have eliminated another disaster for Konoha? Rukawa asked with a curious look on his face. Everyone who saw this thought that Rukawa was a devil. To be so angry at a 60-year-old man, I really want Sarutobi Hiruzen to go berserk. However, they all underestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen's on-site tolerance. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a dozen deep breaths, then his face quickly returned to normal, and he said expressionlessly. ... Asterisk. Okay, since there is nothing extra to do, let's not waste any more time and start the meeting quickly. You two should stop standing and take your seats. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand and pointed at 2 locations. Those were the 2 seats at the end of the long table. Looking at the 2 seats at the end of the long conference table, Fugaku's face immediately darkened and he frowned. 3rd generation, what do you mean? The Wave clan is the largest clan in Konoha. How can they place me at the end? Is this a deliberate attempt to embarrass me, Uchiha? Hey, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, looking helpless, and said speechlessly. Fugaku, it's just 2 seats, a trivial matter, is it necessary to make such a big deal? I never meant to embarrass Uchiha. It's your own fault. Who told you to come so late? If you come late, you will naturally sit at the end. After a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen patted the armrest of the seat under him and said seriously. If you come first, you can take the seat where I am sitting now, and I won't say a word. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are kidding me. Do you think I will believe your lies? Fugaku's face turned completely ugly. He looked at the clan leaders sitting on both sides of the long table. Their seats were basically arranged according to the strength of their clan. How is it possible that whoever arrives earlier has the right to choose seats first? Sarutobi Hiruzen was just being late, pure hindsight. Sitting at the end of the long table were the small ninjas who were not well known in the village. Let him, the largest clan in Konoha, sit together with these small ninja clans, isn't the real purpose to embarrass him. Hey, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed again, his tone even more helpless. Isn't it just a seating arrangement? As the head of a ninja clan, you are so serious about such a trivial matter. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? So, Fugaku, listen to my advice, there's no need to make a big deal out of this trivial matter. Sitting there is no point in sitting, take your seat quickly and start the meeting quickly, don't waste everyone's time. Fugaku gritted his teeth in anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked like a kind old grandfather, as if he was being unreasonable. But this was clearly a trap set by the old man to embarrass him. He was about to open his mouth to continue his rebuttal when someone pulled his arm. Seeing it was Rukawa, his face lit up immediately, thinking that the senior was going to stand up for him. But what Rukawa said surprised him greatly and he frowned deeply. I only heard Rukawa say calmly. This old man is right. It's just a seat. There's no need to argue like a little brat over such a small matter. This, senior. Fugaku looked at Rukawa who had a calm expression and felt puzzled. Yeah, the strong have a different mindset. They will never take such trivial matters to heart like you, Fugaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, and suddenly felt that Rukawa was a reasonable person who would not argue with him over such a trivial matter. Just as he was thinking this, Rukawa suddenly appeared beside him. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled and subconsciously wanted to escape and distance himself from Rukawa. But before he could turn his idea into reality, his shoulder was firmly grasped by a strong hand. Since you said it doesn't matter where you sit, then please go sit in the back. After Rukawa finished speaking, he swung his arm vigorously and threw Sarutobi Hiruzen out like throwing away garbage. The world was spinning and the scenery in front of him was upside down. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted instantly and found that he was thrown out from his seat. I was filled with anger. However, at this moment in midair, he still forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. Then he quickly adjusted his position to ensure that he landed safely on the ground, so as not to fall down in a mess and create an embarrassing scene. Uchiha Rukawa, what do you mean? Why did you attack me, the Hokage, for no reason? After standing firm, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Rukawa with a sullen face and asked harshly. Didn't I tell you just now? Since you said it doesn't matter where you sit, I'll just ask you to sit at the end. Besides, I didn't hit you, I just asked you to leave politely. The fact that you don't have any injuries on your body right now is the best proof, isn't it? As he said that, Rukawa sat down where Sarutobi Hiruzen had been. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and exhaled a long breath, looking very enjoyable. The seat at the top is different. It is made of sofa material and it feels much more comfortable to sit on. Upon seeing this, all the clan leaders present looked at their noses with their eyes, and their hearts with their noses, with no expression on their faces, as if they had not seen it. After all, they had seen third generation being nerfed by Rukawa many times, so they were already used to it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that his whole old face was distorted. He wanted to take action, but after thinking about the difference in strength between the two sides, he quickly gave up the idea. If we really start fighting, we will only end up getting beaten.
It is impossible to get back your Hokage seat. 3 Steradian Chapter 67I, Rukawa, have the final say. Haki sweeps, everyone is shocked. But he, a Hokage, had to take the final position. Sitting together with a group of small and insignificant ninjas was also impossible. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen came to Mitokado Homura and said seriously. Homura, I'll have to trouble you to move aside for a moment. The Hokage's seat was occupied by someone, so he could only step back and sit in the seat of Konoha's elder. In this way, he was able to barely save his dignity as Hokage. Mitokado Homura frowned when he heard that, but then he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He still chose to give face to his old friend and gave up his seat. Mitokado Homura stood up and looked at his next seat. Imitating the third generation, I said seriously. Chief Hiyashi, I'd like to trouble you to give way for a moment. Hearing this, Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Mitokado Homura, who had a stern face. Then he thought that both sides were allies on the same front and decided to give each other face. Hyuga Hiyashi stood up and looked at Nara Shikaku, who was sitting in the next seat to him. His face instantly became serious and he said in a deep voice. Lu Ju, I can only trouble you. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Rukawa's slow voice. You're rolling your eyes. You're too close to me. I get upset when I see you. Get out of here and don't force me to do anything. Hyuga Hiyashi's face instantly turned pale. He turned his head sharply and glared at Rukawa, biting his teeth, wanting to say something. But I still held back and didn't say a word. I just secretly cursed Rukawa for being narrow-minded. He actually still remembers the Hyuga clan until now. He really doesn't have the bearing of a strong man at all. Why don't you get out of here? Seeing that Hiyashi was still standing there without moving, Rukawa frowned. Humph. My Hyuga clan is flexible and will not start a war over such a small matter. Hyuga Hiyashi snorted coldly, then held his head high, took big strides, and walked straight to the end of the long table. At this time, Fugaku was still standing alone. He set his sights on 660, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third generation had a frosty look on his face. Rukawa was much stronger than him and kicked him out of his seat, which he could barely accept. But you, Fugaku, are at the same cage level as him, and you want to do the same as Rukawa. Just wait and see if Sarutobi Hiruzen dares to do it. Oh, what a hassle. It's just a seat, it's enough to be able to sit on it. Why is there so much trouble? At this time, Nara Shikaku scratched his hair and stood up with a helpless look on his face. Fugaku, you sit here with me, I can sit in the back. Thank you very much. Fugaku thanked him and sat down without refusing. At this point, after 2 twists and turns, everyone was finally seated safely. However, after the 2 twists and turns just now, no one spoke at this moment, and the conference room was extremely quiet. Originally, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, who spoke first. But at this moment, he had a sullen face and looked like he didn't want to talk to anyone. But come to think of it, the purpose of holding this meeting in advance is to plot against Uchiha. But now, not only did Uchiha not take into account that they had lost one member. Even he himself was kicked down from the main seat without any respect. The plan that was planned in advance was ruined due to Rukawa's arrival. In this situation, it's impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to still be in the mood to talk. After about 10 minutes, Fugaku, who could no longer contain himself, finally spoke and broke the silence. Ahem. Senior, can we start the meeting now? He coughed lightly, turned to look at Rukawa, and asked respectfully. Rukawa glanced at Fugaku and said calmly, Don't ask me, I'm just here to listen. You don't have to ask for my opinion on anything you discuss. You can speak freely. And I have no interest in the content of your meeting, just pretend I don't exist. Hee. Hearing this, everyone looked expressionless, but they all laughed twice in their hearts. Are you here to sit in? But how can an audience member sit in the main seat? Fugaku didn't care what everyone was thinking and went straight to the point. The main issue I want to discuss at this meeting is about the vacant position of Konoha Elder, right? After he finished speaking, no one answered. Fugaku didn't care and continued. However, something unexpected happened just now. It was discovered that Elder Uchiha Ekaharu was colluding with Danzo. The evidence is irrefutable. Elder Uchiha Ekaharu has been executed on the spot. Therefore, there should be 2 vacant positions of elders in the village at this time. Now, let's discuss and select 2 suitable elders to fill the vacant position of elders. You can speak freely and tell us who you think is the right candidate. After saying this, Fugaku looked around, waiting for others to speak. But the scene was still completely silent. Everyone sat upright with blank expressions on their faces, and no one knew what they were thinking. In short, the atmosphere at the moment was very strange. Ahem. Seeing this, Fugaku coughed twice and said loudly. Since none of you have suitable candidates, let me recommend 2 people. After a pause, seeing that no one raised any objections, he continued. For the first candidate for Konoha Elder, I recommend Uchiha Rukawa. Uchiha Rukawa not only exposed Danzo's evil deeds, but also brought justice to this scum. He also wiped out the Shimura clan, removing a major cancer from Konoha. He has made significant contributions to the future development of Konoha and can be said to have made outstanding contributions. Advertisement. I think no one should object to someone who has made such a great contribution being appointed as Konoha's elder. I object. As soon as he finished speaking, someone raised an objection.
Fugaku frowned when he heard that, thinking that it was that fearless warrior who dared to raise objections, and immediately looked over in the direction of the voice. When he saw the owner of the voice, he was surprised. Because it was Rukawa himself who raised the objection. Didn't I tell you before? I have no interest in being an elder of Konoha? Besides, I am just an observer, so you better not bring me into your discussion. Rukawa frowned. Sorry, it's my problem, I forgot because I was too excited. Fugaku quickly stood up and bowed to Rukawa to apologize. Everyone looked at Rukawa with complicated expressions. Could it be that he didn't even want to be the elder of Konoha? But it makes sense, this is a ruthless person who can teach the Hokage a lesson at will. The position of a mere elder really seems insignificant. Since Uchiha Rukawa has refused the position of Konoha elder, let me recommend 2 new candidates. Fugaku straightened his clothes and said seriously. First, I recommend my eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, to serve as Konoha's elder. Uchiha Itachi has been a member of Anbu for many years. Most of the missions he has performed are high-difficulty missions, and he has never failed, with an impressive record. I think it should be no problem for such an excellent Konoha shinobi to be appointed as the elder of Konoha. As for the second candidate, I will shamelessly recommend myself. During the Third World War, I led this Uchiha and successfully resisted the attack of the Mist Ninja Army. This created an opportunity for Konoha to defeat the other 3 ninja villages. This can be considered a great military achievement. Moreover, as the captain of the Konoha Guard, he has made significant contributions to the public security of Konoha. Let all the civilians of Konoha live and work in peace. Therefore, there is no problem for me, Uchiha Fugaku, to take on the position of elder. After finishing his words, Fugaku paused for a moment, took a breath, and then asked everyone. Okay, these are the 2 candidates I recommend. Now, who's in favor and who's against? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent with a blank expression, and the rest of the people also remained silent. Since they all remained silent, Fugaku took it as their agreement and said without hesitation. Well, it seems that you all have no objection. Well then, the 2 elder positions of Konoha will be held by me and my son Uchiha Itachi. I object. Mitokado Homura couldn't stand it anymore and finally raised his objection. He turned to look at Fugaku and said in a deep voice. Fugaku, you eat in such an ugly way. You Uchiha want the position of elder, that's fine. But you, Uchiha, can only choose one person to serve as the elder. As for the other elder position, we still need to select someone else to take it. At this point, Mitokado Homura glanced at Rukawa out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that the latter was resting with his eyes closed and had no intention of joining in, he continued. Also, if any of you Uchiha are elected as Konoha's elders, you will need to hand over the power of the guard. The Uchiha clan will no longer be the guards. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen used his eyes to hint at Mitokado Homura frantically, signaling him not to say any more. If you continue talking about it, you might get into trouble. Mitokado Homura saw it, but ignored it. He has already turned on the politician mode, all kinds of verbal attacks emerge in his mind, and he can't stop at all. Although Uchiha Rukawa was instrumental in exposing Danzo, the damage caused by his battle was also enormous. Countless buildings and houses were destroyed, and the casualties were countless. All these factors combined have caused immeasurable economic losses to Konoha. While speaking, Mitokado Homura observed Rukawa out of the corner of his eye, and seeing that Rukawa still had no reaction, he spoke more and more excitedly. We could have used the Shimura clan's money to rebuild after the war, but because the entire Shimura clan's land was leveled, all of their finances were wiped out. Therefore, the funds for post-war reconstruction will be borne largely by you, the Uchiha. It's not much, just 1 billion taels will do. Mitokado Homura slowly raised a finger. According to Mitokado Homura, Uchiha Fugaku wanted to serve as Konoha's elder. It would require the power of the security forces and an additional 10 billion taels in exchange. Of course, Fugaku would never agree to such harsh conditions. Bang! He slapped the table and said angrily, Impossible! You want Uchiha to pay 100 million ryo? You're just wishful thinking? Humph! You are just daydreaming. If you don't hand over the power of the guard, plus 10 billion ryo, you Uchiha will never be able to take the position of Konoha elder. Mitokado Homura snorted coldly and refused to give in. Why? Fugaku was not convinced. When you Uchiha people fought, you didn't care about your surroundings at all and destroyed many houses and buildings. The Uchiha mentioned here refers to Uchiha Rukawa. But he still had some concerns, so he didn't say the name directly. Without waiting for Fugaku to refute, Mitokado Homura continued. That's enough. I don't want to waste any more time talking to you. Just these 2 conditions, if you agree, then we can talk. If you don't agree, then there's no point in talking. Kr. Advertisement. Fugaku gritted his teeth in anger and was about to say something, but at this moment, Rukawa, who was sitting at the main seat, opened his eyes and said calmly. Okay, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. The root invaded the Uchiha, causing destruction to the Uchiha's land and countless losses. Konoha should compensate the Uchiha with 1 billion ryo. The 2 elder positions are held by Fugaku and Itachi respectively. Do you have any objections? After hearing these words, the 3rd generation who were sitting at the lower seat wanted to loudly denounce Rukawa for being shameless. The destruction of the Uchiha lands. The reason for this was the fight between Rukawa and Itachi, and it had nothing to do with the root at all. But after thinking about the consequences of such a rebuttal, he decisively chose to shut up. If you are not as strong as others, just accept whatever they say. I feel extremely frustrated. Sarutobi Hiruzen could bear it, but Mitokado Homura couldn't. Bang! He slammed the table heavily and retorted loudly. Nonsense. The destruction of the Uchiha land was caused by you, don't get into the root of the problem. At this moment, at the negotiation table, he, as an old politician, is the supreme ruler. No one is allowed to talk more nonsense than him at this table. Don't even think about asking Konoha to pay 1 billion ryo to you Uchiha. He sneered and said sarcastically, also, didn't you say you were just here to listen? Now you come to butt in on the action, really? The mocking words were not finished yet, the next moment. Bang! Rukawa slapped him in the air, and an invisible gust of wind was blown out, instantly blowing him away. Boom! The wall was dented and spiderweb like cracks spread in all directions. At the same time, Rukawa's long voice came over. Seeing that you are so excited, the 1 billion taels will be paid by your Mito clan. A-hole! I was negotiating with you, why did you suddenly attack me? Mitokado Homura was furious, pointing his finger at Rukawa and questioning him harshly. This is a negotiation, not a fight. Why would you hit someone just because of a disagreement? At this moment, he felt very angry, his temper was rising and his head was dizzy. He even forgot that the person opposite him was a ruthless person who dared to attack the third generation. Not convinced? Then 2 billion, Rukawa said expressionlessly. Get lost. I won't give you a penny, Mitokado Homura roared and snarled. 3 billion. Go to hell, you are daydreaming. Mitokado Homura ignored his image and cursed directly at the slope. Call out. An air bomb whizzed over, and with a bang, a big hole appeared in the wall behind Mitokado Homura. Gulp. Looking at the hole that was only 5.3 millimeters away from his head. Mitokado Homura swallowed hard, cold sweat started to flow down 10 times. At this moment, he finally reacted and then felt a sense of fear. The other party is not a politician, but a cruel and ruthless person. What on earth was he doing just now? How dare you challenge such a vicious person? Do you think your life is too long? 4 billion. Rukawa said slowly. Mitokado Homura's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. 4 billion, that's the price of 114 asumas. This is an astronomical figure. Although he was an elder of Konoha, he made a lot of money on a daily basis. Over the years, I have accumulated a lot of savings. But even so, adding up all the assets together wouldn't be enough to make that much money. Unless the entire Mito clan's foundation is completely drained. In this way, perhaps, probably, it is possible to collect so much money. This is to dig up the roots of his Mito clan. However, under Rukawa's calm gaze, Mitokado Homura wisely chose to keep his mouth shut. If I say one more word, the number might increase from 4 billion to 5 billion. After waiting for a while, seeing that Mitokado Homura did not refute, Rukawa nodded slightly and said with satisfaction. Well, it seems you agreed. In that case, then, the 2 vacant elder positions. Fugaku and Itachi were in charge, and the guard team was left under the control of Uchiha. In addition, the Mito clan voluntarily donated 4 billion to Uchiha as funds for house reconstruction. The above is the entire content of this meeting. Anyone who has any objections can boldly raise them. Rukawa sat up straight, looking calm, and waited for the others to speak. Everyone present laughed, haha, in their hearts. In this situation, even if they have objections, they dare not raise them. Unless they are tired of living. Chapter 68 Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu. Shocked. This kid is incredible. After a few minutes, seeing that no one spoke, Rukawa immediately said. Since no one has raised any objections, that means you all agree. This meeting is now over, adjourned. Rukawa stood up and strode towards the door of the conference room. As he was about to walk out of the conference room, Rukawa suddenly turned around and looked at Mitokado Homura who had already stood up and said calmly. By the way, don't let me find out that you squeezed the 4 billion taels from the common people, otherwise. After saying that, he flicked his finger. With a loud bang, a 2-meter high hole suddenly appeared in the wall behind Mitokado Homura. Through the hole, you can directly see the scenery outside. Also, remember to pay the money quickly, and don't make me go to your Mito clan to collect the debt in person. After giving this reminder, Rukawa walked out of the meeting room. Seeing this, Fugaku hurriedly followed. When the other clan leaders saw the 2 leaving, they all looked at each other in bewilderment. At this moment, they didn't know what to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the chair with an expressionless face, like a stone sculpture, and had no intention of saying a word. Seeing this, except for Hyuga Hiyashi, the other family heads also began to leave one after another. Anyway, they are just here to join in the fun, so just treat it as coming here to watch a show and have some fun. And after this meeting, they saw it clearly. The Uchiha clan mainly targets the top leaders of Konoha. As long as these families don't do anything stupid and take the initiative to provoke Uchiha, Uchiha will not attack them for no reason. When gods fight, mortals suffer. It is better for families like them to stay away from the center of the vortex. Even the pro-Hokage Ino Shikacho clans chose to remain neutral after witnessing Rukawa's terrifying power. Alas, With the existence of a freak like Uchiha Rukawa in the Uchiha clan, I'm afraid the future of Konoha will change. Nara Shikaku, the last one to walk out of the conference room, looked back at the third generation's backs and sighed helplessly in his heart. The other ninja clan leaders had all left, and at this moment, only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Midokado Homura, and Hyuga Hiruzen were left in the conference room. The expressions of the three people were all extremely ugly. They wanted to use this meeting to plot against Uchiha, but not only did they fail to do so, they also lost a member. Boom! Midokado Homura slapped the conference table hard, and many cracks appeared on the smooth surface. A hole! You are simply going too far and are beyond the law. You want me to pay 4 billion to Uchiha? No way. Upon hearing this, the third generation reminded. Homura, don't you know what kind of person Uchiha Rukawa is? You want the Mito clan to follow in the footsteps of the Shimura clan? After a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and advised helplessly. So, I still advise you to be patient and give up what you need to give up. Damn it, am I going to compromise with that robber? Midokado Homura gnashed his teeth in anger, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. That's 4 billion. How can you just take it out and take it out? Hiruzen, are you, as the Hokage, going to allow the village elders to be robbed? In excitement, Midokado Homura directly put the blame on third generation. He believed that it was the incompetence of the other Hokage that led to him being blackmailed for 4 billion. Homura, what do you mean? Are you going to blame me? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said unhappily. At that time, I was clearly hinting at you like crazy. Can you blame me for this? As the Hokage, you should also offer some words of support instead of just standing by and watching? Midokado Homura argued. Help you? Huh? You want to make me blackmailed by Uchiha Rukawa, so you will be satisfied, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen is a funny guy. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Hyuga Hiyashi on the side quickly interrupted and said in a deep voice. Okay, you two, there's no point in arguing about this now. The problem we are facing now is how to deal with Uchiha Rukawa. Should we just let him ride on our heads and shit on us? Humph. Uchiha Rukawa is too arrogant and domineering. He will get his comeuppance sooner or later. Sarutobi Hiruzen cold road. Oh, Hiruzen, do you have a way to deal with that bandit? Midokado Homura's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he looked at the third generation and asked. Don't be in a hurry. Once I think about it carefully, I will naturally come up with a solution. After hearing this, both of them looked speechless. It seems that you have no solution at all, so what are you talking about here with all your confidence? Snort. Noticing the expressions on the two people's faces at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly and said dissatisfiedly. What's with the look on your faces? Don't you trust me at all? Even though Uchiha Rukawa looks invincible now, everyone has weaknesses. To enhance his persuasiveness, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an example. Just like Uchiha Madara back then, he was the strongest in the ninja world, but in the end he was still defeated by Shodai. Although we don't have a ninja as powerful as Shodai, as long as I find the weakness of Uchiha Rukawa, it will be his death. Advertisement: the Uchiha clan will eventually be doomed to extinction. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this confidently, and finally reminded. By the way, during this period of time, we should be patient and try not to provoke those crazy people in Uchiha. Why? The two sighed helplessly. They couldn't afford to defend him, so they could only hide away. At this time, Midokado Homura's face suddenly became extremely serious, and he said in a low voice. You two, let's put aside the issue of Uchiha Rukawa for now. I have something more important to discuss with you. Huh? Is there anything more important than dealing with Uchiha Rukawa? Seeing each other so serious, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hyuga Hiyashi pricked up their ears and listened carefully. After taking a long breath, Midokado Homura slowly spoke. It's about the 4 billion taels. Let's share that much money among our three families. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly seemed to remember something and said seriously. Sorry Homura, I have to go back and think about how to control the Uchiha clan, so I'll be leaving now. Abu, after saying that, he quickly formed seals, performed the body flicker technique, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Hyuga Hiyashi on the other side also hurriedly said. Oh no, I have to go back and inform my tribe members to keep a low profile and never provoke those Uchiha guys. Time is urgent, Elder Homura, I'm leaving first. He learned third generation, performed body flicker technique and left the meeting room. Midokado Homura looked very unhappy as he watched the two people fleeing in a flash. Damn, we agreed that we are allies in the United Front? How come he ran away faster than a man when I asked for help? It's just a plastic ally, so unreliable. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen went home to get a scroll and left in a hurry. After a while, he came to an extremely hidden secret base. This base has a small number of personnel, less than 20 people, but they are all his trustworthy confidants. Although there are few people, the experimental equipment equipped in the base are all the most advanced equipment in the ninja world. This is enough to show how much importance Sarutobi Hiruzen attaches to this place. That's right, this is the new department he secretly established. It was established for one purpose only, and that was to deal with Uchiha Rukawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the scroll to a confidant and said solemnly. Here are some relevant materials on Mark of the Tongue, and Caged Bird. Combining these two restricted forbidden techniques, I hope you can research a curse seal that can resist the Mangekyo Sharingan illusion as soon as possible. As long as they are prisoners in prison, no matter how serious their crimes are, they can be used as experimental materials and at your disposal. So, don't let me down. The sooner you produce results, the better. Yes, we will never let you down, Master Third Generation. In front of him, a confidant dressed as a researcher made a solemn promise, then immediately said with a worried look on his face. But, Third Generation Master, if you want to produce results quickly, you will need a lot of experimental materials. The prisoners in the prison are probably not enough. So many experimental materials, aren't they enough? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Not enough. The confidant shook his head, but his tone was very firm. In that case, we can only find other experimental materials. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were fierce and his face was cruel. He said fiercely. It seems that I may have to learn from Danzo's method. I believe that all sacrifices are worth it in order to deal with Uchiha Rukawa. While the Konoha high-level officials were meeting, on the outskirts of Konoha village, on the top branch of a giant tree. Suddenly, the space began to distort, and a figure wearing a black background, red clouds, and an orange vortex mask appeared out of thin air. A scarlet Sharingan looked towards Konoha village through the pupil of the mask. At this moment, many places in Konoha have turned into ruins, houses have collapsed, and many construction workers are coming and going, working hard on post-war reconstruction. This scene was suddenly a tragic scene after a war. What happened? Was Konoha attacked by someone? Did the Uchiha launch a coup in advance and fight with Konoha? Obito looked puzzled and asked the air beside him. The next moment, a huge pitcher plant slowly emerged, its leaves opening to the sides, revealing a strange half-black and half-white face. We have gathered enough intelligence, Wong. A few days ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen launched the Uchiha genocide plan. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened. Not only was the Uchiha clan not destroyed, but the root leader, Shimura Danzo, was chopped into a human stick. Tisk, tisk, what an unexpected ending. White Zetsu sighed with emotion. Accident. What accident? Obito was puzzled and asked with a frown. Hehe, do you want to know, Obito? Tell me what it feels like to poop, and I'll tell you this information. White Zetsu laughed and put forward his own conditions. I don't have time to joke with you here. Obito's voice turned cold. Advertisement. As Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Rukawa, who seemingly possesses the eternal Mangekyo. That night, he activated the complete form of Susanoo and directly wiped out the Shimura clan. Black Zetsu replied in a hoarse voice. White Zetsu, who was in the same body as him, sighed helplessly. He was so close to knowing what it felt like to poop. What a pity. Black Zetsu is such a boring guy, he only knows how to butt in. If I calculated correctly, Uchiha Itachi's brother seems to be only 7 years old. The Eternal Eye was opened at the age of 7, are you kidding me? Obito didn't believe it at all. After all, being able to open Mangekyo at the age of 7 is already considered magical, let alone the Eternal Eye. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, the intelligence we have obtained is indeed true. And when we first got this information, we were no less shocked than you. After confirmation from many aspects, it was undoubtedly a piece of information. After all, that night, anyone could see Susanoo, who was over 200 meters tall. Black Zetsu explained helplessly. It seems that Uchiha Rukawa is 100% a fake. Obito gave his own conclusion, then frowned and said. But, when did another pair of Eternal Eyes appear in the ninja world? Why, Obito, you don't believe that the Sharingan that can activate the perfect Susanoo is the Eternal Eye? Black Zetsu asked. Humph. Of course I don't believe it. Throughout the history of Uchiha, the only one who can open the Eternal Eye is Uchiha Madara, so I will never believe it before I see it with my own eyes. Obito snorted coldly and said. Let's try it out. I want to see if Uchiha Rukawa has opened the Eternal Eye. Oh, Obito, are you going to try it yourself? This is not like your style. Hearing this, Black Zetsu looked at Obito in surprise. In his impression, Obito was just like him, someone who was hiding behind the scenes and quietly doing things. How come he suddenly became so radical? This guy who suddenly appeared and is suspected to have the Eternal Eye, we must find out his background. Otherwise, our plan might encounter unnecessary accidents because of this guy. After a moment of silence, Obito continued. Of course, there is no need for me to personally test it. After all, it is not appropriate for my existence to be exposed to too many people too early. It's definitely not because he's afraid of flipping over. Obito added in his mind. If you don't take action, then are you going to send members of the organization to take action? Black Zetsu asked. Of course not. The organization was established not long ago, and every core member is a very valuable tool. Don't waste them before you use them up completely. Obito said calmly. In his eyes, all members of Akatsuki, including the leader Nagato, are just tools to help him collect the tailed beasts. Since it is a tool, it is natural to make good use of it. As for who to send to test the waters, just now, I suddenly thought of a very suitable candidate. Meet up at Konoha prison. The person I'm looking for is there. After saying that, Obito activated Kamui and disappeared from the spot. Konoha prison. I think I already know who the so-called suitable person is. Black Zetsu murmured. Who is it? Why can't I guess it? White Zetsu scratched the green hair on his head and asked in confusion. Stop talking nonsense. You'll know once you get there. Black Zetsu was too lazy to explain to this mentally deficient guy, and immediately controlled his body, slowly sinking into the ground while White Zetsu looked distressed. Konoha prison, the innermost part. Darkness and dampness are the main colors here, and an atmosphere of despair fills the space. All the prisoners imprisoned here are extremely evil. There is only one ending for the prisoners here, and that is to slowly die in agony. The extremely evil Shimura Danzo was imprisoned in a cell here. Since Danzo's jaw and tongue have been destroyed, he is unable to eat. In order to prevent him from starving to death, Danzo now relies on the delivery of nutrient solution to survive. Puff. Kakashi took the short sword out of Danzo's body, shook off the bloodline on the blade, and put it back into the scabbard. Throughout the whole process, Kakashi remained expressionless, like an emotionless robot. Hey, here we go again, Kakashi, do you hate Danzo so much? Although I have no objection to you torturing this B****************, if you accidentally kill him, we will be in trouble. Kakashi's companion who was guarding Danzo said helplessly. Don't worry, I know how to handle this properly. I won't let Danzo die so easily. Kakashi said calmly. That being said, it's troublesome for me to bandage Danzo every time. Although he said it was troublesome, his companion still took out a bandage and walked into the cell to bandage Danzo's wound. But after taking only 2 steps, his pupils suddenly shrank and he reminded loudly. Kakashi, watch out. In fact, he didn't need to remind him. With the intuition he had gained from years of fighting with others, Kakashi immediately realized that danger was coming. Chapter 69 Rukawa's Showdown. Lousy stops pretending. Madara-sama, Konoha is shocked. Someone was able to sneak in here without making any noise. Are they the remnants of the root, coming to rescue Danzo? With this thought in mind, Kakashi immediately prepared to twist his body and give the guy who was attacking him from behind a fierce flying kick. But the next moment, a strong hand pressed on his shoulder, followed by a strong suction force. At this moment, he felt it was extremely difficult to move his body. What's this? Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. In just a moment, he was sucked into the Kamui space without any resistance. Kakashi, damn it, a living person just disappeared out of thin air. The companion was both angry and frightened. He quickly took out the detonating talisman from his tool bag and prepared to detonate it. As a Jonin, Kakashi had no chance of resisting this mysterious man. Then he, whose strength was only that of a special Jonin, would be no match for him. So what he had to do now was to create some noise to tell the people outside that the prison had been invaded. It's just the struggle of an ant. Obito's indifferent voice came out. He used Kamui to send out a black rod, which instantly pierced through the head of Kakashi's companion. Several unignited detonating talismans fell helplessly to the ground. Tisk tisk, it seems you still remember the old friendship. You didn't kill Kakashi directly, but sucked him into the Kamui space. Zetsu came out from underground, glanced at Obito, and said teasingly. It's none of your business. I'll keep him for his own use. As he spoke, he brought Wong into the surveillance room. Looking at Danzo, whose limbs were broken and no longer looked like a human, the brows beneath the mask could not help but furrow deeply. I thought Ju's statement about being cut into a human stick was an exaggeration, but I didn't expect that he was really cut into a human stick. Tisk tisk, he's in such a terrible state. If he can't even move, what use can he be? White Zetsu looked at Danzo's miserable appearance and shook his head. They didn't understand how Danzo, who looked like this, could provide them with any help. Why don't we do a good deed and kill him off so he can be free? White Zetsu suggested. No, I am still useful, and I don't want to die. Danzo roared in his heart and began to shake his body wildly. He hopes to express his desire for life through this method. Yes, even though Danzo has become so miserable now, he still wants to live. Especially when he learned that someone had broken into the prison, seemingly looking for him, his desire to live became even stronger. Moreover, although he looked quite miserable at the moment, with the advanced medical level in the ninja world, it would not be a problem at all to completely cure him. If all else fails, you can go find Orochimaru and ask him to replace the missing parts with new ones. Therefore, as long as Danzo can be rescued, it won't be long before he can be fully resurrected. Then, revenge on the Uchiha clan. Therefore, at this moment, Danzo was extremely eager that this guy who suddenly appeared could rescue him. For this reason, he shook his body even harder. But this scene, in the eyes of White Zetsu, has a completely different meaning. See, I was right. He's shaking so hard, he must be begging us to kill him quickly. White Zetsu laughed, thinking he had guessed what Danzo was thinking. That's not what I meant. I want you to rescue me. Where did this idiot come from? Can you please shut up for me? Danzo was so angry that his body was shaking even more violently. Seeing this, White Zetsu's misunderstanding deepened, thinking that Danzo was urging him to act quickly, so he went out to appease him. Don't worry, I'll set you free. Hearing this, Danzo felt desperate. Unexpectedly, he died at the hands of a fool. How tragic. Just as White Zetsu was about to take action, he was stopped by Obito. I don't think Danzo wants to die. Tell Afe to come over and have him possess Danzo. I want to hear what Danzo himself has to say. Obito said calmly. A feeling of surviving a disaster came over Danzo, and he couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. Woohoo! Finally someone understood what he meant. It wasn't easy. But, who is Afe? Is he a very powerful medical ninja who can make himself speak immediately? With such doubts, Danzo, Obito and the other two began to wait silently. About half an hour later, White Zetsu named Afe slowly emerged from underground. Bring. Madara-sama, what do you want from me? Or do you want me to tell you what it feels like to poop? Pipe. Quote. Afe wanted to call Obito by his real name, but when he noticed Danzo lying next to him, he quickly changed his name. Possess him. Obito pointed at Danzo and instructed calmly. As for the subsequent questions about defecation, he simply chose to ignore them. Yes, although he didn't learn from Obito what it felt like to poop, Obito was not angry at all and obediently possessed Danzo. This is amazing. I can actually speak now, and even my jaw has been repaired. Advertisement. Also, my limbs grew back. It's incredible that the ninja world actually has such technology. Danzo stroked himself up and down, his tone full of wonder. Your body has not been repaired. I just lent it to you temporarily. If I were to leave your body now, you would return to your original form. Afe, who was possessing Danzo, explained. Then, he took the opportunity to put forward his conditions. Well, in exchange for using my body, you need to tell me what it feels like to poop. Danzo, I didn't expect that the guy who possessed me was such a moron and actually asked such a stupid question. Should he answer this question? But it was really embarrassing for him, the leader of the root, to answer such an embarrassing question. But if he doesn't answer, the other party will remove the possession, and he will return to his original state. It's really tangled. Just when Danzo was in a dilemma, a voice came and saved him. Hey, Danzo, your body was shaking so violently before, did you want me to give you a quick death? White Zetsu asked. Being a very smart man, he always felt that his guess was correct. Danzo turned to look at the half-black, half-white creature, and his face immediately darkened. Just because of this thing, I almost died here. No, that's not what I meant. Danzo's voice was filled with anger. Oh, it seems that I guessed wrong. What a pity. White Zetsu scratched his head and giggled, not feeling embarrassed at all. There was even a hint of regret in his expression, which made Danzo so angry that he almost felt itchy. Hey, Danzo, you should answer my question. Tell me what it feels like to poop. Otherwise, I will ignore you. Afe, who was in the possessed state, was immediately dissatisfied when he saw Danzo turned around and started chatting with White Zetsu. Damn, here comes this question again. Who are these guys? Why are they all so weird? Danzo cursed in his mind. Just as he was thinking of an excuse to refuse, Obito's indifferent voice came. Okay, enough of the small talk, let's get down to business first. Danzo, I want to know if you are still capable of testing Uchiha Rukawa now. Finally a normal person. Danzo was visibly relieved, if this guy wearing a vortex mask was also a weirdo. Then he really needs to think about whether he should follow these guys and escape from prison. It seems that you have a grudge against Uchiha Rukawa, so in that case, the butcher and you are friends. After all, the old man is in this state because of that guy, and I have an irreconcilable feud with the entire Uchiha clan. Danzo said hatefully. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not interested in your experience. Just ask if you can help me test Uchiha Rukawa's true strength. Seeing that Danzo wanted to say more, Obito quickly interrupted him, then raised his head slightly and said proudly. Also, please be aware of your identity. You are not worthy of being my friend, Uchiha Madara. You are just a temporary tool. Haha, Uchiha Madara, a strong man like you actually gets scared sometimes. I'm here to test you. Since Obito looked down on him, Danzo also mocked him without hesitation. Uchiha Madara, that is as famous as the first Hokage. How could the super powerful man who dominated an era be this timid guy in front of him? There is not even a hint of haki from a strong man, it is obviously a fake. If you say another word of nonsense, I will kill you right now. Obito said coldly, a strong murderous aura rising up. His identity does not need to be questioned by a disabled person like Danzo. Understood, Madara-sama, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Although he felt extremely aggrieved, Danzo still bowed to show his submission. Don't worry, Master Madara. Don't be fooled by my miserable appearance, but I have been managing the root for so many years, and I am not a vegetarian. There is a top secret foundation at the root. Apart from me, only a few people know about it. It is a place that will never be discovered. There, I find the secret weapon that I have researched. Although this research has not been completed, the progress is only about 3000%. But there is absolutely no problem in using it to help Madara-sama test Uchiha Rukawa's strength. If it works well, it is not impossible to destroy the entire Uchiha or even the entire Konoha. Danzo assured confidently, I hope that secret weapon you mentioned is really as powerful as you said. Obito's voice was very calm, because he was happy and not sad. Don't worry, I won't let Madara-sama down. If I had taken out the secret weapon that night. Even if Uchiha Rukawa was born into this freak clan, the Uchiha clan could not escape the fate of being exterminated. Danzo made a promise. Then, Danzo told them a location, and they rushed towards the so-called secret base. Before leaving, White Zetsu handled the scene according to Obito's instructions and summoned 3 clones. Using a special transformation technique, they transformed into Danzo, Kakashi, and another guard. Advertisement. With White Zetsu's extremely strong camouflage ability, even if the Byakugan is turned on, no clues can be seen. Thanks to you, Senior. If you hadn't been here to support me, I would have been fooled by those old foxes like Sarutobi Hiruzen at the negotiation table. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to win one of the 2 elder positions. On the way back to the Uchiha clan land, Fugaku looked at Rukawa with a grateful look on his face. Strength is everything. As long as you are strong enough, you can overturn the table if you want, no matter what the rules are. Rukawa said calmly. Yes, yes, yes. Senior is right. Fugaku nodded in agreement quickly, looking towards Rukawa with eyes full of envy. It would be great if he also had such strength. How dare those third-generation executives target Uchiha? But it's not bad now. As long as he holds on to the strong man in front of him, Uchiha's status in Konoha will only get higher and higher. After walking for a while, Fugaku suddenly asked. Senior, you said, Sarutobi Hiruzen suffered such a big loss today, will he be unable to hold back and find an excuse to attack us Uchiha? Rukawa fell into deep thought after hearing this. After thinking about Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance in his previous life, he said. Based on my understanding of the old guy, the probability that he will do something desperate is very small. There is a high probability that he will choose to continue to be patient. This is so tolerable. Fugaku was surprised. What Rukawa did in the meeting room could no longer be described as excessive. It was simply shitting on the heads of Konoha's top brass. Not only did he kill a Konoha elder on the spot, he also snatched away the positions of 2 elders and extorted a huge sum of money. Being able to endure all this, Fugaku could only sigh inwardly that the 3rd generation was an old B***********, and he had no other thoughts. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Rukawa's mind. Ding. Trigger the mission, disguise yourself as the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, and make the Uchiha clan believe you. Task successful, get sign in times +1. My goodness, your mission was triggered so abruptly. There was really no sign at all. Rukawa complained in his heart, and the reward was too little, there was only one sign in opportunity. But no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Anyway, there is nothing else to do now, and the task is not difficult, so Rukawa decided to complete it. So he stopped, and then raised his eyebrows as if he remembered something. By the way, I don't think I have told you my true identity yet. Yes, Senior, we don't know your true identity yet. Are you going to reveal it? Fugaku's eyes lit up and he asked expectantly. That's right, go gather all the ninjas above the rank of Chunin in the clan to the clan's training ground. Rukawa nodded slightly and gave instructions to Fugaku. Senior, it's about your true identity, can I not discuss it with you first? Fugaku moved closer to Rukawa, rubbed his hands, and gave a servile smile, which made Rukawa frown. Such a wicked smile, it must be a good thing. When OK Zhao, Rukawa drove him away, go. Stop talking nonsense here. Seeing that Rukawa seemed a little angry, Fugaku still didn't dare to express his thoughts. I lied to show off in front of my fellow tribesmen. He said that Zuo at this moment was his real son and the ace he had been secretly cultivating. But in this situation, Rukawa refused to cooperate, and he dared not force it, because his lies would be exposed. Oh, if I had known earlier, I shouldn't have told such a big lie just for the sake of pretending. Fugaku sighed helplessly, shook his head and went to inform his tribesmen. At the Uchiha family training ground, Rukawa arrived first and raised a platform using the earth style. Rukawa stood on the podium and nodded with satisfaction. Only then did he feel like a leader was speaking. Swish. The sound of breaking air sounded. Itachi, who learned that Rukawa was going to reveal his identity, was the first to arrive here. He looked expressionlessly at Rukawa standing on the platform. This is not his brother. He only cares about what happened to his real brother. Soon, with Itachi's arrival, other Uchiha members also came over one after another, all looking at Rukawa standing on the stage with curiosity. I'm curious about who this mysterious strong man who suddenly appeared, wiped out the Shimura clan, and helped the Uchiha clan survive the disaster. Abu. Fugaku suddenly appeared, came to Rukawa, and reported in a low voice. Senior, all the clan members above Chunin have gathered here. Rukawa responded softly, raising his chin towards the audience. Signaled Fugaku to go down and stop interrupting my speech. After Fugaku came to the stage, Rukawa looked down. Looking at the Uchiha tribe members who all had curious expressions on their faces, he suddenly said loudly. I'm sure you're all very curious about my identity. Okay, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my true colors. I'm actually the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. My name is Otsutsuki Indra. Boom. One word can cause 1,000 waves. As soon as Rukawa said this, there was an uproar at the scene. Chapter 70 Mission accomplished. Uchiha Itachi. Otsutsuki. The pretty boy standing on the stage turned out to be the ancestor of their Uchiha clan. It feels a bit ridiculous. The ancestor of Uchiha must have lived thousands of years ago. After so many years, even the bones have turned to ashes, how can a person still be alive? All the Uchiha people looked at Rukawa with suspicion, obviously not believing him. Noticing the expressions of the crowd, Rukawa was not surprised, as it was all within his expectations. Anyone who sees a guy suddenly appear in front of him and says he is his ancestor or something like that will think he is a liar. No one will believe it. Rukawa had already prepared a plan for this situation, and immediately said aloud. I know you all don't believe it, and that's right. After all, as the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, I lived thousands of years ago, and it's impossible for me to be alive today. That's right, the real me died thousands of years ago. The me now is actually a reincarnation, reincarnated into the body of a young man named Rukawa. In other words, I am Uchiha Rukawa, and also your ancestor, Otsutsuki Indra. After these words were spoken, many Uchiha people looked towards Fugaku in the front, with a bit of contempt in their eyes. Patriarch, didn't you say that this was your son, the ace you secretly spent countless resources to cultivate for your family? My goodness, now that my son has become my ancestor, it's simply super doubled. Fugaku had a blank expression on his face, with his arms crossed over his chest, as if to say, as long as I'm not embarrassed, you're the ones who are embarrassed. However, he chose to believe what Rukawa said. After all, they are the strongest among the current ninja world, so there is no need to deceive them. But I was very surprised about Rukawa's true identity at this moment. I never expected that my second child is actually the reincarnation of my ancestor. No wonder, he used to like Rukawa so much, it turned out that he was his ancestor. No wonder. It's just that the son became the ancestor, and the generation relationship always feels a bit weird. Well, never mind, this is my ancestor. What son? Do you want such a powerful person to be your son? Maybe you think your life is too long. Good. From now on, Uchiha Rukawa will be the ancestor of his Fugaku. Fugaku quickly put himself in the right position in his mind, and secretly warned himself not to treat Rukawa as his son, otherwise he would die. What's going on? There are still people who don't believe this. On the stage, Rukawa frowned slightly, not hearing the system say the mission was completed. In other words, there are still many Uchiha people below who don't believe what he said. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rose from Rukawa. Under the overwhelming pressure, the 813 Uchiha people below felt as if someone was pinching their hearts, and breathing became difficult. With my strength, crushing you to death is as easy as crushing a group of ants, so there is no need for me to deceive you at all. Rukawa spoke calmly. Since there are still people who don't believe it, he can only use his strength to force them to believe it. Feeling this terrifying pressure, the Uchiha people who still didn't believe it immediately reacted. That's right. There's no need to deceive such a powerful person. Great ancestors. Greetings to the ancestors. Ancestor Great Wei Wu. Quote. The Uchiha people below immediately shouted enthusiastically at Rukawa. Regardless of whether Rukawa is the real ancestor of the Uchiha, even if he is not. But having such a powerful person as their ancestor and backer, the Uchiha clan is not at a disadvantage at all. Seeing that his method was effective, Rukawa nodded with satisfaction. When he focused his attention in his mind and prepared to hear the system say, mission completed. A loud shout suddenly came from below the crowd. It's fake, don't be fooled by him. What ancestor of the Uchiha clan? Bah, this is pure nonsense, he is a liar. Uchiha Yashira pointed at Rukawa, looking excited and yelling with a red face. Seeing Rukawa's cold gaze sweeping over him, he couldn't help swallowing, and suddenly felt his heart open up. However, when he saw so many tribesmen present, he remembered the analysis made by the third generation in the morning, which was. This guy who pretended to be Uchiha Rukawa sneaked into Uchiha and wanted to gain the favor of the Uchiha people. He must have a purpose. Therefore, as a member of the Uchiha tribe, there is no danger to my life if I reveal the other party's identity in front of so many tribesmen. Thinking of this, and seeing so many of his clansmen casting their eyes upon him, Uchiha Yashira suddenly gained confidence. He pointed at Rukawa and said in a strong, unquestionable voice. Now, let me reveal this guy's true identity to you. Having said this, he took a deep breath and prepared to say loudly, Uchiha Rukawa's true identity is a monster. Boom. Rukawa on the high platform slapped out with a slap, and an invisible strong wind whistled out, and Uchiha Yashira was blown into a pool of blood on the spot. Rukawa retracted his hand, and the eternal Mangekyo suddenly opened, saying coldly. I told you, there's no point in me deceiving you. In front of these eyes, I don't want to hear any questioning voices. As soon as the words fell, a pressure even stronger than before descended, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. That Sharingan has such powerful pupil power, it really is the eternal eye. This is simply incredible. Fugaku looked at Rukawa's eyes at this moment, and his voice trembled a little. Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene. Now, no one will stop believing in Rukawa. Ding. Mission completed. Sign in chance +1. Hearing the system prompt sound, Rukawa nodded with satisfaction. After he recovered his eyes, he disappeared from the spot. It's interesting that you can actually follow my body flicker technique. Rukawa stopped on the roof of a house, looked back at Itachi who was following him, and asked calmly. Why, Do you want to be tortured again? Hearing this, Itachi slowly shook his head with a bitter look on his face. I'm not here to cause you any trouble. Of course, with my strength, I'm not worthy of causing you any trouble. Well, it seems that you are quite self-aware. Rukawa nodded in agreement and then asked. Since you're not here to be tortured, then why do you come to me? Itachi took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Since my brother is your reincarnation, can we say that my brother Uchiha Rukawa no longer exists? Or can you say that it was because of your so-called reincarnation that my brother was killed? And, after a moment's silence, Rukawa replied. You can understand it that way, but saying that I killed your brother is nonsense. The original Uchiha Rukawa is also me, but I haven't awakened my memory and strength yet. That's why I look so innocent. You should feel honored that your brother is my reincarnation. Rukawa looked proud, looked at Itachi opposite him, raised his eyebrows and said. Of course, if you stubbornly believe that I killed your brother, you can choose to take revenge on me. But I can't guarantee that I won't kill you by accident. Itachi shook his head and said bitterly. Revenge. Forget it. I'll just pretend my brother Uchiha Rukawa doesn't exist. Besides, you were the one who saved Uchiha, so I shouldn't have attacked you. Oh, is that really the case? Isn't it because you can't beat me? Rukawa scoffed. Ferret. Damn it, why do I suddenly want to beat up this guy in front of me? As expected, his original brother is cuter. After a moment of silence, Itachi felt a little awkward, but hesitantly spoke. Well, first, ancestor, can I ask you for a favor? If you have to fart, just fart now, stop talking like a woman. Rukawa said impatiently. My mother's place. Could you please not tell her your true identity? If my mother knew the truth, she would be very sad. Itachi pleaded with Rukawa with a sincere look on his face. I didn't expect you to be such a filial son. If Laozi hadn't come through, you would have been merciless to your own mother. Rukawa sneered in his heart. Although it is very difficult for you to be my son, I really don't want to make my mother sad. Please, my ancestor, Itachi begged. Rukawa was also surprised to see Itachi showing such an expression. Okay, you don't have to be so exaggerated. Uchiha Makoto is a good mother. I will have my own explanation and will never make her sad. Quote. CBEG, Rukawa agreed. He can just use the same rhetoric he used to fool Izumi when talking to Uchiha Makoto. The general meaning is that he was visited by the Sage of Six Paths in his dream, and then blah blah. The main reason is that Uchiha Makoto's cooking is really delicious, and Rukawa doesn't want to make this top chef sad. Thank you, ancestor. Itachi showed gratitude, and his favorability towards Rukawa suddenly increased significantly. Suddenly I felt that this ancestor's temper wasn't that bad. Very easy to talk to. At least, he is not the arrogant person who cannot communicate and looks down on others. A few days later, Mitokado Homura delivered the money, which was the 4 billion. Of course, Rukawa didn't have time to count, so Fugaku counted them all. Not a penny more, not a penny less. It was quite surprising. After all, the money was collected in such a short time, less than 10 days. It can be seen that the Mito family is quite rich. If I had known earlier, I would have extorted more. Rukawa thought with some regret. During this period, Rukawa also used a sign in opportunity. In the end, I pulled out 3 pounds of beef jerky, which was a waste, but it tasted pretty good. Sure enough, after the European emperor comes the non-European emperor. Advertisement. At this time, Fugaku came over with a scroll in his hand, handed it to Rukawa, and said respectfully. My lord ancestor, I have counted them all. These are your 4 billion. I have sealed them all in the scroll. Keep it for yourself and use it as a standing fund for your family. Besides, I'm not interested in money. As he spoke, Rukawa made a classic gesture of Lao Ma. Thank you, ancestor. Fugaku looked grateful, quickly put away the scroll, and flattered. It seems that my vision is too narrow. Money is like dirt in the eyes of our ancestors. Rukawa nodded slightly to show his agreement. With his current strength, he can get as much money as he wants. Money. After flattering, Fugaku looked at Rukawa, hesitated for a moment, and then asked. It is like this, ancestor. A few days ago, I discussed with the elders of the clan about the position of the clan leader. I would like to ask you, ancestor, to serve as a member of the Uchiha family. I wonder what you mean, ancestor. Fugaku looked at Rukawa expectantly, his eyes bright, and he really hoped that the other party would agree. Moreover, he did not resist at all and was willing to give up the position of clan leader. After all, Rukawa is far superior to him in both strength and status. I believe that under the leadership of this ancestor, the Uchiha will definitely become more prosperous, and becoming the largest clan in the ninja world is just around the corner. I don't have time to manage the family's mess. Don't let me be the clan leader. Rukawa flatly refused. Now he is very powerful and is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Have strength and status. I can have as much fun as I want, and spend as much time as I want. I am so free, but I don't want to have a crappy job to restrict myself. I am sorry for being so presumptuous. A mere Uchiha tribe leader is not worthy of such a noble status as yours, ancestor. Fugaku looked disappointed and gave a flattering comment. But I was complaining madly in my heart. What do you mean by no time management? This is pure bullshit. Every day I just eat and drink in the Konoha snack street, and basically do nothing. I didn't expect that my ancestor was actually a foodie. After complaining in his heart for a while, Fugaku calmed down, his face became serious, and he got down to business. My ancestor, since Mitokado Homura has handed over the money, it means that Sarutobi Hiruzen and his gang of old foxes have chosen to continue to be patient. If you keep doing this, both sides will be safe. If this situation had happened before, I would have been very happy to see it. But now, I'm very unwilling. After a pause, Fugaku gritted his teeth and said. Especially when I knew that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to exterminate my Uchiha clan, I already regarded the third generation as my mortal enemy. I really can't bear the consequences if I don't bring disgrace upon third generation as soon as possible. Fugaku looked at Rukawa and asked. So I beg you, ancestor, to quickly think of a way to bring down that old guy from third generation and get him out of office. Stop eating and drinking all day long, can you please do some work first? Of course, Fugaku said the last complaint in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud, or he would be beaten to death. Can't you figure out a solution yourself? Don't rely on me for everything. Rukawa frowned. My ancestor. You know that our people are easily angered and impulsive. Although they are first-rate fighters, asking them to come up with strategies is simply putting them in a difficult position. Fugaku looked helpless and continued. My wisdom is not even 1/10,000th of yours, ancestor. I really can't think of any way to make Sarutobi Hiruzen like Danzo, disgraced and despised by everyone. So I can only ask you, ancestor, to find a solution. Humph. Since that old fellow Sarutobi Hiruzen is so patient, I want to see how long he can endure. Next, we will attack Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Rukawa sneered and told the solution he had come up with. Fugaku's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked at Rukawa with admiration, praising him repeatedly. That's great, that's great. Jinchuriki is the most important weapon for every village, I don't believe that old Sarutobi can still hold back. And with Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in our hands, the strength of our Uchiha clan will be further enhanced. You are worthy of being our ancestor, you hit 2 targets with 1 arrow. A random plan is so ingenious, so amazing, so. Stop bragging. It gives me goosebumps. Fugaku was not embarrassed when his flattery was interrupted, and said seriously. Well, I will send the elites of the tribe to capture Nine-Tails Jinchuriki now. Who told you to do this? Just grab Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Aren't we the ones who are unreasonable? Rukawa scolded. Then what do you mean, ancestor? Fugaku scratched his head in confusion. Humph. We not only want Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but we also want to stand at the highest moral point. Let everyone agree that what we did was right and correct, and that old man Sarutobi will be completely speechless. Rukawa folded his arms across his chest and sneered. Chapter 71 Rukawa's Power. Uchiha Izumi. Obito. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This. How should we do this? It seems impossible, right? Fugaku frowned, his doubts deepened. You are actually transporting nuclear weapons to your doorstep, and you still want others to think that what you are doing is fine. Is that possible? He felt that Rukawa was bragging. Otherwise, just like last time, they could use tough measures to force the third generation to hand over the control of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Is this not pure robbery? How could anyone else agree? Don't worry about this. I'll take care of it myself. Just wait for me to bring Nine-Tails Jinchuriki back to Uchiha. Rukawa looked calm and did not reveal any specific details. Fugaku was a little disappointed because he didn't know the method, but when he heard Rukawa said he would do it himself, he immediately became excited. Okay, since the ancestor has personally taken action, then I have nothing to worry about. I will definitely make Nine-Tails Jinchuriki legitimately belong to our temple Zimi. I wonder if the ancestor needs help. If so, I can arrange for the elites of the family to help you. Unnecessary. Rukawa waved his hand and used the body flicker technique to disappear on the spot. On the way to the Uchiha tribe's land, Rukawa was walking and thinking. If we're looking for Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, then we're looking for Uzumaki Naruto. Rukawa planned to go to the ninja school first. At this time, it was still school time, so Naruto should be in the ninja school. Since he traveled through time, he has never been to the ninja school. After all, he has no interest in playing house with a bunch of little brats. I don't know if the battle a few days ago affected the school. If the school is gone, I can only go to Naruto's house. So where is Naruto's house? Whoosh. While Rukawa was daydreaming, a dark shadow rushed out from the alley and rushed towards him. Just as Rukawa was about to slap the blind guy away. Plop. A young Uchiha knelt before him. My dear ancestor, I finally met you. The young man had an excited look on his face and his eyes were full of fanaticism, as if he had seen his idol, and his speech was a little incoherent. He pointed at his face and said excitedly. Yes, it's me, Uchiha Tiehuo. I wonder if you still remember me, ancestor. Rukawa frowned and shook his head. He had no impression of the name, and his appearance was ordinary, just a minor role. He would not remember such a minor role. Uchiha Tiehuo also felt embarrassed when he saw this, and quickly explained. You are indeed a forgetful person. I was one of the 3 people who wanted to attack Miss Quan and you taught me a lesson. And you destroyed my Sharingan, and now I have a pair of ordinary eyes instead. Oh, it's you. I have some impression of you. Why, do you want to seek revenge on me? Rukawa narrowed his eyes slightly, but his voice was unusually calm. No, no, how dare I seek revenge on you, my ancestor? Uchiha shook his head like a rattle. Besides, I deserve it if you teach me a lesson. At that time, I was bewitched by Uchiha Yashira and actually wanted to attack my own people. I deserve to die. Since you're not here to seek revenge on me, then just fart now and don't waste my time. Rukawa said expressionlessly. My lord, I would like you to accept me as your disciple. Bang! Uchiha Tiehuo kowtowed deeply to Rukawa, and a lot of blood flowed from his forehead, showing his sincerity. He raised his head, revealing his bloody face, his eyes were extremely sincere, and he said excitedly. I know that my strength and talent are nothing compared to our ancestors. But please believe in my perseverance, ancestor. I have a heart that wants to become stronger, no matter how hard or tiring it is, I will definitely persevere. Oh, do you want to become stronger and then take revenge on me? Rukawa asked calmly. No, no, of course not. Uchiha Tiehuo shook his head quickly. My purpose of becoming stronger is to atone for my sins. After all, I dared to attack my own people before. I was worse than a beast. I know that the relationship between my family and the Konoha high-level officials is like fire and water at the moment, and a war will happen sooner or later. As a member of the Uchiha clan who made mistakes, I should make amends, charge into battle, and risk my life for my clan. However, my strength is weak, let alone fighting for the family, it would be difficult to save my own life, I would just be a cannon fodder. Uchiha Tiehuo had a helpless look on his face, but his eyes were full of determination as he looked at Rukawa. So, I beg the ancestor to accept me as his disciple. No matter what means you use to train me, I will accept it. As long as it can make me stronger, so that I can contribute more to the family. Boom boom boom. After saying that, Uchiha Tiehuo kowtowed 3 times to Rukawa. Advertisement. As the saying goes, a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. Since the other party was so sincere, Rukawa of course, rejected. His goal is to try all the delicacies in the ninja world, but he has no time to accept any apprentices. It's definitely not because the other party has low talent or something, he's already over 20 years old, but he's only at the level of a chunin. It's just a rip. Although Rukawa refused, he was able to show the other party a clear way forward. I have no intention of accepting a disciple. But since you are so determined to become stronger, you can go find my guy. He's the guy with the pot lid hairstyle and green tights, who runs dozens or even hundreds of laps around the outer perimeter of Konoha every day. If you practice according to that guy's method, your strength will definitely improve. As long as you can persist. Rukawa said lightly, pushing for a suitable mentor for the other party. With Guy's personality, if you ask him to train with you, he will never refuse, and he may even be surprised. XXX. Uchiha Tiehuo thought about what he would look like in the green tights and shook his head wildly. No, no, that guy can't compare to you, the ancestor. Besides, how could he, an outsider, teach me, a member of the Uchiha tribe, wholeheartedly? So please, ancestor, teach me. I told you I don't accept any disciples. Don't bother me anymore. Rukawa frowned slightly, ignored him, walked around him and continued walking forward. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Tiehuo rushed over, hugged Rukawa's legs tightly, and kept begging. Please, please, ancestor, please accept me as your disciple, please accept me. Let go. My patience is limited. Rukawa looked down and his voice immediately turned cold. No, I will never let go. As long as you, the ancestor, don't agree, I will never give up. Uchiha Tiehuo's expression was firm, and his whole body revealed a kind of momentum that he would not give up until the task was completed. But his behavior at this moment is like that of a scoundrel. Roll. Rukawa raised his foot and kicked, and Uchiha Tiehuo instantly let go, and the whole person flew backwards, then hit a roadside telephone pole and stopped. There were no serious injuries because Rukawa controlled the force. After all, the other party's intention is good, to strengthen the family's strength, but his behavior is rather disgusting. Rukawa wouldn't kill the other party just because of such a small matter. Of course, if Uchiha Tiehuo dares to pester her like a dog in the future, Rukawa will not be so easy to talk to. After resolving the sudden incident, Rukawa continued to rush towards the ninja school. Sitting on the ground with his back against the telephone pole. After making sure that Rukawa had left completely, the enthusiasm and excitement on Uchiha Tiehuo's face disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a gloomy look on his face. Hole. Do you really think you are invincible just because you have some strength? How arrogant. Uchiha Tiehuo sneered and murmured. But it's okay this way, because your arrogance has delayed me for quite a while. It's been such a long time, Daohuo, you better not make any mistakes on your end. After standing there for a few more minutes, Uchiha wiped the bloodline off his forehead and left as if nothing had happened. After a while, he left the Uchiha territory and quickly came to a hidden alley. At the end of the alley, Uchiha Tiehuo looked around and made sure that there was no one around. He then opened the manhole cover, crawled in, and closed the cover. After wandering around in the dark and damp sewers, he finally arrived at his destination. A small hidden room built into the sewer. Daohuo, did you succeed? Opening the secret door, Tiehuo asked the figure standing in the room. Of course I succeeded, and it went very smoothly. Uchiha Inahiri smiled smugly and moved away, revealing the unconscious Uchiha Izumi behind him. Well, very good, it seems that my efforts have not been in vain. Uchiha Tiehuo showed a satisfied look. Although it may be unnecessary for me to contain Uchiha Rukawa, I should still do it just in case, to be on the safe side. That's right, it's better to be prepared than not. If that guy finds out that we attacked Quan again, we'll be in trouble. Uchiha Inahiri nodded in agreement. At this time, Uchiha Tiehuo came to the unconscious Quan, looked at his fair face, and sneered. Humph. Lousy, let that guy be arrogant. Let that guy rely on his strength to look down on others. We can't deal with you, but can't we deal with the weaklings around you? As he spoke, his expression began to become ferocious. Last time you dared to poke out Lousy's eyes, Lousy will return the favor and destroy this beach's eyes as well. Uchiha Tiehuo stretched out his hand, extended 2 fingers, pointed them at Izumi's eyes, and rushed forward. Hey, calm down, Tiehuo. Don't forget why we caught this kid. Don't let your personal impulse make all our efforts go to waste. At the critical moment, Daohuo intervened in time to prevent Tiehuo from succeeding and prevent Quan from becoming a blind man. Daohuo looked at Tiehuo and said in a deep voice. Advertisement. We took great pains to capture her, not to let you vent your anger. Danzo-sama said that we should bring the people back intact. Huh. Asterisk 10. Tiehuo let out a long breath, withdrew his hand, and regained his composure. Sorry, I was too impulsive. When I saw someone related to that guy, I couldn't help but want to take action. You don't have to worry. Once Lord Danzo is fully prepared, that guy will pay the price. By then, the revenge for your lost eyes and broken hands will be fully avenged. While comforting Tiehuo, Daohuo raised his hands and looked at his newly replaced and uncoordinated forearms, flames of hatred burning in his eyes. Afterwards, the two of them imagined that the plan was successfully implemented. After seeing the scene of Rukawa crying in front of them, they took the unconscious Izumi and left the secluded room. Somewhere in a hidden root base. Master Danzo, we have successfully completed the task you assigned us. Tiehuo and Daohuo both knelt on one knee in front of Danzo, bowed their heads, and said respectfully. You did a great job. With this little devil, our revenge plan is one step closer to success. Danzo looked at Quan lying on the ground and smiled from the bottom of his heart, but the smile was ugly. You have worked hard. Go and have a rest first. There will be tasks waiting for you to complete later. For the first time ever, Danzo actually showed concern for the two of them. It's not hard. This is what we should do, all for revenge against that guy from Uchiha. Tiehuo's face was full of hatred towards Rukawa. That's right. As long as we can avenge Uchiha Rukawa first, we will spare no effort to complete any dangerous mission. Daohuo agreed through gritted teeth. Yes, our goals are the same. You go down first. Danzo nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and the two of them retreated. 0. Just after the two of them left completely, Uchiha Obito, wearing a shit yellow vortex mask on his face, slowly walked out of the darkness. He looked at the unconscious Quan on the ground, frowned slightly under the mask, and said coldly. Danzo, you made me wait for you for so long, just for such a little brat. Yes, with her, the final preparations are complete. Next, you can start implementing my plan. Danzo nodded slightly, with a sneer on his face. But if I'm not mistaken, her chakra level is barely up to Chunan's level, and she hasn't even awakened her Sharingan. This weak girl is just an insignificant person in the Uchiha clan. I don't know what the point of capturing her is. Or are you making fun of me? Obito stared at Danzo and questioned him coldly, with murderous aura emanating from him. After he brought Danzo out of prison, Danzo did not immediately take them to the base where the so-called secret weapons were being researched. The reason given was that Danzo had to treat his injuries and make one final preparation. The preparation is to capture a very important member of the Uchiha tribe. Obito originally thought that the captured Uchiha member should be either the clan leader or an elder or some other high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan. But he never expected that he would capture a weakling whose strength might not even reach that of Chunin. Obito felt that Danzo was teasing him. So he tried to delay time, recover from his injuries, and then get rid of his control. If Danzo really thinks so, Obito will let him know what a frog in a well is. Feeling the murderous aura from Obito becoming stronger and stronger, Danzo quickly explained. Master Madara, don't be anxious. The reason why I captured this little brat is not because of her strength, but because of her identity. Don't underestimate her because she is weak and just a nobody in the Uchiha clan. But this kid is actually Uchiha Itachi's childhood sweetheart, and has a close relationship with Uchiha Rukawa. With these two identities, we have a lot of room for maneuver. Then, he moved his new limbs and couldn't help but sigh. Orochimaru's scientific research ability is quite good. How come he made my new limbs fit perfectly? Boom. He used the crutch he had found again and slammed it heavily on the ground. After it made a noise, he ordered. Take this kid with you, we should move to another place. In the dark, a root ninja appeared silently, grabbed Quan, and stood silently behind Danzo. Master Madara, come on, it's time for me to show you my secret weapon. Danzo turned to look at Obito and invited him with a chuckle. Humph. You wasted so much of my time, your so-called secret weapon better not let me down. Otherwise, your fate will be even worse. Obito warned coldly. Don't worry, the butcher wouldn't dare to joke with his own life. Danzo put on a confident smile, looking like a lackey. But in his heart, he felt extremely aggrieved. When did he, a dignified leader of the Root tribe, fall to the point where he could be ordered around and threatened at will? If there is a chance, find a chance to kill this so-called Uchiha Madara and that Uchiha Rukawa together. Danzo's eyes flickered as he was thinking of a plan in his mind. He led the king to the most hidden base 3 at the Root. Chapter 72 Madara-sama. Rukawa's terrifying strength. Uzumaki Naruto. After going around in circles for nearly half an hour, they finally arrived at their final destination. This is 2,000 meters underground in Konoha, absolutely safe and absolutely hidden. This base is where all my hard work on research is stored. Danzo sighed out loud. Seeing that Obito didn't respond, he could only talk to himself. However, in order to avenge Uchiha Rukawa, Gyutien can only start the unfinished project inside. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Take me to see your secret weapon. Obito urged, frowning. Danzo regained his Sema face, stopped talking nonsense, quickly formed a special seal with his hands, and slammed the gate of the base heavily. Boom. The heavy gate of the base slowly opened to both sides, and Danzo walked in first. Inside the base, the light was bright, and Root personnel dressed as researchers were busying around. They were surprised to see Danzo coming. After all, this place is extremely closed on weekdays. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small world isolated from the outside world. Apart from the Root ninjas who delivered supplies on time, there were almost no outsiders coming. Even Danzo, the leader of the Root, has never been here except for the one time when this base was built. This is Danzo's second time here, and he brings outsiders with him. This gave the researchers here a hunch that something big was going to happen. Soon, the person in charge here, Shinli Tanuki, hurried over. He knelt on one knee towards Danzo and said respectfully. Master Danzo, you actually came here in person. It seems something big must have happened. Because this place is extremely closed, Shinli Tanuki is currently unaware of what is happening in the outside world. Danzo did not explain this, but directly ordered. I am going to start the Uranus plan. Uranus is going to be activated so soon. Did something big happen to 80, Master Danzo? Shin Lely was startled and asked in confusion. Follow my orders. Do you need to worry about the rest? Danzo looked at this subordinate whom he had not seen for a long time and scolded him coldly. It seems that I haven't been here for a long time, and you seem to have forgotten your duties as a Root ninja. Root ninjas only need to follow orders, and all other factors need to be considered. Yes, Lord Danzo, it was my negligence. Shinli Tanuki quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Please follow me, Master Danzo. After getting Danzo's signal, he stood up and led a few people to a laboratory. This is a huge laboratory. There were only a few scattered lighting fixtures on the ceiling. There is insufficient light, so although this laboratory is large, it is dark except for the middle part. In the very center of the laboratory, there is an extra-large experimental culture instrument, which occupies almost half of the laboratory space. The experimental culture instrument is filled with green liquid. At this moment, a strange-looking monster was soaked in the green solution. Its face is like that of an ape, its body is that of a raccoon, its limbs are those of a tiger, and its tail is that of a snake. This strange creature is actually Danzo's secret weapon that he cultivated by secretly studying first-generation cells. Its name is Nu, or it can also be called bull-headed Uranus. Is this the secret weapon you mentioned? Obito looked at the Nu in the container, frowned, and said coldly. From what I perceive, its chakra level is at most at the level of Jonin. Its strength is even inferior to that of ordinary summoning beasts. Danzo, this useless thing, you tell me, it can help me test the full strength of Uchiha Rukawa. It can also destroy the Uchiha, and even the entire Konoha. Obito fixed Danzo with a cold gaze and said coldly. Danzo, you must give me an explanation right now, otherwise, everyone in this foundation will be buried with you because of your stupid behavior. Who gave you permission to talk to Danzo-sama like that? A Root ninja who was guarding this place couldn't help himself when he saw Danzo being scolded like a son. Eager to show his loyalty, he drew out his ninja sword and rushed towards Obito in an instant. Danzo saw this but did not stop it. He just stood there and watched quietly. He decided to use one of his hands to test Obito's strength first. This is his most important base. The Root ninjas he arranged here are not only numerous, but also elite. At this moment, in the surrounding darkness, more than a dozen sharp gazes were fixed on Obito. Here, Danzo felt that he had the confidence to challenge the mysterious man in front of him. As the Dark Lord of Konoha, he can't stand being controlled all the time. Dare to disrespect Lord Danzo, die. In less than a breath, the Root ninja arrived in front of the king. Holding a sharp ninja sword, he aimed at the neck and slashed it diagonally. Swish. What? Advertisement. The Root ninja looked at the ninja sword in his hand with a look of astonishment. Just now, he passed through Dai Wang's body with his sword. An ant who doesn't know how to live or die. Obito turned slightly sideways, stretched out one arm, spread his 5 fingers, and pointed his palm at the back of the root ninja. The next moment, dozens of sharp wooden thorns of varying sizes shot out from his palm. Wood-style cutting technique. Puff puff puff. The root ninja didn't have time to react before his body was instantly pierced by the wooden spikes. Blood flowed all over the ground and he became a corpse. This is space-time ninjutsu. And wood style. Who are you? Danzo's pupils shrank in shock. But he was extremely regretful in his heart. He possessed space-time ninjutsu and wood style. This kind of strength is probably comparable to that monster Uchiha Rukawa. It would be easy to flatten his base. Sniff sniff. At the same time, a dozen root ninjas appeared from the darkness, guarding Danzo, drawing their weapons and looking at Obito as if they were facing a great enemy. I told you, I am Uchiha Madara. Obito raised his head and repeated once again the role he was playing at the moment. Then he looked at Danzo and said indifferently, Danzo, it looks like you want to die. Haha, Lord Madara, you misunderstood. It was that subordinate just now. I did not order him. This is his own decision, it has nothing to do with God. Now, he has paid the price for his stupid behavior, and he deserves it. Danzo laughed dryly and tried to distance himself from the matter. He pointed at the new in the container and continued to defend himself. Master Madara, I wanted to explain to you the power of this secret weapon just now. But I never thought that my subordinate was too impulsive and dared to attack you without my order. He deserves to die. After saying that, he looked at the root ninjas protecting him and scolded. What are you doing? This is the Uchiha Madara who is feared by the ninja world. He is a distinguished guest of my root. Hurry up and put away your weapons and retreat. After the dozen or so root ninjas disappeared into the darkness, Danzo turned to look at the new in the container and abruptly changed the subject. Master Madara, we named this creature, new. Don't be fooled by the fact that it only has Jonin level chakra and is weak now, but it is only temporarily because it possesses a very powerful ability. That is, it can absorb chakra infinitely, and as the amount of chakra increases, its size becomes larger and larger, and its strength also increases accordingly. As long as we can provide stable and sufficient chakra, it is inevitable that Nu will become stronger and reach Kage level or even surpass Kage level. After a moment's pause, Danzo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Obito was attracted by his words and had no intention of taking action. Then he smiled and said proudly, of course, this is not its core capability. Its real destructive power is self-destruction. The more chakra it absorbs, the stronger the power of the 100 explosions will be. As long as the amount of chakra absorbed is enough, destroying the entire Konoha will be easy. In that case, let's act quickly. Obito raised his eyebrows and urged lightly. Danzo turned around, pointed at Izumi, and instructed Shigaraki Tanuki. Seal the Nu into this little devil. This, Lord Danzo, I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. Shigaraki spoke hesitantly, and seeing Danzo frowning at him, he quickly explained. The research progress of Nu is less than 50%, and many functions have not been perfected yet. The risk of losing control is very high. If it gets out of control, our research will be wasted, the losses will be huge, and... Stop talking. Before he could finish his words, Danzo interrupted him coldly. Don't think too much about it. Nu is just a disposable consumable. Its function is to destroy the Uchiha clan. Yes, Shigaraki Tanuki stopped talking nonsense, took the Izumi from the root ninja, and began to draw the sealing ritual. On the other side, Rukawa saw that his childhood dream, the school, was gone. It's now in ruins, probably the aftermath of the battle that day. Here at this moment, many construction workers are rebuilding the school. Rukawa inquired and got the information. School would not open until the construction was completed. After thanking the worker, Rukawa prepared to go to Naruto's house. According to the information given by the Uchiha people, Naruto's residence is an old residential building. But when I got there, I found that Naruto was not at home. Since he wasn't having lunch at home in the middle of the day, that was the only place he could go. Rukawa turned and walked in one direction. From a distance, Rukawa is the yellow-haired guy from Ichiraku ramen shop. When I walked in, I saw Naruto holding a bowl of ramen that was bigger than his face and wolfing it down. Thank you for the treat, Uncle Ichiraku, I'm full. Naruto put down the empty bowl and patted his stomach, looking very satisfied. Oh, good, Naruto, your appetite is still as good as always. Advertisement. The relatively young Ichiraku took the empty bowl and looked at Rukawa standing at the door, smiled, and asked enthusiastically. Welcome, little guest, what can I order? Our ramen is, without exaggeration, the best tasting in all of Konoha, ha 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 ha. No need, I'm here to look for someone. Rukawa shook his head to refuse. On the second day after the Konoha conference, Rukawa came here and tasted the Ichiraku ramen that was praised as miraculous in the anime of his previous life. He felt that the taste was just average, not as good as the snail noodles he had in his previous life. Of course, it may be due to personal taste. After all, Rukawa is not a big fan of noodles. Naruto heard the voice, moved his butt and turned to look over. Seeing that it was Rukawa, he was a little surprised at first, but then he quickly pretended to be nonchalant and said calmly. Oh, it's you, Rukawa. During the ninja competition at school that day, you must have been afraid that Naruto would beat you down, so you ran away in shame, right? That must be the case, ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Naruto began to laugh wildly. Rukawa was a little speechless. Naruto was such a stubborn guy that he still remembered the so-called ninja competition. It was really something. Ha, you beat me down. I don't know where you get the confidence from. Rukawa sneered, crossed his arms, and looked at Naruto with a look of contempt. Whole Rukawa, stop looking down on me. Let's have a competition now, do you dare? Naruto was instantly enraged by Rukawa's arrogance and challenged Rukawa to a duel. No problem. It won't take me much time to deal with a loser anyway. Rukawa nodded nonchalantly. In my heart, I thought, the fish has taken the bait. I will find an opportunity to tell Naruto the truth and let Naruto join Uchiha voluntarily. It will be perfect. Damn it, Master Naruto will beat you to a pulp in a moment. Naruto stood up from the stool, rubbing his hands together. Afterwards, the two walked out of the Ichiraku ramen restaurant one after the other, ready to find a nearby training ground to compete. Walking on the road where people were coming and going, Rukawa fired a few air bombs in several directions. Boom boom boom. Gulp. All the Anbu who came to monitor Naruto secretly, looked at the wall behind them and the big hole that suddenly appeared next to their heads, swallowed their saliva and sweated involuntarily. Captain, what should we do? Should we continue to follow and monitor? The Anbu team member asked the Anbu team leader. If you want to die, just keep following me. I'll report the situation to the third generation master. Let him make the decision on this matter. After saying that, the captain used the body flicker technique and disappeared on the spot, leaving several Anbu team members looking at each other in bewilderment. HMPH. This kind of surveillance, I think it's the telescope technique of that old guy from the third generation, he really has no memory. Rukawa snorted in his heart, and his Rinnegan opened and closed instantly, and a powerful mental force rushed towards the source of the peeping. Bang! In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the broken new crystal ball with an ugly expression and a rage in his heart. Damn it! Are you actually going to attack Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Third generation, what should we do? Should we go over and continue to monitor? Captain Anbu asked, lowering his head. Upon hearing this, 1.8 Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down and said calmly. Don't worry, just call your people over. If the Uchiha Rukawa is so rampant that he forcibly takes away Nine Tails Jinchuriki, I will naturally bring disgrace upon the Uchiha clan. Yes, Captain Anbu took the order and left. Gu Lu. This is the sound made by a hungry stomach. Rukawa looked at the owner of the voice, raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Tisk, are you a glutton? You just ate a big bowl of ramen and you're hungry again. Humph, what do you know? That's because I was practicing hard this morning, so I got hungry faster. Naruto glared at Rukawa, annoyed. You, the last one in the group, can practice. Stop being ridiculous, you're either doing mischief or on your way to doing mischief all day long. Rukawa bluntly exposed it and taught him a lesson. If you had worked hard to practice, you wouldn't be the last in the class. Judging from his performance in the original time and space, Naruto's talent is actually not bad. After all, he is Namikaze Minato, a genius who entered the cage level ranks from a commoner. No matter how poor his son's talent is, it can't be that bad. It's just that Naruto was rather naughty and playful when he was a kid, and coupled with the interference of Nine Tails, it seems that his ninja talent is too poor. It was not until Naruto graduated from the ninja school and went out on missions and gained sufficient experience that his powerful talent gradually emerged. But now it's different. Now that Rukawa is here, he won't let Naruto's talent be buried. He must be trained from a young age, in order to add a powerful fighter to the Uchiha clan in the future while also providing a layer of protection for Rukawa. After all, with his arrival, the plot and everything has been messed up, and no one knows what will happen in the future. Just in case, it is necessary to trick Naruto, the child of this world, into your own camp. Chapter 73. The excitement continues in the afternoon. Please provide some data support, thank you. Forget it, since you're going to be beaten soon, I'll let you fill your stomach first before you get beaten. I'm going to buy some food, you stay here and don't move. You must be joking. With Master Naruto's strength, you will definitely be the one who gets beaten up. Naruto said unconvinced. Oh, do you want to eat something? Rukawa asked nonchalantly. Humph, I'm not hungry, I don't need it. Naruto crossed his arms, raised his head slightly, and said sternly. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, his stomach made a gurgling sound of protest. It's my stomach making noises on its own. It has nothing to do with me. Naruto said stubbornly, not feeling embarrassed at all. No matter what, I can't lose face in front of the arrogant Rukawa. Tisk, okay, just wait here obediently. I'll go buy a dozen or 20 kilograms of food to fill up your big glutton. Rukawa was too lazy to argue with Naruto, so he waved and turned away. Watching Rukawa's back as he left, Naruto patted his stomach and asked. Stomach, oh stomach, why are you so disappointing? You've embarrassed me in front of that arrogant Rukawa. He said so, but when he thought about the 20+ kilograms of food he would have to eat, he licked the corners of his mouth unconsciously, his heart filled with anticipation. No, if I just wait for Rukawa to bring food back, it would be too embarrassing for me, Naruto. I have to go buy some food too, that way it will be fair and I won't be looked down upon by that stinking Rukawa. Naruto thought about it in his mind, and not wanting to be outdone, he decided to buy something himself to share with Rukawa. He took out the deflated frog wallet, opened it and saw that there was only a little change left in it. Naruto sighed helplessly. With this little money, he could only buy some fruits, nothing else. Fruit is fruit, it's better than nothing. Not far away, there happened to be a fruit shop. Having made up his mind, Naruto immediately walked over. But when he arrived at the store, Naruto hesitated again. Thinking of the villagers' attitude towards him on weekdays, he retreated again. Damn it, it's just selling something. It's not that difficult. I can't let Rukawa look down on me. As long as I behave myself, the boss will sell the things to me, yes. As long as I behave myself, it will be fine. 21 After some inner struggle, Naruto walked into the fruit shop. Looking at the various fruits, Naruto decided to buy apples. Picking up a red apple, Naruto looked at the busy lady boss and smiled brightly. Auntie, how much is this apple? Auntie, who are you calling auntie? I'm only 48 this year, not even 50, how can I be called an old girl? The proprietress who was wiping the counter felt unhappy. It was just a customer asking about the price, so she chose to endure it and didn't get angry. She quickly put down the work in her hands, turned around, and forced a warm smile on her face. Do you want apples? There are two prices for apples. The red ones here are 78 taels per pound. The ones over there are not yet completely popular, the lower quality ones are 50 taels per pound. I don't know what you need, sir. But when she said this, the proprietress suddenly stopped talking, and her originally enthusiastic smile instantly turned cold. It was because she could see the appearance of her guest clearly at this moment. He has blonde hair and a beard. Isn't this the fox demon in the village? He actually came to my own store. How unlucky. I thought it was a business, but it turned out to be a monster. I am so unlucky. The proprietress looked at Naruto with disgust. Naruto, who was a bit more cautious, didn't notice that something was wrong with the atmosphere at the moment. He put down the red apple in his hand and picked up the inferior apple on the other side, muttering. This one is so expensive, so I don't want the other one. Roll. The proprietress roared like a lion and slapped away Naruto's outstretched hand. Pointing to the door with one hand and with the other on his waist, he shouted. Get out of here, you fox, monster. Get out of my shop right now. You are not welcome in my shop. I will not sell you anything. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm not some demon fox. I'm not even some monster. Why are all of you like this? Naruto's eyes turned red as he glared at the proprietress and retorted loudly. He felt a little aggrieved and uncomfortable. He didn't understand. He had done nothing wrong, but why did everyone treat him like a monster? Why did everyone hate him? Get out of here. Stop getting in my way. You evil fox, why did you choose to go into my shop when you don't want to go into anyone else's? How unlucky. The proprietress's face was wrinkled with disgust, and she waved her hand to drive Naruto away like she was shooing away a fly. I said I'm not a fox demon. Naruto gritted his teeth and yelled loudly, then took out his wallet from his pocket, opened it, and handed it to the boss lady. I have money, I really came here to buy something. Auntie, please sell me some apples. His tone was a little pleading, but in order to prevent his only friend from looking down on him, Naruto didn't care about begging for help. Who cares about your filthy money? I don't even want the money from the fox demon, even if you give it to me. Bang. Advertisement. As she said that, the proprietress slapped Naruto's wallet again, knocking it flying, and the change scattered all over the floor. Naruto was completely stunned when he saw the little money he had left being ruthlessly knocked to the ground. He stood there blankly, feeling a little overwhelmed for a moment. Okay, why don't you get out of here? I'll get you out right now. Seeing Naruto standing there in a daze, the landlady took out a broom and prepared to kick Naruto out. But looking at the trembling beard on Naruto's face, she felt a little apprehensive and hesitant. This is a demon fox. What if it hurts me later? Boss, that demon fox has run into our store, why don't you come out and chase him away? The proprietress yelled. The back door opened with a bang, and a strong man with bare upper body walked out. He immediately saw Naruto standing in the store and frowned. You are so careless. How could you let this evil fox into the store? Our family will suffer bad luck in the future. Can you blame me for this kid sneaking in while I was working? The proprietress looked unhappy and urged. Okay, stop talking to me about this and get this brat out of here. Okay, leave it to me. The boss came to Naruto, looked down at him, and said with a grin. Get out. Don't force Lousy to do it. Naruto lowered his head, as if he didn't hear it, and just muttered to himself. Why, FK, you really don't know what's good for you. The boss cursed and kicked Naruto hard in the stomach. Bang. Naruto flew out backwards, then rolled on the ground a few times and rolled out of the store. Take it away. This is your contaminated apple, don't pollute the other fruits in my store. The proprietress grabbed an apple and threw it out the door. This was the apple that Naruto had just taken. Boom. The apple hit Naruto's forehead accurately, and sweat flowed down the bridge of his nose. Naruto sat on the ground in a daze, his eyes turned red, and an ominous aura began to spread. At this time, the boss came out with a thick wooden stick as big as an adult's arm and waved it a few times. Get lost. Don't stay outside the lousy store and affect lousy's business. Go to hell if you want to. At this time, the owners of several nearby shops noticed the commotion and turned their attention over. Tisk tisk tisk, isn't this the village's fox demon? It's actually hanging out at your doorstep. Genta, you're so unlucky. Hurry up and chase him away. I feel sick when I see this fox demon. Don't let him affect the business on our street. Yes, 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 since he won't leave, just use the stick in your hand to beat him away. Around, there are those who gloat over others' misfortune, those who offer suggestions, and those who quietly watch the show. In short, they all felt that the appearance of the fox demon on this street was bad luck and would affect their business. No one spoke up for Naruto. Plus FK. Get out of here, lousy. Genta came to Naruto aggressively, and smashed his head hard with the wooden stick in his hand. Bang! A hand suddenly appeared and caught the stick steadily, preventing Naruto's head from being hit. Where did you come from, little devil? Get out of the way. Genta looked at the black-haired boy who suddenly appeared and scolded him. Rukawa ignored him and turned to look at Naruto behind him. At the same time, he slapped Naruto on the shoulder and shouted. Calm down, Naruto, there's no need to get mad over this crap. Also, didn't I ask you to wait for me here? Why did you come here? Rukawa's sudden appearance brought Naruto back to his senses when he was about to go berserk. I just wanted to buy something to eat together, I don't know why it turned out like this. I didn't do anything wrong, why does everyone hate me? Naruto looked aggrieved, trying hard not to let his tears fall. But he immediately noticed that it was Rukawa standing in front of him, and he immediately reacted and said unhappily. And, you idiot Rukawa, why should I listen to you? You want me to stay where I am. Should I stay where I am? Rukawa was speechless, his thoughts jumped so fast that no one else could. All he could say was that Naruto was worthy of being Naruto. At this time, Yuan-Tai tried hard to pull out the wooden stick in his hand, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. He was surprised and glared at Rukawa, saying angrily. Little devil, don't take advantage of your ability to meddle in other people's business. Lousy is teaching the fox a lesson to get rid of harm to the people, so let go. So how do you want to teach me? Rukawa asked calmly. Humph, since this kid refuses to leave here, I can only break his limbs and throw him away. Genta laughing. Oh, is that so? Rukawa grabbed the stick and pulled hard. A huge pulling force came, and Genta was caught off guard. He staggered and leaned towards Rukawa. Rukawa turned his palm into a knife, striking out in all directions with lightning. Snap, 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 snap. The bones of Genta's limbs were smashed into pieces immediately. His body fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. Advertisement. Ah, he let out a heart-wrenching howl, and the entire street was filled with his voice. It's so noisy. Rukawa rubbed his ears, reached out, grasped Genta's jaw, and squeezed it slightly. With a crack, Genta's jaw was crushed into pieces and the world became quiet. This, Rukawa, you. Naruto behind him widened his eyes. Everyone was stunned. He looked at Rukawa, then at the shop owner who was lying on the ground twitching like mud, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Witnessing a healthy person becoming disabled, such a violent scene was too much for Naruto's young heart to bear. Although he hated the other person, he still thought that Rukawa's actions were a bit too much. Looking at Naruto's expression at the moment, Rukawa was speechless. He was treated as a monster and abused since he was a child, but when Naruto grew up, he didn't feel any resentment. It's really unreasonable. If Rukawa was in Naruto's position, he would have turned evil long ago. It seems that after returning, I have to help Naruto change his mindset. Ah, at this moment, a shrill scream interrupted Rukawa's thoughts. The proprietress walked out of the store and saw Genta lying on the ground. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Boss, what's wrong with you? She squatted down to check and was relieved to see that her husband was still alive. You little brat, are you the one who made my boss look like this? Then she looked up and noticed the Uchiha clan emblem on Rukawa, and immediately scolded. You are a brat from the Uchiha clan. The third generation masters are right. You Uchiha are indeed evil. You are so cruel and ruthless at such a young age. Rukawa said nothing, just looked at her coldly. The proprietress was not afraid at all. She stood up, put her hands on her hips, and said sternly. Little boy, don't think you are a member of the Uchiha clan. Relying on the resources he had to cultivate since childhood and the strength he had at a young age, he acted so recklessly. Others may be afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. My son is Chunin. He is not someone you, a kid who didn't even graduate from Ninja School 227, can mess with. If you have the guts, don't run away. I'll call my son out in a moment so that you can know what it means that there are always people better than you and there are always higher things better than you. Casual. Rukawa just said lightly. Okay, wait for me. After saying this, the lady boss hugged Yuan Kitai and went into the house. Rukawa, let's take this opportunity to escape. Of course, this is not because Master Naruto is scared, but there is no need to fight against an enemy we cannot defeat. Naruto tugged at Rukawa's clothes and said worriedly. Yo, you know you can't win so you run away. It seems you still have some brains. Rukawa looked back at Naruto and raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This is a bit unlike the stubborn Naruto in the original work. I'm not stupid. The other party is Chunin. If we don't run, we will definitely be beaten badly later. Naruto was angry and urged Rukawa to run away. No need. Damn it, you arrogant Rukawa, why are you still pretending to be cool at this time? You will regret it when you get beaten up. Seeing that no matter what he said, Rukawa always stood there and had no intention of running away, Naruto was a little crazy. Why is Rukawa so unreliable when it comes to the critical moment? Of course, he had no intention of running away alone, after all, Rukawa had taken action because of him. But I can't run away by myself and leave Rukawa to get beaten alone. If we want to be beaten, let's be beaten together. He, Uzumaki Naruto, is a very loyal person. Naruto imitated Rukawa, crossing his arms over his chest and raising his head slightly, ready to be beaten later. Tisk. These two brats are so careless that they don't even want to leave. I'm afraid they don't know how powerful Chunin is. My own lousy was beaten so badly, and when that kid from Genta's family comes out, he might kill someone in his rage. It's okay if someone dies. I'm so happy that the fox demon was killed. The shop owners around joined in the fun with great interest. Junta, it was this Uchiha brat who beat your dad into that state. The proprietress walked out aggressively, leading a young ninja in his early 20s. He raised his hand and pointed at Rukawa, who had a calm expression, and ordered his son. Quick, Junta, teach this brat a lesson and avenge your father. Okay, I want to see if that brat from Uchiha is so arrogant that he dares to. Juntai twisted his wrist and walked out of the store while speaking. When he saw Rukawa's appearance clearly, he was stunned. It was as if his throat was strangled and he couldn't utter a word. His face turned pale instantly, and his calves kept shaking. Apparently, he recognized Rukawa. Seeing that her son was slow to act, the proprietress urged him on. Juntai, what are you doing? Hurry up and teach this arrogant brat a lesson he will never forget. After these words came out, Juntai's face turned even paler. Oh my god, do you think your son is not dying fast enough? Chapter 74 Naruto. Rukawa Haki takes action. 9 Tails. The truth. Is there anyone who treats his son like you? Giving the other party a lesson they will never forget, I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. This is a ruthless person who can destroy the Shimura clan later. He was a strong man who even the third Hokage had to retreat away from. How could a mere Chunin like him be able to contend with him? He also didn't understand how their family, which only ran an ordinary fruit shop, could have offended this god-tier person. Seeing her mother's lips moving and about to speak again, the queen was frightened out of her wits. Especially when he saw Rukawa's extremely indifferent look, his heart seemed to skip a beat. Mom, please stop talking. Please stop talking. If you keep talking, our family will be gone. Shunta begged. The proprietress turned to look at her son and frowned. What are you afraid of? You be ****************. He's just a kid who hasn't graduated from the ninja school yet. You're a Chunin, what are you afraid of? After these words were spoken, Juntai, who could no longer bear it, finally took action. He rushed forward, and under the expectant gaze of the boss lady, he struck his mother on the neck with a knife. Bang! The lady boss finally fainted. I'm sorry, Mom. I'll explain it to you later, if there's a future. Junta supported his mother and laid her steadily on the ground, then he knelt down in front of Rukawa with a plop. I'm sorry. My mother is blind and doesn't know how she has offended you. If you want to punish someone, punish me. I can accept any punishment, I just ask you to spare my mother's life. After saying that, he kowtowed 3 times to Rukawa. This scene stunned Naruto. He originally thought that the two of them would be severely beaten, but he never expected that the result would be like this. He looked at Rukawa next to him with an incredible look on his face. When did this arrogant guy Rukawa become so powerful? Even Chunin had to kneel down and beg for mercy when he saw it. Doesn't that mean that Rukawa's strength has surpassed Chunin and reached Jonin? Hiss. This is too scary. Doesn't that mean I will never be a match for Rukawa in the future? Naruto thought in shock. Forget it, I have no right to bother with a shrew. Yes. Junta, who was kneeling on the ground, quickly agreed. There was no other way. He had to do this to survive. Rukawa ignored him, turned around, and glanced coldly at the shop owners. Boom boom boom. In just a moment, all the shops closed their doors and all the shop owners hid in their shops, fearing that Rukawa would come and cause trouble for them. After all, she had shocked them when Junta suddenly knelt down just now. A Chunin actually kneeled down to a kid who didn't even graduate from the ninja school. What does this mean? This shows that this little ghost's identity is very unusual. Even Chunin didn't dare to provoke him, so it was even more impossible for ordinary people like them to provoke him. Let's go. Naruto, stop staring. Rukawa called out to Naruto who was still standing there. Naruto came back to his senses and quickly followed. He looked at Rukawa excitedly and asked. Rukawa, tell me, how did you do it? Of course it's strength. As long as you are strong enough, you can make those guys who hate you shut up. Rukawa said calmly. Is it true that Rukawa, your strength has reached the level of Jonin? Naruto said in surprise. Rukawa was speechless again, he didn't understand how Naruto came to the conclusion that he was a Jonin. But he didn't explain anything to Naruto, who was so stubborn, so he changed the subject. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. I ask you, Naruto, do you want to know why everyone hates you so much? Think. Naruto agreed without a second thought, looking at Rukawa, his voice hurried. Rukawa, do you know why everyone hates me so much? Tell me now, and I will treat you to ramen every day from now on.
Just treat me to ramen. Rukawa shook his head slowly, looked at Naruto, and said in a deep voice. The reason why everyone hates you is because you are Nine-Tails Fox Demon. So, Rukawa, you think so too? Naruto murmured, his face turned pale, and he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. In fact, he has always regarded Rukawa as his only friend. But at this moment, his only friend also thought he was a fox demon, and he felt very uncomfortable. Noticing the dejected look on Naruto's face, Rukawa raised an eyebrow and corrected him. Oh, maybe I didn't express it correctly just now. To be precise, a nine-tails fox is sealed inside you. You are human, not a fox. There is a nine-tails fox inside me. Naruto looked at his own small body and felt very shocked. He asked Shanglu. Rukawa, can you help me get that nine-tails demon fox out of me? Just take it out and you're done for, you stupid kid. Rukawa couldn't complain in his heart. After thinking about it, he said. Advertisement, forget it. I can't explain it to you in a short time. I'd better take you to see someone and let that guy tell you the truth in person. It will also help you understand that everything you have suffered over the years was caused by that old guy. Old man? Who is that? Naruto scratched the yellow hair, looking confused, feeling that what Rukawa said was very complicated. He was a little confused. Of course, third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rukawa looked in the direction of the Hokage building and spoke calmly. Baji. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking like crazy. My eyelids kept twitching, and I had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Especially after learning that Uchiha Rukawa had contact with Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, his premonition became even stronger. Sure enough, the next second, his premonition came true. Bang! Rukawa kicked open the door of the Hokage's office and walked in with Naruto. It's like returning to your own home, very casual. Third generation grandpa. Naruto saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and waved, greeting him warmly. After all, he is one of the few people in Konoha who is kind to me and gives me money every month. Naruto was still very grateful to the third generation at this point. At the same time, he was also curious, why did Rukawa bring him here? Could it be that the third generation grandfather knew how to take the nine-tails fox out of his body? Uchiha Rukawa, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry when he saw the arrogant Rukawa that he ignored Naruto. The other party brought Nine-Tails Jinchuriki here, and third generation had a very bad feeling. Old man, stop talking nonsense and tell Naruto the truth. Rukawa ordered to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What truth? I don't understand what you are talking about. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with an unpleasant expression. Oh, you're still pretending to be confused, Rukawa sneered disdainfully and said. Since you won't say it, I'll tell you, and you just have to admit it. Then he looked at Naruto and said slowly, Naruto, your true identity is the son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. In the year you were born, a guy released the Nine-Tails Demon Fox and manipulated it to wreak havoc on Konoha village. Your father, Namikaze Minato, chose to seal 9 tails into your body in order to protect Konoha, and he himself died to protect you. So, you are not a demon fox at all, you are a hero who protected Yi. I'm the son of the 4th Hokage? I'm the hero of Konoha? The truth was so outrageous that Naruto couldn't believe it for a moment. Yes. Rukawa nodded affirmatively and then turned his gaze towards the third generation. He's right, your father is indeed the 4th Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded helplessly, since the truth had already been revealed, there was no point in him denying it. It would be better for him to admit it openly and maintain his image as a kindly grandfather in front of Naruto. With the recognition of both of them, Naruto accepted his new identity. He was somewhat happy that he finally knew who his biological father was. But soon, another big question came to his mind, since I'm the son of the Hokage and the hero of Konoha. But why? Do you want me to be a demon fox? A monster? This is the question Naruto wants to know most. Hey, the reason why you are regarded as a demon fox is because someone deliberately spread rumors. As he spoke, Rukawa suddenly raised his finger and pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying coldly. And that person is this sanctimonious old man in front of me. This third-generation grandfather whom you have always respected is actually the culprit who made you become a rat crossing the street and everyone wants to beat you up. Nonsense. It was Danzo who spread the rumor. It has nothing to do with me. Naruto, don't believe this guy's lies. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted loudly and put the blame on Danzo. Then with your reputation as the third Hokage, it should be easy for you to come out and clarify. If you just stand up and say, Naruto is not a demon fox, I'm sure everyone will no longer think Naruto is a demon fox. Naruto will not have lived in someone else's bed since he was a child. But you didn't do that. Why?
Rukawa looked at the third generation and asked coldly. That's right, third generation grandpa, why don't you tell everyone that I'm not a demon fox? Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, desperate to know the answer. From what he saw, the villagers had great respect for the third generation grandfather. As long as the third generation grandfather says it himself, everyone will believe it. But the third generation grandfather didn't do this. Why? Naruto couldn't understand this. After all, the third generation grandfather was such a kind old man, why didn't he tell the truth? Why should he live under the disgusting gaze of others since childhood? It's like this, Naruto, listen to me, actually. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was racking his brains to think of a reason. He couldn't let the image of a kind grandfather that he had worked so hard to establish in front of Naruto be destroyed just like that. Oh, at this time, Rukawa sneered disdainfully. Why? Of course it's so that I can perfectly control you, oh. Advertisement when everyone hates you, dislikes you, and excludes you, are you very sad and heartbroken? Hearing this, Naruto nodded frantically. This was how he felt when he was hated by everyone. When you feel no warmth anywhere and think the whole world has abandoned you, this old guy suddenly appears and gives you meticulous care, making you feel unprecedented warmth. Its purpose is to. Shut up, you're talking nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. He interrupted Rukawa's words and seemed furious. Then he looked at Naruto, his expression changed instantly, he put on a kind old face and said kindly. Naruto, you have to believe in Grandpa. Everything Grandpa does is from the heart, he really wants to help you. He looked at Rukawa and said angrily, and you, don't use your dirty thoughts to speculate on my noble character. In response, he received a familiar slap, bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen flew backwards and hit the wall. Rukawa took back his hand and said calmly, I haven't even finished talking yet, why are you in such a hurry? Ignoring Sarutobi Hiruzen who looked unhappy, Rukawa looked at Naruto and continued. This old guy's purpose is to make you grateful to him and make you think he is the best person in the world. With this, the old guy can restrain your thoughts and control you perfectly. In this way, the 9 tails in your body, which possesses great power, will become a sharp blade in his hand. Use it for his own purposes. From the beginning to the end, this old guy showed you kindness just to better control the 9 tails in your body. And you, Uzumaki Naruto, are nothing more than a tool in the eyes of this old man. Rukawa directly exposed Sarutobi Hiruzen's dirty deeds in front of Naruto. Boom. Naruto, who learned the truth, was struck by lightning. My head felt a little dizzy and my heart was filled with sadness. The truth was so cruel. I thought the person who treated me best in the village turned out to be the culprit who harmed me. Third generation grandpa, it turns out that the reason why everyone hates me is because of you. Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes were a little dazed and his expression was gray. At this moment, the image of Sarutobi Hiruzen as a kind old grandfather instantly collapsed in Naruto's heart. He felt that he had been deceived and was extremely sad. No, Naruto, listen to Grandpa's explanation, it's not what you think. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to explain, but was interrupted by Rukawa. That's enough, old man, you still have the nerve to call yourself Grandpa. Stop disgusting me, it makes me want to vomit. Rukawa looked at the third generation with disgust. Then he looked at Naruto and continued, this old man's hypocrisy goes far beyond this. Naruto, do you still remember your true identity? You are the son of the 4th Hokage? As the shadow of the village, your father's assets must be very small. But what happened? Not only did this old man seize all of your father's assets, but he also only gave you a small amount of living expenses every month. He gives you something that originally belongs to you and asks you to be grateful to him. Haha, I have never seen such a shameless person. And you see, you couldn't even eat enough at noon today. Rukawa once again reveals Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocrisy to Naruto. At this moment, Naruto's gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen had changed from grief to hatred. What kind of old grandfather is this? This is simply a demon from hell, who wants to tear him to pieces, skin and bones, without leaving even a trace. No, I am not as shameless as you say. When Naruto grows up, I will naturally return all of Minato's assets to Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to argue, but at this moment, Naruto couldn't listen anymore. He was extremely angry, and his consciousness gradually sank into darkness. A very tempting voice sounded in my heart. Naruto, it's this old guy who caused you trouble, do you want to kill him? Think. Naruto, who was already filled with hatred, agreed without a second thought. Naruto's inner world, a dark underground dungeon. Nine Tails, who was imprisoned in the water dungeon, opened his fox eyes wide at this moment, looking at Naruto who had lost his mind with anticipation, and made a very seductive sound. Okay. Come on, come here, as long as you tear off this seal and let me out, I will help you kill this old guy right away. Not only that, I will help you kill all those who hate you. Da. Naruto walked slowly towards the prison door, stepping on the shallow water like a puppet. At the same time, outside, Naruto suddenly exuded an extremely cold chakra. This chakra is full of violence. Just getting slightly closer will make people feel extremely uncomfortable. Oh no, it's Nine Tails chakra. Damn it, Nine Tails Jinchuriki is going berserk. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, and quickly shouted, Seal Squad, quickly call the ninjas from the sealing squad over here. We must not let Nine Tails break free from the seal. It's just a Nine Tails, what are you making such a fuss about? Rukawa glanced at the third generation with disdain in his eyes. Chapter 75. Crush Nine Tails, Rukawa's Tyranny, Namikaze Minato. What do you know? That's Nine Tails, the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts. Although you are powerful, do not be afraid of Nine Tails. But if Nine Tails really breaks the seal and you two start fighting, I'm afraid the entire Konoha will be torn apart by you two. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with an unpleasant expression. Then just don't let it out. Rukawa slapped Naruto on the head, closed his eyes, and slowly sank his consciousness into Naruto's inner world. What are you doing? I warned you not to mess around. I admit that you are powerful, but the sealing technique is extremely complicated. If you are not good at it, don't operate it recklessly. If you are not careful, you may release Nine Tails prematurely. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly dissuaded him, but Rukawa would not listen at this moment. His consciousness had already entered Naruto's inner world. As soon as I arrived here, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding. Trigger the mission, give Nine Tails a big slap, check in times +9. My goodness, your quest triggering is really random. However, this time there are 9 sign-in opportunities, which is the highest reward in the history of the system. Could it be that because Nine Tails has 9 tails, 9 sign-in opportunities are given? If you encounter other tailed beasts, can you also get the sign-in times corresponding to the number of tails? If there is a chance, I have to try to find other tailed beasts. Rukawa looked at the huge creature imprisoned in the water dungeon, his mind full of random thoughts. Roar. Nine Tails looked at Rukawa, who suddenly appeared, and let out a deafening roar with a fierce look in his eyes. Where did you come from, little brat? How dare you break into my territory? You are looking for death. Roar. As he said this, he opened his big mouth full of fangs and roared at Rukawa again. A fox face full of ferocity, trying to scare Rukawa to death in this way. Shut your stinky mouth, it's so noisy, Rukawa said coldly. Interesting, kid, you're not afraid of me? Nine Tails looked at Rukawa with interest, as if he was examining some new toy. It thought the ant Rukawa was very interesting and was not afraid of it when it saw it for the first time. Just as it was about to continue teasing, it heard Rukawa say calmly. It's just a beast, there's nothing to be afraid of. A-hole. You're looking for death. I'm a noble-tailed beast, not a beast. If you dare come in, I will smack you to death with one claw. Then, it looked at Rukawa, who walked in without hesitation, with a confused look on its face. My goodness, it was just talk, but there are really idiots who walk in stupidly. Isn't this just looking for death? Outside the prison gate, it has no way out. But in prison, it is easy to crush an ant to death. You ignorant ant, how dare you call me a beast? Go to hell. 7679 Tails raised his claws, and with the clanging sound of the iron chain, he slammed down on Rukawa. Open eyes. Rukawa instantly activated the 6 Magatama Rinnegan, and a powerful Kamui Jade covered 5 times. Bang! Nine Tails was pinned to the ground, unable to move. It looked at the Rinnegan in Rukawa's eyes, its fox eyes showing extreme shock. This is the Rinnegan. The old man's eye. How can you have this eye? Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you are in trouble, little fox. Rukawa clenched his palm and slapped Nine Tails' fox face hard. Tisk. How much strength can such a small hand have? Are you trying to tickle me? Nine Tails looked at the slap from Rukawa with disdain in his eyes. However, the next moment, bang, a small slap on the face unleashed an unparalleled force. Ah! Nine Tails let out a scream, half of his face was deformed. This was the first time in its life that it was hurt by a human's physical body. Ding. Mission completed. Check-in times +9. Listening to the system's notification sounds and Nine Tails' screams, Rukawa felt more comfortable than ever before. Roar. Little brat, I'm going to kill you. If it weren't for this seal, do you think you could suppress me with your weak mental strength? Nine Tails expressed dissatisfaction. I don't know how you got the Rinnegan, but an ant with a Rinnegan is still an ant. If I hadn't been sealed, it would be easy for me to crush an ant like you to death. Okay. Then I will help you remove the seal first, and then I will completely defeat you, the beast. Rukawa clenched his fist and grinned. Don't brag. If you can really defeat me before I'm sealed, I'll recognize you as my big brother right now. Nine Tails bared his fangs, looking very unconvinced. But there was a cunning look in its eyes. No one would refuse to take a tailed beast as a younger brother. It's not bad to have a fox as your little brother, just wait, little fox, I'll help you break the seal right away. Rukawa chuckled and walked out of the dungeon leisurely. I've been fooled. You actually planned to help me remove the seal. What an idiot. Nine Tails sneered inwardly. Five Tails doesn't think he will be defeated, even though he only has one Rinnegan and is less than 10 years old. After all, it is an old fox that has lived for thousands of years. Whether it is combat experience or combat skills, it is not something a little ghost can match. Advertisement bang. Rukawa, CBAG, slaps Naruto awake. What? What kind of monster is this? As soon as Naruto opened his eyes, he saw Nine Tails in front of him. That huge body and the terrifying aura emanating from it, how could he, who was only 7 years old, withstand such stimulation? He was almost scared to death. Tisk. This is my Jinchuriki. What a loser. It's true that each generation is getting worse than the last. Nine Tails sneered disdainfully, but was very satisfied in his heart. This is how ordinary people should react when they see it. This is Nine Tails, the monster inside you. Of course, to me, it's just a little fox. Rukawa explained calmly. Is this the real reason why others think I'm a demon fox? Naruto suddenly realized. Ah, yes, I am the real reason why everyone hates you. Come on, hate me, resent me. Nine Tails began to seduce as usual. Shut up, do you want to come out again? Rukawa slapped him from a distance. Yes. The seal will be broken and we can get out in a moment. I can't do anything with the bewitching. Nine Tails reacted and immediately returned to his cold and aloof look, not even looking at Naruto. But Naruto answered very seriously. No, I don't hate you. You have been locked up here all the time, like me, without any friends. You must be very lonely. And I heard from Rukawa that you were manipulated by someone to attack Konoha, so I don't blame you. Roar. Damn brat. Are you pitying me? I am the strongest among the tailed beasts. Why would I need a brat like you to pity me? Nine Tails' eyes flashed with ferocity and he growled fiercely. But in its heart, it suddenly thought that this Jinchuriki was pretty good. Why? I don't feel sorry for you, I just think we are very similar. Naruto looked at Nine Tails and said seriously. At this moment, he suddenly wasn't afraid of Nine Tails anymore. You said I'm a coward like you, huh? How funny. Nine Tails snorted coldly, looking unhappy. Okay, stop talking so much here. Rukawa looked at Naruto, pointed at the seal between the two large iron doors, and said. Naruto, I know you probably didn't fully believe what I said before. If you tear off the seal on the door, you will meet Namikaze Minato, your father, and he will tell you the truth. This is a hidden trick left by Namikaze Minato. When Naruto could not withstand the temptation of Nine Tails and was ready to lift the seal, the chakra left by Namikaze Minato would be triggered and turned into a chakra image to stop Naruto. In the original time and space, Naruto met Namikaze Minato for the first time in this way. Really? Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. But he was a little bit unbelievable that he could actually see his dead father, so he confirmed with Rukawa again. If I tear off that seal, can I really see my father? Rukawa nodded. Instantly, Naruto was filled with joy. He didn't care about the consequences of tearing off the seal, and came to the two large iron doors, ready to tear off the seal. An embarrassing thing happened. The seal was pasted too high and he couldn't reach it at all. Fortunately, Nine Tails, who wanted to get out very much, quickly used the escaped chakra to lift Naruto up. With great anticipation, Naruto grabbed a corner of the seal and prepared to tear it off. Bang! A hand suddenly appeared and grabbed Naruto's wrist. You can't tear this off, Naruto. Namikaze Minato smiled gently. But when he looked at Naruto, who was only 7 years old, he felt a little confused. What's happening? Naruto is still so young, but he couldn't resist the temptation and triggered the hidden trick I left behind. What will happen next? Isn't it certain that Naruto will be attacked by Nine Tails? You are my father. Naruto looked at the handsome blonde man who suddenly appeared in front of him, and the feeling of blood connection told him that this was his father. Roar. Nine Tails looked at Namikaze Minato with hatred in his eyes and roared. Damn Namikaze Minato, it's useless for you to come out, I will be out soon, and then kill everyone in Konoha, ha 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 ha. It's a bit noisy, let's go somewhere else to talk. Namikaze Minato frowned, waved his hand, and disappeared with Naruto. Hey, that annoying Namikaze Minato is gone. Tear off this broken seal and let me out so we can fight. Seeing Namikaze Minato leave, Nine Tails immediately urged Rukawa to open the door. Why rush? Wait until Naruto comes back. Rukawa folded his arms across his chest and stood still. It would be so boring to beat up Nine Tails without an audience. What, you regret it? Are you afraid that I will kill you accidentally? Nine Tails provoked. Rukawa simply closed his eyes and ignored it. Advertisement, don't worry, since you let me go, I will be merciful and leave you with an intact body. Nine Tails grinned and continued shouting, but no matter how much it was provoked, Rukawa remained indifferent. It simply shut its mouth and said no more. He just stared at Rukawa with a pair of fox eyes flashing with ferocity. It seems that he is considering which part to start with after he gets out. About 10 minutes later, Namikaze Minato and Naruto returned here. Third generation. Oh, I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. He said he would help me take good care of Naruto, but this is how he takes care of him. If Kushina knew about this, she would probably go crazy on the spot. Namikaze Minato sighed slowly, feeling a little angry and helpless. I just regret that I had misjudged him in the first place. Thank you for letting Naruto know the truth. Namikaze Minato looked at Rukawa, thanked him first, and then advised. But if you want to release Nine Tails, I advise you to reconsider it. After all, it is the strongest tailed beast, and its strength is beyond your imagination. You don't need to worry about this, fourth generation. Rukawa slowly opened his eyes, revealing the eternal eyes and Rinnegan. This is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the legendary Eye of the Immortal. Namikaze Minato was extremely shocked when he felt the powerful aura released from Rukawa's eyes. Then he smiled bitterly and said, with these two pairs of eyes, it shouldn't be difficult for you to subdue Nine Tails. It seems I was worrying too much. After a pause,
Namikaze Minato asked Rukawa, Senior, please do not harm Naruto's life. If your target is 9 tails, you can use reanimation jutsu to revive me. I also have a 9 tails sealed inside me. This is the last thing Namikaze Minato can do for Naruto. Don't worry, even if I want to do something bad to Naruto, not to mention that you are just a chakra image now, even if your real body comes, you can't stop me. Rukawa said calmly. Namikaze Minato, well, speechless. Having strength means being confident. I'm already dead, so I shouldn't care about the affairs of you living people. Namikaze Minato sighed helplessly and then started nagging Naruto again. Basically it's like, Naruto, you have to be strong and don't hate the village or something like that. Finally, under Naruto's extremely reluctant gaze, Namikaze Minato disappeared. Okay, kid, time to let me out, Nine Tails said impatiently. Are you so eager to come out and get beaten? Rukawa snapped his fingers and knocked off a seal on the iron door, and at the same time, a shadow clone was created to take Naruto away from here. Boom. The seal had just fallen off when Nine Tails roared, broke free of the chains wrapped around his body, and violently knocked the iron door open. It ran on all fours, with its 9 tails dragging behind it. It was extremely fast, like a flash of red lightning, and in just a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Rukawa. Damn you little brat, I'm going to beat you into a pulp. Nine Tails laughed grimly, raised his claws, and with a fierce light in his eyes, smashed down fiercely towards Rukawa. Rukawa raised his hand to block the giant claw falling from the sky. Then he threw a backhand punch. Bang! A wave of air suddenly exploded, and under the terrifying force, even Nine Tails, with his size, couldn't help but retreat more than 10 meters. You, where do you get so much strength, little brat? Nine Tails' fox eyes widened. It's unbelievable, how can such a small body burst out with such terrifying strength? This is a tailed beast in human skin. Rukawa clenched his fists. After taking 6 bottles of serum, the power he unleashed was enough to compete with the tailed beasts. However, in this state, it is still not very convenient to deal with large enemies like the tailed beasts. In this case, then, complete form of Susanoo, activate. The power of the Eternal Eye exploded, and a 200-meter-tall purple giant with wings on its back suddenly took shape. In contrast, Nine Tails, who was only 70 meters tall, barely reached the height of the purple giant's knees. This is Susanoo in her perfect form. Nine Tails looked dazed. This familiar 200-meter-tall giant reminded him of the fear he felt when he was dominated by Uchiha Madara. Back then, he was captured by Uchiha Madara on his complete form of Susanoo and taken away to be his pet. You are not Uchiha Madara, how can I be afraid of you? Roar. Nine Tails roared, giving himself courage, and rushed towards the purple giant without fear. It opened its huge mouth full of fangs and fiercely bit towards Susanoo's thigh. The 9 tails behind it danced wildly and wrapped around Susanoo's other leg. Bang! Rukawa's attack came first, hitting 9 Tails' head with a heavy punch. Ouch! 9 Tails screamed in pain, and it felt like his head was deformed by the blow. While 9 Tails was a little dizzy, Rukawa seized the opportunity, controlled Susanoo, opened his big hand, grabbed 9 Tails' head, and smashed it towards the Earth Hill Wolf. Boom! A huge pit appeared on the ground, and water splashed everywhere. Boom boom boom. Susanoo held 9 Tails with one hand and smashed its head madly with the other. Punch after punch fell on 9 Tails' head like raindrops. Chapter 76 Susanoo. Submit to Rukawa. Secret. Boom boom boom. Under the infusion of terrifying power, the ground trembled continuously. Roar, roar, roar. 9 Tails roared and struggled frantically, trying to break free, but he couldn't. After being hit nearly 100 times, 9 Tails finally seized the opportunity and used its 9 flexible tails to tightly wrap around Susanoo's falling fist. 9 Tails' eyes were bloodshot, and he opened his huge mouth, aiming at Junzo's head. The 2 chakras with yin and yang attributes quickly gathered into its mouth. In an instant, a small dark purple ball took shape. This is the signature move of the tailed beasts, the tailed beast ball. You dare to condense tailed beast bomb at such a close distance? I think you are stupid. Rukawa scoffed. The wings behind Susanoo flapped violently, and the 9 tails that bound Susanoo's fists were immediately broken apart. The restraints were released, and Rukawa controlled Susanoo, transforming his fist into a palm. He opened his 5 fingers and grasped the unformed tailed beast bomb. Then he stuffed it into 9 Tails' wide-open mouth, and pinched it with his 5 fingers, tightly holding 9 Tails' mouth to prevent it from opening. 9 Tails' eyes suddenly widened, and a burning sensation in his mouth made him realize that he had made a dumpling. How dare he gather tailed beast bomb at Susanoo at such a close distance? Isn't this simply seeking death? At this moment, it is like holding a bomb in its mouth that is about to explode. It tried hard to open its mouth and spit out the tailed beast bomb that was about to explode. But Susanoo's palm was like a pair of pliers, tightly closing its mouth so that it could not open its mouth. Boom. With a muffled sound, Rukawa loosened his hand and a thick black smoke slowly emerged from 9 Tails' mouth. 9 Tails rolled his eyes, tilted his head, and his 9 tails drooped limply. While Rukawa and 9 Tails were fighting inside Naruto's body, outside. 3rd generation master, in this situation, do we still need to perform the sealing technique? The leader of the sealing squad asked Sarutobi Hiruzen.
Wait a little longer, but you must be ready to seal it at any time. This kind of weird situation, I have never seen it before. After thinking for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said. At this moment, he was also a little confused. Because the current situation is really a bit strange. At this time, Naruto was completely covered in the Scarlet Nine Tails chakra, with 6 tails flying behind him. Logically speaking, with 6 tails already appearing, Naruto should have gone berserk. But at this moment, Naruto was standing there quietly, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep, with no intention of going berserk at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Rukawa, unable to understand how he did it. Just by putting a hand on Naruto's shoulder, he can be calmed down in the 6 tails state. Puzzled. At the same time, Naruto's inner world. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others would never have thought that Naruto had grown 6 tails. The reason why he didn't go berserk was because 9 tails was being beaten by Rukawa at that moment. Yo, are you still pretending to be dead? Rukawa slapped 9 tails on the face and sneered. I don't believe that you, who are known as the strongest among the tailed beasts, can die so easily just by detonating an unformed tailed beast bomb in your mouth. As he said that, he punched 9 tails' head twice. Roar. When his intention to play dead was seen through, 9 tails roared, struggled hard, turned his head, and opened his mouth to bite Susanoo's arm. Bang. Rukawa, who was well prepared, slapped 9 tails' head to the ground again. What followed was Susanoo's powerful fist smashing down heavily. Boom. With a loud bang, a circle of air waves swept around. Under the infusion of huge force, 9 tails' entire face was deformed. Fortunately, its essence is made up of chakra. If any other summoning beast was here, it would have been killed by a single punch. Boom. Another heavy punch came down, and Rukawa's voice came from afar. How is it? Are you convinced? Call me big brother. Roar. In response, 9 tails roared. Boom. Dissatisfied. Roar. Boom. Dissatisfied. Roar. Watching the fierce battle between the two behemoths. No, it should be 9 tails who was beaten unilaterally. Naruto, who was watching from a distance, was stunned. Is this still the Rukawa I know? Not only can he transform into a 200-meter tall giant, he can also pin the feared 9 tails fox to the ground. I actually wanted to challenge Rukawa in a one-on-one duel before. How arrogant of me. Rukawa might be able to hang himself up and beat him with just one finger. Wouldn't it mean that I will never be able to defeat Rukawa from now on? Naruto thought sadly. Over there, 9 tails had been hit dozens of times, his head was severely deformed, and his teeth were almost all gone, but his mouth was still very strong. Every time he asked 9 tails, do you accept it? He would respond with an angry roar, which seemed like he would rather die than surrender. You're still trying to pick a fight with me, aren't you? Today I'm going to beat you until you're convinced. Rukawa got angry and started beating him up by holding his tail. Roar, roar, roar. Advertisement. 9 tails roared repeatedly, his eyes bloodshot, staring at Rukawa above Susanoo's head, but he refused to give in. It seemed that it would be a very humiliating thing to make it surrender to Rukawa. Boom. After the last punch, seeing that 9 tails still refused to surrender, Rukawa almost stopped attacking. You're still not convinced, huh? I guess I have to try a different approach. Hey, I suddenly thought of a very interesting way to play, you will regret it later. After thinking for a moment, Rukawa raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a malicious smile. He suddenly came up with a very good idea. Seeing Rukawa's malicious smile, 9 tails felt a chill in his heart and an extremely wonderful feeling spread throughout his body. Its intuition told it that giving in at this time would be the correct choice. However, just as the thought of giving in came to my mind, it was suddenly cut off. Do you recognize this little brat as your big brother? How is that possible? It is the 9 tails, the most powerful of the tailed beasts, an antique that has lived for thousands of years. How could it be a mere human being and be its big brother? Even when facing Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it did not give in. It's just that he was not strong enough and was forcibly captured. Therefore, 9 tails swore that even if it died, it would never surrender to Rukawa. It just doesn't believe that the means used by Rukawa can be more terrible than death. Boom. Under 9 tails' puzzled gaze, Rukawa created 2 shadow clone. Kakakaka. 2 purple giants rose from the ground. They were 2 shadow clones casting Susanoo at the same time. Of course it's not the complete form, just the 5th form. Compared to the complete form, its height is not that exaggerated and it does not have wings behind it. But this is enough. Rukawa summoned 2 clones not for fighting anyway. You want to use numbers to force me to surrender. Humph. Naive. No matter how many of you there are, I will never surrender to a little brat like you. 9 tails said firmly. I was disdainful in my heart, thinking Rukawa would use some pervert method. Didn't expect this. It's not even afraid of death, so how could it be afraid of being attacked by a few more people? Rukawa ignored it and had a shadow clone control Susanoo and sit on 9 tails' head. He stepped on 9 tails' 2 front paws with his feet, and pressed 9 tails back down with his hands, pinning it firmly to the ground. The other shadow clone controlled Susanoo and sat on 9 tails' back, stepping hard on 9 tails' 2 hind paws with both feet. Then he clasped his hands and hugged the 9 tails that were still waving in his arms. Since 9 tails was beaten quite weakly, the whole process of suppressing 9 tails was extremely easy. Rukawa himself controlled the complete form of Susanoo and came behind Nine Tails, signaling Shadow Clone with his eyes. Shadow Clone nodded in understanding, and the arms that were locked on Nine Tails' tail suddenly pulled upwards. Nine Tails' butt was immediately lifted high, and the anus area was immediately exposed in front of Rukawa. But it's a pity that Nine Tails, as an aggregation of chakra, does not have chrysanthemum. But it doesn't matter, Rukawa will just think that the source of the loss of Nine Tails is Nine Tails' chrysanthemum. What do you want to do? Nine Tails maintained this posture, feeling extremely ashamed. When those animals reproduce, they maintain this one-in-one back posture. Difficult, could it be that? As if he had thought of a possibility, Nine Tails' face was filled with horror and disbelief. You little brat, are you so beastly? I am a tailed beast, I am not male or female, don't mess with me. Nine Tails screamed. What the hell are you thinking? Lousy is not a pervert. He will not do that to a tailed beast like you. Rukawa's face turned black, he never expected Nine Tails to have such a dirty mind. Nine Tails heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and then saw Susanoo making hand seals. This hand seal, is it to perform some ninjutsu? Just as it was wondering, it saw Susanoo's 4 thick fingers put together. From a distance, it looked like a giant pillar supporting the sky. Then he aimed at Nine Tails' raised anus and thrust it in with lightning speed. Konoha Shinobi's secret technique. 1,000 years of death. Puff. Hit the bull's eye directly. The moment of being hit, Nine Tails' originally orange fox face immediately turned from red to white, and then from white to purple, and his expression became extremely ferocious. The next moment, ouch! An extremely shrill scream instantly resounded throughout Naruto's entire inner world. The scream was so intense that it seemed as if one was actually there. Naruto, who was far away, got goosebumps all over his body when he heard it, and he clamped his anus tightly together in an instant. Rukawa's move is too cruel. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Nine Tails was really pitiful, actually falling into Rukawa's hands. Fortunately, he didn't duel with Rukawa before, otherwise Nine Tails' treatment might have been his. While Naruto was feeling relieved, he also made a decision secretly. I will never fight Rukawa again, even if I die. Boo. Rukawa pulled out Susanoo's fingers, and a huge hole suddenly appeared on Nine Tails' originally flat anus. Now it's complete. I made you a chrysanthemum. You're welcome. Request flowers. Rukawa said generously. Damn kid. Nine Tails gnashed his teeth and roared, and every word he spoke seemed to break his jaw. I will kill you, I will definitely kill you. Unparalleled resentment. Thoughts, like endless waves, surged through Nine Tails' body, instantly turning its eyes blood red. Boom. Advertisement. An extremely terrifying chakra suddenly burst out from Nine Tails' body. The 2 Susanoos that were pressing on it were blown away. Roar. Nine Tails crawled on the ground with his limbs, and roared at Rukawa with a deafening roar. With the replenishment of a huge amount of chakra, its injuries were completely healed. This is the legendary explosive species, worthy of being the protagonist cheat. Looking at Nine Tails, whose chakra amount was much more than before, Rukawa couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Roar. Now it's time for you to pay the price, damned little devil. Get ready to die. The powerful Nine Tails regained its confidence and immediately pinned the annoying little devil to the ground. 1 minute later, it's a familiar posture again. Nine Tails was pinned to the ground by Rukawa Shadow Clone, who was controlling Susanoo, with his hips lifted high. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how much you explode, it will be useless. Rukawa looked at Nine Tails, who looked frustrated, and said with a chuckle. Then, in front of Nine Tails' horrified gaze, Rukawa made the hand gesture of 1,000 years of death. Wait a minute. Stop it now. I give in, I give in. Nine Tails shouted quickly. It doesn't want to go through such a humiliating experience again. Helpless, he could only choose to surrender to Rukawa. After all, the feeling of having a chrysanthemum forcibly opened is really painful. 0. Ha, aren't you very tough? You won't give in even if you're beaten to death. How come you give in so quickly? Come on, show me how tough you are. Don't I prefer the way you are determined not to give in? Rukawa chuckled. Hey, I've convinced you, don't push your luck, you nasty brat. Nine Tails said angrily. It seems that he only accepts with his mouth but not with his heart. Susanoo pointed his finger at Nine Tails' newly repaired buttocks and thrust forward. Konoha Shinobi's secret technique. 1,000 years of death. Ouch. 1,000 years of death. Ah, I give in, stop it now. 1,000 years of death. Stop it now, I'm convinced. Ah, Rukawa had a blank expression on his face as he controlled Susanoo and cast 1,000 years of death again and again. After the 10th time, Five Tails howled. I'm wrong, brother. Please stop it now. Seeing Nine Tails finally call him Big Brother, meant that he had completely surrendered. Well, he was beaten into submission. Rukawa immediately stopped after pulling out the fingers of Vice Admiral Susanoo from Nine Tails' chrysanthemum, and did not continue. Looking at Susanoo's fingers, Rukawa showed disgust. Although it wasn't a real chrysanthemum, it still felt pretty disgusting. Fortunately, this was operated by Susanoo, not by his real body. If the next target of 1,000 years of death is a human, he will not panic at all. He can also cast Shadow Clone and let Shadow Clone do the operations. Shadow Clone. I'm #% at asterisk. Swish. Seeing Rukawa standing below him after removing Susanoo, Ninetales wanted to slap him and turn him into a pulp. But after thinking about the consequences of doing so, Ninetales immediately put this crazy idea to rest. Whoosh. Rukawa bent his knees and leapt lightly onto Ninetales' head. He stepped on Ninetales' big head and said, "Come on, Xiaoju, take me to Naruto." Hole. Ninetales gnashed his teeth in anger, unable to suppress the rage in his heart, and couldn't help but curse. Huh, what did you call me just now? Rukawa frowned. It's called Big Brother. Big Brother, you must not have heard it clearly just now. Thinking of the fear of being dominated by 1,000 years of death, Ninetales quickly changed his words and put on a flattering smile. With Rukawa, he quickly walked towards where Naruto was. As it walked, tears of humiliation shone in its heart. Woohoo, from now on, it will really recognize that damned little devil as its big brother. Damn it, it is the most powerful tailed beast, yet it has fallen into such a state. Okay, Naruto, Ninetales has now willingly acknowledged me as their big brother. Rukawa jumped off Ninetales' head, came to Naruto, and said calmly. Naruto blinked, a little unresponsive. And seeing Ninetales had a sour face at the moment, it didn't look like he was willing, right? From now on, you two are family. Rukawa ignored Naruto, who was still confused at the moment, and continued. Naruto, from now on you will practice with Xiaoju, and he will be your best teacher. Then he turned to Ninetales and said, Xiaoju, you have to teach Naruto seriously, understand? If Naruto's strength remains stagnant for too long, hee. Rukawa's eyes glowed dangerously. A knife. Chapter 77. Is this solved? Shock. Kamui. Obito. Snort. Ninetales snorted. What do you mean by humming? Are you saying no? Rukawa narrowed his eyes and made the hand seal of 1,000 years of death. Got it. I will teach this brat a lesson. Ninetales said impatiently, and then added. If this kid doesn't live up to his potential, and his talent is too poor, you can't blame me. Don't worry, Naruto will definitely not let you down. You two are a natural partner. Rukawa waved his hand, and his consciousness withdrew from Naruto's inner world. He didn't have Naruto's ability of talking, so he could only use tough measures to beat the two guys together in advance. And with Naruto's personality, I believe he will get along well with Ninetales very quickly. The main reason why Rukawa did this was to leave some protection for himself. After all, my cheat is a sign-in system, and the prizes are random, which is too unreliable. It's better to leave yourself a guarantee, an extra layer of insurance, and be on the safe side. Anyway, you won't lose anything. This old man and this brat are a natural pair. Ha. After listening to Rukawa's last words before he left, he looked at the little thing under his feet and sneered with disdain. Hey, you stinky fox. My dad said that I have a very strong talent, so don't underestimate me. Naruto jumped up and down, his face full of dissatisfaction. Oh, Ninetales ignored him and walked into the water dungeon. Huh, didn't you recognize Rukawa as your big brother? And Rukawa and I are friends, so you can be considered my little brother, right? Naruto saw Ninetales take the initiative to walk into the water prison. He scratched his head and used his little brain to sort out the relationship between the two parties. He asked in confusion. Well, since we are all family now, there is no need for you to go into the cage again, Xiaoju. Hurry, little devil, show me your position clearly. If you dare to take advantage of me again, I will slap you to death. Ninetales looked at Naruto's silly look and immediately got angry, and started yelling at Naruto. After giving the deterrent, Wei explained. My power is not something a little brat like you can withstand. If there wasn't this seal, your body would have exploded and died long ago. As he spoke, Ninetales used his front paws to pull the iron door closed, and used the leaked chakra to actively open the seal of the water prison. Instant sense of security. With Rukawa around, it's more comfortable to stay in the water dungeon. Now, it won't break the seal and come out even if you kill it. Without this seal, I would explode and die. Naruto looked surprised, looking at Ninetales in the water prison. He suddenly laughed. Xiaoju, in order to prevent me from exploding and dying, you actually took the initiative to seal yourself up. It seems that you are really a good fox. Let's be good friends from now on. Naruto reached his hand into the cage. Roll. Ninetales slapped Naruto's hand away with one claw and said angrily. Don't be so self-indulgent, little ghost. I only do this because we have a symbiotic relationship. If you die, I will die with you, do you understand? Also, don't call me Xiaoju. Oh. Naruto nodded as if he understood, and asked again. Then Xiaoju, we are friends, right? Roll. Ninetales roared, shaking Naruto's consciousness out of his inner world. What an annoying little devil, but, this little devil seems to be the first human who wants to be friends with me. Thinking about it this way, it seems that Naruto isn't that annoying after all. Naruto, your talent must not disappoint me. I will teach you well, and when you become stronger. Ninetales narrowed his eyes, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a face that deserved a beating appeared in his mind. Take revenge on that brat called Uchiha Rukawa. Ninetales gnashed his teeth and swore to do his best to train Naruto to surpass Rukawa. As long as Naruto's talent is not bad, the tailed beasts plus the Jinchuriki can explode into an effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. Therefore, it is not worried that Naruto's strength will always be weaker than Lugon. Then, it will return 100,000 years of death to Rukawa. Let Rukawa experience the pain it went through. In the outside world, as Rukawa Naruto's consciousnness returned one after another, the two opened their eyes one after another. The 6 tails behind Naruto, as well as the tailed beast coat he was wearing, suddenly disappeared. Just solved it. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two in astonishment, then he remembered something and waved his hand hastily, saying to the ninjas of the sealing squad. Since everything is fine, you can leave now. Yes. The people who were sealing were somewhat speechless. They were calling them over just to watch others seal 9 tails, right? It's a bit confusing. But this is better than 9 tails breaking the seal and going berserk. After everyone from the sealing class left, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, looked at Naruto, and said seriously. Naruto, what Uchiha Rukawa said before is indeed true, but it is not the real truth. While Rukawa was suppressing 9 tails, Sarutobi Hiruzen came up with a perfect excuse to restore his image in Naruto's heart. Even if Naruto doesn't completely believe it, it can reduce Naruto's resentment towards himself. Look, Naruto, the reason Grandpa did this was actually your father, Namikaze Minato's idea. He asked me to do this. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sincere as he slowly spoke the words he had just prepared. Minato said. Let the villagers regard you as a demon fox, hate you, and reject you. In fact, they just want to temper your mind. If you can endure the cold stares from people around you, your willpower will become extremely strong and your heart will become extremely powerful. This will lay a solid foundation for you to become an excellent ninja in the future. Rukawa watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance with great interest, without interrupting. As for your family's assets, it's not that I don't want to give them to you, but Minato specifically told me that the assets cannot be given to you before you come of age. Minato's goal is to let you grow up in a difficult environment and to equip you with the spirit of hard work and perseverance from an early age. For a truly strong person, the road to growth is never smooth. You have to understand Minato's good intentions. Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts and feelings. Naruto looked at the third generation, expressionless and silent. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Naruto was unable to accept such a cruel truth, so he remained silent. So he advised, Naruto, I know you can't accept this fact for the time being, but please don't resent your father, Namikaze Minato. Everything he did was for your own good. If you want to hate someone, then hate me, your third-generation grandfather. After all, Minato only gave the plan, and I was the one who implemented it. Are you done yet? Naruto asked calmly. This is the whole truth. Naruto, please don't. I've met my father, Namikaze Minato. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly widened, his old face full of astonishment. He looked at Naruto, who had no expression on his face, and thought he had heard it wrong, so he confirmed again. What did you say? You said you met your father, Namikaze Minato. Yes, just now, I saw my father, Namikaze Minato, in my inner world. He said that entrusting me to you, an old man, was the biggest mistake of his life. He actually believed an old politician like you, he is simply blind. Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with extreme disgust and turned away. Today, he had witnessed the shamelessness and disrespect of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He actually wanted to pass the blame to his father. And he said it with such sincerity. If he hadn't met Namikaze Minato, he would have most likely chosen to believe the old man's lies. It's so abominable. Tisk tisk tisk. How does the saying go, you lose more than you gain? That's exactly what's going on with you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But thank you for putting on a good show for me, old man. As a thank you, I won't bother you today. Ha ha ha. Rukawa laughed wantonly, his tone full of sarcasm. It's simply self-inflicted. Rukawa was also very happy to see the expected situation. Now, without him saying anything more, Naruto's favorability towards the third generation went straight to negative, and it was worth his trip. After glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a mocking look, Rukawa used the body flicker technique and left the Hokage's office. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his fist on the desk, and a crack appeared, almost splitting the entire desk in two. Bang! With a kick, the desk was completely shattered and paper documents flew all over the place. At this moment, he was furious. Minato, since you still have a backup plan, why don't you tell me? His face turned pale and he felt a surge of resentment in his heart. Now, the image of a kind grandfather that he had worked so hard to establish in front of Naruto was completely destroyed and could never be restored. Moreover, Naruto might have already regarded him as an enemy. All of this was caused by that guy, Uchiha Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke each word with gritted teeth as he shouted out this name that made him extremely angry. It was all because of Rukawa that all his efforts over the years came to naught. Advertisement. This time, Nine Tails Jinchuriki was taken away. What about next time? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly shocked and reacted. The two most precious things in Konoha are Nine Tails and the Book of Seals. Abu. Ignoring the messy office, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly used the body flicker technique and rushed to the secret room where the sealed book was stored. The sealed book must not fall into Rukawa's hands. If Rukawa knew what the third generation was doing right now, he would just sneer in disdain. The sealed book. In fact, he had considered borrowing it to take a look. But after thinking about it carefully, I decided to give up. Because there is no need. Although the forbidden technique recorded in the sealed book is very powerful, it can only serve as icing on the cake at his level, and it is not very meaningful. And after borrowing it, he still has to spend a lot of time to learn it, which is troublesome. Naruto, what are your plans for the future? Do you want to join Uchiha? I can assure you that in Uchiha, no one will regard you as a demon fox, and no one will hate you anymore. Walking on the road, Rukawa asked Naruto beside him. I don't know. After a long silence, Naruto lowered his head and slowly said this. Since you don't know, then come to Uchiha first. It's much more comfortable to have people reject you than to stay in Konoha. Rukawa invited again. There was another long silence. Suddenly, Naruto took a deep breath, raised his head, looked at Rukawa, and asked seriously. Rukawa, you want me to go to Uchiha so much, is it also for the 9 tails in my body? Rukawa couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. Naruto, this guy has actually learned to doubt. But it's true. After all, I just realized that I have been deceived all along. It is normal to have doubts at this moment. But I have to say that after going through all this, Naruto has indeed grown a lot. Rukawa curled his lips in disdain. If I had any interest in the fox in your body, I would have caught it and kept it as a pet. You would have died long ago. Why would I wait until now? Naruto felt relieved upon hearing this. That's true. Thinking of the scene where 9 tails was pinned to the ground and beaten by Rukawa, he nodded in agreement. Well, again, do you want to come to Uchiha? Rukawa extended the invitation for the 3rd time. Can I think about this for a few days? Naruto scratched his hair frantically, making his yellow hair look like a chicken coop, with a look of distress on his face. I suddenly know too many things, I want to be alone for a while. But don't worry, Rukawa, I will give you an answer in a few days. Okay, whatever you want. Rukawa glanced at Naruto and nodded. I almost forgot that Naruto is not like him, he has an adult soul. He received too much information at once. First, he learned that everyone hated him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's true identity was exposed. 3.79 tails. His father Namikaze Minato suddenly became stronger. Rukawa. There was too much information, and Naruto, who was only 7 years old, almost had his CPU overloaded. This large amount of information must be sorted out carefully. You can think about life slowly by yourself, I'm leaving first. Also, this is the food I sold earlier, I'm giving it to you. After throwing Naruto a scroll that sealed a bunch of food, Rukawa immediately used the body flicker technique and left. This is Konoha, and 9 tails was also defeated by him, so Rukawa doesn't have to worry about any accidents happening to Naruto. However, just in case, it would be better for two Jonin to go over and secretly watch over Naruto after returning to the Uchiha clan's territory. The main purpose is to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from getting desperate and kidnapping Naruto, although the possibility of this happening is very small. On the other side, Naruto had a troubled look on his face, he didn't feel anything even though he was back home. Looking at his own ceiling and the messy room, Naruto, who was only 7 years old, became even more distressed. What should he do next? He wanted to ask the big fox in his stomach, but he didn't know how to enter his inner world. Xiaoju, can you hear me? Naruto lifted his clothes and yelled at his stomach a few times, trying to talk to 9 tails, but there was no response. After calling out a few more times, seeing that there was still no response from Naruto, he walked into the bathroom, pulled down his pants, and sat down on the toilet. I want to relieve the depression in my heart by going to the toilet. How strange, 9 tails Jinchuriki doesn't even have anyone monitoring him, why is Konoha so careless? But it's good this way, it saves me a lot of trouble. Chapter 78 Uchiha Madara. White Zetsu. Sharingan. The sudden strange sound scared Naruto so much that his butt jumped up from the toilet as if it was equipped with springs. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Naruto cried out as he watched the masked man pass through the toilet door without any hindrance. At this time, the wall of the toilet was like the surface of water, with ripples forming, and a large pitcher plant emerged. The pitcher plant opened to the sides, revealing a strange face that was half black and half white. Seeing the really large Naruto, White Zetsu's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered some great treasure, and hurriedly said. Hurry up, little boy, tell me what it feels like to poop. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then he looked down and realized that he was taking a dump in the toilet. He hurriedly pulled up his pants, his face flushed. Obito grabbed Naruto's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Ahem. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* towards Obito with his short legs, but unfortunately he couldn't hook him at all. The person in front of him instinctively gave him an extremely bad feeling. If you fall into this guy's hands, there will be no good ending. Xiaoju, please come out quickly. There are bad guys here who want to catch me. Naruto frantically called out Nine Tails' name in his heart, but there was no response. Damn it. Let me go. Bang. Seeing that Naruto was so dishonest, Obito used a knife to knock Naruto unconscious. Then he turned his head to look at Ju on the wall and said calmly. You don't have to come with me, I'm enough here. This is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It's a bit difficult to take it away silently. I followed you just in case. Black Zetsu's voice was a little hoarse, and then he asked in confusion. I just didn't expect that Nine Tails Jinchuriki didn't even have a guard around him. This is so strange. Who knows what those guys in Konoha are thinking? Maybe he thought that no one in the village would dare to attack Nine Tails Jinchuriki. How stupid. Obito sneered. Do you need me to leave a clone behind and take on the appearance of Naruto to confuse the Konoha shinobi? White Zetsu questions. No need. Now that we have Nine Tails Jinchuriki, we can implement our plan right away. There is no need to bother with this. After leaving these words, Kamui activated the Space 21 formation distortion, Obito and Naruto disappeared, and Zetsu slowly sank into the wall. As this Nine Tails Jinchuriki? How come it's so fast? At the root base, Danzo looked at Naruto in Obito's hand and was very surprised. It wasn't long since he went out, just a little while to pee, and he caught Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Bang! Obito threw Naruto to the ground and said indifferently. Are you questioning me? No, I just felt quite surprised. After all, this is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and Hiruzen takes it very seriously. The protection around this kid must be quite strict. There are at least 5 Jonin and 1 elite Jonin. In this situation, it is quite difficult to capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki without alerting others. Humph, who do you think I am? I am Uchiha Madara. No matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. For me, there is no difference. They can't bear a single look from me. Want to tip off the secret? They're not worthy enough. Obito snorted coldly, and his whole body suddenly exuded a haki that looked down on the world, and his voice was indifferent. It seems that the Konoha shinobi are just like chickens and dogs in his eyes. As expected of you, Master Madara. I admire you. Danzo saw this and immediately flattered him. No, the reason we came back so quickly is because there is no defense around Nine Tails Jinchuriki. At this time, Zetsu came out from underground, and White Zetsu laughed and told the truth. DBX. Danzo felt that the haki that looked down on the world around Obito disappeared in an instant, like a deflated ball. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Obito looked at White Zetsu who was still giggling. This White Zetsu, I might consider changing it when I get back. It's fine if he's stupid, but he actually tried to tear down his stage. He can't be allowed to stay here, he can't be allowed to stay here. When I get back, I must change to a more normal White Zetsu. White Zetsu over there shuddered, and suddenly felt a great malice coming towards him. White Zetsu scratched his hair, looking confused. What's going on? I clearly didn't do anything wrong. It's really strange that anyone would have such great malice towards me. Obito came to Naruto with an expressionless face, squatted down, put his hand into Naruto's lower abdomen, and said lightly. I'm going to meet with Nine Tails first. If this beast is willing to cooperate with us, things will be much easier. After saying that, he closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into Naruto's inner world. A strange breath crept in, and Nine Tails, who was sleeping in the dungeon, suddenly opened his sharp eyes. Who? Long time no see, Nine Tails. Obito stood outside the water prison, looked at Nine Tails inside, and said lightly. Advertisement. It's you. You're the culprit that got me trapped in this little devil's body. Roar. Through the iron gate, Nine Tails roared angrily at Obito. Apparently, it recognized the bring-in. Rather, it recognized Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. At the beginning, it was this Mangekyo Sharingan that controlled me. He wreaked havoc in Konoha without restraint, and was then sealed into Naruto's body by Namikaze Minato. This feeling of being controlled by others is quite uncomfortable. It reminded it of Uchiha Madara who had captured it as a pet. Please be patient, Nine Tails. I'm here to seek your cooperation. After saying something to comfort him, Obito looked at Nine Tails and continued. I will help you remove the seal and restore your freedom. What you need to do is to help me deal with someone at the critical moment. Tisk. Cooperation. Why don't you just control me? Do you really need to cooperate? Nine Tails squinted at Obito and sneered. The guy I'm dealing with this time is very difficult. I don't want to spend more energy on you. After this, you will be free again, and the vast sky outside will be yours to roam freely. I think there is no reason to refuse me. Obito explained calmly, but his tone was full of confidence, believing that Nine Tails would definitely agree to him. But Nine Tails' answer was beyond his expectations. Go away. Don't bother me. It's so comfortable here. Go to sleep if you want. I don't want to go out. Nine Tails crossed his front paws in front of him, using them as a cushion for his head. He squinted his eyes, looking very contented. He sneered in his heart. Go out. There's that pervert Uchiha Rukawa outside. Isn't he trying to harm me? It won't go out, even if you kill it. Nine Tails, I'm not kidding you. I really want to work with you. Obito said in a deep voice. He felt that Nine Tails didn't believe in him. I'm not kidding you. I said I'm not going out and that's what I'm going to do. Go away and don't disturb my sleep anymore. Nine Tails blew out a breath from his nose and started to chase them away. Nine Tails, I know you still don't believe me. To prove my sincerity, I will help you break the seal first. As he said that, Obito stepped forward, put his hand on the iron door, activated the chakra in his body, and impacted the sealing technique. How come this seal is so weak? It's like it doesn't exist. As soon as he touched the iron gate, this doubt flashed through Obito's mind. Quote. Just as Nine Tails was about to stop them, the iron gate was opened. Look, Nine Tails, I've helped you break the seal. I told you I really want to work with you. Obito stood at the door of the dungeon with his hands open, showing his sincerity to Nine Tails. I said I won't go out, so it's no use for you to open the door. Nine Tails shrank his huge body into the innermost part of the water prison. Show Obito your determination with actions. Obito. What happened to Nine Tails? Has he lost his brain after being locked up for so long? He could have gone out and regained his freedom, but he had to stay in prison. Could it be that he had been there for too long and developed feelings for the prison? CK, Daiwang Shigauda, Nine Tails, stop making trouble. Or did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Why are you staying here when you can go out? Obito said with regret. You are Nine Tails. Obito almost suspected that the guy in front of him was a fake. You were kicked in the head by a donkey. I said I will stay here and will not leave. Nine Tails shook his head frantically and continued to shrink his body back, clinging tightly to the wall of the dungeon. Seeing that Nine Tails was unwilling to leave, Obito went a little crazy. Before officially meeting Nine Tails, he had imagined countless possibilities. Nine Tails readily agreed. Nine Tails ignored. Nine Tails angrily refused. Nine Tails pretended to agree and then attacked. But this situation was something he had never anticipated. Nine Tails, what the hell are you thinking? Is freedom bad? Is the world outside not exciting enough? Obito said angrily, and even cursed. Because of Nine Tails' performance, he really had the urge to curse. Recalling the fear of being dominated by Rukawa's 1,000 years of death, Nine Tails looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, the ceiling of the dungeon. He showed a complex expression of 3 parts sadness, 3 parts pain, 3 parts anger, and 1 part regret. Oh, Nine Tails, what on earth have you been through that would make you like this? Obito raised his eyebrows, showing interest. Looking at Nine Tails' genuine expression, it doesn't seem fake. Obito really wanted to know why Nine Tails refused to go out. Not long ago, a guy with Rinnegan and Eternal Eye came here. What did you say? Rinnegan, how is this possible? Did you see it wrong? Obito's pupils suddenly shrank and he screamed in shock. He seemed to have heard extremely outrageous news, so outrageous that he couldn't believe it. Rinnegan, how is this possible? In the ninja world, besides Nagato who has a pair of Rinnegan, how come there are others who have Rinnegan? Humph. When I was created by Old Man Six Paths, you were probably still a piece of shit. I have been with the Six Paths Old Man for so long, do you think I could be wrong? That is the Rinnegan, and it is the 6 Magatama Rinnegan. Advertisement. Nine Tails said firmly, his tone full of unquestionable flavor. Rinnegan, 6 Magatama Rinnegan. I didn't expect that there are people in the ninja world who actually possess the Rinnegan. Obito murmured to himself, digesting the extremely shocking news. After a long while, Obito took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Looking at Nine Tails, he hurriedly asked. And then what? Did that guy with the Rinnegan do anything to you? Yes. Nine Tails spoke in a leisurely voice, stretching out the 2 words, and closed his eyes, as if he was brewing his emotions. Under the mask, Obito looked expectant, wanting to know what happened next. Seeing Nine Tails suddenly close her eyes, she wanted to urge her, but she suppressed the urge and waited quietly for Nine Tails to speak. Then you can die. Nine Tails suddenly opened his eyes, murderous intent in them. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile of success. He had been ready to attack for a long time, and in just a moment, his huge figure had already appeared in front of Obito. The tall figure enveloped Obito, and a violent aura was overwhelming him. The sharp claws flashing with cold light suddenly stretched out, aimed at Obito's head, and hit him hard. You dare to control me? Die. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a bright red claw shadow slammed down. Previously, my attention was focused on Nine Tails' words, and I didn't expect Nine Tails to suddenly attack. He was caught off guard and had no way to react, as his body was instantly torn to pieces by Nine Tails' sharp claws. It's a pity that it's just a consciousness, not the real body. It would be much better if it was the real body. Watching Obito's figure slowly disappear, Nine Tails felt a little regretful, and then snorted coldly. Humph. But if I destroy his consciousness, it will make him suffer for a while. Outside world. Puff. A mouthful of blood surged into his mouth, and Obito swallowed it forcefully. Moreover, his consciousness was blown up and his spirit was damaged, making him feel as if his head was torn apart. It felt as if countless blades were cutting my brain, it was extremely painful. He wanted to relieve the pain by screaming, but he couldn't, he had to hold it in. Because he was in the laboratory of the root base, not only was Danzo there, but there were also many root members. He, Uchiha Madara, can't make a fool of himself. It feels like you are in a very serious occasion. Suddenly, my big toe hit something hard and it hurt so much that I wanted to cover my foot and scream in pain to relieve the pain. But you can't, you have to hold it in, which is quite uncomfortable. This is how Obito feels at the moment, so he must leave here immediately. Just as he was about to activate the Sharingan technique and enter the Kamui space, Danzo walked up to him and asked respectfully. Madara-sama, is everything going well? Obito took a deep breath, calmed his tone, and tried his best to keep his voice from being distorted, and said calmly. It went very smoothly. Nine Tails has agreed to cooperate with us. As expected of you, Madara-sama. Even Nine Tails has to bow down before you. After offering a flattering gesture, Danzo then invited. Lord Madara, now that we have dealt with Nine Tails, we can hold a meeting to discuss the final details of the plan. The relevant personnel should be waiting in the conference room, let's go over there. No need. You can decide on your own about this matter. That won't do, Master Madara. After all, you are the initiator of the plan. How can this work without you? Besides, some details still require your approval, Madara-sama, before we can make a decision. I dare not act recklessly. If my recklessness causes the plan to fail, then all our efforts will be in vain. So you have to be present at this meeting. Danzo looked sincere, bowed slightly, waved his hand towards Obito, and said respectfully. Let's go, Master Madara, the meeting room is this way. Obito didn't move, but looked at Danzo with a leisurely gaze. This old man has been talking so much. Could it be that he knows that I am in such a bad mood, so he is deliberately stalling for time? Grass. I really can't bear it anymore if I don't leave. Obito roared in his heart, but responded calmly. Put aside the meeting and postpone it for an hour. I have something very important to deal with now. I'm leaving now. Obito picked up Naruto. Kamui was activated, the space was distorted, and he was about to escape into Kamui's space. Bang! A white hand appeared and grabbed Obito's arm, interrupting his movement. Madara-sama, what's the matter with you? Isn't the most important thing now to finish the meeting and deal with Uchiha Rukawa? Danzo just promised me that once this plan goes off without a hitch, he'll tell me what it feels like to poop. So, Master Madara, let's go to the meeting as soon as possible and stop wasting time. White Zetsu grabbed Obito's arm and urged him with a grin. Abu. Obito turned his head sharply and looked at the white half of the face. Through the copper hole of the vortex mask, you can see a bloodshot Sharingan. Chapter 79 Kamui, Uchiha, Ancestors, Rukawa's Strength, Devour. Is this a relay game? You guys conspired to torture me, right? You won't let me leave, you're trying to make things difficult for me, right? You damn bastards. Obito cursed inwardly, looking at White Zetsu as if he were a dead person. At this moment, White Zetsu had no idea that he was about to die. Seeing Obito staring at him blankly, he urged. Hee. Let's go, Madara-sama. I can't wait to know what it feels like to poop. After saying that, he was about to pull Obito to the meeting room, but Obito pushed him away. I said I have something urgent to deal with, the meeting will be postponed for 1 hour. Obito said this coldly, and instantly activated Kamui, taking Naruto with him and disappearing on the spot. Danzo frowned slightly. Lord Madara just now seemed a little strange, as if he was about to have diarrhea and was in a hurry to find a toilet. So even the strongest person in the ninja world can't endure this. Danzo thought thoughtfully. In Kamui space, Obito covered his head and wailed, rolling left and right on the ground, looking extremely miserable. It's not that he couldn't bear the pain, but since he awakened Kamui Mangekyo, he had never been injured except for the time with Namikaze Minato. However, after enduring the pain for a long time, he was finally able to scream, which made Obito feel an inexplicable sense of comfort. About 10 minutes later, Obito collapsed on the ground, sweating all over and gasping for breath. Through the mask, he stroked his face with his hand, with a fierce look in his eyes, looking at Naruto who was lying not far away. How long has it been since you were the first person to make me feel this much pain, Nine Tails? Obito once again entered Naruto's inner world. When he saw Nine Tails, he used Mangekyo to control Nine Tails without saying a word. A few minutes later, Obito suddenly opened his eyes. Rinnegan, Eternal Eye, Uchiha Rukawa. From Nine Tails, he obtained information about Rukawa and also learned why Nine Tails was afraid to go out. Using Susanoo to use 1,000 years of death on the tailed beasts, is this something a human could come up with? Obito was also speechless and didn't know what to say. But he was determined to eradicate Uchiha Rukawa. A guy who inexplicably possesses the Rinnegan and the Eternal Eye will definitely become a variable for Project Tasuki no Mi if he is not eliminated. This time, they will join forces with Danzo. Even if they cannot kill Rukawa, they must at least find out the ability of the Rinnegan. Nine Tails, I hope you can give Uchiha Rukawa an unexpected surprise by then. Obito's eyes flashed fiercely, he glanced at Naruto in his hand, and left the Kamui space. Master Madara, how come you finished it so quickly? Didn't you say we'd have to wait an hour? It's not even half an hour yet. Or did you actually go to poop just now? Looking at Obito who quickly came out of Kamui space, White Zetsu asked curiously. Obito ignored the dying man's question and looked at Danzo, saying calmly. Danzo, we can start the meeting. Land of the Uchiha tribe. Two Uchiha Jonin found Rukawa who was preparing to eat barbecue. The two knelt on one knee, their tone slightly nervous, but still respectfully reported. First, Ancestor, Nine Tails Jinchuriki seems to be missing. Rukawa suddenly turned around and stared at the Uchiha who was speaking, a little surprised. What did you say? Naruto is missing. Feeling Rukawa's oppressive gaze, the Uchiha swallowed his saliva, a little afraid, but still said firmly. Yes, yes. Then, without waiting for Rukawa to ask, he continued. According to your previous instructions, our ancestor, let us take care of Ninetales Jinchuriki. But when we arrived at Ninetales Jinchuriki's residence, we didn't find the target. So we went looking for it and called many tribesmen to help. We searched every corner of the village, but couldn't find the target. Ninetales Jinchuriki, missing. Rukawa was silent for a moment, looked in the direction of the Hokage building, and said slowly. Old man, I thought you would continue to be patient. I didn't expect you to be unable to hold back and attack Naruto directly. But it's good to cover it up, so here comes the excuse. Immediately, Rukawa prepared to go to the Hokage building to talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen about life. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air was heard, and Itachi appeared with a grim look on his face. Ancestor, Quan is missing. Backquote. Rukawa couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. Hara is missing too. Yesterday the three of them made an appointment to have a barbecue here at noon today. But more than half an hour had passed and Quan still hadn't come. Quan is not the kind of person who goes back on her word. Even if something urgent happens, she will ask her mother or someone else to come and notify her. Now that no one has come, not even someone has come to notify, Itachi, who feels something is not right, decides to go to Quan's house to see what's going on. At this moment, Itachi returned, but brought back the news of his disappearance. Is this also your work, old man? Rukawa muttered as he looked at the Hokage building in the distance. But he couldn't figure it out. He could understand Sarutobi Hiruzen taking Naruto away, but what was the point of taking Uchiha Izumi away? Do you want to use this little girl to threaten me? Don't be ridiculous, it's impossible to intimidate Itachi. Advertisement. As for him, he won't care about anything. Seeing Rukawa staring at the Hokage building, Itachi walked over and said anxiously. Ancestor, could it be that Quan was captured by that old guy from the third generation? I'm not sure, but it's probably this old guy who did it. I can't think of anyone else who would do such a thing except him. Rukawa said calmly. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm going to ask him for an explanation right now. Itachi gritted his teeth and immediately prepared to go to the Hokage building. At this moment, a teasing voice came over. Oh, you're all here. That's great, I don't have to go looking for you guys. Uchiha Tiehuo walked over with high spirits. Are you two looking for Ninetales Jinchuriki and Uchiha Spring? It just so happens that I know where they are. As long as you agree to one condition, I will tell you. Tiehuo pointed at Rukawa, then pointed at Itachi, and said proudly. Come on, each of you kowtow to me, and I'll tell you where Ninetales Jinchuriki and Izumi are. At this moment, he had important information about Naruto and Izumi in his hands, and he was very confident when facing Rukawa and Itachi. Ever since he knelt down and asked Rukawa to accept him as a disciple this morning but was rejected, he has been feeling angry. Now, he felt that he had the capital to control Rukawa. Since he knelt down to Rukawa in the morning, now that the situation has changed, he wants Rukawa to kneel down to him as well. Ha, you won't kneel. Then Ninetales Jinchuriki and Uchiha Izumi, you will never find these two. Tiehuo sneered. Only. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Itachi flashed in front of him. What? So fast? Tiehuo had no time to react before his eyes were strangled by Itachi. The Mangekyo Sharingan was instantly activated. Itachi stared into Tiehuo's eyes and said coldly. Where is the fountain? However, Tiehuo was not controlled by the Mangekyo illusion. Ah, he covered his head with his hands and let out a shrill howl. Itachi frowned upon seeing this, and was about to increase the output of his Mangekyo pupil power, but he immediately discovered something was wrong. He loosened his hand and quickly retracted the Mangekyo pupil power that was acting on Tiehuo. This is a curse that I have never seen before. Looking at Tiehuo who was still wailing on the ground, Itachi frowned. Did you find it? Tiehuo raised his head, looked at Itachi, and said jokingly. Do you think I would come to you without any preparation? Your Mangekyo illusion is useless to me. Ha ha ha. After laughing triumphantly for a few times, Tiehuo stood up, looked at Itachi, and shouted. So, if you want to get information from me, kneeling down to me will be your only choice. What's going on? At this time, Rukawa came over. My ancestor, this guy has a special curse engraved in his brain, a curse I have never experienced before. If I forcefully use illusion on him, the curse will be triggered and this guy's head will most likely explode. Itachi said with a grim expression. A special curse. It makes your head explode. I just don't know if the curse seal can block the illusion of my eternal eye. Rukawa raised his eyebrows and looked at Tiehuo who had a smug look on his face, and the eternal Mangekyo was instantly activated. Ah, Tiehuo covered his head again, rolled on the ground, and wailed in pain. The screams were even more intense than the last time. Seeing this, Rukawa quickly closed his eternal eye and frowned slightly. If he continued to cast illusions on Tiehuo, the opponent's head would indeed explode. This kind of crazy behavior is like having a bomb in your head. Any slightly stronger illusion would trigger the curse if it caused any stimulation. This is simply treating yourself as a dead soldier. I've told you before, your Mangekyo illusions are useless to me. Of course, you can kill me directly, but if you do that, you may never get any information about those two brats. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Tiehuo burst into laughter again. Itachi looked grim. There was no way he could kneel before the traitor of his family. If you don't kneel, Quan will. For a moment, Itachi was extremely conflicted and felt extremely uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, there would come a day when he would be controlled by others. Of course, if he didn't care about Quan's life or death, he could just kill the family traitor in front of him. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Especially after he almost killed Quan last time, he felt even more that he owed this girl. Why did you betray Uchiha? Why did you choose to help outsiders and betray your own people? Or do you have some difficulties? If so, you can tell me, and I, Uchiha Itachi, will definitely help you. You don't have to betray the family. Itachi said solemnly. If he doesn't want to kneel down to the traitor but wants to save Quan, he can only try to convince Tiehuo through words. Tiehuo, are you resenting me for being too harsh on you that time? Advertisement. If that's the case, I can apologize to you and compensate you for your losses. I just ask you not to make the mistake again. Itachi said sincerely. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that you, Uchiha Itachi, would have such a day. You're obviously very angry, but you can't do anything to me. This feeling must be very frustrating, Itachi. Ha ha ha, quote. Seeing Itachi's appearance, Tiehuo's laughter became even more wanton and his expression became even more rampant. I feel so happy. This is what he knew. The mission was extremely dangerous and risked his life, but he accepted it without hesitation. Just to see how Rukawa and Itachi were obviously angry, but they couldn't do anything about him. It's so refreshing. Then he stopped smiling and said coldly. Don't talk nonsense to me, kneel down and I'll give you the information, otherwise, no deal. Of course, the most important thing is that you kneel down for me. Tiehuo pointed his finger at Rukawa. You're dreaming. Rukawa aimed at Tiehuo's chest and kicked him. Boom. Tiehuo flew backwards and hit a tree heavily. He covered his chest and stared at Rukawa. The proud and arrogant look on his face was gone, replaced by a hideous and distorted face. It's useless. Since I accepted this mission, I have already put life and death aside. Yeah, Rukawa came up to Tiehuo and stepped on him. With a crack, Tiehuo's entire arm was broken. Tiehuo howled miserably, veins popping out of his forehead, his expression ferocious, and then he roared. It's no use telling you that. The more you do this, the more incompetent you will appear. Rukawa said nothing, and stepped down again, breaking one of Tiehuoling's arms. Ha ha ha, Tiehuo, whose arms were broken, suddenly laughed loudly, his laughter full of madness. Come on, kill me. Let Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha Izumi be buried with me, maybe it's a good choice. Ha ha ha. Itachi came over, looked at the frantic Tiehuo, then looked at Rukawa, and hesitantly advised. Ancestor, please don't be impulsive. If this guy dies, it will be difficult for us to find Quan and Naruto. Yes, now I am the only one who has the information. If you kill me, you will just be searching around like a headless fly. Therefore, kneeling down and kowtowing to me is your best choice. Tiehuo raised his head, revealing a hideous and twisted face with a hint of complacency, and began to agree. Don't worry, I won't be disturbed by an ant. After explaining, Rukawa took out a kunai, looked at Tiehuo lying on the ground, and said calmly. I just want to give him a taste of Danzo's treatment. I hope he can still be so stubborn by then. Looking at the kunai flipping back and forth between Rukawa's fingers, Tiehuo couldn't help swallowing. Thinking of Danzo's miserable appearance that night, he couldn't help but shudder. Cutting off all limbs and cutting off flesh and skin. He didn't want to experience that kind of torture himself. Seeing the kunai in Rukawa's hand approaching him, Tiehuo hurriedly said. No, no, no. I'll tell you what's going on, I'll tell you. Rukawa put away his kunai and sneered. You've given in already, and I haven't even started yet. I thought you were so tough, but you're just like this. Tiehuo ignored Rukawa's ridicule. His mission this time is to lead Rukawa to the root base. As for asking the two to kneel down to him, it was just his personal decision. Tiehuo calmed himself down, endured the severe pain, stood up with difficulty, and gritted his teeth and said. Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Izumi are both in the root base 2,000 meters underground in Konoha. I just wonder if you have the courage to follow me. Lead the way, Rukawa said coldly. Itachi wanted to follow, but was stopped by Rukawa. You stay with the tribe, I'll go alone. This may be a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. If you follow him, the top fighting force of the family will only be Fugaku. So, just in case, it's best for you to stay in the tribe. Hearing this, Itachi gritted his teeth and chose to obey the order. Although I am very worried about Quan, I cannot ignore the safety of my family. And with Rukawa going to the rescue personally, there is no need to worry about not being able to save Izumi. Rukawa followed the iron fire and came to the root base 2,000 meters underground. I didn't expect there to be a foundation in a place like this. There really are a bunch of rats hiding underground at the root. Looking at this underground base, Rukawa couldn't help but curl his lips. At this time, the gate of the base opened, and it was pitch black inside, without a single ray of light. The two people you're looking for are inside. I just don't know if you dare to go in. Tiehuo raised his chin towards the inside of the base with a provocative look. Boom. Rukawa slapped the head, causing it to explode and blood to splatter. Without even looking at the headless body on the ground, Rukawa walked into the base, and the darkness swallowed his figure. He could sense that there was murderous intent inside the base. Although he tried his best to hide it, he still couldn't avoid sensing the murderous intent. This means that there must be someone lying in ambush inside. Since there are other people, Tiehuo is not important and can be killed directly. Chapter 80 Uchiha Itachi. Dazzling. Eye power. Land of the Uchiha tribe. After Rukawa left, Itachi prepared to go find his father, Uchiha Fugaku. Inform him of the situation and be prepared, the third generation may strike back. Call out. As he was walking on the road, a kunai suddenly flew towards him. Itachi dodged by tilting his head, heading in the direction of the attacker. Spring. His eyes suddenly widened, staring at the roof of a house, and gritted his teeth and said. And you, Danzo, you actually escaped and recovered from your injuries, it seems that old guy Sarutobi let you go. At this moment, on the roof of a house, two root ninjas held Izumi hostage. Danzo held a cane in his hand, looked at Itachi below with a cold look, and said in a cold voice. Uchiha Itachi, if you don't want this brat to die, dig out your eyes and give them to me. Danzo had a kunai in his hand and pointed it at Izumi's neck. Leave the ancestor away, your target is me. Rukawa had just left for a short time when this happened. Itachi reacted quickly at this moment. Danzo's target this time should be him. Since your target is me, why do you need to involve Quan? Itachi narrowed his eyes at Danzo, trying to delay time, while frantically thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. Illusions don't work, and Danzo is well prepared, so the success rate of saving people by surprise is very small. In such a short time, the only way he could think of to save people was. But if that happens, it will affect Quan. At this moment, Izumi did not move at all, allowing himself to be held hostage by two root ninjas. He did not make any sound and was obviously unconscious. My patience is limited, don't waste my time. The kunai moved forward a little, and the sharp tip pierced the skin, and bright red blood oozed out from the gap. 3 seconds. If you don't give up your eyes, you'll have to say goodbye to the little devil. Danzo said indifferently, while moving the hand holding the kunai a little further forward. Quote dash exclamation mark quote. Okay, I'll give you my eyes, and you let the spring go. I saw that the kunai was sinking deeper and deeper into Izumi's neck. Itachi gritted his teeth and roared, holding his face with both hands, as if he wanted to dig out his eyes. How stupid. For a woman. Danzo couldn't help but sneer, watching Itachi's hands move with anticipation on his face. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was obtained so easily. If he had known this, he should have used this method to obtain Itachi's Mangekyo earlier. But now I can get a pair of Mangekyo, she is pretty good. As Danzo looked expectant, Itachi slowly moved his hands away from his face. But it was not what Danzo expected to see. Itachi's eye sockets turned into bloody holes. What caught Danzo's eyes were a pair of scarlet pupils with complicated patterns in them. You, how dare you play tricks on me? Danzo was furious and was about to pierce Izumi's neck with a kunai. A.B. Suddenly, his arm holding the kunai burst into a pitch-black flame. Amaterasu. Itachi stared at Danzo and the other two with indifference. A pair of Mangekyo released pupil power violently, and blood flowed from the corners of the eyes. This is. Danzo's entire body was covered in black flames. Not only him, but also the two root ninjas and Izumi who was taken hostage were all swallowed by the black flames. Bang. Danzo disappeared in white smoke. It was just a shadow clone. Ah. The two root ninjas screamed and let go of their hands. Whoosh. Itachi used the body flicker technique to reach the rooftop and grabbed Izumi out of the black flames with one hand. The other hand held a kunai and slashed across the throats of the two men, instantly sending them to the west. Itachi stared at the black flames burning on Izumi's body, and the Mangekyo Sharingan was activated. This time, it is not to release Amaterasu, but to take back the Amaterasu flame. As tears and blood flowed from the corners of his eyes, the black flames on Quan's body slowly disappeared. Quan, are you okay? Itachi hugged Izumi and called softly. After observing carefully for a moment, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Quan was not injured except that some of his clothes were burned. After all, Itachi's target when he used Amaterasu was Danzo and the other two, not Izumi. Izumi was just affected, and Itachi acted in time, so she was not burned by the Amaterasu flame. Looking at the spring light leaking out of Quan because of the torn clothes, Itachi couldn't help but blush. He immediately took off his clothes to block the spring light from Quan. Abu. Just as he put clothes on Izumi, a kunai pierced Itachi's throat. Itachi raised his hand to block it, looking at the owner of the kunai. Uchiha Izumi. He murmured. It's not that simple. Is this your real killer move? Danzo. Advertisement. At this moment, Quan's eyes were hazy and he was in a state of dullness. It was obvious that he was being manipulated by an illusion. Fortunately, Itachi had been on guard and did not let Izumi's sneak attack succeed. After all, Danzo's appearance was too abrupt, and the process of saving people was too easy. How could Itachi, who is always cautious, not have any doubts. Mangekyo Sharingan stared at Izumi's lifeless eyes. Itachi whispered. Illusion. Solution. The illusion was broken, but Quan's eyes did not return to normal, but turned scarlet. Roar. A roar like that of a wild beast suddenly came from Quan's throat. Two sharp fangs extended out and saliva kept flowing out of the mouth. The aura on his body became extremely violent, not like a human, but more like a living beast. What? Itachi was frightened by Izumi's appearance, and alarm bells rang in his heart, and he wanted to get away quickly. But the distance between the two sides was too close. And he was shocked by Izumi's sudden change, which resulted in Itachi not immediately distancing himself from him. When he wanted to leave, Quan had already hugged him tightly. Quan opened his mouth, revealing two sharp fangs, and bit Itachi's neck. Well, Itachi felt pain and tried to break free, but he found that Izumi was incredibly strong and he was afraid of hurting him, so he couldn't break free for a while. What's going on? My chakra is constantly draining away. Itachi was startled and realized something was wrong. The chakra in his body actually rushed towards Quan's body madly. Although no one knows what Danzo and the others did to Izumi, Izumi suddenly has the ability to devour other people's chakra. But this is not the time for him to think about this. The chakra in his body is constantly draining away. If he doesn't break free, his life will be in danger. I'm sorry, Izumi, Itachi whispered an apology. Then, he suddenly mobilized the chakra in his body, and the power of his eyes burst out. He plans to open Susanoo. Although this might hurt Quan, I can't care less. The Danzo that appeared earlier was just a shadow clone. Then the true form of this B************ D must be secretly watching me. If Itachi doesn't get out of this predicament quickly, both he and Izumi will be in danger. Click, click, click. The red chakra turned into substance and covered Itachi's body. The bones formed by chakra are about to take shape. PFF'd. The sound of flesh being torn was extremely harsh. Itachi's face turned extremely pale in an instant and his hands fell down weakly. The pupils returned to black and white, and the bones that were about to form disappeared. Puff. Itachi spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the dancing white tail behind Quan with a look of disbelief. What's this? At this moment, his chest was pierced from behind by this tail. A big hole was opened in the chest, and he was severely injured instantly. Life is slipping away, and now Itachi finds it extremely difficult to even struggle, let alone activate Susanoo. Is that the end? The familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of me is becoming more and more blurred. I wanted to kill you before, and now I die in your hands. This is karma. With only this thought left in his mind, his consciousness fell into darkness. Itachi looked dejected and slowly closed his eyes. Roar. After absorbing the chakra, Quan threw Itachi away and roared towards the sky. The spell used to seal the Nu on his back was all red, and a strong, violent aura rose up. Her body began to swell and grow, transforming into the appearance of an ape. A monster with the body of a raccoon, bent limbs, and a snake's tail. Having perfectly absorbed a cage-level chakra, its body has exploded to 50 meters. Boom. The moment Nu appeared, the house beneath his feet could not bear its weight and collapsed, turning into ruins. With one swing of the tail, the surrounding houses were razed to the ground. CBCF roar. In the midst of smoke and dust, Nu's eyes turned bloodshot and he roared towards the sky. Ah, help. Someone, please come quickly. Please save my child. Damn it. What kind of monster is this? Why did it appear in the clan's land? Quick, quick, quick. Stop the monsters. They can't continue to destroy us. Hold it. It dares to run wild in our Uchiha tribe. When our ancestors arrive, it will be the death of this beast. Screams, roars, howls, all of a sudden there was a chorus of sounds. The ordinary people of Uchiha showed fear on their faces and ran away frantically to get away from the monster that suddenly appeared. The Uchiha ninja sprang into action instantly. Some will help civilians escape, and some will fight against the Nu. Looking at this chaotic scene, Danzo smiled with satisfaction on a rooftop somewhere. The plan went smoothly. It seems my efforts were not in vain. Previously, using Izumi to threaten Itachi to dig out his own eyes, and setting up an illusion for Izumi to suddenly attack Itachi, were all just sleight of hand. Advertisement. The real purpose is to get Izumi close to Itachi so that he can absorb his chakra. Looking at the Nu, whose body had suddenly grown to 50 meters, it was wantonly trampling on the Uchiha tribe's land. Danzo opened his hands, a ferocious look appeared on his ugly face, and he laughed loudly with great joy in his heart. Ha ha ha, Uchiha, your doom has come. Where did this monster come from? Stop it. With a roar, Fugaku's eyes burned with anger and Mangekyo was instantly activated. Kakakaka. The chakra became material, and a black Susanoo rose from the ground. Susanoo holds the chakra sword and wears Karasu Tengu armor, apparently entering his third form. Chief, the chief is here. This is Susanoo. I didn't expect the clan leader to also activate Mangekyo. Good. That monster is dead now. Seeing Fugaku activating Susanoo Haki, all the Uchiha ninjas and civilians. Everyone cheered. Roar. Nu discovered the black giant rushing towards him, but he was not afraid. Instead, he roared, moved his limbs, and took the initiative to meet the giant. Die. There was a murderous intent in his eyes, especially when he saw a bloody hole in the chest not far away. After seeing Itachi's frustrated look, Fugaku became even more furious, and immediately controlled Susanoo to chop Nu's head with a sword. The Nu twisted its neck, opened its huge mouth, and actually bit the Susanoo sword. Fugaku wanted to draw out the sword, but found that the monster was incredibly powerful and he couldn't pull the sword back for a while. Beast, let me go. Susanoo clenched his other hand into a fist and punched Nu's head hard. Boom. Nu's head was hit hard by a heavy punch, and an invisible wave of air spread out. Feeling the pain, it let out a low growl from its throat, but still refused to let go. Look, I'm going to blow your brains out. Fugaku wanted to pull back his fist and punch Nu in the head again. But he found that Susanoo's entire arm was entangled by a huge white tail and could not be inserted back. The strength of both sides is similar, and they cannot break free in a short time. But gradually, Fugaku found something wrong. The chakra required to maintain Susanoo was actually increasing dramatically, causing the chakra in his body to be consumed rapidly. This monster is actually sucking my chakra. Fugaku's face changed, realizing the problem. Only then did he realize the reason why Nu bit his Susanoo sword. He would rather take a punch than let go, just to devour chakra. And he was shocked to find that this was on the monster's tail. It actually has a mouth with fangs, which looks extremely weird. At this moment, the tail was wrapped around Susanoo's arm, and the mouth at the end of the tail was biting Susanoo's arm. The chakra in the body was flowing away madly in less than 10 seconds. Fugaku was horrified to find that 1/3 of the chakra in his body had been drained away. If he didn't break free quickly, it wouldn't take long, not even a minute, for the chakra in his body to be sucked dry. Moreover, the monster in front of him was growing in size as it continued to absorb chakra. Originally, he was about the same height as Susanoo, but now he is already a head taller than Susanoo. Feeling the crisis approaching, Fugaku controlled Susanoo and struggled frantically. But it's not of much use. At this moment, he was somewhat annoyed by his own incompetence. If Susanoo could activate the fourth form and grow legs, he wouldn't be so passive. The Nu on the opposite side was a little angry at this moment. This prey is too disobedient. Wouldn't it be better to just let it devour you quietly? Why is it struggling? Roar. A low growl came from the throat, and the tail wrapped around Susanoo's arm suddenly split into countless small tails. Like a spider web, it instantly covered the black body. 014706521 Philu 151,173,251. Each of the little tails has a mouth, which bites Susanoo and starts sucking chakra. The speed at which chakra was drained from his body suddenly increased, and Fugaku became extremely anxious. If this continues, he will be sucked dry in less than half a minute. And he can't remove Susanoo. If Susanoo is removed, with his small body, he would be crushed into pulp by this monster. My dear ancestor, where are you? Come and save me. Faced with the threat of death, Fugaku could no longer maintain his dignity as a clan leader and called out to Rukawa. The cry for help was made, but Rukawa did not appear. Instead, the Uchiha ninja who was watching the battle below reacted. The chieftain is in danger, save him. Following a roar from the clan's Jonin, all the Uchiha ninjas launched an attack on the U. Shuriken, kunai, ninjutsu, all kinds of attacks bombarded Nu. But it was of no use. These attacks were like tickling this huge monster, and had no effect at all. However, the Nu was fed up with the ants below, so it immediately split into many small tails and attacked the people below. In just a blink of an eye, except for a few powerful Uchiha ninjas. The rest of the people had their chakras sucked out, and they fell to the ground with pale faces, looking like they were suffering from extreme kidney deficiency. Not only did he fail to help, he actually made things worse, providing the monster with a lot of chakra. Rukawa still hasn't shown up, and Fugaku is even more desperate. Chapter 81 Let's go together. Rukawa's domineering strength. Ape Demon. How is this possible? Boom. A long, pitch-black stick came through the air and hit Nu's head from top to bottom. Ouch. Nu screamed in pain and turned his head suddenly, staring in one direction with fierce eyes. Not far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing black armor, stood firmly, looking at the monster that suddenly appeared, his face gloomy. Originally, he didn't plan to take action. But when he saw that after Nu absorbed chakra, its body became larger and its aura became stronger, he felt the horror of this monster. Fugaku's death and Uchiha's destruction were scenes he really wanted to see. But after that, the Nu that completely devours the Fugaku chakra will only become more terrifying in strength. After destroying the Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think the monster will stop there. Its next target must be to cause destruction everywhere in Yi. After weighing the pros and cons, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to take action. Grow taller, Ape Demon. Pointing the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand at Nu, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly. One end of the Rui Jingu Bang was pressing against Nu's chest, continuously extending and growing longer. The monster was pushed directly out of the Uchiha territory and moved to the outside of Konoha village, and all the houses and buildings along the way were turned into ruins. Call. Fugaku panted heavily, his face was pale, and his head was covered with cold sweat. He released Susanoo and landed not far from the third generation, asking. Third generation, is this your work? What a stupid question. If this was my work, would you still be alive? Sarutobi Hiruzen is dissatisfied. Haha, who knows? Maybe the monster you created got out of control, and he was afraid that it would affect him, so he had no choice but to rescue it. Fugaku sneered. Even if this monster was not created by this old man, it is definitely related to him. I guarantee on my reputation as the Hokage that this monster has absolutely nothing to do with me. I have never seen a monster that can absorb chakra. Seeing that Fugaku wanted to say something, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted and interrupted him. Enough. Now is not the time to talk about this. The most urgent thing is to find a way to get rid of this monster. Snort. Fugaku snorted coldly, and without further argument, turned his head to look at the new outside the village, and said in a deep voice. This monster can absorb the chakra of ninjas, which is quite troublesome. If an ordinary ninja gets close to it, his chakra will be sucked away in an instant. But for me. He looked at himself, his face darkened. My Susanoo is a collection of chakras, and is simply food for this monster. This monster was probably created to deal with Susanoo of my tribe. As for who is the most hostile to my Uchiha, haha, do I need to tell you? Fugaku sneered and looked at the third generation with a squint. The ability of this monster was obviously extremely restraining to Susanoo of the Uchiha tribe. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. Why did this tangle end up affecting him? It would be fine if he did it, but he is innocent too. Who on earth is the person who could create such a monster that can restrain Susanoo? He really wants to meet him. Roar. The new roared, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen with bloodshot eyes. It was this ant who let his prey escape. It moved its limbs and rushed straight towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Day Tiger. Just as one of the Nu's front paws entered the range of Konoha village, a loud roar suddenly rang out, and the shadow of a tiger pounced towards it. Boom. In the swirling air currents, the huge figure of the Nu was forcibly moved back several hundred meters. The trees along the way fell down one after another, and 4 deep gullies appeared on the ground. Guy in the 7th gate state took the lead, followed by many Konoha shinobi, and was the first to attack Nu. Seeing this, Fugaku hurriedly reminded loudly. Be careful, this monster can absorb chakra. Numbers are useless in front of it. Don't get touched by the monster's tail. These are the elites of the village, you don't have to worry too much. After saying this casually, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject and frowned. Where is the Uchiha Rukawa of your family? Isn't he the reincarnation of your Uchiha ancestor? Why doesn't he show up now that the family is in danger? With his pervert strength, it should be easy to suppress this monster, right? Before Fugaku could answer, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded. Ha ha ha, naive, Hiruzen, you would actually rely on an outsider. It's you, Danzo. Noticing the person who was speaking, Fugaku's pupils shrank, and then, as if conditioned, he distanced himself from Sarutobi Hiruzen and said with an unpleasant expression. Third generation. Do you have anything to say now? Sarutobi Hiruzen also stared at his old friend with a gloomy expression. What on earth do you want to do by releasing such a monster in Konoha? Danzo. Also, how did you escape from the heavily guarded Konoha prison? Danzo did not answer, but said to himself. This monster is called Nu. It is the ultimate weapon that I have successfully researched after using most of my resources. Looking at the monster in the distance that was suppressing the Konoha shinobi, his eyes were eager, his face was full of pride, but also a little regretful. What a pity, it's just an unfinished product. If it were a finished product, it would only take a moment to destroy Konoha. I am releasing it now, of course, to destroy Uchiha and Konoha, ha 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 ha. As he was talking, he started laughing crazily again, like a madman. I never expected that our kindness to you, choosing to spare your life, would be repaid with your ingratitude. Advertisement. Fugaku looked at the somewhat nervous Danzo and said in a low voice. Mercy. Ha ha. Breaking my limbs and peeling off my skin is what you call mercy. Danzo looked at Fugaku, somewhat irritated, his eyes were extremely cold, and suddenly he smiled deeply. Hey, later, I will let you have a taste of my kindness. Fugaku didn't care and sneered. Don't worry, you won't have that chance. When the ancestor returns, you will regret what you have done. Isn't it good to live a life of lingering life? Why do you have to come out and seek death? Ancestor, are you referring to Uchiha Rukawa? Don't worry, he won't come. At least he won't come now. When he arrived, Konoha had already turned into ruins, and Nu had already absorbed enough chakra to become so powerful that he was unmatched. When Uchiha Rukawa appears, that will be his death. Having said that, he shook his head again and said coldly. No, I won't let him die so easily. I will let him experience all the pain that I have experienced. And you Uchiha, all of you must. 014706521 Filu 151,173,431. Bang. Before Danzo could finish his words, he exploded into a cloud of white smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen put the restored Rui Jingu Bang on his shoulder and frowned. Fugaku, now is not the time to argue with Danzo, get rid of this monster first. Root base. It was dark all around. Rukawa looked calm and walked slowly. Yamanaka Feng, lurking in the dark, aimed his eyes at Rukawa and slowly made a hand seal. Ninjutsu. Heart turn technique. Buzz. His consciousness turned into a mental force and rushed straight into Rukawa's mind. I succeeded. You have some strength, but you are so careless. Yamanaka lost consciousness and control of his body, slowly falling down, but was caught by his quick-witted companion. In Rukawa's spiritual world, Gong Zongfeng's consciousness is looking around. Is this the monster's spiritual world? It doesn't seem like a big deal. Just ordinary, no different from other people. His strength is even lower than that of an average Jonin. It seems that he is just a guy with a strong body but weak mental strength. He is just a guy with a strong appearance but a weak heart. There's nothing to be afraid of. I don't understand why Yamanaka Hyuga was so scared. It seems that guy is too weak. Only by joining the root of Danzo-sama can my strength truly grow. Many thoughts flashed through Yamanaka Feng's mind, and he looked disdainful. Then, he prepared to find Rukawa's consciousness and control it. After looking around, Yamanaka Feng looked puzzled. How come there is nothing? Could it be that the guy's consciousness is too weak for me to detect? What is this huge wall of light? Why have you never seen me in other people's spiritual worlds? At this moment, Rukawa, who looked like a giant, had a playful look on his face, looking at Yamanaka Feng below, who was looking around like a lost ant, and couldn't help showing interest. Rukawa raised a finger and blocked Yamanaka's way with a thud, just like when he was a child teasing ants. Sassafras. What is this? Yamanaka Feng was startled by the huge column of light falling from the sky. What's going on? This has never happened to him in other people's spiritual worlds. Driven by curiosity, he raised his head and looked upward along the huge beam of light. A huge face as big as the sky came into his sight. This face looks so familiar, I feel like I've seen it somewhere. When Yamanaka Feng saw Rukawa's huge face, he was a little confused at first, but then he reacted quickly. Isn't this the consciousness of Rukawa that he has been looking for? But this one is too big. Ah! Yamanaka Feng screamed and collapsed to the ground. His face was filled with fear. But he was just a spiritual body, otherwise his lower body would have been soaked. Outside, the root companions looked at Yamanaka Feng, who suddenly lost control of his bladder, and were confused. Then he reacted and pushed the unconscious Yamanaka Feng out. Oh, now that I've peed, it's really disgusting. You. Yamanaka pointed at Rukawa's consciousness with shaking fingers, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a word. He was extremely shocked. He had never seen such a conscious being before. It was simply more outrageous than anything he had ever seen. Rukawa's 200-meter-tall Susanoo is nothing more than a younger brother in front of the consciousness at this moment. With such a conscious body, how strong must this guy's mental power be? Yamanaka Feng was horrified. You Yamanaka clan are really interesting. You actually dared to use your family's secret technique on me. You really are not afraid of death. Rukawa touched his chin and said. But at this moment, Yamanaka Feng could no longer hear what Rukawa was saying. ... Advertisement. Now, he has only one thought in his mind, which is to leave here. Get out of here now, the sooner the better. He formed seals with his hands, trying to remove the evil spell. The secret technique was performed successfully, but he was shocked to find that his consciousness could not leave here. Why is this happening? Yamanaka Feng's frightened face was full of confusion. Exclamation mark. Tisk. So boring. I might as well tease an ant than tease you. Seeing that Yamanaka looked devastated, Rukawa immediately lost interest. A huge palm suddenly covered him. Facing this attack that was like the sky falling, Yamanaka Feng had no power to resist. In his desperate eyes, he was slapped into pieces by a palm, and his consciousness turned into a point of light and disappeared. Yamanaka Feng's body shuddered suddenly and he opened his eyes. So what? Did you control the other party? A root companion nearby asked anxiously. Ah, giant of light. Yamanaka Feng had drool at the corners of his mouth and a dull expression, turning into a fool. Whined. The companion was in disbelief. He had only used a family secret technique on Rukawa, and the two sides were so far apart, yet he was fooled. This is too scary. Feng, the root will remember you. Your sacrifice was worth it, even though it only delayed Rukawa for 2 seconds. But these 2 seconds are enough. It's your turn. Take the root and use the poison in your body to kill that guy. Boom. As the root ninja's whispers fell, the ground beneath Rukawa's feet cracked, and a strange figure with purple skin jumped out of it. Well done, Wind. I won't let you down. Aburame grabbed Rukawa's calf. Ha ha ha. I touched you. I have a deadly poison on me. Even a giant summoning beast can be killed by this poison. You are dead, Xiaokui. Aburame took the root with a proud look on his face. Last time, he was injured while performing a mission and therefore did not participate in the Uchiha genocide plan, thus escaping. However, Aburame felt sorry for this. If he was there, Rukawa would have been poisoned to death by him. People wouldn't have to suffer so much. How come you are fine? Aburame was laughing when she realized something was wrong. He was shocked to find that the skin was intact and there was no sign of poisoning at all. But how is this possible? His poison was innate and extremely toxic. He had killed countless enemies, but why was it ineffective against the person in front of him? Susanoo may not be able to break my defenses, and you think your poison will work on me? It's ridiculous. Rukawa slapped Aburame's head and blew it up on the spot. Since attacking your surface won't work, then attacking from inside your body should work. A cold voice followed. Shigaraki Tanuki walked out slowly wearing a gas mask, looked at Rukawa and sneered. From the moment you entered here, every breath of air you took was extremely poisonous. The air is poisonous. Rukawa raised an eyebrow. You just realized it now. It's too late. Ha ha ha. But in order to let you die with a clear mind, I will be merciful and let you take a look at the environment around you. Bang. In secret, a root ninja pressed the switch. The lights came on, illuminating the surroundings. Rukawa got a clear view of the base's surroundings. At this moment, the air was filled with purple poisonous gas. The concentration is so high that it is visible to the naked eye. Obviously, this was also arranged in advance by the roots, in order to bypass Rukawa's external defenses and directly attack his body. Rukawa's face was trembling wildly and his brows were deeply furrowed. In Shigaraki's eyes, this look was undoubtedly the result of Rukawa being poisoned. He showed a happy expression and laughed. Ha ha ha, your weakness is indeed inside your body. Master Danzo is right. No one is without weaknesses. This is the poison we developed for you. It has no smell. From the moment you enter here, with every breath you take, you will inhale countless poisonous gases. In vivo. How is it? Does it hurt? This poison gas will damage your internal organs and corrode your blood. But don't worry, it won't kill you. Under the gas mask, Shigaraki's face showed a fierce expression. You dare to torture Lord Danzo like this? I can't let you die so easily. When you completely lose your fighting ability, I will lock you up and torture you to my heart's content. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Rukawa took a deep breath, sneezed loudly, and his face returned to calm. Sorry, my nose just itched. At this moment, Rukawa looked calm, and he didn't look like he was poisoned at all. Just kidding, the super soldier serum not only strengthened his skin, but also his internal organs, etc., all over the body. At this moment, it is no exaggeration to say that he is immune to all poisons. RRR. Shinli Tanuki was stunned. He inhaled so much poisonous gas, but he was fine. How is this possible? Boom. Beg. Chapter 82 Eternal Mangekyo. I Power Crush. 4 Symbols Seal. Guy. Rukawa rushed to Shigaraki, grabbed his neck, and asked indifferently. Where are Naruto and Izumi? Don't underestimate me, you monster. You're dreaming of trying to get information out of me. Although he was shocked by Rukawa's pervert defense, Shigaraki Tanuki remained very tough. Rukawa didn't bother talking nonsense and activated the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Since the other party didn't say anything, he didn't want to waste time and directly used illusion to torture him. Boom. Shigaraki's head exploded. That special curse was also engraved in his mind. The invasion of the Eternal Eye's power directly caused his head to explode. Damn it. Plan B also failed. In the dark, the root ninja who saw this scene gritted his teeth and said fiercely. There's no other choice. Activate Plan C. We must hold this monster back and never let him get out to interfere with Master Danzo. Follow the monster and fight. Sniff sniff sniff. The sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another, and the root ninjas who had been hiding in the dark rushed out one after another. He was fearless and rushed towards Rukawa. A moth to a flame. Looking at the root ninjas rushing in from all directions, Rukawa had an indifferent expression. With a flick of his fingers, several air missiles flew out into the air. Puff puff puff. Several root ninjas who rushed over were killed or wounded on the spot. Come to hell with me, you monster. At this moment, a root ninja suddenly jumped out from the ground behind Rukawa, and a red light lit up on his chest. Rukawa frowned, and actually felt threatened by the other party. He immediately used the Rinnegan and switched positions with a root ninja in the distance. Boom. The next second after Rukawa successfully changed position, a huge black ball suddenly appeared. Everything around, including the 2 root ninjas, was swallowed by the black ball. This is the 4 Symbols Seal. Rukawa finally understood why Sanjusan had felt dangerous just now. It turned out that the other party was trying to kill both parties. Although his physical body is invincible at the moment, there are still ways to deal with it. The sealing technique is the means to deal with Rukawa. You root remnants are really crazy. You all have the 4 symbols sealing technique set on your bodies. Rukawa looked at those root ninjas. Each of them had the 4 symbols sealing technique engraved on their chest. But unfortunately, it's of no use to me. Ah, go to hell. Another root ninja rushed close to Rukawa, roared, and launched the 4 symbols sealing technique. Rukawa glanced at it, then calmly used his heavenly hand power to switch positions with another root ninja in the distance. This root ninja who had finally gotten close to Rukawa, ended up only sealing himself and his companions. This scene made the other root ninjas grit their teeth. Although the 4 symbols sealing technique is very powerful and can force a 1-for-1 exchange with the enemy, it is useless if you can't touch the person. Although they knew it was useless, they still rushed towards Rukawa. After all, their mission is to buy time for the group. Boom boom boom. One by one, the black balls exploded and then disappeared. Rukawa was extremely calm and composed, and he used his heavenly hand power so calmly that no black ball could touch him. A few minutes later, the scene was in a mess, with pits everywhere on the ground caused by the black ball. Rukawa grabbed the last root ninja by the neck, whom he left behind on purpose. Where are the people? The root ninja looked at Rukawa with a ferocious expression and shouted. You think I'll tell you? Go to hell. Snap. Rukawa was decisive and snapped his neck directly, preventing him from successfully activating the four symbols seal. All the enemies have been eliminated, and Rukawa decides to move forward. This base is very large, and those two people might be imprisoned somewhere. Walking along the passage, passing by rooms, I found that all the doors were locked. But Rukawa broke the door casually, and there were basically some experimental equipment inside. There were also human and animal experimental subjects, but none of them included the person he was looking for. At the end of the passage, there is a staircase leading down. Coming down, it's a place similar to a prison. But it shouldn't be used to hold any mortals. It's most likely used to hold experimental subjects. Here, Rukawa walked around but didn't find Naruto and Izumi. But in a large prison cell, a group of children were found. The oldest is about 15 years old, and the youngest is only 6 or 7 years old. Rukawa speculated that these children were probably experimental subjects, or root cannon fodder that were about to be brainwashed. Snap. Rukawa bent the prison bars with his bare hands and walked inside. Advertisement. Looking at these children with eyes that were either fearful, worried, curious, or expressionless, he asked indifferently. Hey, kids, have you seen a kid with yellow hair and a beard, who is probably only 7 years old? Rukawa briefly described Naruto's characteristics. If Naruto had been imprisoned here before, these children should be able to remember it. After Rukawa asked, no one spoke. If anyone can tell me the information, I will take him out. Regain his freedom. If he still wants money or something, I will satisfy him. Rukawa restrained his aura, asked again, and offered generous conditions. I know that too, as Rukawa finished speaking. Immediately, two children around 14 years old stood up. They were the two oldest people here. The two children looked at each other, then rushed to Rukawa and answered in a low voice. Let me tell you, I have the information you need. I said, I know where you, the little yellow-haired devil, have been taken, please rescue me. The two of them rushed forward frantically, their eyes filled with desire for freedom. Rukawa frowned, pointed at something and said coldly. You say it. Yes, sir. The one who was pointed at by Rukawa showed joy on his face, while the one who was not chosen lowered his head with his eyes flashing wildly, as if waiting for something. This morning, I saw a yellow-haired child being brought here, and then. When the man said this, he suddenly stopped talking, and a kunai appeared in his hand. With a fierce look in his eyes, he stabbed the kunai directly into Rukawa's eyes. His companion also took action at the same time, holding a kunai and stabbing at Rukawa's other eye. The two men had a clear goal, which was to blind Rukawa. Court death. Rukawa's face turned cold and he punched out with two fists. The attack came later but was the first to arrive, and with two bangs, the two men flew backwards. He hit the wall hard, and there was a huge bloody hole in his chest. All the information was due to this. The remnants of the root are actually using children. Rukawa looked at the remaining children with a cold look in his eyes, and a murderous intent suddenly spread out. It seems that he guessed wrong before. These children were not experimental subjects at all. Instead, they are children who have been brainwashed by the root ninjas and will join the root in the future and become its lackeys. Sir, this is none of our business. We have no intention of doing anything to you, sir. Feeling the murderous intent from Rukawa at this moment, the children present were all terrified and dared not utter a word. However, a child with black hair and a pale face, only 7 years old, stood up. He faced Rukawa's oppressive gaze, a little afraid, but still explained quickly. Before, Danzo came here and asked us to find a way to hold the adults back. Afterwards, he will come back and reward us. Danzo, wasn't this B*********** D in jail? Why is he here? Rukawa raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. It's Danzo, I won't make a mistake, he was here not long ago. The black-haired boy said firmly. I didn't expect this B******** D to escape from prison. Rukawa narrowed his eyes. But if you think about it carefully, it's not a bad thing. Danzo escaped from Konoha prison, and Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot be separated from it. It just so happens that I can use this opportunity to kill that old guy from third generation. Then, Rukawa thought carefully about the sudden appearance of Uchiha Iron Fire. And the various experiences that occurred after entering the root base. It is certain that Danzo deliberately led himself here. Humph. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Rukawa snorted in his heart. Realizing that he had fallen into a trap, he was not actually very worried. With Itachi and Fugaku in the Uchiha clan, 2 cage-level masters in charge, there won't be any accidents in such a short time. But just in case, it's better to rush back immediately. Bang! Rukawa sent out a shadow clone to take care of the children, while the main body left immediately. Outside world. The guy who opened the 7th gate faced Nu head-on, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and Fugaku teamed up to observe from the sidelines. With the cooperation of the surrounding Konoha shinobi, they can only barely hold on. Susanoo is unable to use Fugaku, and its combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. In addition, Nu had absorbed a lot of his chakra before, so he couldn't hold on any longer at this moment. Third generation. What's going on? It's been so long, aren't the ninjas from the ceiling class ready yet? If you keep going like this, I won't be able to hold on any longer. Fugaku gritted his teeth and roared. I have been fighting this monster here, and I don't know what is going on with the ceiling class. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded loudly, sweeping away the news tail with his stick. Don't count on the ceiling squad. I've already killed all of those guys. At this time, Danzo appeared on the wall of Konoha, looking smug and sneering. Danzo, you damn B****************. D. Fugaku turned around and angrily scolded Danzo. But when he was distracted, the news tail seized the opportunity and bound his legs. What? Fugaku was startled, feeling the chakra in his body draining away. He quickly cut off the little tail with a kunai. Sniff sniff. He had just freed himself from the restraints when three tails came flying through the air and tied up his entire body. Advertisement. Idiot. You dare to be distracted when fighting this kind of enemy. Danzo scoffed. Damn it. Fugaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his golden cudgel and tried to help. However, he was entangled by the huge tail of the new and could not escape in a short time. As the chakra in his body continued to drain away, Fugaku's face became paler and paler. Roar. The new let out a roar, and after absorbing another cage-level chakra, it became even stronger and its size suddenly increased dramatically. It was only 50 meters high at the beginning, but it was directly raised to 100 meters. The Konoha shinobi around them showed fear on their faces. How could they win against an enemy that gets stronger the more they fight? Want. If they hadn't had the guy who opened the seventh gate in the front and Sarutobi and Hiruzen attacking from the sides, they would have been wiped out long ago. But that was the situation before. At this moment, Nu's strength increased dramatically and his speed increased drastically. The huge tail tore through the air and hit Might Guy hard, who had no time to dodge. Boom. With a loud bang, Might Guy, who was wrapped in the blue airflow, was blown away 10,000 meters away like a blue meteor. Puff. While in the air, Guy vomited blood crazily, and then he fell heavily to the ground. He was completely exhausted. 8 gate was released, his head tilted, and he fainted. Guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked extremely ugly. Without Guy as a frontal combat force, his situation would become very bad. It won't be long before he can't hold on any longer. Fugaku. Where's Uchiha Rukawa? Hurry up and ask him to come out and help. If this continues, not only will Konoha be destroyed, but your Uchiha clan will also suffer. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. At this moment, Fugaku's face was extremely pale, and with very little chakra left in his body, he no longer had the strength to speak. Although one will not lose his life if his chakra is drained, he will collapse on the spot, become powerless all over, and lose his combat capability. But being exhausted in such a fierce battlefield is no different from being dead. Any aftermath of a fight could kill him. The next moment, all the chakra in Fugaku's body was drained away, not a drop left. The Nu immediately let go of Fugaku, but it had no intention of letting Fugaku go. When Fugaku landed on the ground, it stomped down hard, trying to crush the ant into pulp. Looking at the black shadow falling from the sky, Fugaku, unable to move at all, was extremely anxious and shouted in his heart. Ancestor, please save me. Boom. His voice was answered, and a 200-meter tall purple giant with wings on its back suddenly rose from the ground. A heavy punch hit Nu's head. Ouch. The Nu howled miserably, its face twisted and deformed, and it flew hundreds of meters away. Looking at this familiar purple giant, Fugaku was already exhausted, but he still shouted excitedly. Ancestor, you are finally here. My Lord Ancestor has arrived. That monster is dead. My ancestor, this monster has killed many of our companions. Please don't hold back and kill it. It's Konoha's hero, Uchiha Rukawa. He's finally here. Damn monster, if you dare to run wild in Konoha, you'll end up in a terrible way. When Rukawa appeared, he knocked Nu away with one punch. All around, whether it was the Uchiha ninjas or the Konoha ninjas, they all burst into earth-shaking shouts. Everyone looked excited, as if they had seen a savior. Especially the purple giant who was 200 meters tall, half a body taller than Nu, gave them full confidence. They believed in Rukawa, and it wouldn't take long before they could suppress the Nu. Uchiha Rukawa, you came out so soon. Humph. That bunch of rubbish is so useless that they could hold you back for such a short time. Danzo had a gloomy face and blamed his men who were using money to delay Rukawa. 014706521 Philo 151,173,591. To him, these men are nothing more than tools. Although it is somewhat different from what I had planned, it is almost the same. Haha, Uchiha Rukawa, it's too late for you to come now. Nu, who has absorbed the chakra of 2 powerful cage-level masters, is already invincible. You are only seeking death by coming here. Danzo looked at Rukawa above Susanoo's head, his eyes full of anger. Humph. Danzo, you be *************** D, lousy didn't kill you, but you're ungrateful. You actually dared to jump out and cause trouble, it seems I am too kind. Rukawa snorted and noticed Danzo standing on the wall. Mercy. That's what Fugaku said, and that's what you said too. As expected, you Uchiha are born devils, you all should go to hell. Danzo's face was distorted, his limbs were broken, and his skin was peeled off and his muscles were pulled out. Being imprisoned and suffering endless pain is called mercy. Listen, is this what people say? Danzo was so angry that his voice was distorted, and he roared. Just wait, Uchiha Rukawa, I will soon return to you 100-fold, 1,000-fold the pain I have endured. Noisy. Rukawa controlled Susanoo and slapped Danzo hard with his palm. Boom. The rocks shattered, and the wall of Konoha collapsed instantly, leaving a huge gap. Danzo exploded. Chapter 83. Susanoo crushes. Nine tails wreak havoc. Rukawa is powerful. Danzo turned into a cloud of smoke, which turned out to be another shadow clone. Roar. At this moment, the Nu that was knocked away by Rukawa came to its senses, its eyes flashing red and extremely irritable. Just now, it was this purple giant that knocked it away, and it is very angry now. Although its size is not as big as the purple giant, it is in a furious state and has no fear of anything. After letting out a roar, he stretched out his limbs and rushed towards the stream like crazy. The purple Susanoo condensed into a chakra sword and swept it across, trying to chop off Nu's entire head. Although Nu was extremely angry, facing the sharp sword, its instinct drove it to lower its head and narrowly avoid the sword. This reaction speed is quite interesting. The sword swept across, only shaving off a few hairs on the top of the Nu's head. Lu is obviously not satisfied with this result. He immediately put away his sword, preparing to split the Nu in half from top to bottom. But at this moment, a huge white tail wrapped around Susanoo's sword-holding arm. The tail on the tail bit hard, and Rukawa immediately felt that the chakra in his body was rapidly draining away. What is this? It's actually absorbing my chakra. Rukawa frowned, and controlled Susanoo's other arm, smashing towards the head. Roar. Faced with this ferocious punch, Nu did not even dodge, but opened its huge mouth full of fangs and bit Susanoo's fist. The mouth and tail absorb chakra at the same time, and the chakra in Rukawa's body is lost faster. This monster can absorb chakra, it's very tricky. If you fight him with Susanoo, you'll be a sitting duck. Sarutobi Hiruzen warned loudly. Although he really wanted Rukawa to be killed, if Rukawa also failed and his chakra was absorbed by Nu, then Konoha would be finished. After being reminded by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Rukawa reacted immediately after carefully observing the characteristics of the monster in front of him. An impression quickly formed in my mind. Isn't this the Nu that appeared during the Boruto legend? In the original time and space, this guy was a fierce group, 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, 6th Hokage Hatake Kakashi, and a group of Anbu elites joined forces, but they couldn't subdue it. Besides, Naruto at that time shared the same sentiments as Nine Tails and was a perfect Jinchuriki, so he was no match for him. This shows the degree of Nu's pervert. That being said, it makes sense that Fugaku and third generation are no match for the monster in front of them. Fortunately, what is in front of me is not the completed form. The complete form of Nu also possesses the ability of time and space and can teleport at will. The current Nu does not have this ability, so it is not that troublesome. But where did Itachi go? Why can't I see any trace of Itachi? Did he go somewhere to slack off? But Itachi shouldn't be that kind of person. From the time Rukawa showed up till now, Itachi has not been seen. Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing right now is to suppress the troublesome Nu in front of us. DBU. Rukawa relieved Susanoo. Susanoo is too big and is also a chakra energy body. In Nu's eyes, he is simply walking food. Therefore, using Susanoo to fight Nu is a very unwise choice. But there are also disadvantages to removing Susanoo at this moment, that is. Sniff sniff sniff. Intensive sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another, and dozens or even hundreds of tails rushed towards Rukawa in midair. Nu's eyes were sharp. Through the absorption just now, it had determined that the ant in front of it had a huge amount of chakra in its body. It's equivalent to several of the guys it had previously absorbed. It can't let the fat meat in its mouth fly away like this. Tail as big as hemp ropes came towards him. Rukawa's eyes were cold and fierce. You've been underestimated. I'm not a wimp like Sarutobi who only knows how to dodge. Grab one in each hand and grab the first two little tails that attack, and pull them hard. Under the reaction force, Rukawa flew towards Nu. He clenched his fists, gathered strength, and when both sides got close, he suddenly punched out, hitting the opponent right on the forehead. Boom. Ah. The Nu let out a wail, and its huge figure retreated hundreds of meters. It was a little confused, thinking that the ant had flown over to die. It even opened its big mouth. I didn't expect this ant to be able to burst out with such terrifying power. I knocked it away with one punch. Roar. It roared wildly, causing the surrounding ninjas to cover their ears. With a fierce look in his eyes, he ran towards Rukawa who had just landed. Although the punch just now was powerful, it also caused damage. But it is huge, with thick skin and flesh, so the extent of its injuries can be basically ignored. When the Nu rushed over and opened its huge mouth to bite Rukawa, Rukawa had already jumped into the air and punched it on the forehead. This punch was more powerful and violent, and Nu was directly knocked 1,000 meters away. Gulp. Advertisement. At this scene, everyone swallowed their saliva. Is this still a human being? He was able to send a 100-meter-tall monster flying 1,000 meters away with just his physical body. Although I already knew that Rukawa's physical strength was extremely terrifying, this was too exaggerated. Just when everyone was in shock, a mocking voice suddenly sounded. Ha ha ha, it's useless. You can't use Susanoo. The damage you caused to Nu may look impressive, but it's just a tickle. As soon as these words fell, as expected, the Nu in the distance stood up, shook his head, and rushed towards Rukawa again. Danzo stood on the top of a huge tree, looking at Rukawa with a mocking look on his face. See, Nu is invincible. If you keep fighting, your defeat is inevitable, Uchiha Rukawa. Bang! Rukawa fired an air bomb, blowing up Danzo's shadow clone, and then punched Nu away. Ha ha ha, you are helpless, right? But don't worry, I will not watch you die. When you are exhausted, I will rescue you. If you don't want to experience the pain of cramps and skin peeling, then killing yourself now may be the best choice, ha ha ha. Rukawa chose to ignore it. This was just another shadow clone. There was no point in destroying it. We'll catch his real body later, and he'll be in trouble. Uchiha Rukawa, we have tried this before. This monster has a very strong ability to recover. You can't fight it with force alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching the battle, warned loudly. Immune to death's cockroach. If so, then seal him up. That's what I thought, but all the ninjas in the sealing class were killed by that D*** D Danzo. Sarutobi gave Danzo a stern look. You misunderstood. I never said I needed to rely on a sealing class. I said I would seal it myself. Rukawa turned to look at the third generation and said. But the sealing technique I used has a big impact on the atmosphere. Push the monster far away and tell everyone not to get close. You know how to seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen is astonished. He had never heard of an Uchiha who was good at sealing techniques. Not only is the sealing technique extremely difficult to practice, but it also places great emphasis on talent. The Uchiha clan ninjas are basically a bunch of reckless men who only know how to fight. How could they possibly learn complex sealing techniques? Don't talk nonsense, just do as I say. Rukawa frowned and glanced at the third generation, feeling a little annoyed. This old man talks so much nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched his lips. How could he give orders to his subordinates like that? He was the Hokage. But thinking that the person in front of him was Rukawa, the guy who had slapped him, the Hokage, several times, then it was okay. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What did I hear? A reckless Uchiha actually knew how to use a sealing technique. It's almost hilarious. Danzo's face was full of disdain. Hiruzen, you don't really believe this guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Danzo's nagging, pointed his Rui Jingu staff at the Nu that was running towards him, and said in a low voice. Ape demon, grow longer, stretch to the maximum distance. Boom. The Rui Jingu bang pushed Nu's head all the way, crushing the trees along the way into pieces, leaving a deep gully on the ground. Rukawa's figure flashed, and he closed the distance with Nu, which was tens of thousands meters away. Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of ninjas stayed where they were, watching curiously. Rukawa raised his hand towards the void, clenched it fiercely, and suddenly opened the Rinnegan in his left eye, and shouted. Planetary devastation. Boom boom boom. The earth cracked, with rocks, trees, water, and a huge Nu. They broke away from the pull of gravity and gathered towards a certain location in the void. Nu had nowhere to gain support in the air and could not control his body. He roared at Rukawa, but he did not slowly float upwards. This is planetary devastation. That eye, just like Nine Tails said, is actually a Rinnegan. Damn it, where did this freak come from? Why does he have a Rinnegan? Obito, who was watching the battle from the dark, suddenly widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. Soon, a small ball made of rock floated quietly in the air, and the goose was sealed inside the ball. Seeing this scene, Danzo was confused. This Uchiha reckless man can actually use the sealing technique. The ultimate weapon he had created with great difficulty was actually cracked just like that. Danzo's mentality exploded and he couldn't accept it. He immediately calmed down and looked at the small ball in the air in the distance with a cold look in his eyes. Don't worry, I still have allies. The battle is not over yet, Uchiha Rukawa. As he finished speaking, a pitch-black chakra ball suddenly flew out from the air. Tailed Beast Bomb. Boom. The tailed beast bomb hit the small rock ball in midair, followed by a loud bang. The small rock ball exploded immediately, and the Nu, which had just been sealed, broke out of the seal in less than a minute. Roar, roar. Two huge roars sounded at the same time, one was made by the Nu, and the other was made by the Nine Tails in Konoha village at this moment.
Advertisement, 9. Nine Tails, it's Nine Tails, run away. How could this happen? Wasn't Nine Tails sealed away by the fourth generation? Why did he escape? Help, help, a-hole, don't pull me, let me escape. One Konoha village was in chaos in an instant. Countless villagers recalled the night when they were dominated by Nine Tails, and the fear hidden in their hearts instantly surfaced in their hearts. When Nine Tails wreaked havoc, it could be said to have cast a shadow on some people's lives. At this moment, Nine Tails' bright red figure appeared in their eyes again, making them run desperately. Screams, cries, and screams, all kinds of sounds merged into one. Two huge monsters appeared at the same time, giving the ninjas present unparalleled pressure. It's hard to deal with one of them, let alone Nine Tails appearing at this time.
That's Nine Tails. Seeing the scarlet figure rampaging through the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen gnashed his teeth in anger. He immediately questioned Rukawa. Didn't Nine Tails Jinchuriki go with you? Why is this happening now? I handed Nine Tails Jinchuriki to you with confidence, but you were so careless. As expected, it is safest to leave Jinchuriki to me for care. Rukawa punched the new away, glanced coldly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said nothing. After all, this was indeed caused by his negligence. He didn't expect that Naruto was kidnapped by Danzo's men just because he was negligent for a moment. Of course, there is no doubt that third generation and Danzo have colluded and are still acting. Hold this guy first, I'll go deal with Nine Tails first. Rukawa gave an order to the third generation and headed straight for Nine Tails. At this moment, the two huge monsters were wantonly destroying everything around them. Rukawa decided to leave Nu to the third generation to deal with, and decided to deal with Nine Tails first. Nine Tails was beaten by me in the sealed space before, but now he dares to come out. It seems that his anus is hard again. It wasn't until Rukawa got close to Nine Tails that he realized something was wrong. This 667 is Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems that Nine Tails is being controlled by someone, and there are other enemies in the dark. Looking at the Mangekyo pattern in Nine Tails' pupils, Rukawa narrowed his eyes. He knew who was behind this. Get it? It's not hard to guess. There is still a guy in the ninja world who has activated Mangekyo, and that guy is Obito. Nine Tails. Kill him. In secret, Obito used all his strength to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, while concentrating all his attention on Nine Tails. Roar. Nine Tails roared, raised its huge red claws, and struck at Rukawa. Rukawa didn't dodge or evade. His Rinnegan and eternal eyes stared into Nine Tails' eyes. The powerful pupil power poured into Nine Tails' mind. Wake up, Nine Tails. Rukawa felt that after his pupil power entered Nine Tails' mind, it was blocked by another pupil experience. Ha! With this level of eye power, you want to compete with me for the control of Nine Tails. You really overestimate your own abilities. Rukawa snorted coldly, and in just a moment, the pupil power that was blocking him was broken by the impact. Puff. In the dark, Obito suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale and his eyes were filled with shock. How so? After all, his was the Mangekyo Sharingan, how could it be defeated in one encounter? Nine Tails shook his head and came to his senses. When he noticed his actions at this moment, his heart trembled violently and his body shivered. What is it doing? It's actually trying to hit the pervert. Nine Tails suddenly retracted his claws that were aimed at Rukawa and explained hastily. 014706521 Falcon 151,183,141. Boss, this is none of my business. A guy wearing a shit yellow mask is controlling me. I dare not break the seal and come out to cause trouble. Nine Tails Fox showed a flattering smile on his face. Boss, every wrong has its perpetrator. If you want to cause trouble, go find that guy with the shit yellow mask, don't look for me. Seeing Nine Tails like this, everyone was stunned. This is the incomparable Nine Tails from the back of the zone. How did you become like this? Where's your hockey? Where's your fierceness? Nine Tails' performance at this moment completely subverted everyone's three views. Nine Tails said, if you have experienced your anus being exploded hundreds of times, you will be as respectful as it is. Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to sleep. Nine Tails scratched his head with his front paws, looking silly, ready to run away. Now that you're out,